Chapter 541. Mu Yang's eyes gradually dimmed, his ideals silently withering like a weathered flower. He was already weary, no longer willing to strive for those ethereal ideals. Mu Tianxiong looked at his son, his heart filled with desolation and sorrow. Mu Yang had once admired heroes so much, longing to achieve great things. But time had been merciless, and now Mu Yang had become the hesitant and dejected middle-aged man he saw before him. His former ambition seemed to have been drowned by the tragedy and setbacks of the end of the world, leaving him with a deep sense of heartache. Mu Tianxiong knew that as a father, he could no longer influence Mu Yang's thoughts. Even with more time and more opportunities, he could hardly rekindle the extinguished and now defunct fighting spirit within him. Mu Yang looked at Mu Tianxiong's disappointed eyes, smiled indifferently, and then spoke. "Father, I'm sorry. I know you have high expectations of me. But now, I want to pursue my dreams in the apocalypse in my own way. I will strive to be my true self, not the person you expect me to be. Because the current situation is simply not the world I envisioned. Ling Yi and I share the same thoughts. We simply want to protect Qingqing and Ye and live peacefully in the apocalypse. Right now, I have only one simple wish, to keep those I cherish safe from danger and the cruelty of the apocalypse. No matter how the world changes, I am willing to silently protect them, unmoved by fame and fortune, solely for the true feelings in my heart. After rescuing Ye, this time, I might settle in the Blood Moon City founded by Ling Yi. I hope you understand." Mu Yang looked at Mu Tianxiong firmly, his eyes gleaming with an unshakable light. "I understand, Mu Yang." Mu Tianxiong replied softly, a bitter smile playing across his face. In the apocalypse, with Ling Yi, a ninth-rank supreme, guarding the city, perhaps the Blood Moon City will become the safest refuge in the world. After saying this, Mu Tianxiong reached out and gently patted Mu Yang's shoulder. "But I very much hope you can come along, so Qingqing and I can always take care of you." Mu Yang's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Hearing these sincere words, Mu Tianxiong's gaze trembled, and he felt deeply moved. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, as if all his worries were cast away at that moment. "If we can successfully lift the siege of the imperial capital and rescue Ye, I can retire with honor. At that point, settling in Ling Yi's territory would be a good option. However, given the current situation, repelling the zombie tide would be practically impossible. Furthermore, with the black-robed figure controlling and directing the attack, resisting this menacing horde of the walking dead would be an unprecedentedly difficult task. The imperial capital now faces a mountain of crises, seemingly only able to pray for a miracle. Faced with this desperate zombie tide, any hope seems so faint. Like a lingering afterglow, fading away in the darkness. Lu Qingqing was a brilliant person. How could she not hear the worry in Mu Tianxiong's heart? He was still reeling from Ling Yi's departure. The loss of his only high-end combat force had plunged him into confusion. Lu Qingqing sighed softly and spoke slowly. "Dad, you're concerned about the safety of the nation, so it's inevitable that you have concerns and worries. But you're also a general with distinguished military achievements. Faced with this situation, I believe you can lead the soldiers and ultimately reap the rewards of victory. Besides, even though Ling Yi has temporarily left, that doesn't mean he's completely unconcerned. Let's not forget that one of Ling Yi's teams has already penetrated deep behind enemy lines. He may have already joined up with this team. Behind the perilous enemy lines, Ling Yi's team carries out a crucial mission. They may be plotting an attack or quietly infiltrating the enemy to obtain crucial intelligence. This team's actions will have a profound impact on the entire battle. Ling Yi, as their leader, will surely use his unique wisdom and courage to lead them behind enemy lines and accomplish the unexpected. Launch a lightning-fast surprise attack from a place the enemy least expects, bringing surprise and the joy of victory to the imperial capital. Therefore, Dad, simply lead this battle according to your own will. Although Ling Yi isn't fighting alongside us, I firmly believe he will be the most crucial link in this defense of the imperial capital." Lu Qingqing's words were filled with understanding for the separation and trust in Ling Yi, imbuing them with a gleam of determination for the challenges ahead. Mu Yang echoed this with a resolute expression. "Father, Qingqing is absolutely right. Although Ling Yi can be unruly at times, he maintains his principles when it comes to right and wrong. He may often be difficult to understand, but his passionate heart is undeniable. In this apocalyptic world, where humanity is completely devoid of all meaning, he guards the line between right and wrong with his actions, never allowing himself to lose his way. This young man values loyalty and righteousness, and is someone worth making friends with. He never gives up easily, always striving to help those close to him. His sincerity and unwavering resolve have made him a pillar of faith and a lifelong, unwavering supporter in the hearts of those around him. Mu Tianxiong looked at his only son and couldn't help but chuckle. It seems you and your wife are quite pleased with this son-in-law. And how could I not like this young man? He has personality and strong opinions. His sharpness and decisiveness are astonishing, yet also inspiring admiration. His unique charm and unwavering will create an irresistible allure that commands awe and respect. Ling Yi's personality and unwavering conviction are like a blazing flame, igniting deep admiration in the hearts of everyone around him. If I didn't admire him, I wouldn't have treated him favorably when I knew Yaya was with him, Mu Yang said with a faint smile. Father, since you admire this boy, let's not dwell on his departure. I believe Ling Yi will shine in the upcoming wars. He possesses incredible perseverance and courage, which will be the key to his invincibility on the battlefield. Facing the enemy's machinations, he always displays unparalleled wisdom and charm, becoming a nightmare for them. There is no doubt that Ling Yi will write his own glorious legend in the apocalypse, leaving behind an eternal legacy. Mu Yang paused, then fixed his gaze on Mu Tianxiong and spoke solemnly. Father, I couldn't fight alongside you in those war-torn times. But I hope that in this apocalypse, I can join you and write our Mu family legend together. Chapter 542. Ling Yi slowly walked out of the gate of the Southern Army's headquarters, his heart filled with worry. He didn't look back, for he knew that if he did, he might never be able to escape. After all, Ling Yi had his own plans and agenda, and being with Mu Tianxiong's Southern Army inevitably tied him down. Furthermore, Mu Tianxiong and Mu Yang were Mu Xie's closest family. How could Ling Yi not worry about their safety? Leaving this place wasn't about abandoning them. It was about better planning against the zombie tide, and preventing Mu Tianxiong and his troops from becoming cannon fodder. Thus, Ling Yi seized upon this seemingly non-contradiction, and resolutely broke free from the constraints of the Southern Army. Freed from the constraints of rules and regulations, Ling Yi was like a bird of prey freed from its shackles, free to soar freely. His heart, like the azure sky, seemed free of all restraints, freely expanding. At this moment, he seemed to have regained the strength and direction of life, taking a brave step toward the unknown. Ling Yi, don't be angry. The commander's words just now were a bit extreme, but that wasn't what he meant. Lan Xinyua's words were interrupted by Ling Yi's wave of his hand before she could finish. She wanted to say more, but Ling Yi smiled and shook his head calmly. Xinyua, I understand what you mean, but I don't feel any displeasure or resentment. There was a clarity and composure in his eyes, as if he had seen through Lan Xinyua's thoughts. Ah. Then why are you pretending to explode? Lan Xinyua's heart was filled with doubts, and she asked curiously. Haha, if I didn't do this, do you think Grandpa and the others would let me leave so easily? Ling Yi chuckled, his face a triumphant look. Of course not. Grandpa Mu and the others will definitely do everything they can to keep you. They won't let you escape easily. You are a 9th level expert. Without your powerful backing, the Southern Army will have to be cautious in whatever they do, which will indirectly restrict their actions. Your departure will minimize the Southern Army's space for unbridled activity, indirectly protecting them. At this moment, Fang Xiyu, after hearing the conversation between the two, couldn't help but express her own opinion. Yes, Xiyu is right. That's exactly what I was planning. With me in command, the old man's confidence will subconsciously soar. But I'm alone. Even if I lead the Southern Army, there are only tens of thousands of soldiers. Amidst a tide of millions of zombies, I believe I can protect myself. But what about those soldiers? They can only withstand a few waves of attack. By then, the charging soldiers will be scattered like fallen leaves under the zombie horde, and the battlefield will be stained red with blood. Humanity is gone, and the nation's fighting power has been completely extinguished. If we can preserve some spark, we should preserve it. Ling Yi looked up at the sky and said with some emotion. The clouds in the sky shifted unpredictably, as if telling an endless story, and countless thoughts surged within Ling Yi's mind. His gaze darted through the shifting shadows, as if searching for something, or anticipating something. At this moment, he seemed to become a part of the sky, dancing with the wind and clouds, performing his own unique melody. But I think if you stayed at the Confederate headquarters, you'd be able to better utilize your talents and minimize unnecessary sacrifices. This way, you could better protect the lives of the soldiers. Your strength and judgment would be invaluable assets, helping the Confederate Army achieve more victories on the battlefield. Lan Xinyua had grown up in the Confederate Army, so upon hearing this, she couldn't help but feel a surge of worry. The Southern Army represents the old man's decades of hard work and dedication. Their achievements and reputation have long been ingrained in the hearts of the people, becoming legends throughout the nation. No matter how powerful I am, I cannot shake their devout faith in the old man. They exist not just as warriors, but as the pride and strength of the entire nation. Therefore, if the old man and I disagree, the order will be impossible to carry out. You must understand that the old man and the Southern Army are an organized and steadfast army, unlike us, a group of civilian survivors. If a death order is issued from above in the name of national justice, do you think the old man will disobey it? And if I disagree with the action plan, do you think the old man will listen to me or to the superiors? Ling Yi first analyzed the position issue, and then conducted a thorough analysis of it. He broke down the issue one by one, sharp yet delicate. His question immediately made Lan Xinyu ponder. At that moment, she turned her head and gazed at the Southern Army's base. Her eyes seemed to travel through time, searching for answers deep within her heart. What Ling Yi said was absolutely correct. Mu Tianxiong had disobeyed Number One's orders several times. However, because of Ling Yi's presence, Number One could only suppress his displeasure. He didn't rebuke or criticize Mu Tianxiong for his disobedience. Furthermore, Ling Yi's arrangements were entirely consistent with the current strategy. Thus, Number One didn't delve into Mu Tianxiong's disobedience. But what if the ensuing battle situation became tense and helpless, and Number One simply issued a death order for the Southern Army to move, and this order happened to conflict with Ling Yi's plan? Would Mu Tianxiong obey Number One's orders, or listen to Ling Yi's advice? This would be a difficult choice, with no perfect compromise. A soldier's loyalty is an ironclad oath and commitment born of faith. When an order comes, their duty is to obey and execute it, because they know that disobeying orders will lead to chaos and disastrous consequences. A soldier's loyalty is an ironclad principle of obedience, ingrained in their bones. It's a firm commitment to the organization and the country, and even more so, an unquestionable faith. Every moment of their perseverance and obedience is the most powerful testament to their loyalty. So, if they refused the order, what would Number One think? Was the Southern Army a traitor, or were they being instigated by Ling Yi? So, if such an awkward situation really came to pass, Mu Tianxiong would be completely at a loss. Should he obey Number One's orders, or Ling Yi's opinions? When this dilemma faced Mu Tianxiong, he would inevitably find himself in a dilemma. Between Number One's orders and Ling Yi's opinions, he could only choose one. Lan Xinyu figured it out, and looked at Ling Yi with admiration. She finally understood why Ling Yi had acted like he didn't want to stay any longer. He was trying to avoid a possible situation, lest Mu Tianxiong be caught in a dilemma and unable to make a decision. Chapter 543. Seeing the two women beside him stop questioning, Ling Yi shook his head, feeling refreshed. His eyes gleamed with endless wisdom and shrewdness, like a calm, confident sage with boundless intelligence behind him. His gaze stretched into the distance, as if glimpsing future trends. He stood tall, gazing at the boundless sky before him, as if filled with lofty ambition and passion. Let's go! It's time to reunite with our own team. I believe Yi and the others have already succeeded, which will be extremely beneficial for the next operation. Ling Yi said softly, then strode off northward. Lan Xinyu and Fang Xiu exchanged a glance. Although there had been some grudges between them due to Ling Yi's injury, now that they had both chosen Ling Yi, the grudges gradually faded, replaced by a deeper understanding and tolerance. As their eyes met, they both understood each other's intentions. They decided to jointly protect this relationship and stay by Ling Yi's side. No matter how many storms the future held, sisterhood would remain the strongest support in each other's hearts. At that moment, their smiles revealed hope for the future. They also declared that their friendship would thrive in the warmth of Ling Yi's support. The two women smiled at each other, then followed Ling Yi with determined steps, heading towards their own future. In a deep valley in the north, Yi led a team of several thousand people, resting with various mutant beast mounts. Some were alone with a single mount, while others even brought several mutant beasts with them. They found a secluded spot in the valley and began to rest. The team members silently interacted with their mutant beasts, cultivating a rapport. Some combed their feathers, some fed them, and others practiced tactics with them. The entire valley was filled with a thick scent of mutant beasts, imbued with mystery and fighting spirit. From the Blood Demon team, a sturdy man in black armor approached Yi, his stern face betraying a hint of impatience. Commander Ying, when will the City Lord arrive? We've been waiting for days, and the brothers are eager to join the City Lord in a major battle. This man was none other than Blood Demon's deputy commander, Lung Yan, Yi's right-hand man. Anxiety gleamed in his eyes, like a ferocious beast selecting its prey. Just as Lung Yan finished speaking, a powerful voice suddenly rang out. Ling Yi's voice echoed from afar. Lung Yan, it's been a while, and you still can't change your impulsive temper. As he spoke, A figure descended from the sky into the valley like lightning. His long black hair gleamed eerily in the sunlight, making Ling Yi look like a descending god. He was the lord of Blood Moon City, Ling Yi, the deity in everyone's eyes. Beside him, Lan Xinhua and Fang Xiu's eyes were filled with astonishment. They surveyed the valley with immense curiosity. Looking at the various mutant beasts, they were filled with shock and disbelief. It was truly bizarre that mutant beasts could coexist peacefully with humans, like pets. These mutant creatures were no longer the familiar beasts. Some of them, even Lan Xinhua and Fang Xiu, had never seen before. Their forms, colors, and abilities surpassed their knowledge and imagination. Some of the mutant beasts even emanated a mysterious aura, as if from an unknown world. After all, in the two women's impressions, mutant beasts were brutal and inhumane. Including all the survivors, they had always been afraid and wary of mutant beasts. But now, in the valley, the humans were interacting with the mutant beasts like pets, which was truly jaw-dropping for the two women. When Ling Yan saw Ling Yi appear before her, her face was filled with disbelief. Captain, no. City Lord, it's really you. You're finally back. Ling Yi was a little confused by the sudden address City Lord, but he didn't pay much attention. He smiled and nodded, putting his arm around Ling Yan's shoulders, his eyes filled with excitement and delight. Yes, I'm back. Thank you for your hard work, brothers. Now, let's join hands and face the next challenge. I will lead you to defeat the zombie tide before us, then conquer all of Kyushu and build a world that belongs to us. Ling Yan couldn't help but feel an inexplicable surge of excitement, tears streaming down his face. At that moment, he felt as if all his anxiety and fear had vanished, and only Ling Yi's figure remained as his strongest support. Greetings, Master. At this moment, a resounding cry rang out, and Ling Yi respectfully knelt on one knee before Ling Yi. After hearing this, Ling Yan instantly regained consciousness and excitedly knelt down, shouting, Xuesha, Deputy Commander Ling Yan, welcome the City Lord back. In fact, from the moment they saw Ling Yi, the members of the Blood Demon team were already excited. They were able to survive until now thanks to Ling Yi's protection. So, when they saw the commander and deputy commander kneeling in respect, their hearts were filled with reverence. Instantly, everyone knelt, and a roar like a tsunami resounded throughout the valley. Xuesha, welcome the City Lord back. The clamor in the valley resounded to the heavens, as if the entire world was shaking. The sounds of the kneeling crowd gathered into a solemn atmosphere, as if worshipping an invincible god. Ling Yi's return was like a meteor streaking across the night sky, bringing light and hope to everyone. Lan Xinhua and Fang Xiu stared at the man beside them in amazement. They could never have imagined that Ling Yi held such a high prestige within the team. Their hearts surged with admiration for Ling Yi. It was as if his prestige was a mirror, instilling a sense of awe in them. At that moment, the two men stared at each other, their hearts brimming with an inexplicable resonance. They began to cast increasingly complex and respectful glances at Ling Yi. It was as if this man, in their hearts, shrouded himself in a mysterious and sublime aura. Ling Yi, however, smiled faintly, his gaze silently sweeping over the crowd. His expression was gentle yet majestic, like that of a king towering above. Everyone rise. Be casual. There's no need for such formality. Ling Yi rose first, stepped forward, bowed respectfully to Ling Yi, and then spoke. Master, we are ready and await your orders. Ling Yi nodded, and an invisible sense of oppression instantly enveloped the entire valley. Brothers, seeing you now, I'm incredibly proud. You are the foundation of Blood Moon City, and the very foundation of our survival in the apocalypse. Ling Yi's voice resounded like thunder throughout the valley, stirring everyone's excitement. Chapter 544. Ling Yi's words seemed to stir the blood in everyone's hearts, and seemed to summon all the dormant souls in the valley. At his words, an irresistible force seemed to surge through the valley. Everyone's heart surged with longing and anticipation for the journey ahead. However, Ling Yi's tone suddenly changed, shocking everyone. Although you are now full of fighting spirit, courage alone is not enough when facing a tidal wave of millions of zombies. I lead my brothers forward, not hoping to die on the battlefield. But I hope that each of you will return home victorious and safe. So, your current strength is not enough, far from enough. After hearing these words, everyone fell silent for a moment. A hint of disappointment and helplessness flashed in their eyes. In this silence, they began to reflect on their own shortcomings and the problems they faced. Compared to the tidal wave of millions of zombies, they were indeed insignificant. Not only was there a disparity in numbers, but also in strength. This was especially true for veterans like Ling Yan, hundreds of whom had previously been driven to the ground by the black-robed men. However, the blood demons remained undeterred. They might not be as massive as the million-strong zombie horde, nor as powerful as the black-robed men. But with Ling Yi at their helm, they were all convinced of victory, and an undeniable courage emerged. As long as Ling Yi was there, they would become more united and more determined. No matter how treacherous the road ahead, they would not flinch. These seemingly disheartening words actually fueled their even stronger will to win. Under the pressure of facing extreme challenges, their fighting spirit soared, as if igniting a deep-seated flame of pride. The dangers ahead seemed dense, but their faith was as solid as a rock, like an insurmountable steel barrier. For they knew that only through the journey of adventure could they discover their true selves and reveal the most vibrant colors of life. Furthermore, they were not fighting alone, but had a godlike leader. Ling Yi. Seeing the blood demon members, who had not fallen into despair at his words, Ling Yi felt a sense of deep relief. After all, he had always strived to guide the blood demons toward a path of fearlessness. In this apocalypse rife with violence and bloodshed, Ling Yi firmly believed that only through the courage to brave life and death could one truly overcome adversity. He knew that every life or death test was a test of his own faith and courage. Yet, it was this fearlessness that made him a leader admired by all, inspiring them to face countless dangers together. Ling Yi glanced at all the blood demon members with great satisfaction. Then, with a casual wave of his hand, a vast pile of potions appeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone was shocked to see the piles of potions gleaming in the sunlight, like strings of glittering gems. Colorful lights flickered and illuminated the area, as if stars had fallen to earth. Everyone was stunned by this sudden sight, a surge of surprise welling up in their hearts. The veteran blood demon soldiers, in particular, shone with an indescribable passion in their eyes. It was as if all the past events and experiences flashed before their eyes. Instantly, a touch of sadness and nostalgia seemed to flicker in the eyes of the veterans. Despite the passage of time, the mission in their hearts still shone brightly. In their resolute gazes, a deep attachment to their time following Ling Yi was etched, as brilliant and dazzling as a legend that had settled deep within their hearts. I remembered that time, when Ling Yi conquered them with absolute strength and unparalleled dominance. And then, using the same potion, he forcibly transformed everyone into enhancers, completely changing their fate. Looking at the potion scattered across the floor, the blood demon veterans couldn't help but feel excited. This must be a new potion that could instantly boost their strength, as these bottles of potion were the first time they had seen them. Looking at the surprised and excited faces of the blood demon members, Ling Yi smiled slightly and began to explain. This is a new batch of valuable items that can boost your strength. Advanced strengthening potions. It's common knowledge that humanity's current strength is stuck at the peak of the 8th level, and breaking through to the 9th level is incredibly difficult. Under these circumstances, finding a breakthrough has become the shared desire of countless cultivators. Many have attempted various methods to break through this barrier. However, the 9th level's barrier remains unshakable, like a towering mountain daunting. However, on the path to the 9th level, I feel I found some breakthroughs. After all, my current strength is already at the 9th level. Hearing Ling Yi personally admit that his strength was already at the 9th level, everyone was in a state of excitement, their astonishment evident. Ling Yi's name had long resounded throughout the apocalypse. Now, his strength had reached the 9th level, a truly incredible feat. Everyone's gaze shifted to the young figure before them, as if they were trying to uncover some clue from this young city lord, to glimpse the secrets of his growth. Ling Yi paused, then continued. Breaking through strength isn't a smooth road, but a journey filled with challenges and trials. Remember, the key to success lies in continuous learning, the courage to explore, and the tenacity to never give up. Furthermore, I can now clearly tell you how to break through to the 9th level. That is to continuously improve your own enhancement abilities or supernatural proficiency. Only by cultivating your own strength to a critical point can you break through the 9th level. In this regard, enhancers have it much easier than supernaturals. Because enhancers cultivate by constantly pushing their physical limits. Simply by breaking through various attributes, they can reach the 9th level. Supernaturals, on the other hand, must not only break through all basic attributes, but also comprehend their supernatural abilities to the limit before they can even step onto the threshold of the 9th level. Ling Yi's words filled everyone with ecstasy. Breaking through the 9th level was everyone's dream. In this exciting moment, their eyes were fixed on Ling Yi, as if witnessing the birth of a miracle. The anticipation in everyone's hearts was like a raging fire, burning with the desire to pursue higher realms. After Ling Yi's explanation, the 9th level barrier no longer seemed out of reach, but a new starting point in everyone's hearts. Everyone's face was filled with excitement, as if they saw a glorious future ahead. This flame burned continuously, illuminating the path forward and seemingly infusing the blood demon members with boundless strength. In this passionate moment, everyone wanted to sing at the top of their lungs, ready to embrace the challenges of higher realms. Chapter 545. Ling Yi had already checked the loyalty and realm of the current Blood Evil team members. Overall, under Ling Yi's leadership, the team's overall strength had met his expectations. Morale within the Blood Evil team had become even higher, and a spirit of unity was gradually forming. The team members demonstrated remarkable adaptability and resilience in the face of challenges. Both tactical planning and teamwork were superb. Their calmness and decisiveness in the face of difficulties made the entire team appear invincible. Ling Yi pointed to the advanced strengthening potion on the ground and continued. This potion can enhance all of the body's fundamental attributes, including strength, defense, speed, and spirit. The user can achieve an astonishing increase in strength in a short period of time. I estimate an instantaneous increase of 1 or 2 realms. This means that even those with lesser strength among you can break through to the peak of the 8th level. And those who haven't awakened their powers could very well break through the 9th level directly with this potion. Although it won't propel those with awakened powers to the 9th level, it's not completely useless. As long as the fundamental attributes are raised to their maximum, you have time to focus on comprehending and cultivating your own power elements. With sufficient time to comprehend, I believe everyone present will soon become a 9th level powerhouse. Everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this news, and enthusiastic applause broke out. Their eyes revealed an anticipation for the endless possibilities of the future. It was as if they could already see themselves reaching the pinnacle of the 9th stage. Smiles filled with hope blossomed on everyone's face, like dazzling stars illuminating the entire valley. Fong Xiu and Lan Xinyu gazed at Ling Yi with astonishment and admiration. They could never have imagined that the man they had chosen to follow possessed such extraordinary means. While others were still struggling to improve their strength, he had already paved the way for his subordinates to become 9th stage powerhouses. And he did so with such ease, as if he had accomplished something insignificant. At this moment, Ling Yi's eyes shone with a transcendent aura, as if he concealed endless mysteries and power. Fong Xiu and Lan Xinyu could clearly sense the invisible yet incredibly real majesty emanating from Ling Yi. It was as if the entire world was bowing to him, which only deepened their shock and admiration. Before anyone could recover, Ling Yi swung his hand again. The ground before him now contained piles of weapons and armor. The gleaming black armor was inlaid with exquisite energy crystals. In the sunlight, the black armor shone with a captivating luster, like the most beautiful star in the night sky. Every detail of it displayed the craftsman's ingenuity, each awe-inspiring work of art. This was more than just a piece of equipment. It was a legendary artifact destined to rewrite the epic story of battle. And the blood-red long sword, engraved with ancient runes, exuded a mysterious power. These uniform weapons and armor exuded a chilling aura, as if telling a tale of slaughter and bloodlust. Just looking at these armor and long swords, one could almost sense the powerful energy contained within them. Lung Yan, distribute the high-level strengthening potions and weapons and equipment. Then, everyone, quickly take the potions to strengthen yourselves and familiarize yourself with the weapon's performance. Ling Yi looked at the excited crowd, his lips curled slightly, as he loudly ordered. Yes, City Lord. Lung Yan's eyes flashed with excitement upon hearing the order, and he unhesitatingly called for Gu Hao to help. Their expressions revealed immense excitement. After these items were deployed, the blood demon's overall strength would soar once again. Their hearts were filled with anticipation and longing, as if they could see the battlefield of the future. The blood demon would be invincible, unstoppable, and unstoppable. With these power-enhancing treasures, the blood demon would be invigorated and victorious. Let everyone display unparalleled power in this apocalyptic land. Under the leadership of Ling Yan and Gu Hao, the distribution work unfolded in an orderly fashion. Like a meticulously orchestrated symphony, everyone worked in perfect harmony, completing their respective tasks. After distributing the high-level enhancement potions and weapons and equipment, Ling Yan glanced around at the blood demon members. His affectionate gaze revealed his trust and expectation in each and every one of them. He knew in his heart that under Ling Yi's leadership, they would become invincible warriors, shouldering the heavy responsibility of protecting the Blood Moon City. At that moment, Lung Yan's gaze was like a sharp sword, piercing the excitement and agitation in the blood demon members' hearts and igniting the courage and determination deep within them. Lan Xinyu and Fong Xiu watched this scene, a flicker of envy in their eyes. There were high-level strengthening potions that boosted strength, incredibly sharp swords, and incredibly tough armor. These were scarce resources for survival in the apocalypse, undoubtedly a formidable amulet for those who survived. Lan Xinyu glanced at the worn dagger in her thigh and couldn't help but sigh. A hint of resentment crossed her face as she looked at Ling Yi. She had been following this man for some time, but he had never given her any weapons or equipment. Fang Xiyu unconsciously reached for the silver sword at her waist. A hint of delight crossed her face. This was Ling Yi's first gift to her, an incredibly sharp sword. Ling Yi, ever perceptive, turned his head and happened to catch the subtle shift in their expressions. Even the slightest change in detail couldn't escape his eye. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, clearly understanding the two women's thoughts, and he spoke. The weapons and equipment for the Blood Demon members were all specially crafted by me. They complement the martial arts they cultivate and maximize their strengths. These weapons are not only their sharp blades, but also their souls. The light on the blade shimmers with their determination and courage. Every long sword, every piece of armor, bears the weight of their loyalty and faith in the Blood Demon. In their hands, these weapons can become indestructible blades, helping them to gallop across the battlefield and reduce their enemies to dust. This set of equipment will henceforth be the standard uniform for official Blood Demon members, the glory that belongs solely to the Blood Demon. These words naturally fell upon everyone's ears. This sent a shudder through the hearts of all the Blood Demon members. Looking at the equipment in their hands, they felt a sense of belonging to the Blood Demon, as if the entire world had become clearer and more fulfilled. Chapter 546. Every piece of armor and weapon before them seemed to carry the legend of an era. The members of the Blood Demon seemed to feel the weight of glory. Surging within them was a sense of courage and mission to move forward. They knew that this was more than just a set of equipment. It was a symbol of their battle, the glory they all pursued. After saying this, Ling Yi retrieved 2 sets of gorgeous women's armor from the space and handed them to the 2 women. Lan Xinyue's armor shone with a blue light, its chest embedded with an 8th-level sky-blue crystal core. Emitting a deep and captivating light, each piece of armor was as beautiful as a blooming lotus. Fang Xiyu's armor was silver, engraved with exquisite patterns, like a magnificent scroll, delicate and beautiful. The 2 sets of armor had different designs, yet both exuded an aura of nobility and splendor. This armor, custom-made for them by Ling Yi, perfectly accentuated their figures. The 2 women's eyes lit up with joy upon seeing such exquisite armor. They carefully accepted the armor, as if they had touched a holy power. Excitement and anticipation surged within them, as dazzling as a flower blooming in spring. The armor's opulence and lightness filled them with a sense of spiritual contentment and comfort. Their eyes sparkled with immense love for the armor. After donning this armor, Lan Xinyue and Fang Xiyu felt as if they had become invincible, filled with strength and security. The 2 women's expressions were solemn and resolute, unable to conceal their inner joy. It seemed as if this armor could imbue them with an indestructible will and unwavering resolve. Just as Lan Xinyue was about to express her gratitude, Ling Yi unexpectedly handed her a new dagger. Lan Xinyue's eyes widened in surprise, a flicker of emotion flashing in her eyes as she accepted the new dagger. She gently stroked the blade, marveling at Ling Yi's attentiveness and thoughtfulness. She stared intently at the dagger in her hand. The blade, a faint blue like a ray of moonlight, gleamed mysteriously under the light. This dagger was no ordinary object. It possessed extraordinary properties, as if imbued with the love and care of its owner. Lan Xinyue could sense the boundless power imbued within the blade, and even more, she felt the dagger as a part of her own body. This discovery astonished her. If Ling Yi hadn't known her so well, he would never have been able to forge a dagger that seemed to come alive, tailored to her characteristics. At this moment, in Lan Xinyue's heart, this dagger was more than just a weapon. It was a symbol of trust, a promise, a silent exchange of emotions. A warm current suddenly surged through Lan Xinyue's heart. She deeply understood that this love was worth more than 1,000 words, the truest testimony of their mutual affection. Stroking the pale blue dagger in her hand, Lan Xinyue felt as if she had touched the pulse of Ling Yi's soul, a warmth indescribable. The dagger's blade was so sharp, yet in her hands it exuded a gentle aura. It was as if this power existed only to protect her, more like Ling Yi's silent care. Lan Xinyue couldn't help but ponder, amidst the countless sharp blades of this apocalypse. Possessing such a spiritual dagger was simply incredible. The power within the dagger promised immense destructive power. Lan Xinyue suddenly clenched the dagger, tears welling in her eyes. This dagger represented the unique bond between her and Ling Yi. She firmly believed that no matter how terrifying the crisis of the apocalypse might be, as long as Ling Yi was by her side, he would be a solid support. At this moment, Lan Xinyue's understanding of Ling Yi deepened. This was not simply due to the dagger's unique properties, but also the emotional imprint Ling he had on her. Lan Xinyu secretly resolved that no matter what happened, she would treasure this bond deep in her heart, as precious as the dagger in her hand. Even further away, under Ying Yi's command, all members of the Blood Demon had donned brand new black armor. Ying Yi stood on a high ground, overlooking the entire Blood Demon formation. His cold gaze swept over each Blood Demon member, as if inspecting the army. The Blood Demon members, clad in black armor, resembled demons in the night, emanating a chilling murderous aura. The armor, stained as though drenched in blood, was now stained a pitch black, as if it had consumed countless enemies. The sheen of this black armor shone with a dark, shadowy shadow. It evoked the aura of death, yet at the same time exuded an aura of inviolability. This black armor was as strong as steel, as if forged from the depths of hell. The surface of each scale gleamed with a sinister, cold light, revealing an ancient, heart-wrenching, and mysterious power. Armor blazed like surging black flames, igniting the ambition and fervor within each Blood Demon member. The red capes on their shoulders fluttered behind them, like blood-soaked victory banners on the battlefield. Clad in armor, the murderous aura of the Blood Demon members seeped into every bone in their bones. In their eyes, only boundless courage and an endless thirst for battle remained. Clad in armor, they became practically ruthless killers, fearless of the challenge of life and death. At that moment, thousands of Blood Demon members stood tall in the silent valley, their fighting spirit awe-inspiring. Their cold eyes gleamed with bestial ferocity, as if about to unleash a devastating storm. In their hands, each one clutched a container filled with high-level enhancement potions that shimmered with a strange light. Every Blood Demon member knew that these potions held boundless power, poised to achieve a rapid breakthrough in their strength. At Ying Yi's command, the Blood Demon members swallowed the advanced strengthening potion without hesitation. As the potion entered their bodies, its intense effects caused their bodies to tremble. Instantly, a surge of elemental power, originating from deep within, surged through their bodies, threatening to tear their very organs to shreds. In the valley, low growls of pain echoed one after another, yet they couldn't mask the excitement and frenzy in everyone's eyes. The energy released by the advanced strengthening potion surged through their bodies, like a violent storm. They felt an unprecedented elemental force filling their bodies. This elemental force contained insane power, enough to elevate them several levels. When all members reached the critical moment of breakthrough, their combined strength reached its peak. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted, like a tidal wave, shattering the tranquility of the valley. Chapter 547. A massive shockwave of elemental energy swept out, stirring up a turbulent storm in the surrounding mountains. Amidst the raging winds, the earth shook, and the entire valley was permeated with a destructive aura that seemed poised to reduce everything to nothingness. Stimulated by the strengthening potions, the Blood Demon members' realms continued to rise, combined with the Blood Demon chi they had cultivated later, bursting forth. Their bodies began to radiate a blinding light, their gazes revealing an endless ferocity and fury. The combined energy of thousands of people was like a suffocating force of destruction, powerful enough to crush everything in its path, annihilating the world. This violent energy wave grew ever larger and more terrifying, as if it threatened to devour the entire world. The immense energy impact brought devastating aftermath. Every living being in the valley trembled before this force. Rocks crumbled, trees snapped, and everything became pale and insignificant beneath this endless, raging force. The aftermath of this energy shockwave was pervasive, leaving no trace. It seemed to proclaim the invincibility and terror of the Blood Demon's power, striking fear in their very presence. Amidst the collective breakthrough of thousands, hundreds of members' eyes burned with unwavering determination. Deep within each of them, a persistent pursuit of power and honor shone. On the precarious brink of this apocalypse, they steadfastly embraced the belief that strength could transform them from a cocoon into a butterfly. At this moment, breaking through the 9th level barrier was no longer a distant dream, but a goal they must achieve. With a deafening roar, hundreds of members roared in unison. The energy within them surged skyward. In that moment, they were like phoenixes soaring amidst blazing flames, their majesty inviolable. Simultaneously, leveraging the enhanced effects of the drug, they simultaneously broke through the 9th level barrier. The power of these 100 Blood Demon members, having surpassed the 9th level strength, was like the surging waves of the ocean, shaking the entire valley. Instantly, an invisible sense of oppression swept over the surroundings, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Their fighting spirit soared, as if they were about to rewrite all the rules under this sky. Sweat soaked every inch of their skin, their passion and determination fused into one. The beginning of the road to the pinnacle was like a flash of lightning piercing the night sky, brilliant and magnificent. Their figures, like eagles spreading their wings, were bound to soar across the boundless heavens. The eyes of these blood demons, who had achieved 9th level strength in the blink of an eye, were filled with excitement and exhilaration. Once unknown, they had become the focus of everyone's admiration. Their current strength was like a brilliant star in the darkness, gleaming with astonishing brilliance. The power they now possessed would demonstrate unparalleled strength in this apocalyptic world. Their names would soon cease to remain obscure and become the talk of the survivors, passed down through generations. The joy of their unexpected achievement surged like a surging stream, reaching the sky. Ling Yi watched this scene, a smile playing on his face. The thousands of blood demon members before him were his foundation, his sharp edge. Over 3,000 of them had essentially reached the bottleneck of the 8th level. Breaking through the 9th level was only a matter of time. After everyone's realms have stabilized, with a little more diligent cultivation, more and more 9th level masters will emerge. It's a pity the advanced enhancement potion can only be taken once, otherwise I could cultivate an unlimited number of 9th level masters. A long sigh slowly formed on Ling Yi's lips. His eyes flickered with longing and disappointment. It was as if he saw countless possible dreams shattered. The efficacy of this advanced enhancement potion is simply incredible. The potential it holds has completely shattered the conventions of the apocalypse, and redefined the method of strength improvement. If you could make this miraculous potion available to all survivors, it would be humanity's most glorious moment, Lan Xinyu said excitedly. After taking the potion, her strength had stabilized at the peak of the 8th level. Her eyes were filled with determination and anticipation, as if she could already see herself at the pinnacle. Feeling the power surging within her, she knew this was only the beginning of her journey to the pinnacle of the apocalypse. Fang Xiu clenched her fists in disbelief. This leap forward was truly astonishing. The Fang family had previously possessed strengthening potions, and she had received a considerable share. But compared to Ling Yi's advanced strengthening potion, it paled in comparison. This advanced strengthening potion was hard-earned. I've been accumulating it for a long time. Our inventory is almost completely depleted, so it's unrealistic to market it. Ling Yi's words left Lan Xinyu feeling a little discouraged. But after thinking about it, it seemed quite natural. If it were such a miraculous potion, Ling Yi could have an unlimited supply. Then the so-called apocalypse was probably over long ago, and there was no longer any drama of a million-strong zombie tidal wave besieging the imperial capital. At the same time, hundreds of people simultaneously broke through the 9th level vision, causing the elemental energy in the sky to surge wildly. Within this surging elemental energy emanated an immensely powerful aura, as if the entire world were trembling. Countless survivors from all over the land stared up in amazement at this magnificent spectacle, their hearts filled with confusion and fear. As the 9th level vision spread, the entire world seemed immersed in a mysterious and solemn power, as if touching the mysteries of the universe. Number 1, accompanied by Han Wu and others, was staring up at the northern sky for a long speechless moment. After a long moment, Number 1 slowly asked, "What do you think is going on? Has the zombie tide made any moves?" Beside him, Dongfang Xing frowned and responded, "It's hard to say. After all, the zombie tide hasn't made any movement in days." Huang Tian narrowed his eyes, took a deep breath, and agreed with a frown. "I also don't think the situation is optimistic. The zombie tide is being quiet, perhaps just preparing for a larger move. But now, the aura emanating from this strange phenomenon gives me the chills. Whatever the outcome, we must be prepared at all times. Whether the zombie tide is preparing to attack or holding back some ultimate move, we must react quickly to avoid being caught off guard." After hearing the two's words, Hong Wu, standing nearby, suddenly thought of Ling Yi. He opened his mouth, about to voice his thoughts. But then he recalled the intelligence Mu Tianxiong had sent, stating that he and Ling Yi had parted ways on bad terms and their whereabouts were unknown. Hong Wu struggled with this thought for a long time, but ultimately suppressed it, lest he upset Number 1. Chapter 548. Across the river, inside Mu Tianxiong's southern army base, everyone stared into the distance in utter terror. The sudden change in the north was like a world turned upside down, terrifying and heart-wrenching. Inside the southern army base, chaos and panic spread. The soldiers looked at each other, each beholding the unimaginable horror before them. They all closed their eyes, praying that this change wouldn't affect them. This sudden change was like a slap in the face, catching them off guard. The sudden change in the situation was like a heavy blow, leaving everyone feeling incredibly confused. Amidst this atmosphere of chaos and panic, Mu Tianxiong slowly stepped forward, his gaze firm and unwavering. The strange phenomena in the sky and earth mean nothing. No matter how strong the enemy is, what good does it do? As soldiers, our mission is to protect this land, to safeguard our home, for it is our last hope. If the Imperial City is lost, then no matter where we retreat, we will be pursued by the zombie horde and ultimately become their food. The only crucial decision at this moment is to fight tooth and nail. Mu Tianxiong's words seemed to gather everyone's courage. The soldiers' tension gradually subsided, and they regained their spirits, their eyes revealing an unyielding look. Mu Yang said to Mu Tianxiong, "Father, the zombie horde's movements have been under our surveillance. The place where the strange phenomena occurred is not where the zombie horde is gathering. So, I wonder if there's something else going on that we're not aware of." Lu Qingqing silently gazed at the northern sky, the image of Ling Yi floating in her mind. "We're quite close, and can clearly sense this terrifying energy. This powerful pressure seems to carry the aura of a ninth-order power. At this moment, I seriously suspect that something hasn't happened with the zombie tide. Don't forget, Ling Yi's team is directly behind the zombie tide. So, I wonder if this strange phenomenon could be the work of Ling Yi and his team." After hearing this, Mu Tianxiong and Mu Yang both turned their gazes to Lu Qingqing, their eyes flashing with realization. They were both stunned by the sight, and had forgotten about Ling Yi. After Lu Qingqing's reminder, they pondered for a moment, and concluded that it was indeed possible that Ling Yi had been behind the scenes. After all, the north was now dominated by the zombie tide, with no other humans left. As they exchanged glances, they simultaneously looked up into the distance. Near the vast zombie tide, they imagined Ling Yi. What kind of events were unfolding in that endless wilderness at this moment? Although Ling Yi had forcefully departed, their hopes for him grew stronger. I also believe that Ling Yi will never abandon his position, and must be silently preparing for battle. Amidst the distant tide of corpses, a black-robed figure gazed up at the nearby valley, his brow furrowed beneath his hood. What the hell is happening there? How could such violent energy be generated? This aura seems to indicate the birth of a ninth-level expert? In the black-robed figure's sight, lightning flashed, eclipsing the heavens and earth. A massive energy wave surged forward, like a collapsing star, radiating an unparalleled brilliance. This aura was incredibly powerful, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing, time and space were distorted, and it was terrifying. As the strange vision continued to unfold, the black-robed figure stood up in shock. A flicker of surprise and alarm flashed in his deep eyes, as if he were pondering how to respond to the scene before him. His fingers trembled slightly, and an air of unease emanated from him. How could it be? Not just one ninth-order aura, but the energy of hundreds of different auras converging. The black-robed figure's pupils trembled, clearly stunned by this unexpected discovery. The other black-robed figures, similarly dressed, watched their leader's trembling pupils, a trace of confusion rising in their hearts. Could the appearance of that energy signify something momentous? Or was it some earth-shattering secret that had so startled him? After a long pause, the black-robed figure spoke. "Whose base is that direction? Why hasn't anyone come to report the situation to me?" A black-robed figure below hurried forward and explained. "Sir, I learned that the mutant beasts are stationed over there. Previously, a human squad of 100 men attempted a surprise attack on the mutant beasts, but were discovered by the guards on duty. The guards then set out with thousands of mutant beasts in pursuit, but they haven't returned yet." The news made the envoy's brow furrow. It was as if a sharp steel needle pierced his brow, turning it into a dark, frowning cloud. He made no effort to hide his inner anxiety, as if a storm was about to break out. But to those under his command, the expression on the usually calm and composed envoy's face was truly unusual. A human squad of 100 men? Has the pursuit not returned? Hundreds of ninth-level auras? Is there some connection behind all this, or is it just coincidence? These things lingered in his mind, countless questions swirling, as if invisible ropes bound his thoughts tightly together. Even in the daytime, he could still feel those questions. Like shadows in the night, they lingered within him, sometimes caressing gently, sometimes slamming violently. Like worms gnawing at his tarsal bones, only by finding the answers could he untie this entanglement in his heart. "Send a team of zombies to investigate. I want to know what's going on there." The envoy narrowed his eyes, and clenched his fists. He felt uneasy until he understood the situation. It was this order that sent intelligence personnel from all sides into a state of panic. From the moment this separate zombie group began its movement, it struck fear into the hearts of the imperial capital and the Southern Army. Everyone was shrouded in endless speculation and conjecture. Intelligence personnel began a frantic investigation, attempting to determine the direction of the zombie horde's movement. The imperial capital and the Southern Army's high command were deeply concerned, wondering how this sudden movement of the zombies would change the situation. Some speculated it was an attack on the Southern Army, while others believed it was an impending attack on the imperial capital. Regardless, Everyone was on edge, ready for battle at any moment. Anxiety burned like a raging fire, and a flicker of unease flickered in everyone's eyes. In this tense atmosphere, it seemed as if every slight movement could spark the start of a battle. A tense and oppressive atmosphere permeated the streets, as if the very air was filled with the scent of impending war. In their frantic and anxious investigation, the intelligence personnel devoted all their efforts to uncovering the zombie horde's true intentions and direction of movement. Chapter 549. Ling Yi immediately sensed the movement of this zombie horde, clearly heading his way. Just as he was debating whether to eliminate the horde, Pangu, the uninvited guest, contacted Ling Yi first. "Boy, were you responsible for all that commotion in the imperial capital? How could 109th rank experts suddenly appear? This is bizarre." Pangu contacted Ling Yi through his consciousness and asked his question. "Yes, that's right. They're my men. Don't panic," Ling Yi replied calmly. Pangu fell silent for a moment, yet his heart was filled with shock. He had thought he had mastered sufficient power, but at this moment, he suddenly realized that the gap between him and Ling Yi was not that great. He realized Ling Yi's extraordinary ability to suddenly summon such immense power. This extraordinary display of strength deeply shocked Pangu, and a sense of inexplicable surprise and unease welled up within him. Ling Yi's appearance was like a brilliant flash of lightning, leaving a deep impression on Pangu's heart. His abilities displayed unexpected and extraordinary qualities, leaving Pangu deeply puzzled and perplexed. Ling Yi's piercing eyes seemed to conceal boundless wisdom and power, like the brightest stars in the sky. His words and actions exuded an innate transcendent aura, leaving Pangu marveling at the possibility of such an awe-inspiring being. He walked through the apocalypse like an impassable mountain, towering above him, as if even the sun itself bowed to him. His every move seemed to speak of an unspoken majesty and mystery, instilling awe in his heart. Pangu couldn't help but feel wary and suspicious about Ling Yi's true identity. He began to doubt whether his own strength, as the master of this plane, was sufficient to rival Ling Yi. The extraordinary abilities Ling Yi had displayed throughout his entire existence had filled him with an unprecedented pressure, leaving him filled with hesitation and confusion. He feared he was courting disaster, as if he were trapped in an endless desert. The surroundings were desolate, with no path to escape, yet the anxiety within him gripped him like a demon's claws. This conflicting state of mind left him feeling as if he were sinking into an abyss, unable to escape. However, he also knew that only by facing it bravely could he find a true way to save the plane. Ling Yi's identity and mysterious abilities were like a sharp, double-edged sword. While dazzling, they also harbored endless dangers. Pangu fell into deep thought, knowing he had to proceed with caution in his cooperation with Ling Yi. Otherwise, he could easily become the trigger for disaster. This plane was already ravaged and riddled with holes, and he truly feared a more serious threat. After pondering for a long time, Pangu finally asked the question that had been lingering in his mind. "Who are you, where do you come from, and what is your purpose?" Ling Yi simply smiled faintly, his eyes gleaming with an unfathomable light. He exhaled slowly, as if recalling the passage of countless years. "Who I am is not important, but in this world of the void, I have witnessed countless births and destructions, and the rise and fall of all kinds of creatures." After hearing this, Pangu was filled with endless shock and fear. He discerned a terrifying message from Ling Yi's brief account. This young man wasn't from his plane, he was likely from another, higher plane. Pangu's mood at that moment was like standing on the edge of a bottomless cliff, gazing into the boundless abyss. This news exploded in his mind like a bolt from the blue, leaving his head buzzing. His current situation was like being faced with wolves in front, tigers behind, demons to the left, and devils to the right. It was truly impossible to guard against. This predicament left Pangu feeling inescapable, like being in a vast, turbulent ocean, unable to find a single shred of peace. Ling Yi noticed Pangu's renewed silence. How could he not know what he was thinking? So he continued. "You don't have to worry about my intentions. After all, this plane has been my home for over 20 years. In this familiar yet unfamiliar plane, I seem to have found a sense of peace and belonging. We may not fully understand each other, but we share the same beliefs and enemies. Although this plane seems to be plagued by crisis right now, as long as you and I work closely together, we can face it together and overcome it together. And the moment of victory may also be the time for me to leave this plane." After hearing Ling Yi's words, Pangu's doubts deepened, and his voice revealed a hint of solemnity. "Humph. Why should I believe what you say? How can you guarantee that your intentions aren't the same as those of the invaders?" Ling Yi shrugged helplessly and chuckled. "Hee hee. You know, my current strength is already at its peak under your rules. You don't really think such restrictions would work for me, do you?" To put it bluntly, if I so choose, I can create my own dimension anytime, anywhere and become a controller. Hearing this, Panga began to believe that Ling Yi was not a native of this dimension. You have to know that the term controller is impossible to know unless you reach his level. Panga became even more curious about Ling Yi's identity, and a deep sense of awe welled up in his heart. For, as he understood it, only those who grasped the true mysteries of the universe could possess such a profound understanding of the past and present lives of all things. Such wisdom and power far exceeded his imagination. It also made him begin to understand that Ling Yi, whom he had thought was merely gifted, lucky, and had some fortuitous encounters, was actually a transcendent being, transcending dimensions. I didn't expect that. Your background is so profound, and since you possess such vast magical powers, why condescend to such a low position? Panga once again questioned himself. I'm just a mortal in your world. How can I condescend to such a low position? Ling Yi smiled faintly, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Panga was taken aback by this slightly teasing response. Panga narrowed his eyes, seemingly gazing at Ling Yi through the gurgling waters of time and space. He took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. You may consider yourself a mortal, but to me, you could also be the hidden danger that threatens the destruction of this plane. There's a power hidden within you, a mysterious and sinister power that exudes a sense of danger. Perhaps, unknowingly, you become a dangerous factor in this plane. And as the controller of this plane, I can discern your presence. Chapter 550. Ling Yi raised his eyes, a hint of disdain and contempt in them. Panga's words seemed to have touched a nerve within him. His brows rose slightly, as if mocking the other person's naivete. Then, he spoke slowly, his tone tinged with a hint of cold sarcasm. If you think I'm dangerous, it's because of your inner fear. It's just as profound as the fear of the unknown in the darkness of night. I don't blame you for your ignorance, for the complexity and dangers of your plane are already difficult to grasp. But I must tell you that sometimes, by facing your fears head-on, you can transcend yourself and achieve greater glory. At least, I haven't done anything detrimental to you or this plane. On the contrary, I'm still striving to save the lives of this plane and prevent unnecessary suffering. Faced with various challenges and temptations, I remain steadfast in my noblest beliefs, dedicating my strength to those who need help. My goal is to restore the hope and light of the past to this plane, to prevent the spread of external darkness and the suffering of all living beings. Panga frowned slightly, his eyes gleaming with disdain. But before he could object, Ling Yi continued. You may not be aware of this, but this plane is currently facing invasion from 2 foreign forces. However, these invasions are no accident. They have been brewing for a long time, quietly infiltrating the plane, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Now, they have unleashed their full force, bringing unprecedented crisis and chaos. Faced with this invasion, the plane's native inhabitants suffered from fear and helplessness, becoming victims. Believe me, you're also exhausted and at a loss right now. Panga, hearing this, felt a wave of desolation. Ling Yi was absolutely right. He was truly overwhelmed, facing this boundless chaos alone, feeling lost and uneasy. As the master of this plane, he had once resolved the chaos and disorder, creating the world. However, upon entering this world, he realized this was only the beginning. Although he had suffered invasions and the plundering of resources before, he had never been in such a state of despair. In this brutal confrontation, the cries and wails of the natives, as if mingled with the raging storm, recalling this in his ears. The indigenous people's hearts drifted in this sea of fire. The peace and harmony they once held had been shattered. What are you talking about? 2 forces invading? How is that possible? I'm only fighting 1 force now. Panga's face was filled with disbelief. This news was so sudden. It was like a sudden storm, sending waves of turbulence through Panga's heart. He felt himself swept into the vortex of fate. Everything became chaotic and unpredictable, just like when he created the world. Panga slowly closed his eyes, trying to calm his inner turmoil. You are indeed facing only 1 force now. But behind the scenes, there is another force lurking in the shadows. These 2 forces are colluding with each other and restraining each other. Their ultimate goal is to seize the resources of this plane. The overt power is led by the Lord of Darkness. His method is to infect the indigenous people with a zombie virus in order to harvest the energy resource of crystal cores. Under this conspiracy, the entire plane is plunged into panic and despair. The indigenous people are forced to become victims of the evil forces, serving as vessels for their crystal core cultivation. The other force, on the other hand, operates in a more refined manner. Their master is the Machine King, who rules over a vast mechanical empire possessing boundless power and technology. His methods are subtle. He selects exceptionally talented indigenous people from other planes, implants them into mechanical bodies, and gradually controls them. Ultimately, he cultivates new plane masters who are loyal to him. And chaotic situations, like the current one, allow his chosen ones to flourish. War is always the most forging force. Like a fiery furnace, it brings forth the brilliance of resilience and wisdom under pressure. The inherent challenges and emotional clashes within it make every participant. They are all forced to gradually grow through the cruel trials, becoming more resolute and mature individuals. Pangu was stunned. The amount of information was overwhelming, almost overwhelming. This is all true. How did you know? Pangu's voice seemed to tremble slightly, revealing his unease. It's a coincidence that I was accidentally chosen by the Mechanical King's mechanical body. It was because of this that I regained my memory. But don't worry. My hidden dangers have been eliminated. I no longer pose any threat. After a pause, Lingy added another thought. Oh, by the way, the two forces you're facing now are both pinnacle beings in the void. 9th level civilizations. Pangu listened to this news in disbelief. The shock emanating from Lingyi's words sent a wave of devastation through him, like a crumbling mountain. He had never imagined he would be facing the pinnacle of the void. A 9th level civilization, such a vast being, it suddenly made him feel as insignificant as a speck of dust. Pangu's bewildered eyes were filled with fear and unease. He felt as if he were in an endless abyss. This void had become so unfamiliar, filled with forces beyond human control. The pinnacle of the void. 9th level. Pangu muttered to himself, pondering this concept. It's truly unimaginable that such a supreme being exists in this void. Why did they choose me? Pangu felt as if his knowledge and experience had been redefined. He had once believed he had touched the edge of the void universe, entered its realm. But only then did he realize he still knew nothing about the secrets of the void. This feeling of powerlessness crushed Pangu's spirit, and he began to worry about what to do next. Level 9 civilization. The very term struck him like a bolt from the blue, like a mountain falling down. Pangu felt he couldn't comprehend this power. What a supreme civilization this was, far beyond anything he could have imagined. He imagined the technology, culture, and thought of a level 9 civilization, all of which were beyond his comprehension. Everything before him filled him with despair, a restless heart. Two forces clashed on his plane, each pursuing its own interests. Pangu could only endure silently, powerless to stop it. He began to sense that he was in an unprecedented situation. He also knew that facing such a behemoth, fearless resistance seemed utterly meaningless. Chapter 551. Pangu was now torn and hesitant, unsure how to respond to the current situation. He began to ponder his position, his responsibilities and mission, and began to worry about his future. His heart felt like it was being torpedoed by raging waves, unable to calm down. It was like wandering in darkness, trying to find an escape from his chaotic thoughts. But every obstacle was closed, leaving no escape. In this dark moment, Pangu silently closed his eyes, trying to calm himself. He began to think, weighing the pros and cons, searching deep within his heart for the answer to what he should do now. At this moment, he knew he had no way out. He could only continue to resist, trying his best. Now all he had to do was make a fateful decision that could change everything. After pondering for a long time, Pangu seemed to have made up his mind. Lingy, why are you telling me all this? What's in it for you? Or, do you hope I can do something? Or do you want something from me? Lingy smiled faintly, unfazed by Pangu's caution, speaking with a hint of joking. After all, you are the great god Pangu, who created the universe and this plane. How could you become so timid now? I said before, you and I share a common enemy. I'm not doing this for personal gain or hidden motives. Everything I do is simply out of love for this plane, and because there are people here whom I care about and protect. To put it simply, what you seek is to maintain the vitality of the entire plane and your own safety. I, on the other hand, uphold love and responsibility, protecting those I cherish. Although our goals differ, our starting points are the same. So, I believe there's potential for us to work together. One more friend is always better than one more enemy, don't you think? After hearing Lingyi's words, Pangu's eyes flickered, his mind rapidly processing his words. Slowly he smiled, like a spring breeze, as if contemplating a beautiful possibility. Perhaps this is a new beginning, an unexpected gain, a potential ally. Lingyi, I accept your proposal. Faced with the devastation of 2 level 9 civilizations, I now have no other choice. In this hypocritical apocalypse, it's often difficult to discern a person's true intentions. But at least for now, it seems you haven't made an intolerable misstep. Perhaps the hidden purpose within you isn't so simple and transparent. Perhaps this is just a misunderstanding or an illusion, but regardless, please remember what you said. If I discover your ultimate goal, if it's not pure, I will take you down with me, even if I perish and sacrifice my own plane. Panga's heart ignited with a resolute resolve. Although he knew this would be a risky endeavor, he didn't hesitate. He gazed into the unknown distance, his heart surging with longing and yearning for a new world. This was another crucial choice in his life. The last one had been when he created this plane. This time, he was fighting to save this plane and his own life. After receiving Panga's response, Ling Yi's lips curled up. With the plane controller as an ally, his next move would be much simpler. His mind suddenly brightened, as if a ray of spring had arrived. Panga's participation would add a brilliant ray of light to his plan. At this moment, he seemed to feel an endless surge of power. It was as if the blessings of the stars would illuminate his journey like an epic journey. Ha ha ha. So straightforward, deal. Ling Yi made no effort to conceal his joy. Everything before him seemed to hint that the future he longed for was within reach. Since we're allies, there are things I won't hide. Do you know the real reason behind a million-strong zombie tidal wave besieging the imperial capital? Having made up his mind, Pangu relaxed his mind. He immediately placed Ling Yi on his equal footing. Tell me. Ling Yi's eyes narrowed, and he pressed the issue firmly. He'd been baffled by this question for a long time, but now it seemed Pangu knew something, saving him the trouble. Alas! This story begins from the moment of the nuclear explosion. Pangu's voice was tinged with sadness and resignation. His eyes betrayed a deep sorrow, as if he carried a lifetime's burden, finally bursting forth in this moment. Pangu's account shocked Ling Yi, filling him with a fog, as if everything were shrouded in mystery. This unfathomable conspiracy weighed heavily on him, as if he were forced to traverse a dark swamp. Every step felt like slogging through a quagmire, a constant reminder that at any moment, he could be plunged into an irretrievable danger. Amidst this gloomy memoir, Ling Yi felt a sinking feeling in his heart, as if enveloped by an invisible pressure. Ever since he regained his memories of his past life, he'd been curious. Why didn't Pangu, the plane controller, immediately make plans after the apocalypse? You must know that every plane controller is accompanied by an absolutely loyal guard. Because a plane controller can't do everything personally. Just like a country always has a variety of outstanding and top-notch talents standing at the forefront, guiding humanity's progress. The same is true of the planes created by the controllers. Different talents are needed to manage different tasks in order to maintain the steady development of a plane. And the selection of these talents is very similar to the selection of immortals in the conferred god list in mythology. Each person possesses unique abilities and talents, as if predetermined by the gods in mythology. They may not come from prominent families, but everyone has a chance. In this hall of talent, they create their own legends. Just as the gods in mythology select the various immortals for the conferred god list, the master will also select exceptional individuals from within the plane to train and assist him. Although ordinary mortals cannot perceive their miraculous abilities, these guards, mingling in various fields, continue to write their own legends in the history books. Of course, becoming a member of the master's guard is not easy. Just as in mythology, becoming an immortal requires cultivation. Only by reaching the threshold of the test can one enter the selection process arranged by the master. Chapter 552. This kind of cultivation isn't about enjoying worldly wealth and splendor. Rather, it's about shedding superficiality and cultivating a peaceful and tranquil heart through the passage of time. Like those dust-free temples and nunneries, and thatched cottages nestled among verdant mountains and clear waters. Only by seeing through the 7 emotions and 6 desires, achieving a state of wanting nothing, can one enter the Guardian's trials, known as ascension or immortality. The standards for selecting members of the Guardian's Guard are extremely stringent. They must possess exceptional savvy, a calm and composed character, and absolute loyalty. In the eyes of the Plane Master, Guardians must possess not only formidable combat prowess, but also wisdom and loyalty to fulfill this crucial role. These requirements make becoming a Guardian even more challenging, and the selection process even more challenging. Only those who have passed the layers of selection and assessment are qualified to join the Guardian's side. This is what ancient myths describe as crossing the tribulation. In reality, the controller used the power of rules to create the stages for selecting guard members. Understand that surviving the tribulation is not always smooth sailing. It is a baptism of the soul, a spiritual elevation. It is also a lifelong test, requiring the face of various challenges and trials. Only after repeated tribulations can one see one's true self and comprehend the true meaning of life. Thus, surviving the tribulation is not simply a test of strength, but also a cleansing and elevation of the mind. During the tribulation, countless tribulations and tests will come like a tide. Only by experiencing these challenges can one truly understand the true nature of the world. Only then will they appear before the master as candidates for guard membership. Once qualified, they undergo rigorous training and specialized skills development to ensure they are competent for various challenges and positions at critical moments. The guards' training is exceptionally rigorous, encompassing not only combat skills, but also intellectual and psychological development. In addition to regular physical and tactical training, guard members must also develop the skills to handle various special situations. These skills include independent action, stealth, and rapid response. More importantly, they must be able to control their emotions, remain unaffected by external influences, and strictly follow the master's orders. This training method demands not only exceptional personal qualities from guard members, but also the ability to develop a strong team spirit. Only through professional training can guard members become the master's trusted assistants. Furthermore, absolute loyalty and strict discipline are among their most crucial qualities. This isn't just a technical requirement, it's a manifestation of conviction. Guard members must be absolutely loyal to the master and unconditionally carry out his or her orders, even at the cost of their lives. This absolute loyalty is built on long-term training and baptism. Their loyalty stems from trust in their controllers and identification with their beliefs. At the same time, guard members must always adhere to strict discipline, strictly prohibiting unauthorized actions or overstepping boundaries. Only in this way can guard members serve as a solid support for their controllers and shoulder numerous important responsibilities. Within the controller's sphere of influence, guard members fulfill numerous important duties and roles. In addition to safeguarding the plane's security and carrying out important missions, they also undertake tasks such as public opinion propaganda, intelligence gathering, and maintaining public order. Guardians must remain vigilant and ready to respond to any emergency, ensuring the plane's security and the interests of the controller. They also serve as a bridge between the controller and the plane's inhabitants. They are responsible for handling various emergencies within the plane and repelling intrusions from external forces. The importance of these duties requires guard members to possess exceptional adaptability and decisiveness. They must be able to quickly make correct judgments and respond to complex situations. Thus, the guards surrounding the controller are of paramount importance. However, since the apocalypse, Panga's guards seem to have been ineffective. Instead, the zombie population has grown ever larger, nearly engulfing the entire plane. However, with Pangu's explanation, Ling Yi finally understood the cause. When the zombie virus first broke out, Pangu and his guards began contacting various parties for emergency response. Just as everything was proceeding smoothly, an unexpected event occurred. It was a nuclear explosion, but unknown to everyone. This incident was no accident. It was the product of a long-planned conspiracy by the Fong and Dugu families. When news of the explosion spread, the entire world was plunged into panic and chaos. All the survivors were confused, wondering what this meant. However, no one could possibly know the conspiracy behind this unauthorized act of destruction. But even after the explosion, Pangu himself and his guards were stalled, leaving them no time to respond to the zombie onslaught. Because behind all this lies the Dark Lord's scheme. According to Pangu's account, there were only 4 nuclear explosions in China. This was thanks to the well-established control measures implemented by Number 1 and his companions, otherwise the consequences would have been disastrous. But the scope and number of nuclear explosions by major powers abroad that possessed nuclear weapons were truly shocking. The Dark Lord bribed and manipulated individuals to detonate nuclear bombs for a single purpose, to use the detonation's power to cause widespread human death. Then, using the dense aura of death as a trigger, he would open a passage connecting the explosion area to another plane. This would allow him to transport troops to that plane and transport necessary resources away. After Pangu discovered this problem, he promptly dispatched his guards. However, they discovered that the passages to the explosion sites had already been opened, and the situation was far worse than anticipated. All Pangu could do was endure silently. He then made every effort to have his guards attempt to block the passages, preventing intruders from other planes from entering. After receiving this information, Ling Yi couldn't help but feel a sense of shock. He realized the gravity and urgency of the situation. The Dark Lord's invasion tactics were completely different from those used in Ling Yi's previous life. You must understand that each plane has its own power of rules. If a controller of another plane attempts to directly enter another's plane, then the power of rules will be triggered. As this power of rules spreads through the lower planes, the energy released by the higher-level controllers will gradually exceed the limits of the lower-level controllers. This unbalanced energy conflict will rapidly spread through the lower planes. It will twist the entire space like a vortex, ultimately erupting into a devastating cosmic storm. The terrifying power of this storm is enough to tear the entire plane into a void of dust, disappearing forever at the edge of the universe. Chapter 553. You must know that the Dark Lord seeks resources, not destruction. So, he would never appear himself, only sending subordinates below the level of plane controllers to invade. In the eyes of this wise and cunning Dark Lord, resources are the source of endless pursuit and expansion. Thus, he prefers to use covert means to manipulate his subordinates to achieve his evil goals. This method allows him to plunder resources to his heart's content, even without revealing his presence. To satisfy his ambitions, he constantly invades other planes, providing a steady supply of resources. Thinking of the Dark Lord's methods and the Machine King's schemes, Ling Yi smiled bitterly and shook his head. Compared to them, his past life was a complete disaster. Back then, he was unruly and arrogant, relying on his own strength to disdain schemes and scheming. In his past life, Ling Yi lived a free and unrestrained life, openly expressing his true feelings. He believed that strength was everything, while calculations and conspiracies were only for the weak. Immersed in his own world, he cared nothing for others' opinions, simply pursuing his inner impulses and desires. To rapidly ascend his own plane's rank, Ling Yi, relying on his power-consuming technique, embarked on a reckless path of aggression. From then on, Ling Yi became a feared figure across all planes. The Blood Moon Demon Lord's name spread throughout the void, a name of terror gripping countless lives. In his aggression, he not only devoured power, but also devoured the hopes of countless beings. He absorbed their power into his own, becoming ever more powerful and unstoppable. Each invasion was like a violent storm, sweeping down and destroying everything. Ling Yi was like a bloodthirsty beast, brutal and merciless, and immensely arrogant. He led his armies on reckless conquests, demanding either submission or destruction. There was absolutely no third option. In his previous life, Ling Yi was a terrifying legend, and every living being trembled in the shadow of fear. The direction his bloody sword pointed eclipsed the entire void, and his bloody battle flag bore a trail of destruction. His armor was stained with the blood of countless creatures. His face was devilish, brimming with savagery and cruelty. To be honest, I'm exhausted. All my forces have been deployed. But the situation isn't optimistic. Those positions abroad are being lost one after another. Perhaps it won't be long before humanity abroad will be completely overwhelmed by the zombie tide. If I hadn't been holding on to the situation back home, we might not be able to resist. Seeing Ling Yi's long silence, Panga finally spoke about his current predicament. Ling Yi hadn't expected the situation to be so critical. If Panga's words were true, it would be extremely detrimental to Ling Yi. You know, if this plane were completely invaded by the Lord of Darkness, his situation would be extremely difficult. Perhaps escaping alone would be easy, but taking those around him with him would be a disaster. Although Ling Yi wanted to crush the Lord of Darkness under his feet, but the harsh reality told him that his current strength was that of an ant. Without even his own plane of existence, how could he possibly contend with a peak-level 9th-level civilization? It was sheer wishful thinking. If his identity were accidentally exposed, he would be practically doomed. So, no matter Ling Yi's intentions, he must now stand united with Pangu. Thinking this through, Ling Yi took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and the turmoil in his heart gradually subsided. He knew he had to make a decision now, not just for himself, but for everyone around him. Since you and I are already on the same page, let's skip the tangles. Let's get straight to the point. What is your purpose in seeking me out this time? Ling Yi's firm tone betrayed a hint of resolve. His eyes gleamed with confidence and determination, as if he were ready for battle. Pangu heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing Ling Yi's words. He had feared Ling Yi would turn a blind eye. But now, Ling Yi expressed a determination to fight to the death. This unwavering resolve seemed imprinted on him, allowing Pangu to sense Ling Yi's fearlessness and resolve. I need you to do your best to hold off the zombie horde surrounding the imperial capital, because the survivors within our country may be humanity's last hope. Once the imperial capital falls, they will use its inhabitants as a medium to open new passages. By then, I might truly be unable to defend the city. As the zombie horde was about to erupt, Pangu was fully aware of the weight of the responsibility he shouldered. He felt an unprecedented challenge and pressure. But no matter what, he must protect this world and prevent disaster from befalling again. At this moment, his heart burned like a raging fire, unable to calm down for a long time. But from what I observe, these zombies seem to be merely watching, with no clear intention of attacking. Their actions seem to have some underlying strategy, making their intentions completely impossible to guess. Ling Yi didn't immediately agree to Panga's request, but instead expressed his doubts. Although I can't be sure my thoughts are correct, my recent battles suggest this is a conspiracy. I noticed that fewer and fewer invaders have been emerging from the tunnel lately, which is definitely not a good sign. Among all the signs I observed, this unusual phenomenon highlights a deeper conspiracy. Perhaps someone behind the scenes is manipulating everything, attempting to weaken our resistance through some means. Every subtle change foreshadows something ominous brewing. So, I suspect their true purpose is to confuse me, or perhaps lure the tiger away from the mountain. Panga poured out his speculations, hoping Ling Yi might find some clues. Ling Yi frowned, silently listening to Panga's speculation. Combining the recent behavior of the zombie horde, he began to make intricate calculations in his mind. After a long pause, a glint flashed in his eyes, and he spoke softly. Perhaps your intuition is correct. They seem to have carefully planned this, intending to strike you unawares. This conspiracy may have been laid long ago, simply waiting for the perfect opportunity. Logically, they should have attacked the imperial capital directly, regardless of casualties. After all, a million-strong zombie horde is no pushover. A hard push could capture the survivors of the imperial capital. However, I've been monitoring the zombie horde's movements for the past few days, and they haven't made any moves. Chapter 554. Ling Yi paused for a moment before continuing. Based on what you described, I roughly understood their strategy. The zombie horde surrounding the imperial capital is circling without attacking, merely biding their time, perhaps luring the enemy. And the number of invaders in the spatial channel you're currently stationed in is dwindling. This change is likely a trap. The reason you're facing such a different situation is perhaps because the invaders are gathering their forces, preparing for a more intense attack. This apparent calm actually conceals a more cunning situation. You're now caught in a dilemma. No matter which battlefield you choose, you face immense pressure. If you shift your defense, the other side will inevitably launch a frenzied attack, resulting in the loss of a position. In any case, this battle has entered a stalemate from which there's no turning back. Panga sighed inwardly. Ling Yi's words essentially echoed his own. Faced with this complex situation, he felt helpless and anxious. He knew full well that his choice would have a profound impact on the entire war, and this responsibility weighed heavily on him. So now I hope you can help me contain the zombie tide in the imperial capital. That way, I can defend these spatial passages. Panga finally articulated his request. You really think too highly of me, asking me, with just a few thousand men, to contain a zombie tide of millions? Ling Yi was stunned. He hadn't expected Pangu to make such a request. Even if we were allies, you shouldn't be so deceiving. You're pushing him into the fire pit. Although Ling Yi didn't take the million-strong zombie tide seriously, he wasn't happy about sending his own people into the fire pit for no reason. Thinking of this, Ling Yi continued, his tone laced with a hint of urgency. I can consider playing support, but if I'm asked to be the main force, please forgive me for declining. I can't just hand over my brothers to the zombies one by one as food. They follow me to survive, not to die. Hearing Ling Yi's words, Panga fell silent. The request was indeed a bit excessive, but he truly had no other recourse. However, Panga's insight into the ways of the world was deeply ingrained. The concepts he saw were beyond the comprehension of mortals. On the path to becoming a plain master, he had experienced countless changes and conflicts. His soul had experienced countless vicissitudes, and his understanding of the ways of the world was no longer superficial. Rather, it contained a profound reflection on the various shifts in the laws of the universe. So, how could he not understand that Ling Yi wasn't unwilling to fight the zombies, but rather was seeking benefits? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Interpersonal relationships are often inseparable from the exchange of interests and mutual need. Relationships between allies are often based on mutual benefit. As with everything in the world, cooperation and win-win situations are the key driving forces for the sustainable development of human society. Panga took a deep breath, mentally bracing himself for a brutal blow from Ling Yi. Tell me, how can I get you to help me? As long as it doesn't violate my own principles. Hearing this, Ling Yi's lips curled slightly, a smile of triumph on his face. Look, since we already chosen an alliance, we can't just talk about it. I think it's best to sign an agreement. Panga's face was filled with strange caution. He hadn't expected Ling Yi to make such a request. His brows furrowed slightly, a hint of worry rising in his heart, fearing Ling Yi would make some harsh demands. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke slowly, his tone cold and calm. Are you sure this will benefit us? Besides, we can't even meet in person right now, so how can we sign an agreement? Ling Yi grinned and then spoke. Signing an agreement will allow us to focus on our current tasks. Why not? As for how to sign it, that's even simpler. Have you heard of the Void Agreement? Pangu was startled at this, then remembered that Ling Yi's previous life was also a dominant being in the Void. The so-called Void Agreement refers to a binding treaty, with special rules within the Void. Legend has it that this agreement originated from a major crisis in the Void. At that time, the Void was plunged into catastrophe, and the major factions were forced to form various alliances and cooperation to survive and profit. During this crisis, a legendary top-level being, with his supreme wisdom and strategic strategy, formulated this agreement. After much deliberation and negotiation among the major factions, the template for the Void Agreement was finally determined. From that time on, this agreement became one of the key laws of the Void world. Before signing the agreement, both parties must conduct thorough preparations. This involves not only material exchange and balance, but also the constraints of the soul and will. Signatories must carefully consider their commitments and beliefs. They must also be prepared for the possibility of being annihilated by the laws of the Void at any moment if they breach the agreement. In the process of signing a Void Agreement, both parties must clearly define their respective constraints and responsibilities. These responsibilities are reflected not only in actions, but also in unity of thought and conviction. Signatories must engrave their sole imprint on the agreement to constrain both parties' actions. Once a Void Agreement is signed, neither party can retract it, or they will be sanctioned by the rules of the Void. This is an unspoken constraint, like a law of the Void. Any violation of the agreement will be punished by the rules of the Void. This is an inescapable fate. Both signatories must bear this agreement in mind and consistently abide by all its terms. Pangu nodded slightly, a hint of resignation on his face. He knew there was no turning back. The future of this plane would be determined by this decision. Although he felt reluctant, he knew he had no choice but to accept it. A hint of determination shone through Pangu's deep eyes, as if he were a lone boat sailing through the storm, unmoved. Okay, let's do as you say. Let's sign a Void Agreement. Ling Yi felt a surge of joy upon hearing Pangu's compromise. It was as if the ice and snow were melting, the sun was shining on the earth, and a surge of warmth surged into his heart like a spring. He smiled softly, his eyes revealing joy and anticipation, as if he had already seen the endless possibilities ahead. That's straightforward. I love working with allies like you. Ling Yi's voice was filled with admiration and anticipation, as if offering a kind of affirmation and trust. At this moment, both parties stood at the starting point of their cooperation, heading together towards an unknown future filled with both creation and challenges. This kind of cooperation seemed destined to give each other greater strength and vitality. Chapter 555. Suddenly, a mysterious blood-red scroll slowly emerged in Pangu's mind. Amidst the intertwining runes flowed the boundless power of the Void. A faint, ancient, and mysterious aura emanated, drawing Pangu involuntarily into it. As the scroll slowly unfolded, densely packed characters appeared, forming a protocol. As if born from the Void, the blood-red runes, enchanting yet alluring, exuded an indescribable, eerie aura. This filled Pangu with confusion and curiosity. Above the rich, blood-red runes, a faint glow flickered, and mysterious symbols, like stars, seemed to convey an endless cycle of ancient taboos. Pangu sensed the Void protocol, feeling a strange awe within him. That unknown power captivated him deeply, compelling him to delve deeper into its mysteries. After pondering the contents of the protocol, a look of surprise crossed Pangu's face. He had always assumed Ling Yi would make harsh demands or tamper with the agreement. But now, he was surprised to find that Ling Yi hadn't displayed any suspicious behavior or demands. On the contrary, the terms he outlined in the agreement were completely fair and equitable. This filled him with admiration and even a bit of surprise. Pangu even felt a tinge of guilt. Perhaps, he had misunderstood Ling Yi's thoughts and perceptions. If the agreement had been followed, perhaps this collaboration would have been more enjoyable and smoother than he had imagined. Ling Yi felt Pangu proudly sign his name. A strange smile played at the corner of his mouth, but unfortunately, Pangu could not see it at all. You must know that this bloody agreement is not a true Void Agreement. It was created in Ling Yi's previous life, specifically as a replica of the Void Agreement, to constrain and control those vassal controllers. This agreement contains the profound will of Ling Yi's soul. Its connotations are extremely complex, condensing his power to control and shape the Void. You must know that Ling Yi's expansion was extremely rapid at the time, which was also his way of controlling those controllers who depended on him. The specially formulated rules became his unique way of ruling the Void. In this agreement, Ling Yi's thoughts and will merged into one, with immense power, no less than the essence of the Void. Unfortunately, no one knew that the creator of the Bloody Void Agreement, Ling Yi. He himself was not bound by it at all, which meant that the payments were unilaterally targeted at the signatories. In Ling Yi's mind, no ally was trustworthy. The purpose of this bloody agreement is to, at the opportune moment, turn those who sign it into his playthings. A cold smile lurked beneath Ling Yi's calm face. As the architect of the agreement, he knew how to manipulate those vassal forces, bringing everything under his control. In his previous life, many vassal forces had signed the Bloody Void Agreement with Ling Yi. The contents were practically tailored to help others grow stronger. This instilled in all those who had seen the Bloody Agreement a deep sense of gratitude towards Ling Yi. The gratitude of those vassal controllers for Ling Yi flowed like a gentle trickle, silent yet everlasting. The Bloody Agreement, like an invisible force, inspires awe. In that challenging void world, Ling Yi's acts of kindness were like tiny sparks of starlight, illuminating the path forward and bringing warmth and hope. However, the moment those controllers betrayed Ling Yi, they realized the horror of the Bloody Agreement. They didn't even have a chance to resist or spread the news before they were reduced to dust in the void. Only when death struck did they realize it. It was merely a trap set by Ling Yi, waiting for the ignorant to fall into it. As Pangu watched with excitement and admiration, Ling Yi put away the Bloody Void Agreement. Now, our cooperation will be like a raging fire, burning away all obstacles. To demonstrate our true sincerity, I will wipe out the zombie horde from the imperial capital. Ling Yi's words rang out with a broad grin, his face radiating confidence and determination, as dazzling as a sky full of stars. As he smiled, his eyes gleamed with an unwavering determination. It seemed as if the entire world trembled at that moment. In Pangu's mind, along with Ling Yi's domineering declaration, he seemed to have already witnessed the annihilation of the zombie horde. After concluding his conversation with Pangu, Ling Yi's thoughts returned to reality, and a chilling glint flickered in his eyes. A sharp, cold wind blew past, ruffling his sharply defined hair. Ling Yi smiled faintly, and the chill in his eyes intensified. Like a lone star in the cold night, sharp and resolute. In his heart, an unprecedented storm had long been brewing, a storm that could alter the entire landscape of the apocalypse. Ling Yi approached the crowd, his expression solemn. He raised his hand, signaling for silence. Ling Yi, have all blood demons prepare for battle. Ling Yi's voice was deep and resolute, each word piercing everyone's heart like a needle. Let's take down these reckless zombie vanguards first. His eyes were sharp, as if he had already foreseen the coming battle. Before him, the iron-blooded blood demon warriors stood in awe, their eyes filled with excitement. They believed in the courage to move forward, and it was almost as if they could feel the blood boiling within them. Especially with their rapid rise in strength, they were eager to display unparalleled power and boundless courage on the battlefield. They would fearlessly follow Ling Yi's lead, crushing and destroying all obstacles before them. This order to battle was the opportunity they had longed for. A chance to demonstrate their courage and loyalty. They knew that once the battle began, their fate and achievements would be reshaped at that moment. The moonlight tonight was captivating, seemingly embodying the name of the blood demon. Under the blood-red moonlight, thousands of alien beast cavalrymen suddenly appeared. They ran and roared, like messengers from hell, bringing despair and terror to the land. These blood demon alien beast cavalrymen were fully armed, their bodies gleaming with an eerie, dark light. Like a dark tide, they rushed at top speed toward the horde of corpses advancing beneath the night. Their cavalrymen rode on the snaking rainbow that split the sky, and for a moment, it seemed as if endless black shadows stood beneath the sky. It was as if bloodthirsty demons of hell, riding ferocious beasts, swept through the night, ripples across the plains, yet a chilling chill filled the heart. Chapter 556. Ling Yi soared through the night sky, gazing down at the land beneath his feet. Over 3,000 blood demon beast cavalrymen roared, their hooves thundering through the air. The spectacular scene was breathtaking. Clad in battle armor, Ling Yi wielded a blood demon longsword, his gaze shone with boundless fighting spirit and a calm defiance. Amid the roars of blood demon members and mutant beasts, he commanded this powerful beast cavalry, embarking on a quest to strangle the zombie horde. On the plain shrouded in darkness, the two sides gradually became aware of each other's hazy figures. Maintaining a neat formation, the beast cavalrymen resembled ghosts in the dark night, emitting a sinister aura. Their longswords flashed with a bloody light, as if declaring ruthless punishment for the zombies. Kill! Ling Yi swung his blood-red longsword forward with a low roar. After receiving the order, the blood demon members, driving their mutant beasts under their crotch, charged towards the zombie horde with overwhelming momentum. Upon receiving the command, the mutant beasts began to roar wildly. A sudden gust of wind arose, as if tearing through the thin membrane of air. Their enormous bodies loomed in the moonlight. Like a flickering meteor, they instantly engulfed the zombie horde ahead. For a moment, blood and limbs splattered everywhere, the battlefield becoming a bloody mist, and endless fear permeated the air. What is going on? How could there be mutant beasts? No, there are humans commanding the mutant beasts. The black-robed figure leading the zombie horde was stunned by the sudden encounter. A look of astonishment and shock lingered in his eyes. He had not anticipated such a sudden situation. Swallowing, he couldn't help but roar. What's going on? Could it be that the previously missing mutant beast squad has defected and joined the humans? The black-robed figure watched helplessly as the zombies around him swayed under the violent onslaught of the alien beast cavalry. The alien beast cavalry whirled through the zombies like a gust of wind, smashing them to pieces. The hideous mutant beast head swayed and roared violently as they trampled the corpses. At that moment, the battlefield seemed like the entrance to hell. Amidst the sea of corpses and blood, no glimmer of hope remained. The zombies began to growl helplessly, the aura of death enveloping each one. The sounds of grinding, hacking, and desperate roars intertwined into a cruel symphony. The black-robed figure, caught in the midst of it, felt the chilling presence of death, as if the end of his own life had already arrived. The blood-curdling alien beast cavalry, like sharp swords, pierced through the zombie horde, then pierced back and forth continuously. Their figures blazed across the battlefield like blazing flames, their speed so swift it was impossible to pursue them. Each charge was a fatal blow, leaving the enemy powerless to retaliate. Their armor gleamed with a cold radiance in the moonlight, as if they were immortal gods of war descended upon the mortal realm. These beast cavalrymen displayed unparalleled tactics and fighting spirit, continuously harvesting the heads of the zombies. Ferocious roars and a bloody steed filled the battlefield. Broken bodies shattered amidst the violent clashes, spraying blood everywhere. Ling Yi hovered in the air, wielding his long sword, commanding the blood demon beast cavalry, skillfully weaving through the zombie horde. Faced with the blood demon's overwhelming strength, the zombie horde offered no resistance. The beast cavalry surged forward like a tidal wave, unstoppable, and slaying countless zombies. Using their long swords, they crushed all resistance, demonstrating astonishing combat prowess. Tens of thousands of zombies were like ants, vulnerable before the blood-evil beast cavalry, their roars a faint echo on the battlefield. The blood-evil beast cavalry surged like a tidal wave, fierce and brutal. With every swing of their long swords, the air was filled with the scent of death. Undeterred by the formidable foe, the blood-evil members under Ling Yi's command fought bravely, launching a ferocious attack on the zombie horde. Amidst the brutal battle, a horrifying scene unfolded. The beast cavalry, like reapers, with their ruthless slaughter, they annihilated tens of thousands of zombies on the battlefield. A gruesome scene of flesh and broken bones intertwined, filling the entire area with a deadly silence and an aura of destruction. Amidst the sea of blood and corpses, the black-robed man was the only one left alive. After witnessing this scene, his eyes were filled with despair and terror. Facing the blood-curdling beast cavalry that surrounded him, he felt the murderous aura rising into the sky. The black-robed man knew he was doomed today, and the situation was now beyond redemption. In despair, he uttered a desolate cry for help. However, his companions were destined to be unheard, and no one would come to rescue him. The only response he received was the deafening roar of the mutant beasts. Watching Ling Yi slowly descend from the sky, Yi pointed at the black-robed man and asked, "Master, what do we do with this fellow?" The black-robed man was stunned at the words, then looked at Ling Yi, his eyes filled with confusion. He could never have imagined that the young man before him was the true master of this terrifying beast cavalry. Ling Yi's eyes were firm and calm, and he exuded a unique aura, as if he were a king on the battlefield. A wave of fear surged through the black-robed man. "It's nothing more than a fearless ant. What's the point of keeping it alive? Kill it!" Ling Yi's voice was cold and ruthless, and he turned and walked away. The black-robed man, left behind, stood there motionless, as if a biting cold wind had swept through him, his heart chilled. Ling Yi's ruthless words were like winter snow, causing him to shudder uncontrollably. Just as Ling Yi finished his words, before the black-robed man could recover, suddenly, several ninth-rank blood demons, staring intently at him, sneered and slowly approached. Their eyes flashed with a cold, murderous gleam, as if unleashing endless malice. Then, brilliant blood-red energy enveloped them, filled with an unstoppable murderous intent. The black-robed figure was killed on the spot amidst cries of despair. This battle involved no skill at all. After the blood demon member's significant strength upgrade, the battlefield was destined to be filled with nothing but the scent of blood. It was as if time had frozen at this moment, despair and violence intertwined. With the blood demon member's powerful rise, the zombie horde's resistance had become as insignificant and helpless as the power of a mayfly. Everyone's eyes revealed an expression of immense excitement. In their fiery eyes, a longing for the future and a feeling of anticipation gleamed. In everyone's eyes, the stars of dream shone, as if they were a sea of endless possibilities. At this moment, the longing and expectation in the hearts of the blood demon members blossomed like fireworks, spreading out a vast sky that belonged to them. There was a time when the sheer number and power of the zombies made people feel despair and powerless. But now, Shueisha's transformation will indicate that in this apocalyptic world, the hope of living beings seems to be about to see a ray of light. Chapter 557. After annihilating the scouting zombie horde, Ling Yi and Blood Evil quickly relocated, leaving no trace behind. Hidden in a dilapidated town, he began to ponder deeply how to deal with the next possible situation, and how to completely annihilate this million-strong zombie horde. He knew that only by formulating a rigorous plan could he gain the upper hand in this battle of unequal strength. Beside the burning campfire, Ling Yi's eyes revealed deep thought. The faint crackling of the burning would seem to speak of the tenacity and vitality of life. His gaze followed the dancing flames, as if searching for a winning strategy. The scale of the million-strong zombie horde was like a raging tsunami, terrifying and chilling. It was also like an endless force of darkness, constantly spreading, devouring all life and hope. Perhaps faced with such a disaster, few would have the courage to resist. But for Ling Yi, this wasn't an insurmountable terror. In his previous life, he had triumphed in far more perilous battles. What's more, he now faced a horde of mindless zombies, led by a half-witted, half-human, half-ghost, black-robed figure. If he were to be defeated, unable to reverse the situation, Ling Yi himself would be too embarrassed to continue. The others seated around him, upon seeing Ling Yi's pensive expression, chose silence, avoiding disturbing his thoughts. Ling Yi's gaze seemed to transcend time and space, gazing into the distant horizon. Only the evening breeze gently ruffled his hair, as if the years were flowing before his eyes. Everyone was filled with awe, their gazes cast into the distance. But deep down, they were worried about what to do next. At this critical moment, everyone felt uneasy, like a small boat tossed in the wind and waves. At this moment, they could only place their hopes on Ling Yi, hoping he could bring them a glimmer of hope, like a beacon guiding the way in the darkness. After a long pause, Ling Yi waved to Ing Yi, who was not far away. "Master, what are your orders?" Ing Yi asked respectfully, stepping forward. Ling Yi smiled slightly and pointed south. "You will return to Blood Moon City immediately, and together with Ing Yi, bring all personnel from the base here." The people around him looked at Ling Yi in confusion at this command. Ling Yi stood on the steps, his gaze firm and deep, glittering like a star. He offered no further explanation, as if every move was a carefully choreographed feast. All they had to do was follow his lead, and find their place in his ever-changing plans. His words were majestic and mysterious, like salvation under the night sky, irresistible to everyone. Ing nodded, a hint of indifference flashing in his eyes. Then he transformed into a shadowy figure, mounted a flying beast, and flew south. "The rest of you, stay where you are, and focus on consolidating and improving your strength." Ling Yi then gave the others another order. No one asked for any information, but instead obeyed Ling Yi's orders and went about their work. An atmosphere of tension and order permeated the air. Ling Yi stood aside, his eyes filled with relief and satisfaction, proud of his team's tacit understanding and coordination. Amidst this cruel apocalypse, they were like a seamlessly coordinated band, playing a magnificent ensemble. But compared to Ling Yi's blood demons, the woman beside him raised her own questions and sought answers. "Ling Yi, the situation here isn't optimistic. Isn't it a bit hasty to summon everyone from the Blood Moon City now?" Lan Xinyue couldn't help but wonder as the crowd dispersed. Ling Yi smiled faintly, a glint of confidence in his eyes. "Xinyue, timing is always crucial. Right now, the odds seem very unfavorable for us. However, the temptation of a million-strong zombie tide is too great, and this is precisely where our opportunity lies. My goal isn't to crush the zombie tide, but to annihilate it, so I need manpower, a large number of them. But not to send them to the battlefield, but to clean up the battlefield and collect supplies from the zombies. Only by pooling everyone's strength can we maximize our resources." Ling Yi gently raised his hand, as if to showcase his inner calm and composure to everything before him. For a moment, the world seemed to quiet, leaving only his brilliant and confident smile, like a bright moon hanging high in the night sky. This smile seemed to foreshadow that Ling Yi would easily master the challenges he was about to face. Lan Xinyu and Fang Xiu exchanged a glance, each filled with surprise and disbelief. Never could they have imagined that Ling Yi was intent on annihilating the zombie tide, not simply crushing it. A hint of coldness and ruthlessness flickered in her eyes as she gazed at Ling Yi. It was as if he concealed countless unfathomable secrets. Lan Xinyu suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Fang Xiu frowned slightly, a strange unease welling up in her heart. The two began to realize that Ling Yi's sudden and powerful turn might be hiding a more complex conspiracy and calculation. In this seemingly unsolvable situation, perhaps even more dangerous undercurrents lurked, making them wary. Ling Yi might be facing a situation even more thorny and complex than he had imagined. Therefore, he needed to think and respond more carefully. In fact, there was one thing Ling Yi didn't mention. He had originally planned to have Xia Mobing and the others remain within the walls of the imperial capital to avoid the fighting. But after his strategy changed, he immediately took action. He had to bring these women to his side as soon as possible so that he could begin the battle with peace of mind. Because Ling Yi couldn't guarantee whether number one's attitude would change. Ling Yi took a deep breath, a firm resolve rising within him. He knew that instead of trusting number one, he should trust himself. Only by personally arranging the safety of Xia Mobing and the others could he ensure their safety. That way, Ling Yi would have no worries and could fully engage the horde of millions of zombies, thus maintaining absolute control. Thinking of this, Ling Yi closed his eyes and began contacting Ying San and Luo Chen. After these two had dealt with the Fang and Dugu families, Ling Yi hadn't allowed them to leave the imperial capital immediately. Instead, he had found a place to hide, ready for any emergencies. Now, they could serve as a surprise force to escort the women out of the imperial capital. Chapter 558. In a quiet courtyard in the imperial capital, Long Qianxue was chatting with Mu Xia and the other girls. They sat in a small pavilion nestled in the shade of trees, a gentle breeze caressing their clothes and slender willow branches whispering softly in their ears. Long Qianxue delicately raised her eyebrows, a smile spreading across her face. She softly recounted anecdotes from the imperial capital, bringing joy to Mu Xia and the other girls. In this vibrant yet tranquil evening gathering, everyone was immersed in the warm atmosphere, their souls seemingly cleansed. In a state of slight intoxication, their bodies and minds relaxed, all worries drifting away, leaving only a sense of lightness and joy. This rare tranquility and contentment seemed incompatible with the tense atmosphere of the imperial capital, transporting the girls to another, more beautiful world. Just as everyone was in high spirits, the ground suddenly began to tremble slightly. At first, it was a subtle tremor, barely noticeable. However, as time passed, the trembling intensified. This not only piqued the women's curiosity, but also sowed a seed of unease within them. Some worried about the ground collapsing, others wondered if this was a precursor to an earthquake. Panic instantly spread, a hint of surprise and fear on everyone's face. Everyone retreat, leave this area, and be alert. At Mu Xia's command, everyone quickly evacuated to the side, her eyes revealing a firm and resolute look. Under her guidance, the women retreated orderly from the dangerous area, and everyone felt a sense of relief. After leaving the dangerous area, Mu Xia paused and gazed at the open space ahead. Her brow furrowed slightly, clearly bewildered by the sudden commotion. The other female soldiers, having heard the noise, filed out one after another. They shielded the women behind them, ready to fight at any moment. They formed a solid defensive line, their gazes resolute and vigilant as they surveyed their surroundings. A few of the female soldiers appeared slightly nervous, yet remained calm and resolute. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, stirring up dust from the ground and sending the soldiers' long hair fluttering in the wind. A gleam of determination shone in their eyes, as if they were determined to stand firm against the oncoming danger. At that moment, they were no longer mere defenders. They became brave warriors, ready to meet any challenge. Boom! A dull sound echoed, accompanied by a few trembling movements of the ground. The sound shattered the silence, and the ground instantly collapsed, as if hollowed out by an invisible hand. Dust and debris scatter in all directions, swirling erratically in the air, shattering the once leisurely midnight hour. The gusting dust lingered in the air, bringing a sense of tension and unease to everyone. Whoosh! Amidst the cloud of dust, a dark figure, like a giant snake, darted out from the collapsed cave. The pitch-black figure swept past with lightning speed, leaving behind an eerie glimmer. The debris at the cave entrance dissipated with the wind, revealing the shadow's deep black eyes and gleaming fangs. A strong aura permeated the air, as if an ancient beast had reappeared. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the shadow's full form. It was Ling Yi's pet, Xiao He. However, one person was nervous. She was Long Qianxue. She knew nothing about Xiao He's affairs. So, upon seeing Xiao He's dragon-like form, her first reaction was that the mutant beast was attacking. Long Qianxue's brow furrowed, and she quickly glanced around. She felt alert and prepared for battle at any moment. But then, a rustling sound rose from the dark cave entrance. It seemed as if something else was about to emerge, and Long Qianxue's heart leaped into her throat. As the sound grew clearer, the chilling wind around the cave entrance seemed to grow even more fierce. Everyone felt a bloody aura of murderous intent, sending shivers down their spines. This eerie aura gave Long Qianxue a sense of foreboding, as if some unforeseen danger lurked within the cave. Long Qianxue clenched her fists tightly, light energy coursing through them. Her gaze was fixed on the movement in the darkness, her entire body tense. Like a cheetah locked onto a target, waiting for the perfect moment to pounce, Long Qianxue's tense nerves instantly relaxed as another figure appeared at the cave entrance. She suddenly roared and launched her light energy ball at the shadow. Everyone, attack together. Don't give them a chance. Her voice boomed like thunder, and without hesitation, she hurled the light ball, imbued with boundless power, at the shadow that had struck her as dangerous. The energy ball traced a brilliant arc in the air, unleashing absolute destructive force, casting a solemn and awe-inspiring veil over the entire courtyard. This piercing light, like a bright moon, illuminated the entire night sky of the imperial capital. Each beam seemed like a free spirit, dancing across the sky, awakening the dormant stars. This dazzling spectacle, nestled in the tranquility of the imperial capital's night, became enchanted, and one marveled at the wonder and beauty of nature. However, just as Mu Xia and the others had a clear view of the figure at the cave entrance, they were startled by Long Qianxue's roar and sudden attack. "Qianxue, don't!" Mu Xia cried out in fear, but it was too late. "Luo Chen, spare her life!" Almost simultaneously, Xia Mobing shouted anxiously. When everyone regained consciousness, they were met with a startling sight. The figure was Luo Chen, standing quietly behind Long Qianxue. The double-edged sword in his hands, like a pair of scissors, rested on her snow-white neck. Luo Chen's eyes revealed a hint of coldness and ruthlessness. It was as if this kind of attack was commonplace in his daily life. Long Qianxue felt the pressure from behind. It was as if she were trapped in an icy space, suffocating her, making it almost impossible to breathe. Small beads of sweat formed on her forehead, and her slender fingers trembled slightly, trying to break free from the invisible pressure. The chill penetrated her clothes and penetrated her heart, causing her to shudder uncontrollably. The icy touch on her neck felt as if just one more scratch would dislocate her head. Mu Xia and Xia Mobing exchanged glances and breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, nothing was wrong. "Luo Chen, put your weapon away immediately. She's one of us." "I was so scared." Xia Mobing patted her chest, a look of fear on her face. "Qianxue, calm down. This person isn't an enemy, but Ling Yi's apprentice. That mutant beast is also Ling Yi's pet." Mu Xia hurriedly explained to avoid any further incidents. Chapter 559. At Xia Mobing's cry, Luo Chen decisively lowered his weapon, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Long Qianxue slowly calmed down and turned to gaze at the young man named Luo Chen. A chill welled up in her heart. This young man's strength was simply unfathomable. She hadn't even had the slightest chance to resist. "Luo Chen, how did you come out from underground? We were so scared just now. Especially Xiao He's enormous size. We almost thought it was a mutant attack." Xia Mobing said to Luo Chen with a hint of annoyance. Luo Chen scratched the back of his head and explained sheepishly. "I'm sorry. I didn't expect Xiao He and I to alarm the master's wives." Xiao He had finally found the right spot, and in a moment of excitement, he just appeared. After hearing Luo Chen's words, the women's tension eased slightly. Xiao He, on the other hand, now lay quietly on the ground, a hint of grievance in his huge eyes. As if realizing his impulsiveness had frightened the mistresses, Xia Maoyang, observing Long Qianxue's horrified expression, bounded over to Xiao He's enormous head. She patted him gently, soothing him. "Xiao He, don't be sad. We don't blame you." Xiao He's body trembled slightly, as if he wanted to explain something, but unfortunately, the words were speechless. Xia Maoyang patted Xiao He's enormous head lovingly, her eyes filled with pity and understanding as she whispered softly. "You were just impulsive. You wanted to see us sooner, right?" Xia Maoyang gently stroked Xiao He's head, as if hoping to convey her warmth to the heartbroken giant. Xiao He's head trembled slightly, as if silently responding to her words. Seeing Xiao He so well-behaved and understanding, Long Qianshua's mouth dropped open in disbelief. The mutant beast's intelligence and obedience far exceeded her imagination, as if it possessed the ability to think and feel. Unfortunately, before she could recover, Luo Chen's words startled her again. Master's wife, quickly pack up and follow me through this passage to leave the imperial capital. Ingsan is already waiting outside the city. We must evacuate immediately and then reunite with Master. The women's eyes sparkled at the news, excitement radiating across their faces. A touch of excitement and anticipation crossed their faces, as if they were about to embark on a grand, enchanting event. Excitement ignited in their eyes, like brilliant fireworks, emitting a dazzling brilliance. This news filled everyone with joy, and they looked forward to meeting Ling Yi soon. Ever since they arrived in the imperial capital, they had heard constant news about Ling Yi, but had no accurate information about his whereabouts. Luo Chen's appearance was like a ray of warm sunshine, illuminating the hope they had held for so long. At that moment, all the worries and tribulations in their hearts seemed to dissipate in the blink of an eye, replaced by an immense sense of comfort and peace. The prospect of being able to snuggle up to Ling Yi again soon brought them an unprecedented sense of peace and comfort. It was as if the entire world had become broader and brighter. However, upon hearing this news, Long Qianshua's pupils narrowed sharply. Faced with Mu Xia and the others' decision to evacuate the imperial capital, her brows furrowed slightly, a surge of unease welling up within her. You must know that number one had repeatedly urged us to keep Mu Xia and the others at bay, and to do everything in our power to keep them within the imperial capital. Their purpose was to constrain Ling Yi's actions, allowing him to devote all his energy to protecting the imperial capital. But if Mu Xia and the others left now, it would be hard to guarantee Ling Yi's continued support for the imperial capital. Thinking of this, Long Qianshua darted in front of Mu Xia and shouted, "Yeah, you can't leave now. I have something important to discuss with everyone. Your hasty departure will affect the overall situation." Long Qianshua's voice was filled with determination and urgency. She gazed deeply at Mu Xia, her eyes revealing a determination that could not be ignored. Because Long Qianshua knew that these women before her would determine the fate of the entire imperial capital. With them, Ling Yi, a 9th-rank expert, could join the defense of the imperial capital. Only this outcome could offer the imperial capital a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, as time passed, the imperial capital's fall was inevitable. So now, she had to find a way to convince Mu Xia and the others to stay. At Long Qianshua's voice, everyone looked at her with confusion, their eyes filled with bewilderment. "Qianshua, if you have something important to say, tell us now. We sisters have finally found Ling Yi, and we must leave tonight." Mu Xia frowned, staring into Long Qianshua's eyes, her tone filled with determination. But Long Qianshua had nothing important to say, so she could only stammer and evade her words. "Well, I think it's too dangerous outside. You better stay in the imperial capital for safety." Long Qianshua felt a tinge of guilt deep down. She knew she couldn't be honest and had to keep her secret. Her eyes revealed a conflicted and helpless expression, as if she was struggling to speak, but stopped before her lips. Perhaps, she feared not only the impending dangers of the imperial capital, but also the unbearable pressure and choices deep within her heart. Mu Xia couldn't help but smile softly at this. "Qianshua, thank you for your concern. Perhaps for you, the outside of the imperial capital is an extremely dangerous place right now. But for us sisters, no matter how dangerous it is, as long as we are with Ling Yi, we are safest." Xia Mobing also smiled faintly, a resolute glint in her eyes. "Yes, we have a deep sisterly bond, and Ling Yi is our strongest support. Even if others may not understand, we are willing to stay by his side forever." She gently grasped Mu Xia's hand, as if pledging their mutual love for Ling Yi. Long Qianshua looked at the group of women with a certain sense of helplessness. She couldn't understand what was so great about Ling Yi that made them so willing to serve the same man. Long Qianshua sighed inwardly, feeling that these women were too naive, willing to sacrifice themselves for a man. Although the apocalypse revered the strong, Ling Yi wasn't the only man in the world, yet these women were willing to give up everything for him. In this chaotic world of emotions, love is like an invisible force that stirs hearts and makes us risk our lives. It holds endless power, instilling fear in us yet making us unable to let go. Long Qianshua muttered to herself, seemingly deeply comprehending this power, striving to discover her own courage and strength from it. Chapter 560. At this moment, the female guards outside the courtyard suddenly shouted anxiously. There are a large number of Imperial City guards outside, heading this way. Amid the female soldiers' urgent cries, the tension in the courtyard instantly reached a peak. The women looked at each other, expressions of surprise frozen on their faces. The arrival of the Imperial City Guards meant their plans could be completely disrupted, and everyone present was on edge. The current situation was like a taut bowstring. One inadvertent trigger could set off an uncontrollable chain reaction. Qianxue, you betrayed me? I never thought I would witness your betrayal with my own eyes. Mu Xia's voice was as cold as frost in the winter. Her eyes revealed an unspeakable disappointment. It was as if all trust had been shattered into invisible fragments at that moment. Qianxue, we were once shoulder to shoulder, sharing weal and woe, accompanying each other in this vast sea of humanity. Her voice tinged with sadness. Your choice now is like a knife, deeply wounding my heart. At this moment, I finally understand that our friendship never existed. Everything was just a grandiose performance on your part. I can't forget that in this moment, you are no longer my friend, but a strange soul, cold and cruel. Mu Xia's words, like a faint resentment carried by a gentle breeze, seemed to conceal an unspeakable sadness. Like the incomplete moonlight in the distance, they revealed a faint despair. No. Yeah, listen to me. I'm also concerned about your safety. Long Qianxue looked at the indignant Mu Xia and quickly tried to explain. The other women stared at her with malicious intent, forcing her to suppress her inner thoughts and stand there with a wry smile. Long Qianxue could sense the awkwardness in the atmosphere and tried to calm everyone's doubts. But that was impossible. A hint of helplessness and bitterness lingered in her eyes. Mu Xia's expression remained sharp as a knife, as if she could see through everything in her eyes, which made Long Qianxue feel extremely oppressive. She took a deep breath and tried to make her voice firm and calm. Yeah, I truly don't mean any harm. What will it take for you to believe me? Mu Xia shook her head slightly, her tone revealing a hint of helplessness and determination. I know you're trying to convince us to stay, but as for your ultimate goal, we don't know. No amount of excuses will change the reality of the situation at this point. After saying this, Mu Xia ignored Long Qianxue and shouted loudly. Everyone, evacuate the cave entrance in an orderly manner. Move quickly. As her voice fell, a tense atmosphere permeated the entire area at the cave entrance. The female soldiers hurriedly yet orderly through the courtyard, slowly entering the underground passage. The narrow passage twisted and turned, seemingly extending into unknown depths. The sound of footsteps and heavy breathing intertwined in the echo, conveying a sense of urgency and oppression. Tensions tensed, each person exuded an air of determination. Where did the road lead? What challenges would they face? No one knew, no one cared. Their current mission was to evacuate the imperial capital. Long Qianxue watched the number of people dwindle, her heart filled with anxiety. It seemed the imperial capital guard wouldn't be able to catch up. By the time they arrived, they wouldn't even be in sight. In this desperate situation, a dazzling light shone from Long Qianxue's hands. Her eyes gleamed with determination, as if she were making a final decision in this crucial moment. Her figure stood taller in the darkness, like a brilliant star in the sky, radiating unparalleled courage and tenacity. In her palm, a dazzling light shone like a bright morning star. It illuminated the path forward, offering hope to those who saw it. But before Long Qianxue could move, she felt a numbness at the back of her neck. The energy within her body instantly vanished, and she fell unconscious, falling forward. Luo Chen. Mu Xia, who had witnessed the entire incident, was startled. She quickly stepped forward and steadied Long Qianxue's slumped body. Master's wife, I only knocked her unconscious to prevent her from doing anything out of the ordinary. After all, the Imperial Capital Guards arrived because of her burst of light energy. A cold glint flashed in Mu Xia's eyes. She had already been puzzled by Long Qianxue's strange behavior. Now, hearing Luo Chen's direct explanation, she sighed deeply. I understand what you mean. We must handle this matter with caution, especially at this critical moment. Mu Xia said solemnly. We must ensure that no mistakes are made to avoid further trouble. So Luo Chen, take her with you and evacuate. Luo Chen frowned slightly, brushed his hair from his forehead, and nodded thoughtfully. Okay, I make sure everything's safe. He turned and smiled at Mu Xia, his eyes brimming with determination. Then, Luo Chen lifted Long Qianxue and leaped down toward the dark cave entrance. Hurry. Everyone, hurry up. Hongwu shouted, urging the team to speed forward. Led by Hongwu, the team trotted forward, their hurried footsteps raising a trail of dust. Traveling against the wind, they left a long trail behind them, their aura surging like a tide. However, when everyone entered the villa and saw the dark cave entrance, their faces were filled with confusion and bewilderment. General, It seems they escaped through this cave. Should we send someone in pursuit? Doubts and uneasiness welled up in everyone's hearts, and they involuntarily gazed at the cave entrance. It was as if they could sense the mystery and danger hidden within. Hongwoo's expression was solemn. He pondered for a moment, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. We must proceed with caution. We shouldn't enter this place rashly. Let me think about what we should do. By the way, let's all look for Miss Long. She might know best what happened here. However, Hongwoo could never have imagined that Long Qianxue had been knocked unconscious and taken away. So finding her was absolutely impossible. However, Hongwoo's mood felt like it had been shattered by a heavy blow. He knew that Long Qianxue's safety was about to become an unsolvable mystery. And Long Qianxue's importance to number one was beyond words. The disappearance of Long Qianxue filled Hongwoo with despair. Standing at the entrance of the deep and dark underground passage, he suddenly felt a deep sense of helplessness. Chapter 561. General, we searched everywhere, but Miss Long is nowhere to be found. Could she have been taken along? Hongwoo frowned deeply, staring into the distance. Darkness enveloped the entire city, and only the whistling of the wind filled the silent streets. Long Qianxue's disappearance had plunged the entire team into confusion and anxiety. A flicker of determination flashed in Hongwoo's eyes. He resolved to personally find Miss Long and bring her back safely. Otherwise, he would be speechless in the face of the eagerly awaited number one. Just as he had made up his mind to enter the underground passage to investigate, the ground suddenly shook, and a huge cloud of dust erupted from the cave entrance. Oh no! They blocked the passage. Damn it! Hongwoo's face paled instantly upon seeing this. With the pursuit route blocked, he would completely lose his chance to find Long Qianxue. Helplessness and despair welled up in him, realizing that his hopes had vanished like smoke. Now, all he needed to do was convey this news to number one as quickly as possible. Only through number one could he find a way to contact Ling Yi or Mu Tianxiong and learn Long Qianxue's whereabouts. When Hongwoo relayed the news to number one, he could clearly sense his momentary bewilderment and confusion. They're all gone. Could they have taken Qianxue with them? I truly didn't expect Ling Yi to be more cunning and secretive than we anticipated. Number one frowned, a hint of helplessness visible between his brows. But this also serves as a reminder for us. Order all patrol personnel to maintain constant vigilance on the ground. Don't wait until all the zombies have sneaked into the city, as it's still unknown what will happen. Hongwoo nodded, a determined glint in his eyes. He knew the situation would become even more complicated and confusing. Hongwoo gazed at the distant sky, a strong sense of mission welling up in his heart. He understood the weight of the responsibility on his shoulders. These chaotic times were destined to allow him to write a legend in the apocalypse. No matter how turbulent the road ahead, he held fast to his faith and resolved to defy fate. What about Qianxue? Hongwoo finally couldn't help but ask. It doesn't matter. If Ling Yi and the others took her away, wouldn't that be a good thing? Number one waved his hand and whispered. A good thing? Hongwoo thought he misheard. He believed Long Qianxue definitely didn't leave voluntarily. In other words, she was either being coerced by Ling Yi's men or being controlled. In this case, no matter how you looked at it, it couldn't be a good thing. Hongwoo felt an ominous premonition. He knew Long Qianxue's character well. She wouldn't give in easily. Have you forgotten that Ling Yi is behind these people? Being protected by this 9th-rank powerhouse is definitely safer than being trapped in the Imperial City. So, we don't have to worry about Qianxue's safety for now. From now on, everything will focus on preparing for battle. Whether Ling Yi helps or not, we must actively prepare. Rather than relying on Ling Yi's assistance, it's better to be self-reliant and always ready to face the zombie tide. Hongwoo nodded solemnly upon hearing this, just as number one had said. They could no longer rely on external assistance, they must rely on their own strength. Always be vigilant and prepared for any crisis. Only unwavering determination can be the most powerful weapon against crisis, like a burning flame, unshakable. To the north, the Blood Demon member's temporary base. A towering mountain rises from the ground, seemingly reaching for the heavens. Like a lone guardian, it guards the secrets hidden within. This region exudes an ancient atmosphere, as if bearing countless ancient legends and traces of war. Here, time seems frozen, and everything seems mysterious and unpredictable, inspiring awe. Atop the mountain, a young man in black armor gazed sharply at the horizon. His figure, solitary and majestic, swayed in the wind, his hair fluttering like a battle flag against the heavens. A resolute light gleamed in his eyes, as if pledging a resolution that commanded awe. At dawn, the distant clouds stretched for hundreds of miles, seemingly telling a distant and mysterious story. And he, Ling Yi, stood at the beginning of this story, waiting for the painting to unfold. It's coming. Suddenly, Ling Yi spoke without warning. Ah! What's coming? Lan Xinyu and Fang Xiu stood behind Ling Yi, one on each side. The two were already a little drowsy at this point. Hearing Ling Yi speak, Lan Xinyu was startled and asked casually. Ling Yi turned his head to glance at the two women, seeing their droopy eyes, and shook his head helplessly. I told you to rest, but you refused to listen. You insisted on staying with me. Now you're like chickens pecking at rice. Lan Xinyu had forced herself to stay awake and muttered. Ah, we're sleepy, but we're worried about your safety. Yes, Ling Yi, we can't sleep with you here alone. Fang Xiu interjected appropriately. Ling Yi sighed, but his heart warmed. These two girls cared deeply for him, a feeling beyond words. Suddenly, a light meow reached the three of them, a melodious sound like the sound of nature. A gentle breeze blew by, and a giant black cat with wings suddenly appeared from the distant sky. It landed gracefully beside Ling Yi, pacing with light steps, its tail held high, its fur gleaming softly in the morning light. A hint of intelligence and longing lingered in its eyes, as if it had seen some precious treasure. The two women were startled by the sudden appearance of the dark figure, and couldn't help but take a few steps back. But then, they saw the strange black cat, lying docilely at Ling Yi's feet. It was rubbing its large head against Ling Yi's trouser leg, appearing quite affectionate. Then, the black cat began to lick its fur briefly. But its gaze was fixed on the distant plain, as if signaling something. This made the two women nervous. They looked around warily, scanning for possible danger. Don't be afraid. This is my pet civet cat. It told me the others will be arriving soon. Ling Yi stroked the civet cat's head, and explained to the two women with a smile. The civet cat let out a low meow, as if foreshadowing what was about to happen. It stared intently into the distance, its ears erect, and stood upright, as if guarding its territory. Lan Xinyu and Fang Xiu calmed down, and followed the civet cat's gaze, just in time to see a thin black line coming their way. Chapter 562. A gentle breeze rustled their long hair, like graceful musical notes lingering in the air. Their perception couldn't reach Ling Yi's, so they could only stare into the distance, relying on their sight to silently search for their target. Fang Xiu stared at the ground, muttering hesitantly. Her slender fingers pointed at the ground, as if pursuing something, or perhaps gesturing. This action piqued Lan Xinyu's curiosity, and she looked at her in confusion, trying to understand her behavior. At that moment, Fang Xiu's eyes finally rested on a thin black line on the ground. Her gaze fixed, and she craned her neck, staring intently at the ground. Lan Xinyu frowned, and followed her gaze. She saw the black line winding from the distance, like a black trickle. Oh my god! What is this? Lan Xinyu couldn't help but gasp. Her eyes were filled with confusion, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Fang Xiu also frowned, but couldn't offer a clear answer. But her gaze remained fixed on the black line. An indescribable feeling of anticipation and uneasiness welled up within her. Is this, a dragon? I thought I was seeing things. Now that you say it's a dragon, then it must be true. Lan Xinyu and Fang Xiu both exclaimed in surprise, their pupils suddenly shrinking. A beautiful team gradually came into view. It was a well-equipped contingent of female soldiers, their formation neat and their strides powerful. Dressed in uniform, wielding sharp blades, they looked heroic. A few casually dressed women led the team, their expressions solemn, but their beauty was undeniable. Lan Xinyu and Fang Xiu felt that their looks rivaled their own. They walked in the morning breeze, their flowing sleeves like free dancers, dancing with their graceful steps. The sunlight filtered through the shade of the trees, scattering delicately on their hair. Like a golden palette, it imbued them with even greater charm. At that moment, Lan Xinyu and Fang Xiu felt as if they could feel the breath of nature, a fresh and unrestrained throbbing surged in their hearts. Behind this group of female soldiers, a massive black dragon trailed, its silhouette majestic and mysterious, like a ghost in the night. Its scales shimmered with a mysterious light, like a star in the night sky, dim yet radiant. Its massive body traced a perfect arc in the air, perfectly complementing its majestic presence. Fang Xiu and Lan Xinyu gasped at this magnificent spectacle. They were baffled by the sudden appearance of this female soldier, yet it seemed so majestic and mysterious. A closer look revealed their gleaming, sharp equipment, uniformly matched, exuding an aura and strength that could not be underestimated. And the legendary dragons guarding them was simply incredible. After all, countless mystical legends about dragons have been passed down through history. Thus, the dragon's protection has always been considered the highest honor. In ancient legends, dragons could turn the tide, galloping thousands of miles, safeguarding the peace and prosperity of ancient civilizations. Their very existence was like a sacred rune. The dragon's existence had long transcended all legends, becoming an eternal symbol of a nation. In the moment Lan Xinyu and Fang Xiyu lost consciousness, the black dragon suddenly raised its head and roared, a deafening roar. The air around it seemed to freeze at the sound of the dragon's roar. It was as if everything in existence was silently listening to the call from the legend. Just as Fang Xiyu and Lan Xinyu were lost in confusion and shock, the black dragon suddenly rose into the air, its body streaking through the air like a dark bolt of lightning, hurtling straight towards Ling Yi. Just as Lan Xinyu and Fang Xiyu were terrified, a sudden sound rang out. Meow! It was the spirit cat at Ling Yi's feet that meowed. Its black gemstone eyes stared at the black dragon in the air, as if it was very dissatisfied with it. As the two women looked at it in astonishment, the black dragon suddenly stopped. A hint of grievance was revealed in its huge eyes, as it stared at Ling Yi eagerly. Ha. Black dragon, long time no see. You've grown quite a bit. Here's some candy. Ling Yi looked up at the black dragon, and casually tossed out a crystal core. Roar. The black dragon excitedly opened its mouth, and swallowed the core directly, burping in a very human manner. Did you see what it was? Is it candy? Lan Xinyu shook her head, and Fang Xiyu, who was stunned beside her, asked. If I'm not mistaken, it should be an 8th level crystal core. Fang Xiyu felt her voice tremble. Only Ling Yi could feed an 8th level crystal core to a mutant beast as candy. Meanwhile, the spirit cat coquettishly rubbed against Ling Yi's leg, its eyes full of anticipation. Hee. Yours won't be spared. I'm saving them all for you. Ling Yi took out a dozen dark elemental energy beads, and stuffed them all into the spirit cat's mouth. The spirit cat's body trembled slightly, then began to emit a faint, dark blue light, its eyes becoming unusually clear and deep. Ling Yi smiled faintly and gently stroked the spirit cat's fur, as if sensing some mysterious resonance. Elemental energy flowed through the spirit cat, slowly propelling its realm upward. Ling Yi! Brother-in-law. Just then, a series of shouts echoed, accompanied by dozens of figures rushing towards them at full speed. Amid the crowd's exclamations, Ling Yi stood silently, his face expressionless. His eyes were deep and cold, as if he hadn't noticed the approaching person. However, Xia Mobing ignored all this and rushed forward excitedly. Like a joyful koala, she pounced on Ling Yi and clung to him tightly. The other women also gathered around, their eyes filled with excitement. It was as if meeting Ling Yi was like meeting the most important person in their lives. Although Ling Yi's expression remained expressionless, a hint of tenderness flickered in his eyes. He gently patted Xia Mobing on the back and said softly, "It's good you're back. It's good you're back." This calm voice, filled with boundless warmth, instantly soothed everyone's anxious hearts. Originally, Ling Yi had planned to personally go to the imperial capital to greet the women. But the thought of their own actions, their unauthorized departure, and the resulting situation filled him with indignation. So, he chose not to travel to the imperial capital, nor did he personally greet them. Instead, he waited for the women with a stern face. However, the moment he saw the women, and saw their attachment to him, a wave of tenderness welled up in his heart. Never mind. They're disobedient only for my sake. Ling Yi let go of his doubts and smiled calmly, his eyes filled with doting. At this moment, he deeply realized that the women's persistence and disobedience were only due to their love and attachment to him. Chapter 563. The women's attachment to Ling Yi wasn't taken for granted. Rather, it stemmed from the deepest feelings they harbored for him. How could Ling Yi not understand the true meaning behind their persistence and their pursuit of him? They weren't being stubborn or willful, they were expressing their deep affection and attachment to him. You are all my life's unforgettable treasures. You have truly made me understand the emotions and desires that a normal person must endure. In this complex world, these emotions intertwine to create a colorful landscape of my life. Like a vibrant oil painting, they linger within my soul. Sometimes they are like a spring breeze, bringing joy to my face. Sometimes they are like a torrential downpour, bringing a mixture of joy and sorrow. It is precisely because of this interplay of emotions that I can deeply appreciate the complexity and richness of life. A tender feeling welled up in Ling Yi's heart. My promise isn't just a lip service. It's a resolute resolve and a sincere emotion. I said I would protect you wholeheartedly and keep any danger at bay. At any time, no matter what happens, you can rely on me. And I will stand steadfastly by your side, conquering the world for you. Ling Yi's voice radiated a firm and warm promise. After hearing these words, the women looked up at Ling Yi affectionately. They couldn't help but recall their former slogans, to accompany Ling Yi to rule the world. Lan Xinhua and Fang Xiu exchanged a glance. Although they had long heard that Ling Yi was surrounded by many women, seeing these delicate beauties in person still left them stunned. Lan Xinhua smiled faintly, sighing inwardly. Ling Yi's true charm was truly unmatched. She had been confused, resisting him, but ultimately willingly letting him take her hand. Fang Xiu's brows etched with a smile, and she sighed softly. She knew full well that the charm emanating from Ling Yi was beyond words. This man, who single-handedly destroyed the Fang family, she had fallen hopelessly in love with. Wow, hubby, you have no idea how much I miss you. It's been so long, we've been messaging you non-stop, but you haven't replied. During this long time apart, my heart feels as if it were filled with loneliness and longing. I often dream, longing to hear your voice and feel your warmth. But every disappointment pierces my heart like a sharp knife. Perhaps you're busy with trivial matters, or perhaps you're missing me too. But what I know is that my love won't change despite the barriers of time and distance. So no matter how long, difficult, or arduous the journey ahead, my only conviction is to find you, to be with you, for eternity. The unwavering faith in Xia Mobing's words flowed like a clear spring, brimming with tenacity and tenderness. The other women's eyes welled up as they gazed at Ling Yi with tenderness, clearly sharing the same thoughts as Xia Mobing. They knew that no matter what hardships they faced, they would hold Ling Yi tightly, facing everything together, until the end of time. This unwavering bond enabled them to find strength and courage in any difficult situation, allowing them to continue moving forward for love. Ling Yi was deeply moved and overwhelmed. Once upon a time, he was just an ordinary boy, muddle-headed and plagued by loneliness. His life was uneventful until the apocalypse and the arrival of these women. At a time when everyone was worried about survival, this group of passionate and unrestrained girls intruded into his apocalyptic existence. It was like a spring breeze, stirring the softest part of his heart. The women's stunning faces and clear, cheerful laughter painted a beautiful picture of life, forever etched in Ling Yi's heart. Every woman present left an indelible mark on Ling Yi's life. They silently dedicated themselves to him, caring for him and cherishing him. With their gentle hands, they wiped away his loneliness and solitude, allowing him to experience the warmth and beauty of the apocalypse. Their deep affection was self-evident. Ling Yi could sense their love without words. This became the most powerful driving force in his growth. The devotion of these women was the most wonderful gift in Ling Yi's life. Ling Yi had asked himself countless times, if it weren't for the companionship of these women, would he still be able to maintain his current peace of mind after regaining his memories of his past life? Undeniably, amidst the women's loving care, Ling Yi rediscovered his original intention. He didn't fully unleash the most sinister emotions within his heart. On the contrary, he fell in love with his current life, and no longer desired to become the overlord of the void, as he had in his previous life. Today, Ling Yi constantly improves his strength, largely to protect those around him. Because he knows that even if he doesn't actively engage with those ninth-level civilizations, secretly constructing his own dimension will be useless. Sooner or later, this apocalyptic state will become what it is today. Today, Ling Yi has begun to reflect on the meaning of life. He has come to cherish and love his family, friends, and the world, and understand the responsibilities and obligations he bears. His heart has undergone a transformation, blossoming into a strong man filled with love and strength. Through the hardships and trials of his long journey of growth, he has become calmer and more courageous thanks to the loving companionship of these women. These women, through their actions and deep affection, embody the power of love. Their emotions have inspired Ling Yi to forge ahead in the apocalypse, becoming a more outstanding and responsible person. When Ling Yi lost his way on the road to growth, the women's deep affection became a beacon of light in his heart, guiding him forward. Looking back, a deep understanding and emotional bond have developed between the women and Ling Yi. The laughter, tears, hardships, and joys they have shared have interwoven into a vibrant and colorful picture of life. Whenever faced with adversity, the women always tacitly offered Ling Yi their unwavering support and encouragement, like a chorus of tacit understanding, composing a song of life. One could say he was a pure, innocent boy before he even awakened his past life memories. It was with the deep affection of these women that Ling Yi reached the pinnacle of his life. They became his strongest support on his path to growth, enabling him to reach ever higher heights. Ling Yi knew deep down that their deep affection was the most brilliant foundation behind his success, and the most powerful driving force behind his rise to victory in the apocalypse. Together, they wrote touching stories. Engaging their friendship and emotions, they engraved them in each other's hearts, forever etched. For this reason, Ling Yi was willing to grant them freedom, and not interfere with their choices or decisions. He believed that the women around him deserved their own rights and dignity, and he was happy to be a touch of warmth and support in their lives. Chapter 564. At this moment, Xiao Moyang's watery eyes fixed on Ling Yi, a hint of sob in her voice. "Brother-in-law, please don't send anyone back to Blood Moon City again. We all have to fight alongside you." When the other women heard this, their gazes involuntarily focused on Ling Yi's face. At that moment, everyone dreaded hearing Ling Yi send them away from the front lines. Ling Yi glanced at the women, somewhat moved, then gently patted Xiao Moyang's head. "Your courage and kindness are truly heartening to me. But this battle is too dangerous. I cannot let you risk your lives charging into battle." His affectionate gaze revealed both determination and tenderness. Hearing this, the women's hearts skipped a beat. Emotion seemed to freeze in the air, and for a moment, silence fell. Disappointment and helplessness flickered in their eyes, and uncertainty about the future lingered in their hearts. Mu Xia opened her mouth to retort, as if hoping to change the man's mind. Unexpectedly, Ling Yi spoke first, interrupting her next move. "So, you must take good care of each other, and stay at the back of the group. If you act on your own again, don't blame me for being ruthless. You don't cherish your bodies, but I do. Think of the children in your womb. They are the first babies of the apocalypse, and the fruit of our love. I will not tolerate any harm to you or your children. My advice is out of my care and cherishment for you. If you continue to be stubborn and go against my will, don't blame me for no longer being tolerant." Ling Yi's words were tender yet tinged with an unyielding majesty. His eyes were sharp yet compassionate, as if they could see through people's hearts, making them dare not hide a single thing. Beside him, the women couldn't help but drop their disguises, revealing their true selves. This extraordinary aura made him a legend in the women's hearts. It wasn't just a symbol of authority, it was a source of spiritual comfort. No matter how blunt Ling Yi's warnings were, there was one message that made them all rejoice. That they wouldn't be sent away, they could remain with Ling Yi openly. The women were thrilled, as if they had the whole world to themselves. This meant they no longer had to dodge like little birds caught in a conspiracy. They could now unabashedly display their inner joy and light. Ling Yi's simple promise was a complete liberation for them, instantly bringing a sense of relief. "I really can't understand how they managed to live in such peace and share the same husband. Their tacit understanding is simply incredible, like a silent battle. There seems to be an inexplicable tacit understanding between them. Their tacit understanding is like interwoven silk threads, delicate yet strong. It connects them closely, like a silent painting, delicate and profound." Lan Xinhua shook her head and muttered softly from a distance. "Your question is actually easy to explain, because the man we rely on is very strong." A wicked smile played at the corner of Fang Xiyu's mouth. "Strong? Yes, humanity's first 9th level expert in the apocalypse. He is indeed very powerful." Lan Xinhua nodded in undeniable agreement with Fang Xiyu's answer. No. When I say strong, I'm not referring to his apparent strength, but rather." Here, Fang Xiyu paused, gently raising her fingers to comb through her long hair. A hint of charming shyness flickered in her eyes, and a faint blush involuntarily rose to her cheeks. Fang Xiyu lowered her eyes slightly, unable to conceal her inner anticipation and shyness. Her slightly trembling lips seemed to be telling a secret, or perhaps a heart-wrenching story. At that moment, she was like a blooming flower, radiating her own unique charm and captivating beauty in the sunlight. Watching Fang Xiyu's strange behavior, Lan Xinhua was momentarily bewildered, not quite understanding what she was trying to say. After a long pause, Fang Xiyu looked up at Lan Xinhua, who was stunned. A sly glint flickered in her eyes, as if she were about to narrate an unspeakable story. She slid her lips together, smiled gently, and continued slowly. "This crazy man is probably an alien agent secretly placed on Earth. Otherwise, how could he begin training from the moment the moon rises above the willows, and toil until the sun shines brightly on the Earth, yet show no sign of fatigue? Meeting such a man who is so intoxicating, so love-hate meets him. Tell me, what woman would be dissatisfied and need to compete for his favor?" Lan Xinhua was completely stunned after hearing this, her face instantly flushed. Even her slender ears were slightly flushed. As if she had smelled the fragrance of a rose, her shy eyes seemed to be searching for a corner to hide. She swallowed hard and turned away, truly unsure how to respond to Fang Xiyu's words. So, what she meant by powerful was Ling Yi's sexual abilities. But Lan Xinhua couldn't deny that Ling Yi was indeed abnormal. This was also her own personal experience. Although Fang Xiyu's bizarre theory seemed incredible and inconceivable, her unique insight stirred ripples in Lan Xinyua's mind. There seemed to be a strange logic in Fang Xiyu's argument that defied common sense. A wisdom that allowed one to re-examine the world from an unconventional perspective. Perhaps, it was precisely this unconventional way of thinking that allowed people to survive in the apocalypse, to glimpse new possibilities through imaginative means. After comforting the women, Ling Yi introduced Lan Xinyua and Fang Xiyu. Warmly welcomed by the others, the two women displayed their unique charm and demeanor, gradually blending into this joyful and lively harem. Ling Yi stood aside, watching them with a smile. He couldn't help but feel secretly grateful that he had them. His current goal was to end this damned apocalypse as soon as possible. Then he would strive to create a new dimension of his own, a world of warmth and love. He didn't want to repeat the path of his previous life, creating a world of bloodshed and violence. In this new world, he hoped there would be no pain and despair. Every living being would experience happiness and joy. He imagined lush forests, crystal clear lakes, and beautiful scenes of people caring for each other. This wasn't just a dream, it was his current mission. For these beloved women before him, and for the children they carried in their wombs, Ling Yi was willing to make every effort and sacrifice to create a perfect world. Chapter 565. A few days later, within the zombie horde. Has the team we sent out earlier returned? The black-robed man at the head asked. The black-robed men below looked at each other, but no one dared to step forward to report. Why isn't anyone answering? Are you all deaf, you bunch of losers? Seeing this, the black-robed man involuntarily straightened his body and roared. His voice roared like a howling wind, shocking the surrounding area. A terrifying power emanated from him, distorting the surrounding light as if suffocating the entire area. At this moment, a black-robed man, trembling, stepped out, steeling himself. Sir, my lord, according to the investigation team, the team that went there has been utterly destroyed. No useful clues have been left at the scene. The black-robed man at the head heard this, a sharp gleam in his eyes, and his voice carried an icy chill. What? Total annihilation? Wasn't there a single enemy corpse left at the scene? The black-robed figure's voice seemed even more sinister and shrill, like a whisper from the depths of hell. A hint of unmistakable fury lingered between his brows. Perhaps the enemy suffered casualties as well. Perhaps they took their comrades' bodies with them during the retreat. But there's another suspicious aspect. The remains of those zombies weren't all killed by sharp weapons or supernatural powers. Many of them were in tatters, as if gnawed by mutant beasts. The subordinate faithfully relayed the information he had received and then silently retreated back to the group. Mutated beasts? How is that even possible? Could they possibly control those mindless beasts? The black-robed man's mind was filled with disbelief. He had never imagined that humans could control those untamed mutant beasts, and he couldn't believe such a thing could happen to him. This sudden news filled him with an inexplicable fear and unease. He could almost feel his heartbeat accelerating. As if some unknown force was about to descend, he felt a wave of panic. The black-robed man felt he was caught in an unknown danger. He knew that if he didn't uncover the truth behind this and respond, his actions would be even more threatening. But the thought of the tens of thousands of zombies, and the prospect of going there just to gather intelligence, would lead to a near miss. Without even a splash, not even a distress signal could be sent. This outcome left the black-robed man deep in thought. He knew this was a battle of equals, and every move depended on victory or defeat. A complex mix of hesitation and conflicting emotions crossed his brow. Should he continue to dispatch troops to search for the enemy, or hold his ground and prepare to attack the imperial capital? The black-robed man faced this difficult decision, his heart thick with anxiety. He knew that either option would involve risks and challenges. If he continued to dispatch troops to search for the enemy, he would likely be ambushed, leading to the gradual erosion of his forces. On the other hand, holding his ground would likely give the enemy more time to prepare. With the enemy clearly aware of our position, we were unaware, and there was a high risk of being struck in the vitals at a critical moment. This was the black-robed man's most difficult dilemma. He couldn't advance, nor could he retreat. He was completely trapped in a dilemma. What kind of enemy was this? How powerful were they? And was there any connection to the violent energy from earlier? These questions, one after another, kept flashing through the black-robed man's mind, making his skull swell. After a long moment of contemplation, he suddenly raised his head and asked, "How is the battle going in those space corridors?" A subordinate replied respectfully, "Sir, everything is proceeding according to plan. The attacks at several corridors have slowed down, and troops have begun to gather. The net will be closed in a few days." The black-robed man breathed a sigh of relief, as if the pressure on him had finally been lifted. It'll only take a few days, so there's no need to worry about anything going wrong. Once the plan is successfully implemented, the battle at the tunnel will become a stalemate. Then, by holding those guardians in place, all problems will be solved. As long as the controller of this plane is too busy to bother me, with a million zombies at my disposal, I'm confident I can capture the Imperial capital within a day and complete the task of opening the spatial tunnel within 3. The black-robed man narrowed his eyes, his fingers drumming on the seat, as if pondering his next move. Suddenly, his fingers paused, his heart skipping a beat. No, I was oversimplifying. I almost forgot about this mysterious force. Their presence has made the entire situation even more confusing. It's like a thorn in my throat, making it impossible to sleep or eat. They're like a sharp dagger lurking in the darkness, making it impossible to predict their next move. What if they attack at the critical moment? A cold sweat inadvertently dripped down the black-robed man's forehead. His eyes betrayed tension and anxiety, as if some unforeseen danger was quietly approaching. The Blood Evil Legion led by Ling Yi lingered in his mind. The black-robed man was still at a loss as to the true purpose of this mysterious army, hidden behind the scenes. He had a vague feeling that the strength of this army and the forces behind it might far exceed his imagination, which filled him with constant anxiety. Just as the black-robed man's thoughts raced and hesitated, someone outside suddenly arrived with a report. "Sir, the Northwest Garrison is reporting an attack from an unknown group." Before the black-robed man could inquire about the situation, several more people rushed in. "Sir, the Southwest Garrison reports an attack from an unknown group." "Sir, the Northern Garrison reports an attack from an unknown group." "Sir, the Southwest Garrison reports an attack from an unknown group." Sir. Reports of the attacks flew like snowflakes, one after another, leaving the black-robed man stunned. "Damn it! What you fear will come true." The black-robed man cursed inwardly, his mind suddenly in turmoil. He had never imagined facing such a sudden and continuous attack. These reports were like ruthless blades, silently piercing his heart, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. What are the losses at each garrison? Have you discovered the responsible force? The black-robed man calmed down for a moment before asking. The enemy didn't appear in large numbers, but rather in small groups of several hundred, stealthily approaching on mutant beasts. They never directly confronted us. Once they approached our base, they collectively unleashed a variety of supernatural attacks, and then quickly retreated, leaving us no chance to react. Chapter 566. The veins on the black-robed leader's forehead throbbed uncontrollably after hearing his men's report. This simply showed they were disregarding the million-strong zombie army under his command. A cold glint flashed at his eyes, and the armrests of the chair he gripped couldn't withstand his strength, making a sharp hissing sound. He secretly vowed to find these troublesome flies, no matter the cost. The millions of zombies were the sharpest blade in his wield, yet now they were being treated as nothing. This fueled his rage, simmering like a volcano, waiting for the right moment to erupt. How many zombies were lost in this attack? Suppressing his rage, the black-robed man asked coldly. "This is because the zombies were all on standby, not immediately fighting back or evading. So, by the time the commander arrived on the scene, he was being beaten one-sidedly. According to incomplete statistics, we lost approximately 100,000 zombies." A subordinate, braving the situation, recounted what he knew. Then, with trepidation, he stole a glance at the black-robed figure. As he looked up, he saw a streak of black light hurtling towards his head. Before he could react, everyone present heard a single pop. The subordinate's head was pierced by the black light and exploded. Bright crimson blood gushed out instantly, like a brutal painting, abruptly unfolding in the air. The monstrous and cruelty of the scene seemed frozen in time. Everyone present stared at the bloody tragedy in disbelief. Their hearts trembled, as if they could sense the shadow of death quietly descending upon them. "You useless bastards. A single attack resulted in 100,000 casualties. We only have a few zombies left. If this kind of attack happens 10 times, will I be left alone?" Faced with the black-robed leader's roar, everyone hung their heads, their bodies trembling. His rage burned like a blazing fire, illuminating the entire area. His gaze was cold and ruthless, as if it could rip anyone's heart apart. In the silence, a quiet atmosphere of fear permeated, oppressing them to the point of suffocation. "You useless bastards. What are you doing standing here like a bunch of fools? Are you waiting for me to treat you to a meal? Get back to your defense zone. If there are any more casualties, I behead you." Hearing the black-robed leader's angry voice, everyone lowered their heads and silently retreated. Then, Frantically, they returned to their respective defense zones and began meticulously deploying their forces. Outposts, both visible and covert, patrol posts, and reconnaissance teams were all in action, fearing any missteps. In a secluded forest, Ing San and Luo Chen quietly hid, observing the movements of the zombie horde. Hee. These guys are like frightened birds now. Look at their movements, as if we're about to attack at any moment. Luo Chen surveyed the various zombie encampments with a smile. Just as the master suspected, these black-robed individuals were once mere ordinary people. They simply took shortcuts, sacrificing their souls and bodies to gain power. They had received no formal military training and possessed no combat experience. Usually, they commanded the zombie hordes by relying on superior numbers to crush the survivors, a purely haphazard command. Now, faced with this large-scale battle, they were like headless flies, completely lost in direction. Ing San sneered and dismissed the chaotic and bustling scene of the zombie horde. After a pause, Ing San smiled calmly and said, "All right, let them do whatever they want tonight. Pass this message back so Ing Yi and the others can proceed." At the same time, atop the walls of the imperial capital, Han Wu accompanied number 1 as they observed the zombie encampments. Their gazes darted across the zombie camp in the distance, a hint of doubt rising in their hearts. The chaotic scene there made them speculate on the zombies' intentions. "Han Wu, what do you think they're doing? Are they deliberately creating a commotion to lure us into a surprise attack?" Number 1 observed for a long moment before frowning. "No, that's not the case. A battle did occur before you arrived. Almost simultaneously, the zombie camps were attacked. But the intervals between the battles were brief, and they were generally repelled by a single blow. The zombies had absolutely no time to react. The attackers seemed to be primarily harassing them. What you're seeing now is the zombie army reorganizing its defenses." Han Wu recounted everything he had witnessed, his mind boggling. He truly couldn't fathom what force possessed such sheer force. They dared to launch a harassing attack against millions of zombies in small groups. The actions of these small groups were simply unbelievable. They were like magicians roaming among the zombies, each strike stirring up a tsunami. Every movement seemed to mock the black-robed figures, who thought they controlled everything. But what kind of power and wisdom did the leader behind them conceal? This mystery truly baffled Han Wu. "Do you think the person behind this is Ling Yi?" Just as Han Wu was pondering, number 1 suddenly spoke. "Ling Yi?" Han Wu raised his head, a thoughtful expression on his face. "That's unlikely. Ling Yi only has a handful of men under his command. How could he have caused such a commotion? He's already left the Southern Army, so it's impossible for Mu Tianxiong's troops to be providing support." Number 1 held onto the city wall, his gaze fixed on the zombie camp. "Did you overlook a message from Mu Tianxiong? He said Ling Yi had summoned elite troops from the Blood Moon City for support." Chapter 567. Hong Wu's eyes widened, and he spoke with joy. "You mean the chaos within the zombie horde originated from the army led by Ling Yi?" Number 1 nodded undeniably. "Well, that's my guess. Otherwise, I can't imagine any other team with such strength. Furthermore, I suspect the strange phenomena that occurred a few days ago might also be related to Ling Yi." After hearing the explanation, Han Wu agreed with number 1's opinion. If Ling Yi was behind all this, then there was nothing surprising. If this is truly Ling Yi's doing, then this is a great blessing for us. Perhaps Ling Yi will have already wiped them out before the zombie horde even attacks the imperial capital's walls. Number 1, however, shook his head slightly, a hint of worry flickering in his eyes, as if hinting at the impending arrival of another unknown crisis. The air was filled with tension, and all hope seemed shrouded in a shadow. This is an invisible battle, perhaps even more dangerous than a flesh-and-blood fight. We still have to rely on ourselves. Whether the situation outside the city was Ling Yi's doing remains to be seen. Don't pin your hopes on the unknown. After all, there are over 1 million zombies. They can't be wiped out simply by annihilation. Number 1 stood with his hands behind his back, a cold glint in his eyes. The current situation is a dilemma. The only safest strategy is to hold on to the imperial capital. After all, after over a year of construction, the imperial capital's defenses are unmatched elsewhere. You know, the zombies are endless, but the number of survivors is dwindling with each passing day. The art of survival is crucial for every leader. In the zombie apocalypse, the choice between offense and defense determines the fate of a group. Hold a safe position, or attack head-on to resist the horde. This choice is fraught with challenges and tests. In the trade-off between offense and defense, survivors must strike a balance between risk and reward. Taking the initiative may bring more resources and a greater chance of victory, but it also increases the risk of survival. Holding the line offers relative safety, but with limited resources, one may be trapped to death. Every choice is a matter of life and death, especially in the apocalypse, where every wrong choice can have fatal consequences. Number 1 stood atop the city wall, gazing at the endless horde of the undead. He knew he had to make the right choice, hold on or attack. Holding the line offers a relatively safe environment, but it also risks a shortage of resources. Attacking, on the other hand, carries the risk of a direct charge from the horde, but it also offers greater opportunities and a greater chance of victory. However, this choice will directly impact the survival and fate of everyone in the Imperial City. As the leader of the Imperial City, Number 1 must strike a balance between the two to achieve the best possible survival rate. The uncertainty of survival is a common feature of the apocalyptic world. Whether it's offensive or defensive choices, or any other decision-making process, they face unpredictable variables. Leaders must remain calm and vigilant, making accurate judgments and decisions at all times. To ensure the survival base they protect remains safe and secure in the apocalypse. Stay alert. This zombie horde is unlike any other zombie horde in history. There's a mysterious force controlling them all, which means the enemy we're facing possesses wisdom. As the saying goes, all's fair in war. Can we believe this? The previous commotion was a deliberate act by the enemy, intended to paralyze us and achieve their hidden agenda? Number 1 analyzed solemnly, now skeptical of everything. Han Wu could only nod heavily. What else could he say? After all, the situation outside was just speculation. Several days passed like this, and everything was strangely quiet. In this continuous silence, time seemed to stretch out. Every moment was like a stretched string, dangling quietly in the air. Even within these ordinary days, a certain anticipation seemed to be hidden. It was as if a storm was brewing, and this initial calm was merely the calm before the storm. Have all the various garrisons been operating normally lately? One day, the leader of the Black-Robed Men once again summoned his men to inquire about the situation. Sir, since the last attack, that mysterious mutant beast army has vanished from the face of the earth, and has not been seen since. A subordinate stepped out from the crowd, his tone light with relief. During this period, they had been on guard day and night, each hour feeling as long as a year. In the pitch-black night, they stood shoulder to shoulder, watching each other, searching diligently for the enemy group lurking in the shadows. They dared not even close their eyes, fearing a sudden attack from the group. All is calm. It seems the group has moved. The leader of the Black-Robed Men tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest of his chair, a hint of joy on his face. I just received intelligence that several other channels are already implementing their plans. This means that our operation must commence as soon as possible. Therefore, I have decided to begin the siege of the Imperial capital tonight. I need to preserve all the flesh and blood within to sacrifice to the spatial channels. At this moment, someone suddenly spoke up. Sir, if that hidden force is still nearby, if we fully encircle the Imperial capital, we'll likely be attacked, and the consequences will be disastrous. Hearing this, the Black-Robed Man didn't get angry, but instead pondered his words carefully. The subordinates' concerns were not without reason. Although this strange team hadn't appeared in the past few days, this didn't mean they weren't hiding somewhere, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The mysterious movements of this team always made them uneasy, as if an invisible threat was constantly hanging over their heads. Furthermore, their movements were as elusive as ghosts in the night. If they weren't going to support the battlefields of those spatial channels, but were instead quietly hiding, then they must remain vigilant and prevent a sudden attack. At this thought, the Black-Robed Man couldn't help but frown. He began to feel a headache. This damn team. They didn't show up earlier, didn't show up later, but chose to disrupt things at this critical moment. Wasn't this deliberately trying to cause trouble for him? After repeated consideration, the Black-Robed Man took a deep breath and decided to choose the safest approach: siege the city. The main force will stay back to provide protection and guard against that damn team. The other legions will go all out. Don't worry about casualties. Take the walls of the Imperial capital as quickly as possible. Chapter 568. In a remote location, Lung Yin was squatting on a large tree, gazing in the direction of the zombie horde. Commander Ing, why haven't you attacked the zombies these past few days? The brothers are so eager to see what's next. Those zombies stand there motionless, like sitting ducks. Just unleash your powers, and you can kill a whole bunch of them. I think if we do this a few more times, we can completely wipe out the zombie horde. Ing shook his head upon hearing this, flatly rejecting Lung Yan's suggestion. Attacking is a one-time thing, not a one-time thing. Haven't you seen how the zombies have been moving in groups these past few days? This means they're on guard. If we charge in all at once, even if we can eliminate some of the zombies, we inevitably suffer casualties ourselves. That's not what the master wants. Lung Yen smacked his lips and continued. Then when will we make our next move? Engi stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed on the zombie horde's base. Wait for the master's orders. The Imperial City's walls, like a silent guardian, stood tall in the darkness. The walls' outlines were majestic, their stonework exuding a solemnity and mystery. As night fell, the walls faded into darkness, like a low-key hero, silently guarding the city. Above the walls, the lights were sparse, their outlines dotted with stars. As the night breeze blew, the walls resembled a woman draped in a mysterious veil, revealing a hazy beauty. The atmosphere was silent and profound, evoking a sense of tranquility. One could not help but immerse oneself in the night created by these walls. Under the night, the Imperial City was immersed in tranquility. Perhaps unbeknownst to everyone, a crisis was quietly approaching. On this peaceful night, the guards continued patrolling the city walls, vigilantly gazing into the dark distance. They knew full well that shouldering the heavy responsibility of defending the Imperial City, they could not afford to let their guard down even for a moment. Not far from the walls, the zombie army was secretly gathering, awaiting the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. These were the various zombie legions organized by the Black-Robed Men. Their current target was the Imperial City Wall. If they took the walls, the fall of the Imperial City would be certain. On a night of high winds, dark moon, and murderous intent, a thrilling battle was about to begin. Enemy attack, enemy attack. As the guards discovered the enemy, a shrill alarm pierced the night sky, instantly echoing across the entire Imperial City. The guards, weapons in hand, leaped into action, nervously preparing for battle. Han Wu decisively issued his orders, and everyone quickly took their positions, ready for battle. However, the zombie army made no advance warning of the Imperial City's guards. They surged toward the city walls like a tide, instantly filling the empty space beneath them. In the darkness, the zombie army's blood-red eyes and sharp teeth shone a chilling cold light in the night. They roared, charging towards the city walls like locusts. But at that moment, a howling wind began to fill the sky. As dark clouds gathered, lightning and thunder roared, and raindrops as big as soybeans poured down, like tears from the sky spilling onto the earth. The zombies roared in the torrential rain, as if pouring out endless pain and rage. The rain didn't slow their advance, nor did the city walls hinder their climbing abilities. Zombies piled upon zombies, layer upon layer, dense and dense, gradually rising higher and higher, creeping towards the top of the city walls. Atop the walls, the brave guardsmen clutched their weapons. Faced with this terrifying zombie horde, they showed no fear, their eyes gleaming with determination. The thrilling battle was about to begin, a contest between the Imperial City Guard and the zombies. Like a contest between light and darkness, it was destined to be a story of epic proportions in the defense of the Imperial City. As the zombies gradually climbed the city walls, the war officially began. Like wolves and tigers, the zombies scaled the walls frantically, rising and falling endlessly, engaging the Imperial City Guard in a fierce battle. Atop the walls, the rain had already blurred the soldiers' vision. But they still narrowed their eyes, relying on instinct as they attacked the zombies. In an instant, the scene was ablaze with flashes of swords and the echoes of gunfire. The guards fought with all their might, vowing to defend their homeland to the death. And the zombie horde, leveraging their numerical superiority, continued to scale the city walls. In this life-or-death struggle, each displayed superhuman courage and perseverance. They risked their lives to buy precious time for their homes. They used their flesh and blood to stubbornly resist the zombies' attack, fighting bravely, fearless of life and death. In their eyes, there was only the belief of defending the walls of the imperial capital. As the battle intensified, the guards gradually fell into a desperate situation. Yet, on this brink of life and death, they refused to give up. They gritted their teeth and fought tooth and nail. Everyone fought tenaciously against the zombies, demonstrating the courage to risk their lives. For the current situation did not allow them to retreat. The Imperial City walls would be their last line of defense. If they were captured, then everyone would be caught in a relentless pursuit by the zombie horde. At this critical moment, Han Wu stepped forward. He led his team in a desperate counterattack, fighting for survival. Under his command, the city's heavy artillery began to unleash its might. Deafening roars, like angry thunder, echoed between heaven and earth. The artillery fire, like meteors, indiscriminately bombarded the dense horde of zombies outside the city. In an instant, the roar of artillery continued, smoke filled the air, and flames illuminated the dark night sky. The roars of the zombies intertwined into a thrilling symphony of terror. Under the onslaught of artillery fire, The zombie horde gathered outside the city was instantly emptied. The zombies that had been climbing the walls, losing their support, tumbled down the ramparts like snowballs. At the same time, the pressure on the walls suddenly eased. Han Wu led the guards in a desperate counterattack, slaying the remaining zombies one by one. After completing these actions, he didn't allow his men to stop for rest, as time didn't allow. The zombies knew no fatigue. It wouldn't be long before they continued their climb up the wall. Han Wu wiped the rain from his face and shouted to everyone, "Bring the grenades and heavy machine guns here. Disrupt the zombies' momentum." Once the order was given, the soldiers acted decisively. Grenades rained down upon the zombie horde, exploding as the zombies fell from the walls. Chapter 569. In this battle for the survival of the Imperial capital, following closely behind the grenades, various heavy machine guns also opened fire, providing the most ferocious firepower support on the battlefield. Like a torrential downpour of bullets, the zombie hordes beneath the city walls were riddled with holes, a horrific sight. Those once terrifying zombies were now vulnerable under the heavy machine guns. Broken limbs and bodies littered the ground, blood staining the city walls red, as if telling of the brutality of the battle. The entire wall erupted in gunfire, and bullets rained down upon the zombie hordes like they were free. They frantically tore at the zombies' bodies, shattering them into countless pieces. Under this fierce firepower, the zombie remains beneath the city walls piled up layer upon layer, forming a sea of blood and corpses. And these brave Imperial capital defenders, faced with such a terrifying number of zombies, showed no fear, but stood steadfast on the city walls. With weapons in hand, they vowed to defend their homes to the death, demonstrating the bravery and courage of a soldier. After a grueling battle, the smoke gradually cleared, and the dawn of victory seemed to quietly approach. Those once dreaded zombies were finally defeated by the heroic Imperial city guards. Just as everyone was about to rejoice, the zombie hordes outside the city suddenly roared incessantly. The zombie horde surged like a raging wave. Large swarms of low-level zombies swarmed again, madly advancing. Following them were countless mutated zombies. Roaring furiously, they drove the lower-level zombies into a crushing charge. In the eyes of the Imperial city guards, these mutated zombies were devoid of reason, driven only by a desire to devour all life. The incomplete zombies that were slow to move and hindered the team's progress were torn to shreds by the mutated zombies in a matter of minutes. Damn it! Not even a chance to catch their breath. Level 3, Level 4, Level 6, my god, how many mutated zombies are there? This is unstoppable. We have to stop it even if we can't. We have no way out. It's either life or death. Han Wu, seeing the people's hearts wavering, shouted loudly, trying to stabilize morale. No one present could have imagined that just when they thought victory was in sight, this terrifying zombie horde would return, even larger and more terrifying. The hearts of some ordinary survivors seemed to stop at that moment, fear and anxiety spreading through their hearts. They looked anxiously at the city wall below, questioning whether they could withstand this fierce attack. Faced with this sudden crisis, some people began to retreat. Their steps unconsciously moved backwards, as if they were ready to turn and flee at any moment. Yet, there are still brave and fearless individuals who step forward, unwaveringly throwing themselves into the struggle, vowing to protect the city and their home. Among these courageous protesters, the vast majority are the resolute and iron-blooded warriors of the Imperial capital. They once protected the last peace in the prosperous Imperial capital. And now, in this apocalyptic world, they still stand firm, defending the last vestiges of human dignity. Their bodies are torn apart by zombies, but their eyes remain steadfast, their weapons still wielding a cold gleam. These iron-blooded warriors are the pride of the Imperial capital and the hope of humanity. Fierce warriors, like Han Wu, are the soul of the resistance. He once rose from the smoke of battle, and now plays an irreplaceable role in the battle against mutated zombies in the apocalypse. His gaze is as sharp as a torch, seemingly piercing all darkness. His voice is like thunder, inspiring countless warriors to bravely advance. Han Wu leads the weary yet resolute Imperial capital guard. With faith and courage, he writes one magnificent battle chapter after another. Of course, countless ordinary people brave the hardships of this battle. They may have once been civilians of the Imperial capital, or perhaps they are refugees. But now, they all share a common name: resistors. They grew up in the flames of war. They struggled on the brink of death, but they never gave up the fight for survival. With their blood and lives, they testify to the indomitable spirit of humanity and their love for this land. The battle intensified, each attack accompanied by explosions and screams. The scars on the iron-blooded warriors' bodies grew, yet they never retreated. They knew this battle was a matter of life and death. Even if they retreated now, the zombies would not let them go. They would cling to everyone like insects clinging to their bones. For the zombie army thirsted for blood and flesh. Thus, to survive, one must bravely stand tall. With fearless courage and wisdom, one must defend the last vestiges of life's dignity. Only with unity, working together for survival for light. Bravo! By brandishing weapons against the zombies, can there be a glimmer of hope for survival? All those who remained to fight were willing to sacrifice their lives to protect the last vestiges of peace in their hearts, defying the cruelty of fate with their faith. Han Wu, caught in the midst of the battle, clenched his fists, his gaze sharp as a knife, as if attempting to dispel the darkness of the rainy night. He scanned the chaotic city walls, watching brave warriors overwhelmed by zombies one by one, a surge of grief welling up in his heart. Before the battle began, he knew it wouldn't be easy, but he never imagined it would be so brutal. He had assumed that the black-robed men would retreat, as they had done last time, after the zombies had inflicted a certain amount of damage. But this time, the black-robed men seemed determined to take the imperial capital's walls, heightening the pressure on everyone's survival. Han Wu, all of you retreat and rest. We see how we perform next. Just as Hong Wu's troops were exhausted, Huang Tian's voice echoed from beneath the city walls. Ha ha ha. Well done, brothers. Our second wave of reinforcements has arrived. Will you join me in one more battle and throw all these ugly zombies outside the city walls? Upon hearing the reinforcements arrive, Han Wu felt his fatigue instantly vanish. Fight! 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 The wounded warriors responded to Hong Wu's call. Everyone firmly believed that as long as they united, the flame of humanity would continue. And as those standing on the front lines of the battle against the zombies, they would become eternal legends, inspiring the remaining survivors to keep moving forward. This was the meaning of their battle, and the conviction that drove them to sacrifice their lives. In this apocalyptic wasteland, they wrote the legend of humanity with their blood and lives. Their contributions to humanity will be forever etched in the long river of history, leaving an indelible mark. Chapter 570. The heroic Imperial Capital Guards bravely fought bravely to defend their homeland against the invading zombies. The howling wind and torrential rain obscured the smoke of the fierce battle. The deafening roar of artillery fire filled the air, and the deafening explosions echoed through the rain, echoing one after another, as if tearing the entire sky apart. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and shrill cries rang out. The gruesome battle scene was both jaw-dropping and awe-inspiring. Amidst the overwhelming flames of war, Ling Yi and his companions stood not far from the battlefield, closely observing the battle in the imperial capital. Their sharp gazes fixed on every crucial battlefield node, perceiving the evolving situation. In this critical moment of life and death, wisdom and courage became the keys to victory. Han Wu, Huang Tian, and their companions, relying on superb tactical planning, fearless of life and death, led their troops to skillfully engage the zombie horde on the walls of the imperial capital. They kept their eyes and ears open, searching for the perfect opportunity to strike. Amidst the raging artillery fire, they struck decisively, bravely killing the enemy and buying their comrades a moment's respite. The leader's valiant fighting galvanized the soldiers' passion. Undeterred, they held their ground, engaging the zombies in a fierce struggle. They defended the city walls, and their comrades with their blood and lives. Lord, this is too tragic. As someone abandoned by them, I shouldn't have said anything. But now, in the face of the greater good, there are hundreds of thousands of survivors in the imperial city. I feel compelled to lend a helping hand. Leng Yan gazed at the bloody battle on the imperial city walls, a wave of pity welling in his heart. Wait! Ling Yi's expression was serious, his gaze piercing the endless darkness ahead. Wait! I don't think they can hold out much longer. Leng Yan was somewhat puzzled by Ling Yi's decision. In such a brutal battle, the fall of the imperial city was only a matter of time. In response to Leng Yan's questioning, Ling Yi offered no sign of dissatisfaction, but instead explained. Observe carefully, and see if there are any anomalies in the zombies' movements? Anomalous? Hearing this, Leng Yan cast his gaze back towards the battlefield. Unfortunately, no matter how his mind raced, he couldn't detect any signs of abnormality on the raging battlefield. However, his brilliant mind couldn't detect a single sign of anomaly on the raging battlefield. All he saw was a surging tide of zombies, crashing against the city walls like a raging tide. And the Imperial City Guard bravely and fearlessly stood up and fought back. In this thrilling moment, everyone was fighting for survival, for honor, and for their country. Ling Yi looked at Leng Yan's bewildered expression and shook his head helplessly. Leng Yan, look behind the zombie horde. What's the difference? Hearing this, Ling Yan naturally looked behind the zombies. What a powerful lineup. They're all mutated zombies, and beasts above level 7. And those black-robed men seem to be concentrated in that area. Taking it all in, Ling Yan couldn't help but gasp. If the black-robed men could unleash all their formidable strength, then conquering the imperial capital might be as easy as eating and drinking. Now you understand why we can't take any action. Those black-robed men are clearly holding back, waiting for us to strike. They can't be sure we're nearby, so they daren't bring their full forces forward. In this confrontation, they become like frightened birds, cautiously testing the waters in their attack on the imperial capital. And we are the mysterious force that terrifies them. The black-robed men are constantly ready to deliver a fatal blow. Ling Yi described his thoughts, one by one, and Ling Yan couldn't help but feel terrified. If they ignored the situation and charged directly into the zombie tide, they would likely be surrounded by zombies controlled by the black-robed men, resulting in a difficult battle. So, for now, we can only watch silently as the imperial capital soldiers fight bloody battles. Now we just have to wait, waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to the black-robed men. Ling Yi gazed at the battlefield, his words filled with determination and irrefutable attitude. Alas! Watching my compatriots die tragically at the hands of zombies, my heart truly grieves. The others exchanged glances, but none of them questioned anything. They simply followed Ling Yi's orders without reservation. Ling Yi was like the breaking light of dawn, bringing hope to the bewildered masses. His gaze was like a torch, deep and unwavering, as if it could penetrate any adversity. His towering figure, like an unyielding mountain, carried the hope and expectation of everyone for a better life in the apocalypse. The people of Blood Moon City revered and trusted Ling Yi as if he were a god. Their eyes constantly gleamed with determination. From initially following Ling Yi for survival, to now unwaveringly supporting him. They believed that as long as Ling Yi was there, no dilemma was unsolvable, no obstacle insurmountable. And Ling Yi certainly didn't disappoint them, demonstrating exceptional leadership. Like a seasoned scholar general, he could discern the entire battle situation and make decisions with impeccable precision. His wisdom and courage radiated respect and a willingness to serve him. In the imperial capital, Number 1 paced back and forth within the command center, filled with worry. His gaze was solemn, fixed on key areas on the map, pondering strategic deployments, striving to secure victory in this defensive battle. The generals around him held their breath, awaiting his decision. The atmosphere in the room was tense and solemn, like a battlefield about to erupt. Number 1 suddenly stopped and spoke. This torrential rain has completely disrupted our deployment. But once the arrow is shot, there's no turning back. It's on the string and must be released. Even if the weather is inclement, the soldiers must overcome it. While we still have air superiority, now is the time to demonstrate our strength. Everyone, ensure the complete success of this airstrike. With this, he decisively slapped the battle plan. Instantly, the entire command center transformed into a high-speed combat machine, frantically bustling with activity. At the Imperial Capital Airport, upon receiving the order, the flight squadron quickly boarded their fighter planes. They swiftly adjusted their course, engaging in a thrilling battle against time. With piercing eyes, lofty ambitions, and steely resolve, the pilots shouldered the sacred mission of protecting the imperial capital. They held their heads high in the torrential darkness, soaring through the sky like eagles, unwaveringly defending the dignity and safety of the people of the imperial capital. Faced with challenges and pressures, they united as one and moved forward courageously, demonstrating the demeanor that a pilot should have. Chapter 571. The sky was filled with torrential rain and raging winds. Only the asphalt road remained beneath the imperial city. The green belts had long since been trampled by the zombie horde, turning them into a muddy, swampy landscape. Zombies continuously fell from the city walls, only to be crushed into pulp by the countless zombies below. The battle intensified, and the Imperial City Guard fought desperately. From cold weapons to supernatural powers, they used every possible means to kill the zombies. The zombies beneath the city walls had already piled up like a mountain, and those who continued to charge. They no longer needed to scale the walls. They could easily reach the top by simply stepping over the dense mass of corpses. The brutal scene of the battle was chilling. A brave warrior, after chopping down a zombie, spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm inside. Damn it! When will this battle end? Are these zombies ready to fight to the death this time? Huang Tian, who was standing beside him, just happened to hear this. He frowned, then responded. Hold on. The leaders have other plans. Perhaps when the sun shines on the imperial capital again, victory will come. At this moment, The rapid roar of the Air Force fighter jets cut through the din of the battlefield. The pilots stared wide-eyed at the radar screen. They knew their army comrades were fighting a desperate battle against the zombie horde below. Similarly, they, now airborne, shouldered the heavy responsibility of defending the imperial capital and its people. Even in this raging rainstorm, they would plunge into battle without hesitation. Faced with such inclement weather, the pilots did not flinch. They gripped the joysticks tightly, their eyes determined, their resolve as rock-hard as a rock. Every pilot knew that every takeoff was a life-or-death struggle. But they chose to shoulder their responsibility without hesitation, risking their lives to defend their homeland. As the squadron approached the city walls, the zombie signals on the radar screens grew in number, reaching a suffocating density. The countless flashing red dots, like a sinister force, swarmed frantically toward the imperial capital's walls, seemingly drowning the entire city in a pool of blood. This made all the pilots feel the weight of their responsibility even more. In this life-or-death struggle, they must destroy as many enemies as possible to relieve the pressure on their allies. Fighters cut through the torrential rain like sharp swords, pilots searching the vast night sky for the best attack position. When they found their target, they pressed the missile launch button without hesitation. Then missiles, one after another, emerged from their magazines like flaming dragons, carrying the pilots' conviction, accurately striking the zombie horde. Those once human faces had now become hideous. They struggled in agony under the missile attack, their cries unceasing. The moment the missile exploded, blood splattered everywhere, and severed limbs flew everywhere, a horrific sight. The zombies' bodies were torn apart by the massive shockwave, shattered bones and viscera scattered across the ground, a feast of horror. Despite this, the pilots' compassion remained unwavering. They understood that these zombies had lost their human souls. Eradicating them was the future of humanity, and therefore this battle was essential. As the pilots attacked, they prayed silently in their hearts. "I hope this brutal battle will end soon, allowing the survivors to live peaceful lives." Every missile launch represents their unwavering faith in a brighter future and a saving grace for humanity. In between battles, the pilots encouraged each other via radio, facing this life-or-death struggle together. They knew that every zombie's death meant a greater hope for human survival. In this brutal battle, they were not just warriors, but messengers of hope, bringing hope of life to the survivors. Under the relentless bombardment of missiles, a vacuum had formed outside the city walls. The scene was left in ruins, as if nature had been eclipsed by this war. Amidst the raging storm, the bottomless craters gradually filled with water, becoming mirrors reflecting the sky. The shattered bricks and mud intertwined, recording the tragic chapter of the war years. And the ponds in the rain, like pearls, witnessed the pilots' indomitable spirit. Having successfully completed their mission, the brave pilots, piloting their fighter planes, turned around and embarked on their triumphant return. Their ammunition was depleted, and the sky bore witness to their bravery and fearlessness. The guards on the city walls had completely driven the zombies down. Now, everyone cheered with joy, applauding the victory of the flying squadron. The pilots, like eagles spreading their wings, proudly returned to the airfield. This glorious moment will surely go down in history. Meanwhile, behind the zombie tide, a group of flying mutant beasts was slowly arriving. Their number was not large, estimated at only a few thousand. Because flying mutant beasts are difficult to capture and control, the Black-Robed Man did not command a large-scale flying army. This also relieved a significant amount of pressure on the defense of the imperial capital. Han Wu looked up at the direction the mutant flying beasts were heading. They were chasing the flying squadron. "Are you trying to track and destroy the airport? You're truly naive. Notify the air defense forces to prepare for battle, and shoot down all of these flying mutant beasts." Upon receiving Han Wu's order, the city's air defense forces immediately went into combat mode. The city's air defense deployments began frantically adjusting. Anti-aircraft guns quickly swung their muzzles toward the sky. Missile launchers adjusted their firing angles, awaiting the command to attack. The commander stared intently at the radar screen, watching the small, flashing red dots that indicated the locations of the flying mutant beasts. Suddenly, the massive bodies of the flying mutant beasts appeared in the sky. Their flapping wings made a piercing noise. The defenders on the city walls watched the mutant beasts nervously, their fingers firmly on the triggers. At the command of the air defense commander, the air defense forces began intense battle preparations. They all took deep breaths, striving to remain calm, awaiting the order to attack. Everyone was acutely aware that this battle was crucial. Finally, the air defense battle began. Anti-aircraft fire erupted instantly, and missiles soared into the sky like arrows from a bow. The flying mutant beasts screamed in agony, their wings struggling as they fell. A shrill aura suddenly filled the air, and where their wings were shattered, a bloody haze spread. Although these mutant flying beasts possess formidable defenses, their wings and other vulnerable areas were still vulnerable to the anti-aircraft bombardment. The battle raged on, and every artilleryman gave his all, for the peace of the imperial capital and the safety of the people. They defended this city, their home, with their own flesh and blood. This was their mission, their belief. Chapter 572. Meanwhile, the members of the city's reserve force were also busy. They bravely and fearlessly formed teams and mobilized, their finishing blows in full swing. The moment the flying mutant beasts soared through the sky were shot down, they became targets for their concentrated fire, striking with precision and relentless force. Everyone worked together, supporting each other and displaying a spirit of daring to fight hard, killing each of the downed mutant beasts one by one. "Sir, our flying mutant beasts are too few to exert their advantage in battle. Thousands have been sent out and most have perished," a subordinate reported to the black-robed leader in a trembling voice. The black-robed man was now squinting his eyes in the direction of the imperial capital. He had never imagined that human thermal weapons could be so powerful. This time, he led a million-strong zombie army towards the imperial capital, believing he could easily capture the city. However, he hadn't anticipated that humans, armed with firearms, could construct a dense network of firepower, halting the zombies' frenzied attack. Under this barrage of firepower, zombies below level 6 simply couldn't break through the defenses. They fell in droves, their blood staining the ground red, but it couldn't shake the human defenders' resolve. Although the zombies were overwhelming in number, humans, with wisdom and courage, could successfully withstand the zombie charge. The black-robed figure clenched his fists and scanned the surrounding high-level zombie hordes. He truly wanted to wave his hand and call these ferocious creatures into the battle. However, the thought of that mysterious army and the terrifying aura of the 9th level, the black-robed figure couldn't help but retreat. What if, at this crucial moment in the battle, this damned mysterious army suddenly attacked his headquarters, relying on its immense strength? The black-robed man believed he had no way of withstanding their attack. At that point, if the command system were to be disrupted, the million-strong zombie tide would be out of control. According to zombie behavior, most high-level zombies would turn and flee upon sensing danger. Furthermore, zombies and mutants lack any ability to think, relying solely on instinct to kill and devour. If control were lost, the entire scene would instantly descend into chaos. Some high-level zombies would control the lower-level zombies, causing them to fight independently and potentially attack each other. If that situation truly came to pass, the million-strong zombie army would be reduced to a ragtag mess. Perhaps a melee among the zombies would end the battle without humans even having to fight to the death. Thinking of this, the black-robed leader took a deep breath and gave an order. Order the low-level zombie corps to intensify their offensive and not give those humans a chance to breathe. I want to see who has more weapons and ammunition, or my zombie army, which outnumbers them. At dawn, the torrential rain gradually subsided, the morning light breaking, and the dark clouds gradually dissipated. The sun flickered, and the moist earth absorbed the nourishment of the rain. The air after the rain was exceptionally fresh, and the moist grass reflected the vibrant colors of the distant sky, as if nature were heralding a fresh beginning. However, beneath the imperial capital, countless zombie corpses piled up like mountains, a horrifying sight. The stench of flesh and blood mingled, and the nauseating odor filled the air, making people cover their noses as they passed. Hongwu's energy had been completely drained, and now he could only desperately wield his sword to fight the zombies. The surviving guards nearby also wore expressions of exhaustion. They swung their weapons numbly, relying solely on their willpower to hold on. Everyone's gaze was filled with the roaring zombies. A sense of powerlessness washed over them, but they still fought tooth and nail, unwilling to give up their last stand. In this dark corner, they used the light of their lives to illuminate a path of hope. Huang Tian led the team into the battle, but the high frequency and relentless fighting had also worn them out. Damn this battle. These tireless zombies, like perpetual motion machines, are truly disgusting. Duh. Suddenly, a burst of machine gun fire emanated from the south of the imperial capital, startling everyone. Guards, check what's going on. Why are there machine gun fire outside the city? Hanwu also heard the strange sound and immediately ordered his guards to investigate. Not long after, the guards, binoculars in hand, excitedly ran back to report. General, our reinforcements have arrived. Commander Mu's southern army is attacking the zombie horde from the south. Hongwu's face paled upon hearing this, his heart pounding like a raging storm. What? The southern army is coming, at this very moment? Just then, Huang Tian strode over, a look of panic on his face. Old Hong, this is terrible. Old Mu Tianxiong is already locked in a fight with the zombie horde. Han Wu sighed helplessly at the frantic Huang Tian. Mu Tianxiong shouldn't have come at this time. It's too hasty, and it will cause irreparable casualties. After all, they have no shelter, and are facing a head-on battle against the zombie horde. Furthermore, the main zombie army isn't participating. If the southern army is surrounded, the consequences will be disastrous. Both men felt that Mu Tianxiong's move was hasty and ill-considered. According to the plan, the southern army was supposed to be a surprise force, deployed at a critical moment. However, now that this sharp sword has been unsheathed prematurely, its sharp edge exposed, it has become a sitting duck. I gave the order for Mu Tianxiong to join the battle early. Just as the two men hesitated, number one, protected by a group of people, arrived at the front lines. Looking at the puzzled expressions on his two generals' faces, number one slowly explained. Judging from the current situation, these black-robed men are determined to capture the imperial capital. Even after losing hundreds of thousands of zombies overnight, they still continue to attack fiercely. The black-robed men have sufficient manpower to attrition, but we don't. According to a rough estimate, over 10,000 of our soldiers died in last night's battle. Number one's tone was like fallen leaves wet by autumn rain, filled with heaviness and resignation. His words, like ripples on a lake on a silent night, carried a hint of melancholy that permeated the air. You must know that the elite zombie forces haven't officially joined the battle yet. I still can't figure out the black-robed men's ultimate goal, but once they enter a decisive battle posture, how long do you think our soldiers can hold out? 3 days? 5? Hearing number one's words, Han Wu and Huang Tian exchanged glances. Yes, the elite zombies haven't even shown their strength yet, and the sheer number of low-level zombies alone is already overwhelming everyone. This utterly unfair battle cannot be won by sheer force. Without clever strategies or miracles, the only outcome for the survivors of the Imperial City is destruction. Chapter 573. Huang Tian swallowed, then pointed toward the south of the city and asked uncertainly, Leader, you're not planning to join forces with the Southern Army, leading to a decisive battle? At this question, Han Wu was also surprised, looking at number one with some disbelief. This wasn't the plan during the previous battle plan meeting. You two are both my trusted generals, and I won't hide the fact that none of this is geared towards a decisive battle. We can't abandon the advantageous defensive position of the city walls. After all, it's a major advantage right now. The walls are a barrier, making it difficult for the zombies to climb up. With the wall strength and our modern weaponry, we can easily eliminate the zombie horde to the greatest extent possible. But holding on to the Imperial capital won't completely resolve our current predicament. Look at the situation now. Our soldiers are exhausted, but the zombies remain vigilant and energetic. This is the biggest difference between humans and zombies, and also humanity's greatest weakness. Faced with the zombies' relentless attacks, our men will gradually become passive. Although we still have several reserve troops within the city, even if we take turns resting and then fighting again. How long do you think everyone can hold out like this? Although humans have been strengthened, their physical functions and energy are still limited. Number one's analysis was penetrating and insightful, truly perceptive. Not only did it reveal the zombies' strengths and advantages, it also offered far-reaching strategic insights into humanity's weaknesses. After listening to number one's analysis, Han Wu and Huang Tian couldn't help but nod their heads repeatedly, expressing their agreement with this argument. This tacit understanding wasn't accidental. It was the result of their deep understanding of both sides, honed through their long battles against the zombies. In their eyes, number one's analysis not only accurately grasped the current situation, but also offered a strategic perspective on the apocalypse, which left them feeling somewhat bewildered. It seemed as if the battle had now entered an unsolvable war of attrition, with no prospect of a resolution. Number one didn't give Han Wu and the others much time to think, and continued. Therefore, given the current situation, I have no choice but to send Mu Tianxiong into battle early. I'm not counting on him to severely damage or defeat the zombie horde, but I'm betting on someone to help, and that person will be our only hope for victory, Ling Yi. After hearing this, Han Wu looked at number one in horror, questioning and confusion. Leader, according to you, arranging the Southern Army's attack on the zombie horde is to force Ling Yi to take action? Han Wu, somewhat incredulous at this outcome, continued his question in shock. Then, the Southern Army will surely pay a heavy price. This operation will inevitably result in the sacrifice of many soldiers. And the ultimate goal is to get Ling Yi to come to the aid of the Imperial capital. But what if Ling Yi isn't nearby, or doesn't intend to take action, then the Southern Army will likely be completely annihilated. Is such an outcome worth it? Huang Tian's mouth twitched slightly. They were using the Southern Army as bait. Hong Wu's concerns mirrored his own. Number 1 nodded gravely. I understand your concerns, even though such methods are somewhat cruel. But this is the only way to protect the hundreds of thousands of survivors in the imperial capital. Aside from this method, the battle to defend the imperial capital has reached an unsolvable point. Han Wu frowned, a mixture of emotions filling his heart, and he couldn't help but sigh. Alas, this damned apocalypse, is it really going to drive all of humanity to extinction? Does our hope rest solely on one person? It's a pity that Ling Yi has already left the Southern Army in anger. The current situation is completely out of our control. Number 1 patted Hong Wu's shoulder and offered solace. Don't be sad, don't be discouraged. We're doing this to enable the Southern Army to unleash its full potential and energy. A soldier's duty is to safeguard the nation's peace and the safety of its people. To fulfill this duty, we are always prepared to face danger, even to the point of sacrificing our lives. In times of war, we charged into battle, bravely killing the enemy and defending the nation's dignity. In times of peace, we remained steadfast in our posts, actively participating in various defense missions to ensure the people's well-being. Now, at a critical moment for the survival of our nation and our people, what reason is there to retreat? In this battle, we will fight to the death, solely to protect our homeland and uphold the last remaining dignity of humanity. With humanity on the brink of destruction, we soldiers must first stand tall, forge ahead courageously, and overcome this adversity together. Only by working together can we overcome all the difficulties before us. Only then can we forge a peaceful future for tomorrow, for the glorious future of our nation. After a brief pause, Number 1 spoke again. As for whether Ling Yi will join the battle, I'm 80% certain he will. Don't forget, Mu Tianxiong's granddaughter is Ling Yi's woman. And Mu Yang and his wife are also in the Southern Army. Do you think Ling Yi could watch his wife's parents and grandfather engage in a life-or-death battle? Even if Ling Yi is cold-blooded and can stand by and watch, Mu girl wouldn't be so heartless, would she? After hearing this, Han Wu and Huang Tian were at a loss as to how to proceed. This is truly despicable. This is not just a cruel plot, but also a form of moral blackmail. If Ling Yi were nearby, and yet gave up rescuing Mu Tianxiong. If Mu Xia knew about this, she'd be able to guess what would happen without even thinking. But in this situation, no one dared to criticize Number 1. After all, he was acting for the survival of the survivors of the imperial capital. While his methods were somewhat disgraceful, they were the most likely to succeed at the moment. Han Wu took a deep breath and responded firmly. Leader, since this is for the country and the people, then let's continue our efforts, striving to eliminate these zombies as soon as possible and protect our home. Huang Tian hesitated, but finally couldn't help but speak. Leader, what should we do if Ling Yi uses this to cause trouble in the future? Han Wu was stunned by this, and then he couldn't help but worry. Yes, if Ling Yi were to come and take revenge, who could stop him? You must know that Ling Yi is humanity's first 9th-level powerhouse. If he can quell this million-zombie tide, then dealing with the people of the imperial capital would be a piece of cake. You don't need to worry about the consequences of this matter. Since it's already been done, we must face it bravely. Now, only by uniting as one can we overcome this difficult time. If Ling Yi really comes to cause trouble, I am willing to take full responsibility. Number 1's heroic expression filled Han Wu and Huang Tian with awe. Chapter 574. At this moment, Ling Yi was at a temporary camp, enjoying a romantic evening with a group of beautiful women. Inside the camp, flickering firelight illuminated the joyful faces of the crowd. Laughter and joy filled the air, like a grand carnival. In this warm atmosphere, Ling Yi felt an unprecedented happiness. He was no longer the lonely demon king facing the void alone, but a member of this cozy little home. The women surrounded him, sharing their joys and sorrows during their separation, like a happy family. They discussed the trivialities of life and explored the philosophy of life, their hearts gradually drawing closer through communication. Ling Yi listened to their stories, empathizing with their inner worlds. Gradually, a happy and beautiful warmth grew in his heart. The connection with these beautiful women brought him a warmth and joy he had never felt before. Behind these beautiful moments, Ling Yi's heart was filled with even greater resolve. He knew his mission and the responsibility he shouldered. Although he also longed to live an ordinary life and spend the rest of his life with his beloved, but in the harsh environment of the apocalypse, he had no choice but to fight hard to protect the women's safety. Furthermore, besides the crisis of the apocalypse, there was also the boundless void controllers. Even if Ling Yi created his own plane and granted the women the power of immortality, it would be of no avail. They would still be caught in crisis at any moment. In this ever-changing void world, strength is paramount. Those powerful controllers are like the overlords of the void world. They could invade other planes at any time, depriving those who control them of their precious dignity and lives. To survive this struggle, one must become stronger and resist these intruders. Otherwise, all talk would be nothing but empty talk, and everything would be nothing more than empty boasting. The peaceful night at the temporary base became one of Ling Yi's most cherished memories. He clung to this beautiful memory, burying it deep in his heart, and bravely stepped forward to face the challenges of the future. He knew that only by abandoning the self-centered mentality of his previous life could he become a truly powerful and living being and realize his dreams. The emotions and desires of this life would become the foundation of his success, guiding him towards an even more glorious future. At this moment, Luo Chen suddenly appeared. "Master, the situation has changed." He paused mid-sentence, when his eyes inadvertently glanced at Mu Xia. Facing the gazes of the women, Luo Chen quietly refocused his attention on Ling Yi. "We're all family, just speak directly." How could Ling Yi not notice Luo Chen's subtle movements? He also knew what he was going to report. Since his master had spoken, Luo Chen stopped being pretentious and began reporting directly. "It's like this. Intelligence has detected a change in the situation in the imperial capital. The Southern Army has arrived at the battlefield and is locked in a fierce battle." As soon as these words were spoken, a crack was heard at the scene, the sound of glass shattering on the ground. "What? You said the Southern Army joined the battle, and my grandfather and his men are fighting zombies?" Mu Xia stood up in a panic, her face filled with worry. Seeing Luo Chen nod solemnly in confirmation, Mu Xia clenched her fists nervously, her heart growing heavier. "I have to find a way to help them as soon as possible, but what can I do?" At this thought, her eyes widened and she cast her gaze at Ling Yi. "Ling Yi, my grandfather and parents are battling zombies. Can you help? I'm afraid something might happen to them." Ling Yi rubbed his brows and soothed the anxious Mu Xia. "Don't worry, I made arrangements. They be safe for now. Those black-robed men won't easily send high-level zombies into battle, so you don't have to worry. Besides, the old man has tens of thousands of elite warriors with him, more than enough to withstand the attacks of the lower-level zombies. As long as they hold out for a day, tomorrow will be the final battle against this zombie tidal wave." Ling Yi first explained to Mu Xia, then boasted that he would quell the zombie tidal wave in a single day. This left everyone present baffled, as everyone had been resting for the past few days. There was no battle plan or deployment. Could the situation change overnight? Everyone looked at each other, confused as to what was happening. They wondered if Ling Yi had already secretly arranged the battle. Of course, no one would dispute or question Ling Yi's decisions, but there was one person who was different, Mu Xia. At this moment, her family was engaged in a bloody battle, and she couldn't immediately offer a helping hand. This was an excruciating ordeal for her, and she felt completely bewildered. Now, she felt like a lone goose separated from the flock, unable to personally join her family in the bloody battle. This helplessness and frustration filled her with guilt, as if she were caught in a whirlpool, unable to extricate herself. "Ling Yi, I beg you, please help me now. Besides you and the baby, my only family left in this world are Grandpa and my parents. I don't want to see any of you get hurt even in the slightest." Mu Xia's eyes welled with tears, jade-like drops streaming down her cheeks. They were like twinkling stars, holding on to her endless longing and worry. She clutched her chest tightly, trying to soothe her heart trembling with melancholy. A gentle breeze ruffled her long hair, as if soothing her fragile soul. Through her tearful eyes, she imagined she saw Grandpa and her parents perished at the hands of a corpse. Ling Yi sighed helplessly, rose, and pulled Mu Xia into his arms. "Xia, I promise you, Grandpa and Mom and Dad, they won't be harmed in any way." Mu Xia sobbed, lying in Ling Yi's arms. But why must we wait until tomorrow? Can't we send troops now?" Looking at Mu Xia, her tears streaming down her face, Ling Yi felt a strong urge to agree to her request without hesitation. However, reason, like a stream of pure thought, reminded him, "Don't make a wrong decision due to impulsiveness, or all your careful planning will be in vain." So, he gathered his thoughts and carefully weighed the pros and cons, preparing to find the optimal balance in this battle between emotion and reason. "Actually, my plan doesn't involve the Southern Army." And the old man, as an ambush unit, took the initiative to jump out at this time. This must be the order from number 1. You know, the old man is a steely general. When the order comes, he will lay down his life without hesitation. Chapter 575. Ling Yi paused and continued. So, as the younger generation, we should respect the old man's decision. Since he chose to follow orders and fight, it proves he's confident he can hold the battlefield. Mu Xia raised her head, looking at Ling Yi with a puzzled expression. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child who needs such deceptive tricks? Ling Yi couldn't help but twitch his lips awkwardly upon hearing this. He knew full well that this excuse wouldn't allay Mu Xia's concerns. Just then, a voice broke the awkwardness. Ling Yi, stop your nonsense! How could my grandfather give such a disregard for the lives of the soldiers? Ling Yi turned and squinted at the person who spoke. It was Long Qianxue, whom he had been ignoring. When the women were rescued from the imperial capital, Luo Chen also left with Long Qianxue. After Ling Yi learned her identity, and after being dissuaded by Mu Xia and the others, he refrained from doing anything out of line with Long Qianxue. Just stay put, pretend you didn't see it. Long Qianxue was smart, having quietly hidden herself away from the other women these past few days, deliberately minimizing Ling Yi's attention. However, Ling Yi's words just now made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Because implicitly, Ling Yi seemed to be blaming her grandfather. Oh! Miss Long doesn't seem to understand the situation. Let me ask you, facing a 1,000,000-strong zombie army, who do you think has a mental problem? Ling tens of thousands of soldiers recklessly launch an attack is not a path to victory, but a sure death. Anyone knows this isn't a wise move. Do you think Mr. Mu's brain is failing? If he hadn't received a compelling order, Mr. Mu would never have led his troops on a journey of no return. You may find it hard to believe this outcome, but the facts are now before us, and there's no room for argument. Hearing Ling Yi's words, Long Qianxue felt a shortness of breath in her chest, her heart churning. She widened her beautiful eyes, suppressing the turmoil in her heart, but a wry smile played on her lips. Ling Yi, do you know that your words stung my heart like a sharp blade? Long Qianxue pursed her dry lips, and sat down in resigned silence. Seeing this, Ling Yi ignored her reaction and took Mu Xia's hand, whispering solace. Xia, believe me, as long as we wait until tomorrow, the dawn of my plans will finally dawn. Mu Xia looked into Ling Yi's sincere eyes, and a warmth welled up in her heart. Those eyes were filled with the same warmth and reassurance as always. She forced a faint smile and softly replied, Ling Yi, I believe you. You know what? Your eyes make me feel like all the hardships and dangers in this world are no longer scary. Ling Yi's smile brushed against Mu Xia's, his heart overflowing with tenderness. He gently grasped her hand and whispered, Xia, I said I would always be by your side. The apocalypse brought us together, and we weathered every storm together. I will protect this beauty and love with my life. Nothing can shake my heart. Mu Xia's eyes flickered with emotion at these words. She gently leaned her head against Ling Yi's shoulder and spoke with emotion. Ling Yi, I feel so happy and fortunate to have you by my side. The two smiled at each other, as if the entire world had warmed up in that moment. They knew in their hearts that this relationship had become an indispensable part of each other's lives, and they would spend every spring, summer, autumn, and winter together. The other women breathed a sigh of relief at this heartwarming scene. They had been worried that the two would have a quarrel over whether to rescue him or not. Long Qianxue, however, felt a bit heavy at this moment. She seemed out of place in the warm atmosphere. She felt as if a heavy stone weighed on her heart, like a lonely shadow in a dream, a stark contrast to the joyful laughter around her. Her eyes were solemn and pensive, as if she were reminiscing about some distant past, yet also anticipating something. In the Ling Yi family, she felt like a lone star, an outsider. Even further away, the leader of the black-robed men had learned of the sudden arrival of a new troop. Is this the mysterious mutant beast unit that disappeared a while ago? This was the black-robed leader's primary concern. Once he could pinpoint this unit's location, he could unleash his might. Sir, it's not that mysterious unit, just a regular human combat unit. Unfortunately, the black-robed man didn't get the answer he wanted. Sir, do we need to send an elite zombie unit to eliminate them? Faced with his subordinate's question, the black-robed man could only frown and wave his hand. Let the ordinary zombies stop them. The elite troops won't move rashly for now. I have a feeling that a mysterious army is hiding nearby. They're as cunning as wolves, constantly eyeing our base camp. Watching his subordinates depart, the black-robed man drummed his fingers on the armrest. His deep gaze, like the stars in the night sky, concealed by his hood, revealed a subtle anxiety. He pondered for a moment, crossed his arms over his chest, and sighed deeply. An oppressive atmosphere permeated the air, as if foreshadowing a coming storm. After a long moment, the black-robed man's lips curled up slightly, revealing a strange smile. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, as if he saw that everything was under control. Humph. You want to compete with me in patience? Then just wait it out. I want to see how long you, the cunning wolf leader, can endure. I have millions of zombies to fight against. How many troops do you have to fight me head on? Under the vast black robe, the figure of the black-robed man was shrouded in shadow, appearing to be an incredibly powerful being. However, deep within him, fear filled his heart. The source of that fear was the sight of the Blood Demon members' collective breakthrough. At that moment, a devastating energy surge raged, like a raging hurricane, ravaging the entire world. The awe-inspiring scene of the Blood Demon members' breakthrough was like a thunderclap, shocking the black-robed man. The elemental power within them erupted at the moment of breakthrough, brilliant like fireworks, yet carrying a deadly threat. The energy surge, powerful enough to destroy everything, terrified the black-robed man. He had never seen such a terrifying sight before. It felt as if the entire plane was trembling, filling him with fear. The black-robed man began to doubt his own abilities, and even more so, doubted whether he could withstand such a terrifying force. Chapter 576. South of the imperial capital, the smoke of war thickened. Under the command of Grandpa Moo, the Southern Army launched a charge against the zombie horde's defenses. This was a battle of unequal strength, and every charge was a testament to blood and fire. Every advance was accompanied by the life-or-death pressure of the zombie defenses. Amidst the crisis, Mu Tianxiong orchestrated the strategy. His military tactics, battle-tested, illuminated the battlefield like lightning. This battle-hardened veteran general possessed a fierce gaze and a composed demeanor. Every decision he made saved the Southern Army from adversity, and every strategy he employed shook the zombie horde's defenses. Mu Tianxiong knew that the key to this battle lay not only in the courage of his soldiers, but also in his grasp of the broader situation. The heroic fighting of the Southern Army's soldiers was the decisive factor in the capture of the defenses. They bravely advanced, overcoming all odds, never flinching even in the face of the terrifying threat of the zombie horde. Determination gleamed in every soldier's eyes. They firmly believed that under Commander Mu's command, they would overcome the zombie defenses and achieve victory. Although the zombie tide's defenses consisted of low-level zombies, they were overwhelmed by their sheer numbers. At this moment, like an impenetrable wall, the Southern Army's repeated charges were repelled. But Mu Tianxiong remained undaunted. He keenly perceived the situation, constantly adjusting his tactics, and fighting alongside his fellow soldiers for ground. In this critical moment, Mu Tianxiong discovered a flaw in the defenses. He decisively ordered the Southern Army to concentrate its forces and launch a fierce attack on this flaw. The battle was fierce, and the zombie tide's defenses gradually began to falter. Seeing hope, the Southern Army soldiers fought bravely, determined to break through the defenses before them. Atop the city wall, Mu Tianxiong's top general, Han Wu. Due to a previous order, he had been transferred to number 1 side. At that moment, watching his old leader fight bloody battles, he felt a deep sense of pain. This war had raged for a long time, and everyone persevered despite exhaustion. Mu Tianxiong's heroic efforts at the head of the troops earned Han Wu both respect and concern. The old leader radiated loyalty to his country and, even more so, responsibility to his people. Even surrounded by zombies, his life hanging by a thread, the old leader never flinched. His gaze remained firm, his conviction unwavering. This bravery inspired him to admire him, and taught him the true meaning of mission and responsibility. However, standing atop the city wall, Han Wu could not avoid the inner struggle and pain. Watching his former comrades fall one by one, he felt a sense of helplessness and despair. He kept asking himself, why fight? Why endure this pain? Why couldn't he fight alongside his former comrades? But whenever he thought of the perseverance of his former leaders, the peace of the nation, and the hopes of his comrades, he found the answer. Because, as soldiers, all their sacrifices were for the happiness of future generations and the prosperity of the nation. Amidst the smoke of war, they were brave and unyielding. Amidst adversity, they forged ahead. In darkness, they shone brightly. In their dreams, they remained steadfast. For them, separation from life and death was commonplace. Because they knew that mission and responsibility trumped all else. Thus, they rushed to the battlefield without hesitation, for their faith, for their country, and for their people. They were fearless on the battlefield, roaring like lions. To protect their homeland, for national dignity, and for the unwavering faith in their hearts. They exemplified loyalty and bravery with their lives, composing hymns of heroic virtue. Han Wu gazed upon the blood-soaked battlefield, feeling tears welling in his eyes. He suddenly turned to face number 1, saluted solemnly, and said, "Commander, the The Southern Army is exhausted and has finally opened a gap. I request to go out and provide support, otherwise, all my former comrades will be buried beneath the imperial capital. His voice was resolute and powerful, demonstrating his determination to live and die alongside the Southern Army. Huang Tian, beside him, also felt pity and joined in the persuasion. Leader, the Southern Army has been fighting hard for a long time, and the soldiers are clearly exhausted. Furthermore, Ling Yi's team hasn't appeared yet. Further unnecessary sacrifices are simply not worth it. Let's get them into the city first. We can't watch them die in vain. Faced with the two's requests, Number 1 fell into deep worry. The bloody battle beneath the city walls was still fresh in his mind. It had already cost the Southern Army a huge price. And now the situation was critical. If the zombies gained the upper hand, the Southern Army would be in danger of destruction. As Huang Tian said, the Southern Army was forced to join the battle early to force Ling Yi to help. But judging by the current situation, even if all the Southern Army soldiers died on the battlefield, there was no guarantee that Ling Yi would appear. Could it be that my guess was wrong, and Ling Yi has already left the imperial capital? This shouldn't be possible. The anxiety and worry thickened in Number 1's chest like a thick fog, making it difficult for him to let go. After a long moment of thought, Number 1 sighed deeply. Han Wu, lead your troops out of the city immediately to support the Southern Army. Huang Tian, concentrate your firepower to suppress the zombie horde near the city walls and open a passage for the Southern Army to enter. A look of relief crossed Hong Wu's face upon receiving the order. He turned and led his troops out of the city without hesitation. Leaving the protective protection of the imperial city walls, they would face numerous dangers. Zombies were rampant all around them, and every step could mean the difference between life and death. On this perilous battlefield, Han Wu was fearless, leading his men forward courageously. Meanwhile, Huang Tian commanded his troops, suppressing the zombie horde near the city walls with all-out firepower. Flames shot up into the sky, bullets rained down, and on the brink of life and death, they bought precious time for Han Wu and the Southern Army. Every shot was accompanied by the soldiers' roars and unwavering conviction. They knew their mission was to pave the way for the Southern Army's advance into the city. Every zombie eliminated meant less danger for the Southern Army's soldiers. On the battlefield, Mu Tianxiong was the first to detect movement from the imperial capital. He couldn't help but beam with joy, raising his arms and shouting, "Soldiers, reinforcements from the imperial capital have arrived. All of you, press hard. Break through the zombie defenses. With one decisive blow, we can enter the imperial capital." Mu Tianxiong's cry resonated like thunder, and a surge of passion surged in the Southern Army's hearts. Gathering his resolute gaze, their fighting spirit was instantly ignited. Kill! 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 The brave Southern Army soldiers, united in their hatred for the enemy, charged forward courageously. Wielding their weapons, they engaged the zombies in another fierce battle. Blood stained the earth red, but their loyal and fearless faith illuminated their path forward. Chapter 577. Supported by Huang Tian's artillery fire, Hong Wu, who had already left the city, drew his sword without hesitation and roared, "Charge in the direction of the fire." The soldiers following him were instantly energized. They gripped their weapons tightly and followed Hong Wu's figure forward. Led by this iron-blooded warrior, the troops surged forward like a flood, unstoppable. They rushed through the smoke-filled battlefield, stepping over the stench of corpses, bravely advancing, determined to crush the zombie defenses before them. As the slaughter began, the troops penetrated deep into the enemy lines. For a moment, the battlefield rang with a crackle of gunfire, shouts of killing shook the air, and blood stained the ground red. However, the soldiers showed no fear. They engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat with the zombies, each blow brimming with anger and power. Even on the other side, Mu Tianxiong led his troops in a fierce assault on the zombie defenses. Amidst the cloud of smoke and dust, the bloody storm, the two armies resembled two mighty dragons. Each on either side of the zombie defenses, they slashed through numerous obstacles and charged towards each other. The zombie defenses were instantly trapped in a desperate situation, attacked from both sides. Before the surrounding zombie hordes could close in, Hong Wu's forces, like a flash of lightning, pierced the darkness and instantly penetrated the defenses. Seizing this opportunity, the two armies, like the hands of fate, clasped together and successfully reunited. At that moment, the Southern Army soldiers on the battlefield seemed to see a glimmer of hope. Despite being surrounded by the zombies, the two armies, united, were unstoppable. Instantly, the zombie formations were thrown into disarray, their defenses shattered. The two combined forces, fighting with increasing courage, fought in unison, creating a formidable force. At this moment, both the valiant generals and the ordinary soldiers tacitly set their sights on the other side of the imperial capital. In the ensuing battle, the two armies fought side by side as one, facing the surrounding zombie hordes together. The soldiers hacked and slashed furiously, slashing the zombies one by one to the ground. Under the joint command of Han Wu and Mu Tianxiong, they completely broke the siege. At this point, life and death were no longer a concern. Their only hope was to march forward together toward the imperial capital. The zombie reinforcements drew closer, surging like a surging tide. However, under attack from both sides, the two armies grew ever closer together. It was this unwavering faith that kept them moving forward fearlessly. Finally, as the battle reached its most intense moment, dawn broke, and with Huang Tian's artillery fire, the surrounding zombie hordes began to disperse, no longer able to encircle the two armies. With Hong Wu's support, the Southern Army finally broke into the imperial capital. Everyone cheered, hugged each other, and cried tears of joy. Behind this support battle lay the two armies' unwavering faith, their unyielding will, and the deep bond of mutual support in the face of adversity. When Mu Tianxiong faced number one, he lowered his head in shame. He sincerely repented, his heart thick with regret, like a thick fog, making it difficult to breathe. Leader, this operation almost led to my downfall. I'm so ashamed of your trust and expectations. If you hadn't sent Han Wu out of the city in time to provide support, perhaps the entire Southern Army would have been buried here. His voice was filled with pain, as if it could pierce the heavens, filled with fear. No, it's my fault. It was my poor decision that put you in this crisis. I should be the one to apologize. Number one patted Mu Tianxiong's shoulder, his face filled with deep remorse. Leader, there's no need to blame yourself so much. Our current apocalyptic crisis isn't solely due to your poor decision-making. After all, life is unpredictable, and sometimes, even with our best efforts, accidents can't be avoided. At this moment, we should unite as one and overcome this difficult situation together, rather than dwelling on who's at fault. As your subordinate, I always admired your responsibility and sincerity. Mu Tianxiong looked at number one sincerely, his tone revealing a firm conviction. Number one, in turn, was touched by Mu Tianxiong's understanding and tolerance. He secretly resolved to lead everyone out of this predicament and repay the deep trust placed in them by his subordinates. The zombie tide had lost its opportunity to encircle the Southern Army, and could only continue its attack on the walls of the imperial capital. Sir, that human group has been escorted into the city. They haven't been stopped. A subordinate informed the black-robed man of the latest intelligence. It doesn't matter. Let them go. It's just a matter of more human sacrifices. The black-robed man was filled with worry. Gazing at the scene toward the imperial capital, a sense of unease crept in his heart. He cursed under his breath. That damned mysterious group was like a thorn in his throat, holding him back from moving freely. The black-robed man glanced at the person reporting in and gave an order. Increase the offensive. We must capture the imperial city walls as quickly as possible. We're running out of time. Also, send spies to investigate and find the hiding place of that mysterious group. The black-robed man took a deep breath, trying to calm his panic. He knew this battle was crucial, bearing not only the success of his plan, but also his own fate. So, he had to find that mysterious force as quickly as possible to ensure the safety of the entire situation. As the battle progressed, the black-robed man felt increasing pressure, and his brow furrowed. He vowed to himself that he would win this battle at all costs, or face severe punishment. The battle to defend the imperial capital, raging in flames, endured another long, arduous night amidst roars and cries. The warriors were already exhausted, their weapons wielding like 1,000 pounds. But they remained steadfast, holding the imperial capital's last line of defense. The dawn's light shone on their resolute faces, revealing boundless courage and fortitude, radiating like guardian deities. At this moment, the city unfolded like a magnificent epic, witnessing loyalty and bravery, conveying hope and faith. At that moment, the ground suddenly began to shake on the main road south of the imperial capital. Thunderbolts shattered the heavens, and a long black line surged across the horizon, shocking everyone's vision. A troop of mutant beasts gradually emerged into view. They wore armor, wielded weapons, and rode various forms of mutant beasts. Like gods descending from heaven, they shook everyone's heart. These mutant beasts were massive, their faces ferocious, yet brimming with power. They clambered on all fours, like tigers pouncing on their prey, their muscular lines defined, displaying immense explosive power. The warriors atop these beasts had sharp eyes and a powerful aura, their gaze fixed on the front, as if ready to charge at any moment. At the front of the group, a leader clad in black armor stood out. He held a commanding presence, his every gesture radiating a strange, dark energy. Chapter 578. As the team drew closer, everyone in the imperial capital held their breath. They marveled at the powerful aura displayed by these warriors riding mutant beasts. The black-robed figures amidst the tide of corpses were also filled with fear, staring in awe at these warriors, who seemed to have stepped out of myth. Under the oppressive pressure of this horde of mutant beasts, a powerful shockwave spread across the battlefield, as if a dominant power had suddenly emerged from nowhere. Sir, that group has appeared to the south," a subordinate hurriedly reported to the black-robed leader. Bang! The black-robed leader slammed his hand on the table and abruptly stood up, his solemn expression tinged with excitement. "Finally? As long as you're in the open, there's nothing to fear." With this, the black-robed leader waved his hand and commanded, "Immediately order the elite zombie troops to move out. Surround and destroy this group at all costs." At the black-robed leader's command, a terrifying aura permeated the air. The black-robed men around him lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. They knew their leader had always harbored a grudge against this group, and this moment signaled the imminent arrival of a brutal battle. The black-robed leader's gaze was as sharp as a torch, seemingly piercing any obstacle before him. He gazed at the distant horizon, where a group of mutant beasts like humans were galloping forward. The black-robed leader sneered, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "This group of humans has finally shown up. They will be our primary prey today." His voice was like thunder, shaking the surrounding black-robed men. As the black-robed leader's orders were relayed down through the ranks, the high-ranking zombie groups guarding the rear began to move. They staggered, roared, and marched with stiff steps. Under the black-robed leader's command, they gathered into powerful formations and advanced towards the mutant beast horde. The zombies' eyes flashed with a fierce, predatory gleam, like demonic beings. They showed no fear, but simply advanced head-on, advancing mightily in the direction of their command. Like a tidal wave, the zombie group surged towards the distant group. Their goal was clear, to encircle this human group, regardless of life or death. And all this was simply to fulfill the black-robed leader's orders. The black-robed leader gazed at the scene before him, and smiled with satisfaction. As the two groups drew closer, it signaled the beginning of a battle, and he was the protagonist directing it. He was filled with immense anticipation, anticipating the desperate struggle of the opposing team. Even though the enemy was formidable, he remained confident that with a massive horde of zombies at his disposal, he should have no problem keeping this team at bay. The battle horn finally sounded, and the battle was about to begin. The black-robed figures of each zombie legion commanded their hordes. Like locusts sweeping across the land, they sought to crush the enemy. Each legion consisted of their meticulously trained elite zombies. Each zombie was imbued with boundless power. This was the black-robed men's weapon, and their very belief. They firmly believed that, if used properly, these zombie hordes would be enough to drive the enemy into despair. The black-robed men's strategy was ingenious, commanding legions of zombies. Through tactical deployment and strategic adjustments, they hoped to completely encircle the invading enemy within the zombie horde. Then, when the enemy was exhausted, they would launch a sudden and fierce attack, catching them off guard. From the city wall, Number 1 and his companions could overlook the entire battlefield. The panoramic view was like a magnificent painting. The vast battlefield, the vast smoke, and the resounding shouts of killing formed a breathtaking scene of war. Watching the desperate mutant beast team gradually being engulfed by the zombie horde, Number 1 and his companions' hearts leaped into their throats. They were now completely certain that this team was coming to support the imperial capital. This team should be Ling Yi's subordinates. But why did they appear at this very moment? Aren't they walking into a trap? Hongwu's pupils trembled constantly. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Mu Tianxiong's hands gripped the city wall tightly, his face also filled with disbelief. He stared intently at the mysterious mutant beast team below, his heart thick with doubts. He didn't understand their intentions, but seeing them surrounded, he felt deeply uneasy. Above the city wall, everyone's hearts were entangled with confusion and unease. They exchanged a tacit glance, only to find that they were all bewildered. Uncovering the truth behind this team's participation in the battle seemed out of reach. The team before them was like a moving mystery, making the entire battlefield situation even more confusing and tugging at everyone's tense nerves. No, this is all an illusion. This team must be a decoy. Number 1's eyes darted back and forth across the battlefield, muttering to himself. He had already noticed something. Ever since this team appeared, he felt a sense of déjà vu. Yes, it was the same tactic he used to order the Southern Army to attack the zombie defenses. This strange team was the trigger, or more precisely, the the bait, but the only difference was that his bait hadn't worked at all, and on the contrary, it had cost him dearly. But the appearance of this team completely disrupted the entire battlefield. The entire zombie army was in motion, save for the low-level zombies still assaulting the city walls. Number 1 gazed at the scene before him, a wave of doubt rising in his heart. Just a moment ago, he'd been immersed in the pressure of the zombie army. Now, he saw that the once orderly team was beginning to fall into disarray. This chaos, like an infectious disease, quickly spread throughout the entire zombie horde. Before this, the rear-line zombie army maintained a strange, spectacular stance. They tightly guarded the command system, like an impenetrable line of defense. But now, all that had changed. The previously motionless zombies began to move, pouring onto the battlefield like a tide. The entire zombie army was targeting that mysterious force. Number 1's eyes widened, trying to understand the reason for this change. But he couldn't discern any pattern in the chaos. He knew in his heart that this sudden chaos might be an opportunity for humanity to strike back. However, he also knew that once the zombie army regained order, humanity would face an even more severe test. Chapter 579. Number 1 clenched his fists tightly, desperately hoping to find a way out of this chaos. He fought to the bitter end for humanity's survival, but he didn't dare issue orders rashly. Because he didn't yet fully grasp the situation, if he missed the opportunity, the imperial capital would be in danger. The zombies' movements began to become disorganized, like a swarm of headless flies, dashing about aimlessly. This chaos filled Number 1 with an inexplicable urge to lead his troops into battle immediately. As the zombie army's chaos intensified, Number 1 noticed something unexpected. The zombies, previously bereft of reason, began to collide and clash with each other in the chaos. This phenomenon gave Number 1 a thought. Perhaps this chaos would be enough to drive the zombies into a frenzy, weakening their strength. However, Number 1 didn't feel at ease. He understood that this chaos was only temporary, and that the zombies would eventually regain order. And then, the team outside the city would face an even more brutal challenge. He gazed at the distant sky, silently praying, hoping that amidst this chaos, this team could find a way out. With the massive mobilization of the zombie army, the chaos deepened, and Number 1 felt the weight of the burden on his shoulders grow heavier. Watching the reinforcements slowly become surrounded, they could only watch helplessly. It was an excruciating feeling. Several other commanders couldn't bear to watch and were about to offer their advice when Number 1 gave the first order. All units, attention! Support the reinforcements below with heavy firepower. No matter the cost. The mutated orc-human army below the city was already locked in a bitter battle. Without a miracle, they were in real danger of being annihilated. At that moment, the rumble of artillery and the fierce rattle of heavy machine guns suddenly emanated from the city walls. This sudden sound, like a divine intervention, instantly boosted everyone's morale. The unexpected arrival of heavy firepower instantly overwhelmed the zombies, and the scene suddenly became even more chaotic. The brave and fearless reinforcements, battered by blood and fire, held their few remaining positions. Then with their legs bent and their teeth clenched, they with faith and determination withstood the frenzied onslaught of the zombie horde. Broken in the flesh, their will remained unwavering. Rivers of blood flowed, their faith remained steadfast. On the battlefield, they composed hymns of valor, striking fear into the hearts of those in black robes. Beneath the city walls, the reinforcements fought tooth and nail, engaging in an even more intense life-or-death struggle with the zombie horde. Riding the imminent risk of death, they charged forward, using their blood and lives to bring a glimmer of hope to the city. This battle was even more brutal than the Southern Army's previous encounters, as they now faced an entire zombie horde. But the reinforcements remained steadfast, knowing full well that victory was assured as long as their city lord appeared. Now, everyone's primary task was to do their utmost to hold back the zombies and maximize their mobilization. Leader, this won't work. Judging by the current situation, this team simply can't hold out much longer. Although they possess mutant beast mounts, which greatly enhance their combat effectiveness, if the zombie army continues its endless siege, nothing awaits them but destruction. Huang Tian, standing by, could no longer bear it and spoke up, hoping that Number 1 would initiate further rescue efforts. I understand your feelings, and I share the same concerns. But besides artillery support, what else can we do? Should we leave the city to provide support? That thought is permissible, but it must not be carried out. Things are different now. The zombie army has already been fully deployed. Look carefully, those high-level zombie hordes are steadily advancing towards the group. This is what caused the brief chaos on the battlefield. If we send troops out of the city, these high-level zombies will likely faint and turn around to attack the city walls. By then, do you think we can withstand the zombie onslaught? Number 1 pointed at the battlefield, analyzing the various shortcomings. It was as if he was lifting a veil of mystery, and everyone's expressions grew increasingly solemn. Amid the smoke, a mournful wail seemed to be heard, stirring endless anxiety. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, the silent Lu Qingqing broke the oppressive atmosphere. In these difficult times, who can add fuel to this spark, becoming the torch that ignites the light of hope? Everyone's eyes converged, finally converging on Lu Qingqing. Ling Yi! Lu Qingqing took a deep breath, then uttered the forgotten name. I carefully observed through the telescope, and the reinforcements under the city are indeed from the Blood Moon City. They all have a distinct marking on the chest of their armor. A blood moon. I seen this marking on Yaya's armor, there's no mistaking it. But I noticed something strange. The leader of this team isn't Ling Yi himself. So I suspect Ling Yi is hiding nearby. He couldn't possibly watch his own men die. Perhaps he's just waiting for an opportunity. After hearing Lu Qingqing's analysis, everyone simultaneously grabbed their binoculars and looked toward the reinforcements engaged in the battle in the distance. Sure enough, on the chest of the exquisitely crafted armor was the symbol of a blood moon. At the same time, shouts of killing suddenly rose from the north of the imperial capital. A strong sense of danger permeated the air, like a sudden storm, enveloping the entire battlefield. On the walls of the imperial capital, no one except those still fighting could focus on anything else. Everyone else stared north in horror, their faces as pale as paper. As they exchanged glances, fear and uneasiness etched in their eyes. The northern sky was filled with a thick elemental energy, accompanied by a terrifying, endless murderous aura. Everyone on the battlefield felt as if they were on the brink of a cataclysm. Abyss, every breath was filled with tension and fear. The sudden surge of overwhelming power not only made the earth tremble, but also sent everyone's heartbeats racing, as if facing a life-or-death test. The black-robed leader was immersed in the satisfaction of power and anticipation for the future. Unexpectedly, a sudden change occurred. At this moment, another army of mutated beastmen and humans suddenly appeared behind him, like a nightmare emerging from the depths of hell, filling the black-robed leader with unprecedented fear. The mutant beasts drew closer and closer, until he could clearly see their hideous faces and sense their terrifying aura. The appearance of this group was like a bombshell, instantly shattering the black-robed leader's inner peace. He sensed the growing threat from behind, like a sword hanging over his heart, suffocating him. Chapter 580. Sir, another corps of mutant beasts has appeared behind us. It seems even more powerful. It must be that mysterious unit that disappeared. A subordinate reported in panic. I'm not blind. Order all corps to return to defend immediately. This group behind us is our target. The leader of the black-robed men glared at his subordinate and warned him earnestly. The situation is urgent. We must stop this enemy at all costs. If they succeed, our command system will be instantly paralyzed. The zombies on the battlefield will be in complete chaos, and we will lose control. I can't afford such consequences, and you can't afford them even more. If you fail to complete the mission above, you will all be buried with me. The black-robed men, upon hearing this, gathered their composure, their hearts filled with fear. They all knew that this lord before them was no joking man. Burial with me was a sure thing. For their own lives, everyone gritted their teeth and made a firm decision. We must find a way to destroy that team, or we will surely perish. A burly general stepped forward from the underground ranks and spoke passionately. Sir, I will lead my elite troops into battle immediately. We swear to crush the enemy, and never let them break through our rear. The black-robed leader nodded, pleased. This battle is crucial, a matter of life and death for everyone involved. Not just you, but everyone else too. Set your sights on this team. The imperial capital can just let the ordinary zombies consume them. They're not a concern at all. Remember, proceed with extreme caution and do not take it lightly. Everyone's face was solemn as they rushed to their respective regiments and reorganized their ranks. Then, resolutely leading the elite zombie corps, he turned and pounced northward like a tiger descending from a mountain. Due to the black-robed man's strategic adjustment, the attack, which had been on the verge of order, became chaotic once again. The zombie corps constantly clashed with each other, plunging the entire battlefield into chaos. In this battle to reinforce, the elite zombie corps was like a wolf among a flock of sheep, unstoppable. The ordinary zombies were instantly torn apart by their onslaught, suffering heavy casualties. Their bodies were torn apart, limbs and broken arms flew everywhere, blood dyed the ground red, and miserable wails echoed one after another. It was impossible to estimate how many ordinary zombies had been accidentally injured at the scene. At the same time, the Emperor, the city's guards, and the Blood Moon City's reinforcements also gained a respite. The leader of the Blood Moon City team in the south was none other than Air. Everyone capable of fighting was provided with equipment. Led by the Blood Evil Reserve and logistics personnel, they mounted various mutant beasts created by Air and launched a camouflaged attack. Their goal was to lure out the elite zombie forces, thereby disrupting the overall battle situation. This would create the conditions for Ling Yi's Blood Evil Legion to strike a decisive blow. Now that their goal had been achieved, Air's face, hidden behind his black armor, revealed a smile of triumph. He rode a giant mutant lion and swung his long sword forward. The city lord has appeared. Everyone, replenish your energy and stamina with potions, then follow me in the counterattack. Ling Yi's appearance was like a flash of lightning, illuminating the dark corners and heralding the beginning of a fierce battle. Everyone quickly pulled out their pre-prepared potions, replenishing their energy and strength as quickly as possible in preparation for the impending counterattack. A tense and exciting atmosphere permeated the air, and everyone could sense the impending storm. Ling Yi's deployment was meticulous, with clear divisions of labor and every step carefully considered. He sought to defeat the enemy in one fell swoop and completely keep this million-strong horde of corpses outside the imperial capital. At the same time, Ling Yi soared into the northern sky. The blood-slaying longsword in his hand radiated a bewitching light. His eyes were unwavering, and a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth, as if he was determined to annihilate this dark horde of corpses. Ling Yi's aura was unstoppable, like a prehistoric beast. The blood-slaying longsword pointed at the black-robed figure's headquarters, as if ready to signal an attack. Today, I will make the northern sky shine for the blood demon. All blood demons, listen up. After taking the berserk potion, follow me and charge forward to slay these bastards. He roared, slashing down with his blood demon longsword, instantly setting off an earth-shattering battle. Every zombie and every black-robed figure within his sight would become a stepping stone to the Blood Demon Legion's victory. He would demonstrate to all survivors by annihilating the zombie tidal wave what it meant to be a fearless warrior, and what true power in the apocalypse was. As the Blood Demon Legion imbibed the berserk potion, Ling Yi activated his nearly forgotten command skill, Vigorous Momentum. With the combined effects of the berserk potion and the domination skill, the Blood Evil Legion's warriors became even more powerful and ferocious. Their attack power, defense, and willpower all saw unprecedented increases. This exponential increase in strength would surely make the Blood Evil Legion invincible and unstoppable on the battlefield. This violent surge of energy enveloped the entire northern sky in a riot of elemental energy. The black-robed leader gazed at Ling Yi, standing in the void, his eyes filled with fear. Gazing at the ever-increasing momentum and strength, he began to wonder if there was something wrong with his eyes. This? Impossible. How could such formidable power be possible? This team's strength is skyrocketing at a visible rate? 7th level. 8th level. 9th level. How is it possible? Some individuals have actually surpassed the 9th level. What about the plane rules? Why haven't the constraints of the plane rules been triggered? This is absolutely impossible. The black-robed leader was completely stunned. Everything before him felt like a nightmare. Now, the Blood Evil Legion, wielding the combined power of the berserk potion and its commanding abilities, has become the most formidable force in this plane. Their name is destined to inspire awe. Their power is destined to tremble. Whether in aggression or defense, the Blood Evil Legion will become the most dazzling presence in the apocalypse. However, behind all this, Ling Yi, as the leader of the Blood Evil Legion, will surely become a feared presence. However, in this apocalypse filled with fear and despair, the legendary story of the Blood Evil Legion has only just begun. Such rich elemental energy. The entire sky is brimming with powerful force. I can't even fathom those people's strength. They seem to be growing madly. Atop the walls of the imperial capital, Han Wu and Huang Tian's voices trembled. Chapter 581. While everyone on the battlefield was still in fear and confusion, Ling Yi saw that the time was almost right. He then gently swung the blood-curdling longsword in his hand towards the black-robed leader. The seemingly casual strike held immense murderous intent. From afar, the black-robed leader sensed a strong sense of danger. Instantly, the air was filled with tension, as if a string was taut. The black-robed leader's eyes widened, trying to catch any sign of danger. The blood-red blade light, reflected in his terrified pupils, grew ever brighter and more terrifying. Boom! After a resounding explosion, a bottomless chasm appeared where the black-robed leader had stood. Wow! The black-robed leader clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of thick blood. He stared in astonishment at the scene before him, unable to help but exclaim in fear. How is this possible? Is this the blood evil power? Aren't they all dead? He muttered to himself, trying to calm his mind. The intense pain in his chest made it difficult for him to breathe. The blood evil power that had once shaken the entire void world had appeared again. This plunged the black-robed leader into deep despair. His heart felt cold, and he trembled inwardly. How could this be? The remaining forces of the Blood Moon Demon Lord should have been wiped out. Why is the blood evil power appearing in this plane? He glanced nervously around, his gaze finally resting on Ling Yi in midair. Are we going to face that terrifying blood evil power again? Wasn't the previous catastrophe in the void enough? Those innocent planes destroyed, those lives devoured by the blood evil in despair. The black-robed leader swallowed hard, sighing inwardly. What a cruel twist of fate. I thought I was incredibly lucky to have survived that catastrophe. But I never expected to encounter a being possessing the blood evil on this mission. When will this void world be free from the Blood Moon Demon Lord's nightmarish invasion? The black-robed leader stared at Ling Yi, gritted his teeth, and muttered with trembling eyes. No, I can't stay here any longer. I must leave. Leave this damned plane immediately. I need to pass this message on to the Lord of Darkness. However, before the black-robed leader could make a move, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. Kill! This roar was like the arrival of the thunder god, deafening and piercing the clouds. It was like the horn of the god of war, awakening the slumbering warriors, and also waking the black-robed men. This thunderous roar foreshadowed the beginning of a great war, and also foreshadowed the bloody storm that would unleash on this land. As Ling Yi issued his order, the eyes of all the blood demons gleamed with a resolute and bloodthirsty light, and their hearts were united in unprecedented faith. This thunderous roar foreshadowed the beginning of a great war, and also foreshadowed the bloody storm that would unleash on this land. As Ling Yi issued his order, the eyes of all the blood demons gleamed with a resolute and bloodthirsty light, and their hearts were united in unprecedented faith. They were no longer separate individuals, but a powerful whole. At this moment, everyone's hearts were brimming with fighting spirit, swearing to fight to the death for the coming battle. The blood demons' faith was as strong as steel, their eyes as blazing as flames, their bodies as swift as lightning. Fight! 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 The blood demon members shouted loudly, brandishing their long swords, responding to Ling Yi in the sky. At this moment, the very ground seemed to tremble, and the sky wept. The flames of war were about to spread, and the scent of blood permeated the battlefield. This was a contest for humanity's fate, a game of life and death at the end of the world. Neither glorious victory nor devastation could sway their resolve. The situation in battle was unpredictable, yet challenges and opportunities coexisted. Perhaps, every charge could be the end of life, but it could also be the pinnacle of glory. As members of the Blood Demon, they were fearless. For they knew that the Blood Demon had powerful backing, the city lord they revered. Finally, the final battle began the moment the Blood Evil members, mounted on their mutant beasts, collided with the zombie horde. This signaled the start of a life-or-death struggle. Under Ling Yi's command, the Blood Evil members, followed by Ing Eating and other experts, bravely advanced. For the Blood Evil faith in their hearts, for the honor of the Blood Moon City, for the homes of their loved ones. They demonstrated bravery with their lives, forging glory with their blood. This battle against a million-strong zombie horde is destined to become an eternal legend, etched in the annals of apocalyptic history. As the Blood Evil Legion's warriors, mounted on their mutant beasts, thunderously charged into the zombie horde instantly fell into panic. These mutant beasts were once wild animals on Earth. But under the attack of the Doomsday virus, they underwent a drastic mutation, becoming extremely aggressive. They possess thick skin and impressive defense, while their terrifying offensive power is truly terrifying. Furthermore, the Blood Evil's mutant beast mounts are unlike the ordinary mounts of the reserve force. These powerful mutant beasts are a new generation of apocalyptic creatures, meticulously researched and carefully nurtured by the scientific team led by Ing Er. They embody the pinnacle of biotechnology and genetic engineering. They possess not only astonishing strength and intelligence, but also exceptionally keen intuition. In this grand plan, Ing Er strives to create an invincible mount army to defend the Blood Moon City's territorial security and protect the well-being of the survivors. Now, these mutant beasts have gradually taken shape and risen to prominence, becoming the greatest force in defending their homeland. On the battlefield, the warriors of the Blood Evil Legion, relying on the powerful strength of the mutant beasts, commanding their mutant beast mounts to charge forward, they brandished their sharp weapons. They hacked and chopped at the zombies before them with unwavering ease, chopping melons and vegetables. The Blood Evil Legion charged into the zombie horde with unstoppable force. The warriors, riding their mutant beasts like wolves among a flock of sheep, crushed the zombies to a pulp. In this battle, the Blood Evil Legion warriors hadn't even used their elemental powers. Relying solely on the berserk potions and Ling Yi's command skills, they displayed boundless courage and superb fighting prowess, forcing the zombie army to retreat step by step, leaving corpses strewn across the ground in a horrific sight. They all coordinated their efforts, defeating the zombies one by one. Through their combined efforts, the zombie army was gradually weakened. On the battlefield, it seemed as if nothing could stop them. Chapter 582. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the zombie army's collapse was only a matter of time. The warriors of the Blood Evil Legion were now surging in strength, fearless. Each one was as ferocious as a wolf, practically crushing the zombie horde. Atop the walls of the imperial capital, everyone watched in amazement as they watched the unfolding events unfold before their eyes. Ling Yi's Blood Evil Legion had now become the guardians of this plane, defending humanity's last hope. And within the zombie camp, the black-robed men who had once treated humans like dirt were now utterly terrified, completely devoid of the courage to resist. They watched the Blood Evil Legion as if they were gods descending from heaven, their hearts filled with despair and fear. It wasn't that they were unwilling to fight, but rather that they simply couldn't defeat them. The Blood Evil members' current strength had already surpassed everyone's imagination. Faced with this astonishing force, the black-robed men could only sigh in despair. Finally, under the Blood Evil Legion's powerful offensive, the zombie army crumbled. Like a domino effect, these millions of corpses, once considered invincible, fell one after another before this overwhelming force, never to rise again. Now, all that remained on the desolate land was a desolate scene of broken limbs and bloodstained remains. Those black-robed men, enslaved by darkness, also fell, becoming the dead souls of this desolate land. Once puppets, manipulated by evil forces, they were finally freed from their bonds. Of course, the power and authority they sought were reduced to ashes. The price they paid was eternal liberation in their final moments. The wind blew away their endless suffering, carrying away their final regrets and boundless fears. The deaths of the black-robed men who controlled the zombie hordes left the battlefield in chaos, with the zombie hordes fighting each other on their own. This was especially true for the high-level zombies, whose instinct was to protect themselves from harm. Now, without the control of the black-robed men and facing a sudden attack from the powerful Blood Evil Legion, they began desperately trying to control the surrounding zombies, forming protective circles to ensure their own safety. But after all, there were still a lot of high-level zombies. If you wanted protection from the lower-level zombies, I wanted it too. And so, a dramatic scene unfolded on the battlefield. Some low-level zombies stumbled forward, their eyes burning with hunger, thirsting for fresh flesh and blood. However, just as they staggered to their designated position, a mysterious force suddenly descended, disrupting their progress. The once orderly horde of zombies suddenly mutated, divided into countless smaller groups by various commands, each fighting on its own. A process of division and reorganization quietly unfolded within the zombie horde. The once orderly zombie army had become a stranger, not only avoiding each other, but even attacking each other. They were constantly being manipulated in this confusion and chaos. The subtle relationships between the zombies were now revealed, and former companions became targets of the slaughter. Ling Yi, observing the changes on the battlefield from midair, couldn't help but raise his lips slightly upon seeing this scene. The Blood Demon army should abandon strangling ordinary zombies, and prioritize the high-level zombies. Completely disrupt their command system, and the zombie tide will no longer be a concern. Upon hearing Ling Yi's order, the Blood Demon members instantly and orderly divided into small teams. Led by a 9th-rank expert, they charged towards the zombie hordes, each fighting its own battle. Ling Yi nodded with satisfaction, then shouted to the other personnel and Ing Er's team. Everyone go all out. Take advantage of this chaotic situation and exterminate the zombies as much as possible. Ing Er responded with action, raising his arms and shouting. Everyone follow me. Ing Er led the team, charging relentlessly into the dense zombie horde. Everyone's weapons gleamed with a cold light, and morale soared. Everyone involved understood that this battle would determine the fate of humanity. So they gave their all, vowing to fight to the death. Instantly, the roars of the zombies and the cries of the humans blended across the battlefield, forming a unique symphony. As the battle deepened, the number of zombies gradually dwindled, but the resistance they encountered became even more ferocious. Ing Er and his team faced unprecedented pressure. But not one of them retreated, for they knew they must win this battle. In this life-or-death struggle, humanity's potential was unleashed, and they unleashed strength beyond their limits. With every attack, they carried a yearning for their families and homeland, as well as a hope for the future. Everyone supported each other on the battlefield, advancing and retreating together, forming an unstoppable attacking frenzy. Leader, the zombie tide has completely collapsed. Shouldn't we also fight outside the city? Mu Tianxiong's body began to tremble unconsciously as he looked at the scene outside the city. The feeling of happiness had come so quickly, from the moment Ling Yi led his troops to everything that had happened until now. In just how little time had passed, and the million-strong zombie tide that had nearly suffocated everyone was about to be wiped out in the blink of an eye. Number 1 was equally shocked. He had originally placed all his hopes on Ling Yi, but he had never imagined that Ling Yi himself hadn't participated in the battle. With only his men, he had brought the battle to a close. Order all combatants to leave the city and engage the zombie horde, annihilating as many as possible. The more zombies we kill today, the fewer we face in the future. With Number 1's command, the brave Imperial generals beamed with joy. They led their respective teams out of the city, ready to encircle and annihilate the zombie horde. In this life-or-death battle, every sword and every shot represents humanity's dignity and courage. At this moment, smoke filled the air outside the city, and the struggle between life and death was vividly played out across this land. Amidst the glare of swords and sabers, people expressed their resilience and perseverance, fighting for survival and for hope for the future. Every survivor knows that only by forging ahead today can we forge a glorious future. Let future generations, in the apocalyptic future, no longer feel the terror and cruelty of the world. In the battle against the zombies, humanity's face shone like a glittering star. It illuminated the dark night sky and dispelled the gloom brought by the zombies. The survivors willingly sacrificed their blood and lives to defend the peace of their homes, forging an eternal monument. As the cannons roared and the charge horn sounded, the warriors of the imperial capital stood shoulder to shoulder, charging forward courageously. The earth-shaking momentum frightened even the emotionless zombies. It was this unwavering faith that allowed humanity to shine the brightest amidst this catastrophe. Chapter 583. Defeated? Defeated just like that, a promising situation. A million zombies, utterly slaughtered by a force of a few thousand. The black-robed leader stood at the command post, reduced to rubble by Ling Yi's slash. Looking at the zombies falling like wheat, the horrific scene filled him with disbelief. In a mere moment, the million-strong zombie army he had spent the better part of a year gathering was annihilated by a horde of mutant beasts led by a single man and several thousand men. The strength of those humans was as formidable as a tiger among a flock of sheep, unstoppable. Yesterday, he was brimming with confidence, believing victory was assured and that taking the imperial capital was a matter of seconds. But who could have imagined that a sudden attack would instantly disintegrate his million-strong army? Without the black-robed leader's control, the zombie swarms flew about like headless flies, their movements unruly. And yet, the enemy forces, like gods of war, wielded their weapons with unstoppable force. The black-robed leader clenched his fists, anger and resignation intertwined on his face. He couldn't accept the fact that his army had been defeated so swiftly. He gritted his teeth, an unyielding determination etched on his lips. He stared at the young man overlooking him from the air, his eyes blazing with fury. It was this man, his mastermind and his endless schemes, who had trapped him in this quagmire, unable to extricate himself. However, the battle was now settled, and there was no turning back. He had to face this harsh reality. His defeat was a foregone conclusion. Across the battlefield, cheers of victory gradually rose. The human troops cheered with jubilation, beginning to celebrate their impending victory in advance. The black-robed leader's heart ached as he listened. He knew this world no longer belonged to him, and he himself would have to pay the price for this failure. Even if he didn't die here, the Lord of Darkness would not let him go. The black-robed leader took a deep breath, suppressed the grief and anger in his heart, and began to think about his next move. He knew he couldn't give up so easily. Although he had been defeated, it didn't mean the end, it was just a new beginning. Compared to the failure of the mission, the emergence of the blood-evil power was a far more earth-shattering event. The black-robed leader's eyes gleamed with an incomparably determined glint. I cannot die. I must deliver this message to the Lord of Darkness. The resurgence of the blood-evil power means the void world is poised for another catastrophe. The leader of the black-robed figure still remembered the terrifying power of the blood-evil power. Led by that terrifying man, war after war ravaged the void world. On the battlefield, the blood of soldiers splattered the earth, and resentment and hatred coalesced into a powerful force. This power, known as the blood-evil power, possessed a life force capable of destroying everything, driving creatures to madness and ferocity. However, only that man could wield this terrifying power, capable of inflicting madness and brutality upon his subordinates. But in that epic battle in the Void World, that terrifying man was besieged and slain. As time passed, the blood evil power was gradually forgotten by all planes. But what terrified the leader of the black-robed figures was that this strange and sinister force had not vanished. Instead, it lurks within this plane of existence, and is already showing signs of awakening again. You must know that the disaster wrought by the blood evil power is devastating. When the blood evil power fully awakens, it will control those creatures with vigorous vitality, forcing them to fight for the blood evil master. At that time, countless innocent lives in the void plane will once again be enslaved by the blood evil power, fighting one another, plunging countless planes into chaos. The sky will crumble, the stars will lose their luster, and endless darkness will envelop the hearts of all beings. A wave of fear washed over the black-robed leader, and his hands trembled. The shattered plains resembled the arrival of the void's apocalypse, and fear and despair spread to every corner. At this thought, the black-robed leader's body began to tremble uncontrollably. A flicker of determination flashed in his eyes. The news of the blood evil power's resurgence must be spread. Just as the black-robed leader ignited his source power, preparing to forcibly break through the constraints of the plane and soar through the air, a flash of silver light suddenly appeared, accompanied by a teasing voice. "Where are you going?" As soon as the words left his mouth, a loud bang was heard. The black-robed leader, in midair, was sent flying by Ling Yi's kick. Like a meteor streaking across the sky, a moment of dazzling brilliance. He slammed heavily onto the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Like a lone boat in a raging storm, it tossed and tumbled. The ground trembled, cracking inch by inch, and dust billowed everywhere. The black-robed leader struggled to his feet, clutching his chest in pain, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. His eyes, once gloomy, were now filled with fear and resentment. Ling Yi's figure stood before him like a nightmare, his cold eyes gleaming with murderous intent. This made the black-robed leader realize that escaping unscathed today was impossible. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists tightly, and a glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. However, faced with Ling Yi's rock-hard, murderous aura, the black-robed leader was ultimately unable to break free from the shackles of fate, and could only twist his body helplessly, his efforts futile. "You? Who are you, and why do you wield the power of the blood evil?" Ling Yi was startled at the words, curiosity driving him to scrutinize the black-robed leader. "Ha ha! I never thought you could even recognize the power of the blood evil. So today, your life is over." The black-robed man's mouth twitched, and he swallowed hard before roaring hysterically. "Let me die knowing full well. Tell me who you are." His eyes revealed panic and astonishment, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. He looked helpless and desperate. "Humph! Who am I? Someone just called me the Blood Moon Demon Lord." Ling Yi folded his arms across his chest, looking disdainfully at the black-robed man, a sneer curling his lips. The black-robed man's eyes widened, staring at Ling Yi in horror. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily, and he spoke in a trembling voice. You are that horrible demon? Isn't he dead? How is this even possible?" Ling Yi's sneer widened, a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Indeed, in your mind, I have indeed fallen. But what you see now is none other than the Blood Moon Demon Lord, the very one you fear so terribly. Since you recognize my glorious deeds, I must see you reduced to ashes, forever vanishing into the void." The black-robed man frantically glanced around, trying to find a way to escape. However, restrained by the bloody evil force, his legs felt as if they were filled with lead and could not move. He raised a trembling hand and pointed with difficulty at Ling Yi before him. "You, don't come over here. I'm telling you, I have someone behind me you can't afford to offend." Chapter 584. Ling Yi's eyebrows raised slightly at this, a hint of sarcasm playing on his lips. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, as if he was disdainful of the black-robed leader's words. "Haha, it's just the Dark Lord who's too ashamed to face the world, making me act like I'm afraid of him. Sooner or later, I trample him underfoot and chop off his head with my own hands. But before that, I make you vanish into thin air." As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Yi's figure flashed, appearing before the black-robed man in an instant, his eyes as cold as a knife. Before the man could react, the bloody long sword in his hand had already pierced the black-robed leader's chest. Under his horrified and ferocious gaze, the bloody longsword instantly devoured the black-robed leader's life, leaving only a wrinkled, dried corpse. With the death of the black-robed leader, the threat of the zombie tidal wave that weighed heavily on everyone's minds was finally resolved. On the battlefield, bloodthirsty mutant beasts, like wolves among a flock of sheep, slaughtered the zombies frantically. Meanwhile, reinforcements from the Blood Moon City and the Imperial capital were not to be outdone. All fought tooth and nail, striving to annihilate the zombie horde in one fell swoop. The brave survivors brandished their weapons, engaging in fierce combat with the zombie horde. Amidst the flashing swords and clashes, their bravery and fearlessness were fully displayed. As time passed, the blood moon in the sky cast a particularly eerie and terrifying light upon the battlefield. Under the shroud of night, this earth-shattering battle raged on, each fighting for survival and their homeland. The cries of slaughter shook the heavens, blood stained the battlefield crimson, and the zombie horde seemed endless. But the warriors showed no sign of retreat, swearing to defend their homeland to the death. Without the black-robed figure's command, the zombie horde was powerless against the powerful human assault. They were like bodies without souls, chaotic and disorganized. Despite being led by high-level zombies, they fought independently, unable to form a united front. The once mighty zombie horde now seemed powerless against the overwhelming human onslaught. The humans seized this opportunity and launched an even more fierce offensive, forcing the zombie horde back step by step, their decline and disintegration unstoppable. Finally, at midnight, this sustained, large-scale zombie extermination campaign concluded with human victory. Except for a few high-level mutant zombies, who fought their way out, the zombie army left nearly 1 million corpses on the battlefield. This epic victory also temporarily alleviated the existential crisis surrounding the Imperial capital. Everyone excitedly threw down their weapons and cheered wearily. The night sky rang with cheers and a glimmer of hope. Men, women, young and old, laughed and talked, tears mingling. They cheered for the rebirth of their homes, and saluted the brave warriors. This night, the stars shone brightly, and people felt an unprecedented joy. The spark of hope ignited in everyone's heart, believing that life would improve in the days ahead. In the Blood Moon City camp, the blood demons, who had taken the berserk potion, now lay weakly among the corpses, or in the mud. This was the side effect of the potion. After a brief burst of powerful strength, an unbearable weakness followed. All personnel from the Blood Moon City have arrived in the Imperial capital, and are now busy with post-war work. Although they too are exhausted, compared to the overworked blood demon members, they have energy and stamina potions, allowing them to slowly recover. At this moment, under the command of their respective team leaders, everyone began to work in an orderly manner. The Blood Demon Reserve moved the exhausted blood demon members away from the sea of corpses and blood to rest. Meanwhile, the logistics department members led the other personnel and began their traditional duties, dissecting the bodies to extract crystal cores and useful materials, and then cremating the bodies. The survivors from the Imperial capital were still immersed in immense excitement. They discussed the hard-won victory, filled with emotion. With tears in their eyes, they recalled the difficult times and felt proud of their past efforts. Friends and family hugged each other tightly, sharing this joy and happiness. As the leader of the Imperial capital, Number One's heart was in turmoil. Gazing at this incredible outcome, he felt a mixture of emotions and couldn't help but sigh. The ultimate winner of this game is still Ling Yi. No matter how I plot, I can't escape Ling Yi's schemes. Since some unknown time, unknowingly, Ling Yi has already woven a vast web. Perhaps from the moment he arrived in the Imperial capital, everyone he came into contact with has been manipulated into playing in his chessboard. This young man's strategic vision and well-thought-out strategy truly make one sigh, a true master of strategy. Alas, I'm not as good as him. At this moment, Ling Yi was still suspended in midair, silently gazing at the entire post-war landscape. Looking at the devastated battlefield, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Although he had been accustomed to seeing mountains of corpses and seas of blood in his previous life, this was his first time seeing nearly 1 million zombie corpses. The shock he felt was beyond words. Ling Yi shook his head gently, a flicker of helplessness in his eyes. No matter what dimension, as long as there is life, conflict is inevitable. Just like in this world today, people constantly argue over resources, power, and even faith. Look, aren't the conflicts between countries just about territorial disputes, oil, and profits? In the company, colleagues inevitably fight openly and covertly for promotions and salary increases. Even at home, couples can argue over trivial matters. But you know what? This kind of conflict isn't entirely negative. It is precisely because of conflict that people continue to progress. Just like during the Warring States period in history, the various schools of thought were constantly at odds. It was also during this period that countless great thinkers and philosophers emerged, leaving behind valuable wisdom for future generations. Although this zombie crisis was also caused by external forces vying for resources, it is undeniable that this event also benefited the surviving humans. Gene mutations and physical enhancements are truly a great innovation for humanity. Thus, struggle is a normal part of life. The key is finding a balance within it, to maintain one's principles while coexisting harmoniously with others. This requires us to learn to view struggle rationally, learn from it, and continue to grow. Of course, such a beautiful wish is difficult to achieve. As the saying goes, the general trend of the world is that long periods of division will inevitably lead to unification, and long periods of unification will inevitably lead to division. Chapter 585. We all know that this world is constantly changing. Separation and reunion are like a play. You see, sometimes a family is loving and united, and their lives are prosperous. But one day, due to some conflict, family strife may arise. Then, they grow distant, even splitting up. But after the separation, they feel lonely and helpless, and so they yearn to reunite and reunite. And so, separation and reunion happen again. This is the way families, countries, and the worlds are like this. Just as Ling Yi was lamenting, Xia Mobing and her group appeared beside him, looking aggrieved. Looking at the women closest to him, he couldn't help but smile and offer comfort. Why are you all so gloomy? Especially those of you who are pregnant. You should smile more and maintain a positive attitude. That's good for the baby. Xia Mobing pursed her lips and said resentfully, we came all this way to help you, but you're not buying it. You even let the spirit cat and the black dragon keep an eye on us, and you're not even going to let us sisters participate in this battle. How despicable. Ling Yi curled his lips, patted Xia Mobing's head, and feigned anger. Bing Bing, are you getting mad again? I haven't even scolded you yet, and you're already impeaching me. Were you the one who started this collective outburst? You don't take my words seriously, are you? Looking at Ling Yi's expressionless and serious face, Xia Mobing's eyes widened, a look of innocence on her face. Oh husband, how can you say that to me? As if I'm always disobedient. You know, I really wasn't the one who led this time. I was just following everyone's advice. Besides, you know everyone obeys you, so who would dare disobey you? Xia Mobing cautiously shook Ling Yi's arm, flattering him. Hubby. Look, we're all fine, and the baby's been so obedient in your belly. Can you please forgive us this time? Next time, I'd definitely be more careful and promise not to make such a mistake again. Please forgive me and stop pursuing responsibility, okay? Looking at Xia Mobing's coquettish expression, Ling Yi couldn't help but twitch his lips. Next time? Do you want another next time? Just then, Mu Xia's calm voice echoed beside him. Ling Yi, this was my idea. Bing Bing had nothing to do with it. I was the one who suggested we all come to the capital together. Hearing this, Ling Yi turned to look at her in surprise. It was common knowledge that Mu Xia had once been somewhat headstrong. But after completely opening up to Ling Yi, she had become more mature and stable. Ling Yi gazed deeply at Mu Xia, his tone tinged with confusion and bewilderment. This isn't your style. Why are you doing this time? Mu Xia wasn't frightened by Ling Yi's questioning. Instead, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. Her hand gently caressed her slightly swollen belly, her eyes gleaming with determination. Because I believe that only by being by your side at all times can I truly feel safe. I believe so, and so does our baby. Ling Yi's heart was moved by these words, and warmth rippled through his chest. He gently took Mu Xia's hand, and spoke sincerely. It's so great to have you, Xia. Mu Xia lowered her head shyly, and responded softly. I only wish I could accompany you through all the ups and downs, spending time together. The two smiled at each other, their hearts connected, as if words were superfluous. In their hearts, they had already tacitly accepted each other, and no matter what the future held, they would move forward hand in hand. Brother-in-law, there are still us. Xia Maoyang shouted loudly from the side, and the others nodded repeatedly. Ling Yi looked around at the women, feeling tears welling in the corners of his eyes, and the emotion in his heart surged like a flood. Suddenly, he clenched his fists tightly and silently vowed. For them, for this trust, I will work 100 times harder. Just then, a noise not far away caught the attention of Ling Yi and the others. Take your men and leave immediately. The spoils here belong to us, Blood Moon City. You Blood Moon City people are too overbearing. We paid a heavy price in this battle, so why shouldn't we share in the spoils? That's right. Why do you have to take credit for our efforts? Wouldn't it be better if we all worked together and shared the fruits of victory? Right. Only 1 in 10 humans will survive. We should unite. That's the only way to survive in this apocalypse. The people from the imperial capital, infuriated by the Blood Moon City's overbearing behavior, began to complain. Lung Yan's strength and condition had recovered slightly. After hearing these words, he forced himself to appear before the chaotic crowd. How dare you come here to share the spoils? If it weren't for our fierce efforts to defeat the zombie tide, how would you be alive to take advantage now? Looking at the ferocious Lung Yan and the giant mutant tiger mount beside him, everyone swallowed their saliva. Forget it, there's no point arguing with him. Let's pack up and leave here as soon as possible to avoid any trouble. Someone muttered fearfully, not wanting to risk their lives for a few crystal cores. That's right. A true man doesn't suffer a loss right now. Saving our lives is the most important thing. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. We will make the people of Blood Moon City pay. Another person echoed. That's right. For now, let's keep a low profile, conserve our strength, and wait and see. Sooner or later, they make the people of Blood Moon City regret provoking us. Some people nodded, their morale rekindled, deciding to save their lives first. However, some were unhappy and still jumped out to shout. We acknowledge your formidable strength, but so what? We in the imperial capital also contributed to the zombie slaying. Why should all the spoils belong to you? Humph, the credit isn't yours alone. We all worked together to defeat the zombies, so of course the spoils should be shared. That's right. We're all comrades in the same trench. There's no need to be so divided. The real thing is to work together to fight the apocalyptic crisis. That's right. Sharing the spoils among everyone will give everyone the motivation and strength to rebuild this land into prosperity. Hearing these words, Lung Yan laughed indignantly. Ha ha ha. Comrades? How dare you say that? Do you know who I am, and who those behind me are? I'm telling you, we were all soldiers of the Imperial Capital Central Army. When the apocalypse arrived, we were sent to City S for a mission. But what did you do? You actually launched a nuclear bomb without our knowledge. Chapter 586. Lung Yan's revelation caused everyone in the Imperial Capital to look at each other in disbelief. However, everyone, observing the burly man's extremely excited expression, was convinced that this must be the truth. You bombed S City into ruins, resulting in the death of countless innocent lives in the nuclear explosion. This renders our mission meaningless, and where do we place our lives? As members of the Imperial Capital, don't you feel any guilt? Faced with this avoidable disaster, why are you so cruel? If it weren't for our city lord, my team, and I would have perished in S City long ago. Can anyone step forward and give a reasonable explanation? What was the purpose of all this? To save you, these cold-blooded people, we traveled thousands of miles and finally extinguished the zombie crisis. It would be fine if you didn't express your gratitude, but now you shamelessly come to steal our spoils? Faced with Lung Yan's angry accusations, the people of the Imperial Capital stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with surprise and innocence. One person spoke cautiously. Brothers, don't be angry. We're truly sorry. We know you worked hard, but it's not up to us to decide the spoils. How about we let the higher-ups decide? Another person chimed in. That's right. We're all trying to survive. Let's understand each other. Let's divide the spoils up, and everyone will be better off. The crowd roared again. Yes, we all contributed, so we all deserve a share. Let's share. Killing zombies isn't easy for us, so let's not argue over it anymore. At that moment, a dazzling flash of sword light flashed, accompanied by the sound of a sharp blade slicing through the air. Everyone looked closely, and saw a blood-red long sword, like a flaming dragon piercing the air, piercing the ground on both sides. Then, a figure slowly descended from the sky, clad in silver heavy metal armor, a dashing figure. Ling Yi's appearance instantly brought the entire scene to a state of silence. In contrast to the horror of the Imperial Capital, the Blood Moon City's people were overjoyed, shouting loudly. City Lord. Ling Yi nodded slightly. Then, with a sharp gaze, he glanced around at the Imperial Capital's people and said calmly, all the spoils within a 10-meter radius of the city wall belong to you. If you dare extend your hand beyond 10 meters, this long sword of mine will not recognize you. As Ling Yi finished his words, a powerful aura emanated from him, inspiring awe in everyone. The arena fell silent, the intimidating power of Ling Yi, a 9th-level expert, evident. No one dared to act rashly. Seeing countless spoils of war right before their eyes, no one dared take the risk, fearing the wrath of this murderous master. Some people retreated cautiously, their eyes fixed on the long sword on the ground. They feared that in the blink of an eye, their heads would be gone. Although many were dissatisfied, after a long time, no one dared to step forward to argue. Everyone looked at each other, each one internally retreating. Everyone's eyes avoided each other, no one willing to take the initiative. In the end, everyone felt it was best to keep quiet, as no one wanted to take the risk. What's going on? Don't you understand? Our city lord has spoken. Why don't you just get out of here? Are you waiting for us to take action? Hurry up and leave. Don't waste everyone's time here. If you don't leave, we won't mind showing you some color. Better be obedient, and don't force us to take more drastic measures. At this moment, Gu Hao casually walked out from the back of the group, cursing. The people in the imperial capital were embarrassed when they heard this, but dared not speak out. Ling Yi simply curled his lips, not blaming Gu Hao for taking the initiative and escalating the situation. The former Central Army soldiers under his command were filled with resentment, being treated as abandoned pawns and nearly killed by a nuclear bomb. They were already seething with anger. Everyone was eager to launch an immediate attack and give these self-righteous imperial capital natives a good beating. Therefore, in this situation, Ling Yi wouldn't blame his own people. On the contrary, he would vigorously defend them. What are you all doing here? Didn't you hear City Lord Ling's order? Everyone, quickly clear the bodies within 10 meters of the city wall. Just as the situation was becoming increasingly tense, Number One's commanding voice suddenly rang out. Surprisingly, however, everyone except the regular imperial capital garrison retreated obediently. The survivors who joined later didn't immediately choose to leave, clearly salivating over such a large piece of cake. Hey, what are you all standing there for? Didn't you hear your leader's order? Quickly clear the bodies within 10 meters of the city wall. Hurry up, everyone. Stop dawdling. Do you want me to do it myself? Huang Tian, unable to bear it any longer, shouted at the top of his lungs. Number One's brow furrowed as his commanding voice rang out once more. There was a hint of displeasure in his tone, clearly displeased with their slowness. Hurry up. Get moving. Stop the nonsense and act now, or you be subject to military court. Seeing Number One's anger, everyone's faces turned solemn. Anyone with a discerning eye could see they were intimidated by Ling Yi's status as a 9th-rank expert and the inhuman combat prowess of the Blood Moon City. Even the high-ranking officials of the imperial capital were wary. So what were these little bastards doing here? Waiting to die? The crowd finally reacted and hurried towards the city wall, fearing to further anger these terrifying figures in power. Watching the irrelevant crowd leave, Number One smiled at Ling Yi. Ling Yi, this time, thanks to all your help. Otherwise, the imperial capital will be destroyed, and these hundreds of thousands of survivors will perish at the hands of the zombies. I have always believed that as long as we work together and help each other, we can overcome this zombie crisis. Although we see devastation everywhere, I believe that as long as we unite, we can rebuild our homes and restore prosperity to this familiar land. What we need to do next is to quickly restore order and prepare for post-disaster reconstruction. I hope to receive your full support. What are your thoughts? However, Ling Yi brushed these words aside. He ignored Number One's righteous declaration. He sneered, his expression filled with disdain, as if what Number One had just said was complete nonsense. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. It seemed that Number One had encountered a hard-hearted person this time, and convincing him might not be so easy. Chapter 587. But those around Number One were furious but afraid to speak out. Who could blame them for not being as strong as Ling Yi? At this moment, someone rushed out from behind Ling Yi. It was Long Qianxue, weeping with joy. Grandpa, I'm so glad you're all okay. With that, Long Qianxue darted forward and threw herself into Number One's arms. Looking at the walls of the imperial capital being madly attacked by the zombie horde, I was so worried something might happen. If anything happened to you, I wouldn't know what I would do. Tears glistened in her eyes, but as she let go of Number One, a happy smile graced her face. Now, finally, everyone's safe. Although we've gone through some difficulties, we finally overcome them. This is truly comforting. We should celebrate. Isn't that right, Grandpa? She blinked as she spoke. Number One saw this scene, and he knew she was giving him a way out. Haha, Qianxue is right. We should celebrate properly. Ling Yi, I host you and the brothers for a celebration party in the city later. How about that? Number One smiled broadly, not a trace of embarrassment on his face. Forget it. Now that we're done, we need to get back to base as soon as possible to prevent our base from being raided. Ling Yi spoke expressionlessly, clearly uninterested in such frivolous socializing. As soon as he spoke, the room fell silent again. No one had expected Ling Yi to be so disrespectful. Huang Tian's face twitched, and he spoke with some displeasure from the side. Ling Yi, the leader invited you because he saw you. Aren't you being a bit unsociable? Hearing this, Ling Yi turned slightly to look at Huang Tian, a hint of a sneer playing on his lips. Oh! Then what do you think the appropriate attitude should be? Being used as a pawn, should I still cling to someone and call them my master? If the resources from these zombies weren't of some use to me, I wouldn't have mobilized such a large force. As for your statement of unromantic, I don't think there's anything romantic about it. Ling Yi glanced around with a look of disdain before continuing. Just celebrate your victory. We'll be back anytime soon. We won't bother you anymore. With these words, Ling Yi turned away with a carefree air, leaving behind only his back, leaving number 1 and the others with embarrassed expressions. As Ling Yi left, Lung Yin and the others snorted coldly and followed suit. This guy's being too arrogant. Does he really think we can't survive the zombie tidal wave without them? An officer complained bitterly, his voice filled with anger and dissatisfaction, as if deeply hurt. We are experienced veterans of the regular army, not rookies. His words were filled with dissatisfaction and contempt for Ling Yi. Even without their help, we can defend the imperial capital on our own. The officer's words were filled with confidence and determination. He didn't think Ling Yi's support team was necessary, and even felt they were meddling. However, events proved him wrong. He didn't realize that his own thinking was the biggest problem. He was too stubborn and self-confident, unaware of his own limitations and shortcomings. Shut up, you idiot who can't see the current situation. Do you really think the imperial capital's power alone can wipe out this zombie tidal wave? Even if that's the case, facing 1 million zombies, how many casualties and costs will we have to pay? But how long has it taken Ling Yi to lead his troops into battle? You know, their casualties are basically negligible. This is the end of the world, and strength is everything. If you possess the same strength, you can be so arrogant. Number 1 frowned at the officer, his face brimming with anger. After explaining the reason, he continued his warning. The mouth speaks volumes. This will never happen again. Always watch your mouth. If this gets to them, it could very well bring you death. But before he could finish his words, a dark figure suddenly appeared, accompanied by a scream. Everyone was shocked. The officer who had been complaining was now clutching his neck. Visibly, blood gushed out, splattering all around. Everyone looked at each other in horror, wondering what had happened in the blink of an eye. A moment later, the officer's hands were no longer able to contain the bleeding. Finally, he slumped to the ground, motionless, dead on the spot. You who gossip behind my back, who dares to speak ill of my master, will be killed. A voice, tinged with murderous intent and coldness, suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. A solemn silence fell upon the room at this bleak tone. No one dared to speak a word, fearing they would also suffer the same fate. Before they knew it, their throats were slashed. After a long moment, silence reigned. Number 1's lips twitched subtly, then he calmly asked, "Do you know who did this?" Han Wu frowned, then replied softly, "Leader, it must have been the King of Hell, who exterminated the Dugu family." King of Hell? Such a prestigious title. How dare he wantonly murder officers right in front of us? Does he have any respect for the law? Huang Tian, standing by, couldn't help but vent his frustration. From what I understand, this King of Hell's name is Luo Chun, Ling Yi's apprentice, and his power is unfathomable. Han Wu ignored Huang Tian's reaction and continued. I witnessed the strength of someone who could stealthily take a head right in front of you all. But the ruthless and brutal manner of his killing also makes me deeply uneasy. After all, no one wants to witness such violence. Although the apocalypse has lost its original order, sometimes drastic measures are necessary to achieve goals. But I prefer to resolve conflicts with reason and kindness, avoiding the reckless harm of innocent people. After all, life is precious, and people are valuable. We should use more gentle means to resolve problems. Hearing this, the others chose to remain silent. Everyone could tell that this wasn't what number 1 truly wanted to express. In fact, deep within him, endless rage and helplessness filled his heart. He wanted to immediately order Luo Chen's arrest and interrogation to maintain the shaky last vestiges of national order. But in the end, reason prevailed, and he swallowed his words back. Simply because this was no longer a situation he could control. In the apocalypse, where strength reigns supreme, Ling Yi's identity weighs like an insurmountable mountain on his heart. Though the road ahead is uncertain, for the sake of this devastated nation, he can only grit his teeth and forge ahead, confident that one day the country will regain its former prosperity. Chapter 588. Mu Tianxiong looked at his old commander's expression and shook his head with some resignation. Ling Yi, his grandson-in-law, was formidable, but his temper was also unpredictable. This guy was truly infuriating at times. You say he had a heart for the suffering, and that's true. At least since the apocalypse, he had protected some people and created a relatively safe base for survival. And the hidden rebellion crisis in the imperial capital, as well as the current zombie tidal wave, were all successfully resolved under his mastermind. But you're also right to say he was unkind. If you didn't follow his lead or disobeyed his plans, then, sorry, no matter who you were, this guy would turn against you without a care in the world. He was the kind of person who would flip the table if you crossed his line. Mu Tianxiong sometimes couldn't understand why people like Ling Yi were so stubborn and insisted on having their own way. Yet, it's undeniable that anything Ling Yi touches is perfectly resolved. He almost always achieves the greatest results at the lowest cost. Mu Tianxiong surveyed the oppressive atmosphere and the sullen-faced officers around him, sighed softly, and offered soothing words. Leader, Ling Yi has a bit of a temper, and even his subordinates have their own personalities. But their importance to humanity's survival in the apocalypse is undeniable. So I think. Before he could finish, Number 1 waved his hand, interrupting with a smile. Tianxiong, I have to admit, Yaya has excellent taste. She found you an enviable grandson-in-law. Unlike Shuer, who's still all alone. Long Qianxue pouted in a disapproving tone, acting coquettishly. Grandpa, how could anyone say that about their own granddaughter? Number 1 smiled, then spoke solemnly to the crowd. This Azure ruin was once the culmination of human civilization, but now it's become a maddening paradise where zombies run rampant. We, the survivors, are like the last guardians and hope. Even with our final strength, we must do our utmost to stem this tide of death. Looking at the devastation around me, I often sigh inwardly. It turns out that our once proud technological civilization is so vulnerable to this zombie apocalypse. Our weapons, our defenses, seem so insignificant in the face of these hordes of zombies. We are stretched to our limits, isolated and helpless, and can only resolutely fight a final battle, sacrificing our lives. So we must never give up hope. We must understand that in this life-or-death situation for humanity, only unity can turn the tide and rebuild a civilization on the verge of extinction. We all seen the situation at home, and we estimate that the number of survivors abroad is also very small. For the future of humanity, we must continue to seek new paths, new breakthroughs, and ways to survive in this apocalyptic world. Perhaps within these ruins, there are treasures we yet to discover. Perhaps within this despair, there is a ray of hope we haven't foreseen. As long as we don't give up, we will surely find a way to end the zombie apocalypse. Humanity's last line of defense lies with us, the survivors. Since the apocalypse, humanity has lost so much, but we must not lose our last hope. I firmly believe that by fighting together and rebuilding together, this land will once again become the solid foundation of human civilization. After hearing Number 1's words, everyone's spirits lifted, their eyes gleaming with fighting spirit and confidence. They applauded, each eager to get started, eager to dive into the work ahead. Everyone felt that with a leader like Number 1, they would be able to overcome the current difficulties and achieve their goals. However, before Number 1 finished speaking, he pressed his hand, signaling silence. Your confidence and hope are good, but they are far from enough. After all, the number and strength of the zombies are there. Therefore, to achieve our goals, our first priority is to improve our strength, and then, we must gather all the forces that can quell the zombie threat. So, remember, currently, humanity's highest-end combat power lies solely in the Blood Moon City, founded by Ling Yi. Therefore, in the days ahead, befriending Ling Yi is our best option. He is now the most powerful 9th-rank being in this land. Only with his protection and help can we survive in this treacherous world. Remember, always be mindful of Ling Yi's status and authority, and avoid any rash actions that might provoke his displeasure. After hearing Number 1's words, some wondered if this was overstating Ling Yi's status. Does everyone think Ling Yi is that remarkable? While his strength is certainly formidable, it's not to the point of requiring deification, right? Someone nearby couldn't help but murmur, but someone else immediately retorted. I'm not happy to hear that. Ever since City Lord Ling arrived in the imperial capital, he's not only helped us expose the Dugu family's conspiracy, but also eliminated the potential threat posed by the mutants. You're right, brother. Just like this zombie tidal wave attacking the city. If City Lord Ling hadn't been so foresight and provided us with all the intelligence in advance, if we hadn't been rushed by the onslaught of millions of zombies, the walls of the imperial capital wouldn't have been able to withstand it for even a day. Everyone argued back and forth, and the atmosphere became somewhat tense. Number 1, observing this, sighed inwardly. This was why he had endured it in silence. Faced with Ling Yi's reputation and strength, there was simply no other option. In Number 1's mind, Ling Yi's actions during this period hadn't harmed the interests of the country or the people. On the contrary, it wasn't an exaggeration to call him a national hero. Although Ling Yi did have a bit of a bad temper and could be a bit irritable at times, it was nothing compared to his contributions to the country. Number 1 knew that while Ling Yi might be somewhat difficult to get along with, as long as his actions didn't harm the national interest, he could turn a blind eye. After all, even heroes need a certain unique personality to stand up in critical moments. As long as Ling Yi continued to work for the benefit of the country and its people, Number 1 would continue to support him, even if it meant giving up his current position. There's no point in saying more. Everyone should just know that if we want to become stronger, we can't do without Ling Yi's help. After all, he's our humanity's first 9th rank expert. As long as we can maintain a good relationship with Ling Yi, I believe we'd be able to overcome numerous difficulties in the future and gradually increase our strength. The Blood Moon City's formidable strength is evident to all. They remained calm in the face of a million-strong zombie tide, utterly annihilating the horde with just a few thousand men. Chapter 589. Hearing this, the previous complaints died down. Seeing is believing, hearing is deceiving. The sight of Ling Yi leading a legion of thousands of mutant beasts to directly defeat the zombie horde was still fresh in their minds. Most people couldn't help but nod in praise, expressing their admiration for this spectacular battle. Many even began to speculate, thinking about quickly joining Ling Yi's team to share in the spoils. After all, it was undoubtedly an honor to follow such a powerful figure. With Ling Yi's guidance and the protection of the Blood Moon City, perhaps one day, they too could become a powerful figure. After Ling Yi returned, Mu Xia mustered up her courage before slowly asking, "Ling Yi, wasn't your attitude a bit too harsh just now? After all, Grandpa Long is the head of this country, and you didn't even give him the slightest bit of respect." "I was so scared I didn't even dare to go over and greet Grandpa and the others." Ling Yi looked at Mu Xia fondly and explained softly, "Xia, my attitude just now was already quite respectful. Because they were secretly plotting against you, I wouldn't have bothered to come to the Imperial Capital's rescue before. In the apocalypse, strength reigns supreme. As long as we're strong enough, no one dares to provoke us. Therefore, we in the Blood Moon City don't need to fawn over other factions. As long as it doesn't cross our boundaries, everything is negotiable. But if anyone dares to provoke us and infringe on our interests, we must not tolerate them. We in the Blood Moon City may refrain from bullying others, but we will never tolerate being exploited. If the enemy makes the slightest move, we will immediately take appropriate measures to make them realize our strength. We must let all survivors know that being friends with the Blood Moon City definitely benefits more than it harms. But if they become enemies, then, sorry, there's nowhere for them to hide, no matter where they are." Mu Xia fell silent after hearing Ling Yi's words. This incident all started because she had instigated the sisters to come to the Imperial Capital. This was how Number 1 and the others used her to contain and restrict Ling Yi's actions. Watching the survivors of the Blood Moon City picking up the pieces on the vast battlefield, Mu Xia felt a pang of pain in her heart. Although this battle, under Ling Yi's command and planning, had yielded the greatest victory at the lowest cost, that smallest price, however, was the loss of countless lives. They could have lived safely in the Blood Moon City, but because of the sudden battle, they were forever stranded on the land outside the Imperial Capital. "I'm sorry. It was my willfulness that led to the mobilization of troops and the avoidable casualties. I truly regret my impulsive behavior. Why didn't I listen to you? This has implicated everyone and caused a lot of trouble for the brothers and sisters in Blood Moon City. But I want to say that this incident has also made me realize my own mistakes. I will reflect on this, and will not make the same mistake again. I will also be more cautious and careful, and will never cause you any trouble again." Mu Xia raised her head with tears in her eyes, and tightly grasped Ling Yi's hand, her eyes revealing boundless apology and determination. Her tone was sincere and firm, and her sincerity was clearly felt. Ling Yi gently stroked Mu Xia's hair, a hint of a smile on his face. "Silly girl, how could I blame you for all this? After all, your actions were all caused by me. If we're really talking about responsibility, I should be the first to bear the brunt of it. And in this world, your safety is my most important thing. If I don't protect you, who else can I protect?" After hearing Ling Yi's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Ling Yi wasn't angry, everything would be fine. Everyone exchanged knowing glances, agreeing that it would be best if this matter was over. No one expected Ling Yi to forgive them so quickly. It was truly unexpected. But everyone knew in their hearts that they would have to be more careful in the future and not cross Ling Yi's line again, otherwise the consequences would be truly disastrous. "Hubby, when are we going back to Blood Moon City?" And how will our relationship with the Imperial capital be handled going forward? Xia Mobing asked, eyes wide open, gently taking Ling Yi's arm. The reason I mobilized all the personnel from Blood Moon City was to obtain the crystal cores and resources from these 1 million zombies. Now we just wait for the collection to be completed so we can set off for home. Ling Yi smiled faintly and explained the upcoming itinerary. To expedite resource collection, he had already had System Carl dispatch the recovered non-hives, estimating completion within 3 days. By the way, brother-in-law, you should be coming back with us this time. You won't be leaving alone again, right? Hearing this, everyone's eyes focused on Ling Yi. Everyone was afraid Ling Yi would disappear again, because every time he finished something, he would leave again to attend to other matters. Ling Yi glanced around at the women, and saw that most of them were unconsciously rubbing their slightly bulging bellies. A flicker of hesitation flashed in his eyes, and his heart trembled. I've been so busy lately that I've forgotten I have another identity. This is quite unexpected. I've been so busy lately that I almost forgot I have such an important role. Now, it's time to get ready. I need to take good care of them, and create a warm living environment for these little ones. I don't want to be running around like a headless fly after the baby is born. I need to plan ahead, and prepare everything I need. After all, this is a new chapter in my life. I can't be careless. Thinking of this, Ling Yi's eyes grew firm. Although he and Pengu had agreed to go to the nuclear explosion zone to help him after the incident in the Imperial capital was resolved, you have to remember that Ling Yi's original intention from the beginning was to ensure that those he cared about lived a safe and comfortable life. Now that the crisis in the Imperial capital has been resolved, the Lord of Darkness has been prevented from opening a new invasion route. With Pengu's own strength, he shouldn't have any trouble holding the other passages. I'll be returning with you this time, and we carefully plan our future lives and create a comfortable environment for our unborn baby. Ling Yi said with a smile, his face filled with the women's expectant gazes. With your support, I will do my best to fulfill my role as a father. I already mentally prepared many gifts and a special space for the baby. After we return, I closely monitor your health and take care of you to the best of my ability. Ling Yi smiled, looking at each woman with a doting smile. Chapter 590. Leader, Ling Yi is leading the people from Blood Moon City back. One day, Han Wu gently pushed open number 1's office door and reported. Oh, really? I didn't expect him to be so impatient. He won't even take a few days to recover? Number 1 frowned slightly upon hearing this news. It seems they already harvested all the resources from the zombies outside the Imperial capital. This guy is truly shrewd and capable. He processed nearly 1 million zombie remains in just a few days. The Blood Moon City's cohesion and execution are truly impressive. But I'm more curious, how did he accomplish all this? Is it some kind of advanced technology, or does he have some unique method? In any case, this guy is truly formidable. No wonder the survivors of Blood Moon City are so resilient. Is it really that I'm curious what Ling Yi will do next? Number 1 turned and looked out the window, a complex expression in his eyes. He knew Ling Yi's strength was unparalleled, but he could still be impulsive at times, which made him worried. However, overall, being able to safely preserve the Imperial capital and resolve the zombie crisis was the best possible outcome. Thinking of this, Number 1 sighed softly and waved his hand, signaling Han Wu to leave while he continued to attend to the matters at hand. After a long journey home, Ling Yi and the others finally returned to the long-lost Blood Moon City. As they once again stepped into the city they had rebuilt with their own hands, they couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. The fact that the city hadn't been occupied or destroyed by other forces, or zombies, since their departure was truly a cause for great joy. Although the skyscraper still bore hideous cracks, and the streets were strewn with rubble and ruins, compared to other completely destroyed cities, Blood Moon City at least retained a glimmer of life. With the return of Ling Yi and the others, it would surely flourish once again. Everyone would work even harder to rebuild their homes, and with mutual assistance, this fortress would burst into life again. Those from Blood Moon City needed no encouragement or inducement. For there was one figure who commanded everyone's trust and reverence, their city lord, Ling Yi. Everyone knew that with him in their midst, even the most daunting challenges could be overcome with ease. Ling Yi's prestige and ability had long been the pride and faith of every Blood Moon resident. They all said that following Ling Yi's footsteps, nothing was impossible. Whenever Ling Yi appeared in the crowd, there was a commotion and cheers. He always brought unprecedented courage and strength to everyone, making any difficulty easily surmountable. As a member of the Blood Moon City, as long as one works hard enough and earns enough points, becoming powerful is a matter of minutes. At the beginning of the apocalypse, These people were originally hopeless. Survival became increasingly difficult, and everyone fell into helplessness and confusion. But after following Ling Yi, any despair was gone from these people's hearts. The only thing left was how to seize opportunities, stand out in the melting pot of the apocalypse, and become a powerful figure in this chaotic world. I'm so tired. I'm finally home. I had enough of this period, traveling from dawn to dusk, and I feel like my body is about to fall apart. But now that I'm back home, I feel rejuvenated. Seeing the city we worked so hard for and built safe and sound makes me feel much more at ease. I'm going to relax in a hot bath, have a nice meal, and then have a good sleep. Xia Mobing stretched lazily, feeling incredibly relaxed. The other women were also eager to try, clearly feeling incredibly depressed by the recent crisis-ridden life in the imperial capital. After everyone returned to their respective quarters, Ling Yi unexpectedly received a message from Pangu. Ling Yi, thanks to your help, the crisis in the imperial capital has been resolved. But the existing space passages remain a significant threat. I wonder if you could assist me again and destroy these passages to completely halt their invasion plans. Pangu asked expectantly, hoping Ling Yi would lend a hand once more. Pangu, my original plan was to deal with the space passages after quelling the zombie tide. But now I have a better plan. Perhaps the benefits of keeping these passages will outweigh the risks. Ling Yi gently stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. A better plan? Tell me. Pangu's face was filled with surprise, his eyes filled with confusion. Destroying the space channel as quickly as possible should be the best option. Could there be other options? He couldn't help but wait curiously for Ling Yi's explanation, hoping to hear some novel ideas from him. Since several space channels have appeared in our country, other countries should be more or less unavoidable. Ling Yi didn't immediately answer Pangu's question. As you expected, other countries also have such passages. However, under the command of my men, the local survivors have managed to block the passages, preventing these invaders from easily breaking through. Pangu nodded and explained the current situation directly. Hearing this news, Ling Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Although the current situation is not optimistic, at least humanity can hold out for a while. His only concern is whether these invaders will continue to find new breakthroughs. So, we must remain vigilant and ready to face new challenges at any time. If the situation is as you describe, then there is no need to worry too much. Instead of fighting them to the death, why not try a different approach to dealing with these invaders? Ling Yi's lips curled up, a picture already forming in his mind. Oh! Tell me what you think. Pangu's face lit up with excitement. Turning a crisis into an opportunity would be fantastic. It's actually very simple. There's no need to directly destroy these spatial channels. Think about it, if we eradicated them with lightning speed, what would the forces behind them think? Ling Yi said with a smile, guiding Pangu to reflect. Of course. The forces behind them would feel that the current strength of this plane has exceeded their expectations. Here, Pangu paused, a solemn expression on his face. Ling Yi's suggestion completely opened his mind. You mean the forces behind them will rearrange their forces, perhaps even send an even stronger force to invade? Ling Yi nodded undeniably, then analyzed seriously. You never fought against these high-level plane controllers, so you have no idea of their methods. Sometimes, the more powerful a being is, the more elusive it is. Who would have thought that those high-ranking individuals would secretly resort to such cunning tactics to achieve their goals? Chapter 591. Pangu nodded undeniably at Ling Yi's words. You're absolutely right, these high-level individuals. They usually give off an unattainable vibe, but behind the scenes, they're truly full of tricks. Sometimes, they even resort to some minor dirty tricks, making it truly impossible to guard against them. Your words hit home. The more powerful they are, the more likely they are to pull off some unexpected moves. In fact, once these people start making a move, even the sky can't hide it. But they're so naive that they're trying to be virtuous, which is truly disgusting. Ling Yi chuckled self-deprecatingly, and Pangu echoed his thoughts. But what impressed him was that these conspirators had mastered this tactic to perfection. They were incredibly calculating, always managing to pull off surprise attacks at crucial moments, giving themselves the upper hand. Unlike his previous life, he used absolute force to suppress, annihilating those who didn't surrender. There was absolutely no third way out. It was precisely because of this overbearing behavior that the situation ultimately spiraled out of control, leading to his estrangement from his friends and family. In reality, Ling Yi had been grappling with a thorny question: how to rebuild his own plane of existence. This question had troubled him for a long time, as it involved so many factors to consider. Should he continue with the blood world he had created previously, exercising absolute control over the creatures within it? Or should he simply design an entirely new plane of existence from scratch? This decision posed a dilemma for Ling Yi. Although his previous life's blood world was somewhat dark and cruel, it at least had a basic framework and developmental trajectory, eliminating the need to start from scratch. Preserving it might avoid some subsequent adjustments, maintaining continuity. However, simply continuing and rebuilding it would likely fail to satisfy Ling Yi's desire for a brand new world. After all, recreating a plain world isn't just about continuing the past, it should also have its own unique personality and development direction. Alternatively, Ling Yi could completely abandon the previous work and design an entirely new plane environment. This would free him from previous limitations and allow him to unleash his creativity, creating an ideal world more suitable for biological survival. However, this would also mean rebuilding everything from scratch, including civilization development and species evolution, which would be much more challenging. After weighing the pros and cons, Ling Yi realized that both options had their pros and cons. He needed to carefully consider which option would best realize his ideal. If he continued with the original blood world, he would need to consider how to address its shortcomings and make it even better. If he chose a completely new design, he would have to embark on a completely new plane structure, fundamentally changing the face of this world. Whichever option he chose, Ling Yi needed to weigh carefully. He must carefully analyze the potential consequences of each choice, including the development of civilization, species adaptation, and so on. After all, this decision not only affects the shape of the world but also determines the future of all living things within it. With the failure of his previous life, Ling Yi knew he shouldered a heavy responsibility and must proceed with caution. Otherwise, he could easily be drawn into the perilous void conflict again. Ling Yi shook his aching head and temporarily put aside the idea of plane creation. It wasn't time to make a decision yet. He could wait and consider it carefully before making a decision. Ling Yi, if you have any insights into the current situation, please share them. After all, you were once at the top, so you have some understanding of the enemy's tactics. Pangu, noticing Ling Yi's silence, asked. First, regardless of the situation abroad, our primary mission is to secure the battlefield on home soil. Our current forces simply cannot withstand an invasion of the entire plane. So, we can only deploy elite troops, concentrating superior forces to defend key areas. While this won't fully combat the enemy, it will at least maintain the situation and lay the foundation for a future counterattack. Next, you need to carefully plan your offensive and defensive strategies, meticulously deploying defenses along several spatial channels, and firmly hold your ground. Pangu was bewildered by Ling Yi's strategy. What kind of situation was this? His purpose in contacting Ling Yi was to directly counterattack the spatial channels in the nuclear explosion area. No, I hope you can help me destroy those channels, and directly cut off their invasion. Ling Yi shook his head slightly, and continued to explain. I understand your point. You want to end the chaos in this plane as quickly as possible. But have you ever considered that if we destroy the passageway directly, wouldn't it send a signal to the enemy that we're strong enough to handle the current crisis? Pangu was involuntarily taken aback by Ling Yi's question. Wouldn't that be a bad outcome? So does that mean we should keep the passageway open and engage in a tug-of-war with them? That won't work. We should seize the initiative. The most important thing right now is to take the initiative, leveraging our strengths. If we just passively take the fight, we eventually be overwhelmed. I think we should take the initiative, seize superior resources and manpower. Then use speed to defeat slow enemies, catching them off guard. Only by taking the initiative can we escape this prolonged passive situation and ultimately end this invasion. Ling Yi sighed, then continued to explain his thoughts. Indeed, the end of this chaos will either be our victory or the enemy's. But in my mind, the ultimate victory is already ours. I won't hide it from you. I have a method for quickly destroying the space channel, but I'm reluctant to implement it. Keeping them alive is definitely more beneficial than destroying them. After all, isn't it better to preserve something useful? Sometimes, not rushing things and taking your time can yield unexpected rewards. Why not try to discover its value? You might even stumble upon an unexpected surprise. Pangu frowned. He didn't see any point in this. Facing the invading creatures of the space channel daily was exhausting him. These damned monsters always inflicted heavy casualties on his warriors. They were truly unable to cope. Pangu sighed. Without new helpers to deal with these creatures, his men wouldn't be able to hold out. It seems you still don't understand the key point. You must know that the enemies appearing within this space channel aren't controlled by those level 9 overlords themselves. They are natives of subordinate planes of higher level civilizations. To put it more bluntly, you are facing forces from another plane. As long as the stalemate persists, these cannon fodder will continue to invade. But if you repel them all, what will the others do? Open up another channel for invasion, or simply destroy this plane and put an end to it once and for all. Chapter 592. Pengu's heart skipped a beat after hearing Ling Yi's speculation. He hadn't really considered these things, only thinking about ending the current mess as soon as possible and restoring stability to the plane. He had simply ignored the question of whether the invaders would stop after being repelled. But now he thought they had almost become the masters of this world, and they would never easily give up this piece of juicy meat. So, if they were about to finish and discovered they had been tricked, they would definitely find a way to retake this world, no matter the cost. Pengu sighed heavily, lost in thought. He pondered the enemy's possible next move. Opening a new channel for invasion, or simply destroying the entire plane outright. Both possibilities terrified him. If the former, he would face another long and arduous battle. If the latter, the plane might be annihilated, never to be restored. Either choice would undoubtedly be difficult. Pengu wasn't sure if his forces were strong enough to prevent the enemy's retaliation. As Ling Yi had said, even if he could repel all the invaders at once, they might still counterattack through other means. This made Pengu worry that this plane would once again be plunged into endless war, with no idea when a breakthrough would be found. This made him even more aware of the need to seek the help of Ling Yi, a powerful being, and work with him to develop the best response strategy. Perhaps only in this way could he gain Ling Yi's advice, allowing him to see the full picture of the situation and find a more appropriate and ingenious defense. At the same time, Pengu must also consider how to fundamentally eliminate this threat. He must find a way to prevent the enemy from invading again and cut off any opportunities they have. This might require him to make unbearable sacrifices, but to protect the safety and stability of this plane, he has no choice. He must prepare for the worst-case scenario, even if the final outcome forces him to make difficult decisions. Pengu's brows slowly relaxed. Then he asked with some resignation, "Tell me, what are you going to do?" Ling Yi's lips curled up slightly, his eyes gleaming as he spoke slowly. "It's simple. Keep those spatial passages." Pengu's brows furrowed again at Ling Yi's words, and he shook his head in disapproval. "That won't do. If those passages remain open, I have to expend enormous manpower and resources to block them. If the enemy manages to break through even one blockade, the consequences will be disastrous. The resulting trouble could lead to the collapse of the entire plane. You're well aware of their wicked ambitions. We absolutely cannot allow them to exploit this opportunity." Ling Yi chuckled and replied calmly, "You're worrying too much. Bound by the plane's rules you set, they won't deploy forces beyond their control. At most, they're hoping to win by numbers and increase their supply of combat power." Pengu, still somewhat concerned, questioned again uncertainly. "Even if you're right, a continuous war of attrition is more than I can bear. Although I have some influence under my command, you know what will happen after the plane's chaos. I need to select a suitable guard. Due to the severe population losses, I can no longer recruit troops in an organized manner. In other words, I'm no longer able to block the spatial passages. They could be breached at any moment." How could Ling Yi not know what Pengu was thinking? He simply wanted to contribute his own efforts. "Perhaps I haven't made myself clear enough. I'm leaving these passages open for 3 reasons. First, not completely destroying them is to paralyze the enemy's upper echelons. Let them mistakenly believe you're only putting up a fierce resistance, completely powerless to counterattack. While they're slacking off, we can quietly lay a new plan. By the time they realize it, they have fallen completely into our carefully crafted trap, unable to escape. At that point, we can seize the opportunity to pursue and completely destroy the enemy's base, perhaps even counterattacking into the dimension beyond the passages. Second, this is a rare training opportunity. As long as the enemy continues to send in troops, our men can continually hunt them and gain the necessary strength gains. Don't forget, the shortcut for humans to increase their strength these days is to constantly hunt zombies and advance their realm. Finally, I won't stand idly by. The people of Blood Moon City will defend the spatial passage in City S. I believe that with one less battlefield, things will be much easier for your people. What do you think of this arrangement?" Ling Yi spoke his thoughts in one breath, leaving Pengu stunned. He stared at Ling Yi in bewilderment, unable to understand how so many ideas could suddenly come to him. However, seeing Ling Yi's serious tone, he couldn't help but listen intently. And now, Ling Yi's eyes were fixed on him, as if awaiting his response. Pengu couldn't help but stroke his chin and spoke slowly. "Your analysis makes sense. After all, I don't want to disappear into the vast void along with this plane. Besides, if you can help me share the battleground in one spatial channel, then I'd be more than capable of defending the others." Ling Yi nodded with satisfaction, reassuring Pangu once again. That's good. Simply focus on the enemies in the spatial channel, and ignore the remaining zombie threats on the plane. I arrange for personnel to clear every inch of land, integrate the survivors, and begin rebuilding. I believe that as long as you survive this crisis, you too can successfully advance to a level 2 civilization. Sadly, Pangu didn't feel any joy upon hearing this. He sighed, his brow furrowed, and spoke gravely. Perhaps for others, this is a golden opportunity. But for me, it's a major problem. With such a crucial matter as plane upgrading, I'm truly undecided about what to do. You know, I suppressed it for so many years, fearing unnecessary trouble. But I never imagined that even a level 1 plane would become a target of invasion. If my plane level continues to rise, wouldn't I become even more of a prey? Ling Yi sneered at Pangu's concerns. Remember, no plane in the void remains eternal. Only by becoming strong can you control your destiny in this unpredictable flow of time and space. Only by continuously improving your strength can you roam freely in the vast universe. Only then can you stand firm and become the pinnacle of this void world. Without the ability to protect yourself, you will forever be oppressed by higher-level planes. Chapter 593. Pangu once lacked a sense of crisis about his own strength. During his cultivation, he always relied on his astonishing talent and diligent practice. He easily surpassed his peers, rising step by step until he created his own plane. However, he soon discovered that this endless power could not truly bring satisfaction. He began to feel a sense of emptiness and boredom, as if something important was missing. So he began to search for new goals and pursuits, hoping to find something that would truly bring him joy. He began to explore how to perfect his own plane. He constantly learned new skills, hoping to discover his true passion. Gradually, he became completely immersed in the world he had created. He had overlooked the fact that great strength was the most important factor in protecting his plane. The appearance of Ling Yi and his thinking completely overturned Pangu's existing understanding. He had never imagined that his position and strength in the plane still existed at such a huge gap, and that he was at the bottom of the world. Ling Yi's every word was like a smack, shattering Pangu's arrogance and pride, finally making him realize his own terrible lack of strength. Without sufficient strength to support him, he would likely be forever trapped under the control of the higher planes, unable to achieve true freedom and dignity. This harsh reality deeply shook Pangu. He realized that relying solely on compromise and so-called peace was far from enough. For those were ideal states, while reality was cruel and merciless. As Ling Yi had said, he must possess even greater strength to gain a foothold in the plains. He must quickly pursue deeper cultivation and ascend to higher levels to truly control his own destiny and break free from the shackles of external forces. This intense desire instantly ignited within him. Perhaps along the way, he would encounter numerous unprecedented difficulties and challenges. Perhaps, at one point, he would reach a point of despair, feeling unable to move forward. But whenever he reflected on his current situation and the glorious vision of ultimately reaching the summit, his inner resolve would be rekindled. No matter how great the obstacles, he could grit his teeth and move forward resolutely. Pangu believed that with his exceptional talent and unwavering will, he could repeatedly break free from despair, constantly break through himself, and steadily advance on the long path of cultivation. You're right. Only in this way can we ultimately stand at the pinnacle of the plane. Only with immense strength can we control our own destiny and stop being oppressed and exploited by anyone. To find peace in this void, we must possess this kind of determination and courage. Only by truly mastering immense power can we completely break free from all constraints and take control of our own lives. Then, no one will be able to suppress or exploit us. I have decided to create my own glory with my own hands. Let the enemy witness the rise of my power and never dare to tread lightly on my plane again. At this point, Pangu involuntarily clenched his hands, his gaze fixed with unwavering determination, his entire being brimming with unwavering confidence. Very good, that's the kind of awareness we must possess. As long as we each strengthen our own strength, no matter how arrogant the enemy, they will dare to act rashly. In this way, we can effectively safeguard our position and interests, forcing others to retreat obediently. Now it depends on us, step by step, to sharpen our strength until we become a thorn in the enemy's side. By then, no matter how vast this void world becomes, we will have a foothold. The apocalypse is not only a disaster for humanity, but also a great opportunity. The fittest will survive, and those who remain will be the elite of the elite. These individuals will possess extraordinary survival and adaptability, and they will surely reshape the future of human civilization in this catastrophe. This great global upheaval also gives us a chance to start anew. As long as we persevere, we will surely find hope for a stronger dimension amidst the ruins. Speaking of this, Ling Yi paused before continuing with a smile. Next, we will follow this strategy to cultivate the strength of our men. When our strength has accumulated to the point where we can launch a full-scale attack, that will be the beginning of our counterattack. Ling Yi's sharp gaze pierced the sky like a gleaming sword, instantly dispelling the fog within him. Enlightened by Ling Yi's wisdom and promise, Pengdu's fire of faith grew even brighter. With the guidance and support of Ling Yi, the former overlord of the void, he firmly believed he would brave the waves, forge ahead courageously, and ultimately transform the gloom into a clear sky. Facing the challenges ahead, his eyes were filled with confidence and anticipation. For the next period of time, Ling Yi did not immediately head to City S. He had not forgotten his promise, and felt a deep sense of responsibility towards the woman by his side, and the life within her womb. He vowed to build a solid and secure defense for them, creating a warm and comfortable home. In this dilapidated Blood Moon City, he must steadfastly guard this precious promise, like guarding a shining pearl. To ensure a peaceful life for those closest to him, he toils tirelessly, sweating profusely, as he strives to expand his territory. No longer alone in this life, Ling Yi faces a heavy responsibility and a difficult road, but he is willing to forge ahead, blazing a trail for his beloved. This promise, like the North Star in the long night, guides his path and inspires him to forge ahead. Throughout this long journey, he constantly observes the joys and sorrows of those around him, cherishing the time they spend with him immensely. He knows that protecting this happiness is not only his responsibility, but also the product of the deep love in his heart. With the power of love, he will surely fulfill that promise and build a solid defense for his beloved. And so, beneath the apocalyptic sky, the Blood Evil Mutant Beast Legion, following Ling Yi's orders, once again embarked on a thrilling expedition. Based in the Blood Moon City, they spread out like a tide into the surrounding areas, launching an unprecedented search operation. Once they found any trace of zombies, they annihilated them without hesitation, guided by a single word: kill. Amidst this magnificent battle, the brave Blood Evil warriors worked hand in hand, composing a thrilling saga. The survivors within the Blood Moon City also began the city's restoration. Not only did they begin constructing a strong and stable wall around the city's edges, but they also cleared the ruins within and rebuilt the buildings. Working together, they forged a new chapter. Before their very eyes, a glorious and prosperous city would rise from the ashes. Chapter 594. One day, the long-silent system, Carl, suddenly contacted Ling Yi with an impassioned proposal. Dear Master, I have an innovative idea and eagerly await your support and implementation. Carl's eyes gleamed with wisdom, his voice filled with confidence and anticipation, as if he had already foreseen a glorious future. Ling Yi couldn't help but ask curiously, "Oh, after all this time, what's so exciting about this?" Carl replied with an enigmatic smile. "Master, I wish to have my own body, so I can better serve you. With my own body, I can do many things for you, without interfering with the system's support. Master, I wish to be your loyal guard, protecting you from the elements with my own strength. If I am granted a physical body, I will do my utmost to help you resolve your worries and difficulties, and be your strongest support. In this apocalyptic era filled with challenges and opportunities, let me expand your territory for you, forge ahead, and create brilliance together. May my existence add a touch of color to your path to strength and contribute to your renewed ascent to the pinnacle of success." Hearing Carl's sudden idea, Ling Yi's eyes lit up, and he smiled. "Don't flatter me, but this idea is indeed forward-thinking and worth a try. After all, you can't always rely on ideology. You have to become independent sooner or later. Go for it, and I fully support you." Receiving Ling Yi's support, Carl nodded confidently. "Thank you for your trust, Master. I will strive to dedicate my energy to paving the way for you. At the same time, I will actively improve my own plane level, and will never hold you back." Ling Yi nodded in satisfaction, encouraging him. "Well done. Cultivation requires courage and the fear of failure. Just go for it. I always have your back. But I'm curious, what kind of body are you looking for?" Carl seemed excited, thrilled that Ling Yi was supporting him. "Master, I've been trying to find materials, but I found nothing suitable in this plane. But yesterday I noticed that AIRV, having overlooked its existence. This card doesn't belong to this plane, but is a product of the mechanical star. Its materials perfectly meet my current requirements and are absolutely sufficient for my temporary body." Ling Yi was surprised. He hadn't expected Carl to be interested in his own car. You want to merge with that RV. What can it bring you?" Carl clearly understood Ling Yi's thoughts. He calmed himself down and slowly explained. Master, you know that we were forced to create the mechanical plane by the mechanical king. Therefore, as controllers of the plane, we all effectively navigate the boundless universe with mechanical bodies. In this vast void, we explore unknown worlds, our mechanical bodies bearing unwavering faith. Over the long ages, we have continuously evolved, transforming our mechanical bodies to adapt to various harsh environments. Thus, a mechanical body is the most suitable for me. As long as I can merge with that RV, I can transform it. Ling Yi's fingers tapped lightly on the table, his mind lost in thought. In his former homeless state, the RV provided him with considerable convenience. But since the base was established in Blood Moon City, everyone had settled down, and the RV was put aside. If it truly could help System Carl, he could give it a try. Okay, I agree with your proposal. How can I help you merge with the RV? Hearing Ling Yi's words, Carl responded with childlike joy. As long as the master touches the RV, I will naturally find a way to merge with its AI robot. Ling Yi simply nodded silently and stood up, heading towards the RV. As he approached the RV, Ling Yi paused. Looking at the spotless RV, he couldn't help but recall his earlier escape, feeling overwhelmed with emotion. It was thanks to this RV that he was able to successfully leave City S and avoid the nuclear explosion. He had a deep affection for this RV. It was more than just a means of transportation. It was his lifeline in times of crisis. He recalled the days and nights he spent in the car, relying on the women for survival, facing unknown dangers together. This car witnessed his transformation from panic and helplessness to calm response. It also helped him grow from an ordinary boy to the Lord of Blood Moon City, shouldering a heavy responsibility. At this moment, a different light gleamed in Ling Yi's eyes. He gently patted the RV and muttered, "Goodbye, Xiao Hei." As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Yi could clearly feel the System Carl in his mind. It left his sea of consciousness and headed towards the RV. Ling Yi slowly withdrew his hand and quietly stared at the car body before him. This RV, like a silent guardian, will forever remain in his heart. As the fusion process progressed, the RV underwent a profound transformation. Carl's mind seamlessly integrated with the AI RV's systems, granting him unprecedented abilities. Carl, once formless, became even stronger after integrating with the RV's mechanical structure. Amidst a dazzling light, Carl underwent the most significant transformation of his life. He was no longer an ordinary system, but a robot with a metal body. The process was brief, but once the fusion was complete, Carl's life would be completely transformed. The mere mention of the word metal body conjured up a world of possibilities. Yes, Carl's body was composed of indestructible metal, endowing him with unparalleled strength. He could not only lift a car with ease, but also leap a tall building in an instant. This strength filled him with unprecedented pride and excitement. However, the metal body brought more than just strength, it also provided convenience. Carl could transform into the form of an RV. Yes, you heard correctly, yet he still retained all the qualities of an RV. After transforming, he could navigate the wilderness and continue providing accommodations for Ling Yi. And that's not all. Carl's metal body could transform into a variety of weapons. When faced with different crises, he would transform into the appropriate weapon according to his needs. Whether it was a razor-sharp sword or a powerful laser gun, he was in control. Witnessing Carl's self-performance, Ling Yi couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise. Damn, this is just a transformer. How can you be so exaggerated? Chapter 595. Ling Yi's eyes widened as he took in the gleaming metallic sheen of Carl's body and his 7 or 8 meter height, and he couldn't help but tease. Hey Carl, if you were to go out in this form, you'd definitely cause a sensation. Carl smirked and struck a cool pose. Master, this is just a form I created due to insufficient materials. It's far from meeting my desired standards. After upgrading, I will surely become even more powerful and complete, solving even more problems for you. At that time, I will become your most reliable assistant, helping you soar through the void. Ling Yi was speechless. Carl seemed a little too proud of himself. However, in this day and age, this kind of high-tech stuff is truly captivating. Transformers from the science fiction world appeared in the apocalypse, but on second thought, Ling Yi didn't find it surprising at all. After all, the apocalypse had lasted for over a year, and humans had long since become accustomed to all sorts of supernatural phenomena. Even if Carl appeared before humans in a transformed form, it would at most be eye-catching, not world-shattering. After adjusting to his new body, Carl suddenly spoke solemnly. Master, lately I've been able to vaguely sense the presence of other systems, and there are more than one. Hearing this, Ling Yi turned to Carl in confusion and gestured for him to continue. Master, the truth is, I suspect that after I devoured that system, the Mechanical King may have sent other mechanical systems to this plane. The reason I couldn't sense it before might be that those systems had just arrived. They hadn't found a suitable host yet, so they evaded my detection. But now I'm certain they found one. And they're urging it to upgrade frantically, allowing their own systems to advance. That's why I was able to indirectly detect their presence. Ling Yi frowned. He wasn't overly worried about these newly emerged systems. But if left unaddressed, their continued development would become an uncertain factor. After a moment's thought, Ling Yi decided to take action. He asked Carl, "Since you can sense their presence, is it possible that they also locked onto your location?" Carl shook his head decisively. "Master, rest assured. After breaking free from the constraints of the Mechanical King, my level advancement is no longer tied to your strength, but rather to my own plane of existence. So, it's absolutely impossible for them to detect me." After receiving Carl's affirmative response, Ling Yi made his decision. "Very well, then your next task is to investigate each of these new systems one by one. Find a way to locate their exact location and devour them to increase our own strength." If Carl's mechanical form had any expression at this moment, it would probably have been grinning. His large mechanical head nodded frantically in agreement. "I will remember my master's orders and closely monitor the dynamics of these systems. Once I detect their presence, I will immediately attack and devour the systems." As for disobeying Ling Yi's orders, Carl wouldn't dare. Even if Ling Yi told him not to handle it, he would still beg to take on this mission. "You're kidding. This is a quick way to improve your strength. Only a fool would refuse such a rare opportunity. Do you need me to send someone to assist you?" Seeing Carl eager to try, Ling Yi couldn't help but ask. Carl hesitated, then said, "Thank you for your concern, Master, but with my current strength, I can still handle it. After all, this is my first time completing this mission independently, and I don't want to burden anyone else." Ling Yi didn't force him to accept his advice. He smiled and nodded, offering encouragement. "Then I wish you all the best. If you encounter any difficulties, don't forget to contact me. Keep going, I believe you can complete the mission successfully." Carl responded confidently. "Don't worry, I do my best. Thank you for your trust and support." Then, with unwavering faith and enthusiasm, Carl transformed into a motorhome and slowly embarked on the mission. Ling Yi silently watched him leave, hoping for good news. After Carl left, Ling Yi didn't leave Blood Moon City again. After all, he had promised the women to stay with them until their children were safely born. Having made that promise, he must fulfill it to the end and accompany them through this special time. In his view, this promise was not just a responsibility, but also a deep love for them. Now that the surrounding area was safe and stable, Ling Yi could finally breathe a sigh of relief and rest. He also had to find time to guide the development of Blood Moon City and make it more prosperous. After all, development and peace are closely linked and cannot be taken lightly. During these peaceful days, Ling Yi was also pondering his future plans. To build a solid fortress for the people he cared about, he would continue to work hard. On a calm afternoon, Ling Yi strolled through the various departments of the Blood Moon City. Seeing the sincere smiles and admiring gazes of each and every one, Ling Yi's heart was filled with joy. Ling Yi couldn't help but sigh at the dramatic changes in the Blood Moon City, recalling the time when he first arrived. Through his thoughts, he suddenly remembered the figure he had once teased, Mu Ranqing. Why haven't I seen this girl in a while? I wonder how she's doing now. So Ling Yi decided to look for her. If she was doing well, he'd just treat her as a passing visitor. If there was still any friendship, he might as well take her in. After all, Mu Ranqing, this big star, was a delicate beauty. Alas, Ling Yi never found Mu Ranqing in the Blood Moon City. Finally, news reached her camp. She'd gone out for training a few months before and hadn't returned. Ling Yi was shocked by this news and quickly checked the loyalty system. Seeing Mu Ranqing's loyalty level reach 90, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she was still alive, that was enough. Well, since she'd gone out for training, perhaps we weren't meant to be together. Ling Yi returned to his own residence, looking at the empty room, and couldn't help but recall Mu Ranqing's coy smile. Alas, beauty is like a dream, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Putting his hands behind his head, Ling Yi sighed. After calming down, he decided not to dwell on the matter. After all, life had to go on. Well, let's just look forward. There will always be more interesting people and things to encounter. Chapter 596. Oh, what girl has our Master Ling fallen for again? Feeling down in his thoughts? Just as Ling Yi squinted his eyes, about to doze off, A sour voice reached his ears. Ling Yi glared at Xiao Mobing, who had spoken, and said unhappily, "Do you think I'm thinking about women? With such beautiful wives like you around, how could I possibly have any other thoughts?" With a slight smile, Xian Yuan Yushua naturally walked behind Ling Yi and resumed her maid duties. She gently squeezed his shoulders and said teasingly, "You're just being stubborn. We heard someone's been asking around for the whereabouts of the great star Mu." "What? Are you looking for a change of pace? Do you think we sisters don't interest you?" Ling Yi's mouth twitched unconsciously at this, and a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. But before he could say anything, Mu Xie, gently stroking her abdomen, slowly approached and complained, "Do you think we sisters, pregnant, can't satisfy your desires?" This time, Ling Yi's eyelids fluttered. He quickly reached out and gently stroked Mu Xie's belly. He quickly tried to change the subject, or he incurred public outrage. It wasn't very noticeable before, but it's gotten bigger lately. "Hey, this little guy actually kicked me." Just then, Mu Xie's belly suddenly began to swell, clearly the fetus moving. "Wow, really? It feels amazing. Baby, are you trying to come out to see your mother early?" Mu Xie stared at her belly in delight, gently stroking it, feeling the wonder of the fetal movement. This was also Mu Xie's first time feeling the baby move, and she was incredibly excited. Seeing this, the other women also excitedly gathered around, peering in to observe the wonders of life. Mu Xie excitedly grasped Xian Yuan Yushua's hand beside her and said, "Oh, come on, feel it. The baby's moving." Xian Yuan Yushua's eyes widened, her face brimming with joy as she gently stroked Mu Xie's belly. "Wow, this is amazing. It feels like a little life is interacting with me." Mu Xie smiled until her eyes moistened, and explained with anticipation, "Yes, this little one will live with us in the future. I'm so excited just thinking about it." The women nodded, filled with emotion, sharing this wonderful feeling of life. Just then, Mengshan appeared before them, bowing slightly to Ling Yi. "City Lord, someone from the imperial capital is here to visit you. Do you need an audience?" Ling Yi smiled faintly and waved his hand. "Then please invite them in. I like to see what the people from the imperial capital want." After a while, Mengshan ushered the visitors into the reception room. To his surprise, they were all old acquaintances: Mu Xie's grandfather, Mu Tianxiong, her parents, Mu Yang and Lu Qingqing, and even the iron-blooded General Han Wu. Ling Yi casually glanced at the shoulder badges of the men. It seemed that with the end of the battle of the imperial capital, everyone had received a promotion. "Congratulations, everyone. Seeing everyone's promotions and wealth, I'm sincerely envious." Mu Tianxiong had been feeling a bit uneasy ever since his last disagreement with Ling Yi, so he could only smile awkwardly. Meanwhile, the upright and brave General Han Wu smiled and said, "Ling Yi, you're just teasing us. As soldiers, we all serve our country, seeking promotions and wealth. How can that compare to you, the Lord of Blood Moon City?" Ling Yi simply smiled and gestured for everyone to sit down and chat. The zombie tide has just been quelled, and the imperial capital is in need of reconstruction. Why would you, all of you busy people, come to me when you're not helping rebuild the city? Ling Yi casually took a sip of tea, then curled his lips, and continued his teasing. "Are you here because of my good feng shui, and want to get a piece of the action?" Mu Tianxiong and the others exchanged subtle glances upon hearing this, their shock still fading. Even after meeting each other for so long, they hadn't even begun the formal greetings. However, Ling Yi pointed out the purpose of their visit directly. Mu Tianxiong's brows furrowed, his emotions becoming increasingly complex, unsure how to begin. Seeing the atmosphere becoming unpredictable, Lu Qingqing quickly smiled. "Xiaoyi, how's Ye doing? I missed you so much since we last met." Ling Yi held no grudge against Lu Qingqing, so he replied with a faint smile. "Xie is doing very well, and the fetus is healthy. She's been talking about you all the time. What a coincidence. I have someone take you over for a reunion." After saying this, Ling Yi waved to Mengshan, who nodded and left with Mu Yang and his wife. After the three of them left, Ling Yi tapped his fingers lightly on the table. "Grandpa, let's stop beating around the bush and get straight to the point. What are you trying to get out of me this time?" Seeing Ling Yi's directness, Mu Tianxiong straightened his clothes and sat up straight. "Actually, we're here to sign an alliance agreement with you. As you know, there are only a few survivors in the country, and their ability to fight the zombies is insufficient. Furthermore, regarding equipment, the applicability of firearms is becoming increasingly inferior. But we discovered that your weaponry, both in sharpness and durability, far surpasses modern technology. Our researchers are still studying these weapons, but we never expected that modern technology could replicate their performance. The weapons crafted in the Blood Moon City are so exceptional. It's truly admirable. Now everyone is curious about how your craftsmen achieve this. Could we introduce some advanced technology? Ling Yi didn't respond immediately, but narrowed his eyes slightly. Alliance agreement? You want technology? He couldn't help but sneer inwardly. This was simply trying to get something for nothing. Ling Yi pondered for a moment, and finally spoke, as Mu Tianxiong felt uneasy. Okay, we can sign an alliance agreement, but you must agree to one condition. Mu Tianxiong felt nervous, fearing Ling Yi would exaggerate, and asked anxiously. What are the conditions? Ling Yi's lips curled slightly, but he didn't make any unreasonable demands. Obtaining my technology and resources is actually quite simple. You must provide something of equal value in exchange. Hong Wu asked, wiping his mouth. Then we need to first figure out what constitutes equal value. Seeing that the other party was already tempted, Ling Yi smiled slightly. Easy. We can make a list of everything you can offer, and then we can compare them. How about this? I show you our list first. If you think it's suitable, please share yours. Chapter 597. Mu Tianxiong and Han Wu hesitated for a moment before finally agreeing to the terms. They reached a consensus and prepared to sign the agreement. We completely agree with your proposal, but regarding the exchange rate or value of the items, this still needs to be reported, which may take some time. Mu Tianxiong noted Ling Yi's expression as he explained his difficulties. After all, the final decision rested with number 1. That's fine. You can discuss it slowly. It's a good opportunity to relax in the Blood Moon City for a while. Once the plan is finalized, I arrange for someone to sign the cooperation agreement with you. How's that? Ling Yi's response was calm, as if he wasn't in any rush. That's great. It's nice to relax in the Blood Moon City. It's a good opportunity to communicate with your people. They're all tough warriors. So it's settled. Once the plan is finalized, we discuss the cooperation in detail. I look forward to the success of our cooperation, and to the swift end of the apocalyptic crisis. Han Wu responded with a smile, understanding the situation. It's absolutely impossible to reach a deal quickly, as there are many areas that require constant negotiation and wrangling. Mu Tianxiong continued. Let's take our time. There's no need to rush. As long as everyone is sincere, we eventually reach a consensus. Ling Yi nodded in agreement, and the atmosphere gradually became harmonious. After chatting for a while, the two men said goodbye and left. After seeing them off, Meng Shenjia returned to Ling Yi's side and asked, somewhat puzzled. City Lord, hasn't your attitude towards the imperial capital always been unkind? Why did you actually agree to this collaboration? Seeing Meng Shen's puzzled expression, Ling Yi smiled slightly and spoke earnestly. Meng Shen, you know, there are no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal interests. Although there have been some intrigues between me and the imperial capital's leadership, our ultimate goal is the same, to keep more survivors alive. Just like this collaboration, it's profitable for us. Since it benefits everyone, why not do it? Meng Shen suddenly understood and exclaimed in admiration. City Lord, you're wise. I understand. You need to seize this opportunity. Let all the survivors see the results of this collaboration, so that everyone knows that by cooperating with us, the Blood Moon City, we can definitely achieve great things together. Ling Yi nodded, a smile playing on his face. Indeed, the Blood Moon City doesn't exist to achieve dominance in the apocalypse. My original intention in establishing this base was to protect those around me from the harm of the apocalypse as much as possible. Although the name of Blood Moon City sounds a bit scary, we just need to stick to our original intention and pursue our goals. Eventually, everyone will realize that under the protection of Blood Moon City, we will be the safest fortress in the apocalypse. As time goes on, more and more outside survivors will arrive at our base. I want you to always remember this. The people of Blood Moon City don't actively cause trouble, but they're certainly not afraid of it. Perhaps some people simply don't see this clearly and insist on looking for trouble. In this case, your mission is to make the enemy understand that the people of Blood Moon City are not to be trifled with. If anyone dares to infringe upon our interests, you must retaliate without hesitation. Anyone who dares to cross our line will be immediately made aware of the wrath of the Blood Moon City. At the same time, we must remain vigilant, guard against potential threats, and defend our hard-earned home. The fact that the imperial capital has approached us for cooperation is a good start. As long as we maintain close ties with the authorities, there's little reason to worry about those smaller forces causing any trouble. Thus, external relations and cooperation are paramount. As the head of the logistics department, you will shoulder a heavy burden. Ling Yi's eloquent words caused Meng Shen to nod repeatedly. I will always remember your words, and do my utmost to safeguard the peace and stability of the Blood Moon City, and bring further prosperity to our homeland. At the same time, I will continue to improve myself and strive to bring even more glory to the Blood Moon City. Please rest assured that I will live up to your trust and contribute my part to the Blood Moon City. Ling Yi was very pleased with Meng Shan's statement, and then instructed, "Go and discuss with Xianyuan Yushua how to develop an external exchange table. Aside from our most core secrets, everything else can be listed. As for the exchange rate, you can decide for yourself. But you must understand that we have something no one else has. So we can just relax the price. There's no need to worry about them rejecting it." Hearing Ling Yi's words, Meng Shan nodded thoughtfully, thought for a moment, and then said, "You're right. What we can offer is indeed unique. Then let's be bold and set a higher price to see how the imperial capital reacts." Ling Yi smiled approvingly. Indeed, through this collaboration, we can see how receptive they are to higher prices. Perhaps we can even use this opportunity to raise the profile of our Blood Moon City. The two exchanged a smile, discussing the matter confidently, and with fervent anticipation for the future. In the apocalypse, strength is a luxury sought after, just as we once sought designer bags. New products are instantly sought after, and even at ridiculously high prices, some are willing to pay for them. Why? Because they are so alluring, making people want them. Strength, in this apocalyptic era, is the ultimate luxury, a price people are willing to pay for. The potions and equipment in Ling Yi's hands are the shortcuts to survival and strength in the apocalypse. Ling Yi smiled as he examined the potions and equipment in his system backpack, mentally calculating how much profit they could bring him. He knew full well that in this apocalyptic era, strength was everything, and these potions and equipment were the key to enhancing it. To survive this cruel apocalypse, the survivors would undoubtedly risk everything to acquire these precious items. At this moment, Ling Yi was eager to launch them into the market and see what kind of sensation they would cause. Whether anyone might harbor ill intentions was no longer a concern for him. After the battle of the imperial capital, anyone who dared to harbor ill intentions against a 9th-rank expert like him would be made to understand why the flowers were so red. The sharp-edged Ling Yi was no longer the reckless young man who had been at the mercy of others. Now, even the powerful figures in the imperial capital held him in awe. Those plotting against the Blood Moon City had better be careful and avoid getting themselves into trouble. Chapter 598. For the next 2 weeks, Mu Tianxiong continuously contacted and negotiated with the imperial capital. He then engaged in bargaining with Xianyuan Yushua and Meng Shan, hoping to obtain a large quantity of potions and equipment at the lowest possible cost. As Mu Tianxiong's former subordinate, Xianyuan Yushua didn't let this relationship sway her to lower her price. She was a clever woman, knowing when to be low-key and when to be high-profile. She had made every possible preparation for this negotiation. She not only wanted to demonstrate her strength, but also let Mu Tianxiong see her progress. After all, she was now Ling Yi's woman, shouldering an important diplomatic mission. This negotiation concerned their friendship and the overall situation. She had to give her all and demonstrate her worth and ability. Furthermore, Ling Yi's trust in her made her feel incredibly proud. She wanted to repay Ling Yi's trust with her own actions. She also wanted to show everyone that Xianyuan Yushua wasn't someone who relied on connections, but someone who spoke with strength. In this negotiation with Mu Tianxiong, she not only had to secure the greatest possible advantage, but also maintain the Blood Moon City's image. She had to make it clear to Mu Tianxiong that Xianyuan Yushua was not to be trifled with. She also had to let the other survivors of the apocalypse know that Ling Yi's woman was no mere vases, but was incredibly strong and resilient. After considerable effort, Mu Tianxiong finally negotiated favorable terms, and both sides reached a consensus. At the appointed time and place, Mu Tianxiong eagerly prepared to receive the large quantity of potions and equipment. At the same time, he also arranged for personnel to ensure the smooth transportation of the traded items back to the imperial capital. Amidst the intensive preparations, Mu Tianxiong vowed silently, "I must ensure that the imperial capital's warriors receive the best equipment to defeat the zombies and protect humanity's homeland." In the vast parking lot of the Blood Moon City, military trucks were neatly assembled, like a massive army awaiting inspection. These trucks had been urgently dispatched by Mu Tianxiong from the imperial capital, and they were about to undertake a crucial mission: transporting supplies. As the mission was assigned, the truck drivers boarded their vehicles, checking their condition to ensure everything was in perfect condition. At this moment, the parking lot was filled with a tense atmosphere. Every driver knew that this mission was crucial not only to the smooth operation of the imperial capital, but also to the improvement of its combat capabilities. The importance of this transport mission was beyond words. If the Imperial capital was to remain standing in the apocalypse, these supplies were essential. These truckloads of supplies in the parking lot were the key to the Imperial capital's future combat capabilities. If anything went wrong, the consequences would be unbearable for anyone. Everyone's eyes widened, carefully ensuring the safe delivery of the supplies. Mu Tianxiong repeatedly emphasized that this was no ordinary mission. We shouldered the nation's heavy trust. Under the command of Han Wu and the others, the loading of the supplies proceeded intensively. The Imperial Capital Guard members expertly operated the crane, neatly loading boxes of supplies onto the trucks. These supplies included various potions and cold weaponry commonly used in the Blood Moon City. They would travel across thousands of mountains and rivers to reach those in need in the Imperial capital. The mobilization meeting before the truck convoy departed was particularly solemn. Mu Tianxiong stood on the stage, speaking in a resounding voice to boost morale. He emphasized the importance of this mission and urged every driver to strictly adhere to discipline and ensure the safe delivery of the supplies. Below the stage, the drivers were filled with enthusiasm, each expressing their determination to successfully complete the mission. The sight of the convoy traveling along the apocalyptic highway was a magnificent spectacle. Trucks formed in neat formation, winding forward like a mighty dragon. The national flags affixed to the trucks gleamed in the sun, highlighting the might and majesty of our military. Armored vehicles flanked the convoy, and heavy tanks led the way. The convoy passed through deserted towns, traversed abandoned fields, and crossed mountains and rivers. During this long journey, the drivers strictly adhered to their duties. Bragging through bitter cold and scorching heat, they overcame numerous difficulties to ensure the safe delivery of the supplies. Even as night fell, they simply changed drivers and continued on their journey, never daring to stop for a moment. Finally, the truck convoy reached its destination. Watching the boxes of supplies being successfully unloaded, the drivers were filled with emotion. They knew these supplies would bring warmth and hope to the soldiers in the Imperial capital. The mission was successfully completed, and they felt proud of their efforts and joyful to have contributed to their country. Although this mission was unremarkable, it demonstrated the unity and courage of our military. This scene made the survivors feel the strength of their country and the pride of their nation. The people of the Imperial capital were overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing these supplies from the Blood Moon City. Everyone knew something about Ling Yi's miraculous potions. After all, who wouldn't want a magical potion that boosted their strength? And there were potions that could heal injuries. That was like saving countless lives. Not only that, but the exquisitely crafted weapons and equipment also attracted considerable attention. The survivors in the Imperial capital were buzzing with discussion, saying that the Blood Moon City was truly a magical place, and that Ling Yi was a godlike being. Number 1 and the others also expressed great interest in the supplies. After seeing and testing the actual items, everyone fell silent. They all had a single thought. They all believed that exchanges with the Blood Moon City would play a significant role in boosting the Imperial capital's strength. Back in the Blood Moon City, after seeing off the Imperial capital transport team, Xianyuan Yushua excitedly reported her results to Ling Yi. So we're not losing out on this deal, are we? Looking at the smug Xianyuan Yushua, Ling Yi smiled and shook his head. Sure, you made a killing this time. Not only have you exchanged for precious resources, but you also made the Imperial capital take a new look at the Blood Moon City. Xianyuan Yushua beamed, her face beaming with pride. Of course, I'm your devoted wife, Brother Yi. Ling Yi patted her head gently, teasing. Yes, my devoted wife, tell me how I should reward you. With that, Ling Yi pulled Xianyuan Yushua into his arms and whispered in her ear. How about I treat you well tonight? Xianyuan Yushua's face flushed instantly, and she said shyly. No, I don't want to be like Xia and the others, carrying a heavy belly and feeling so uncomfortable. Ling Yi chuckled and continued in a low voice. Have you forgotten that I can control insemination? Hearing this, Xianyuan Yushua's face turned even redder, and she lowered her head, snuggling into Ling Yi's arms. Chapter 599. The Imperial capital was able to send Mu Tianxiong and others to sign the alliance, and Ling Yi was quite satisfied with this cooperation. The large amount of crystal cores and zombie materials obtained was undoubtedly the highlight of their transaction, and the area that Ling Yi was most satisfied with. Firstly, the value of crystal cores is beyond words. They are one of the most precious resources in the apocalypse, and serve as the currency of trade. Not only can they enhance the abilities of enhancers, they are also essential materials for crafting powerful weapons. For Ling Yi, the uses of these crystal cores go far beyond this. The combat power of the Blood Evil Mutant Beast core is obvious to all. They fought their way in and out of the Imperial capital's million-strong zombie tide with ease. Their formidable strength stems not only from the combat prowess of the Blood Evil members themselves, but also from their mounts. Although those mutant beasts were forcibly captured in emergency situations, their combat power is truly remarkable. The Blood Evil Mutant Beast Corps' performance on the battlefield is invincible, unstoppable, and undefeated. The powerful attack and defense of these mounts provide a solid backing for the Blood Demon members. It was this powerful combination during the Battle of the Imperial Capital that made the Blood Demon Mutant Beast Legion a formidable force. Ling Yi needed a large number of crystal cores in order to intensify his efforts in cultivating these mutant beasts. You should know that he had Ing Er begin researching mutant beasts early on, and they now achieve some results. The prerequisite for this research is the need for crystal cores. Mutant beasts become even more powerful by consuming them. After all, the Blood Moon City's population is currently limited, and it's impossible to dispatch too many personnel to hunt zombies and collect crystal cores. Therefore, Ling Yi thought of the survivor forces, all of whom were struggling to improve their strength. This was especially true of the ordinary survivors, who hadn't yet strengthened or awakened. Now, with the opportunity to rise to prominence, how could they miss it? Ling Yi simply provided some low-level potions that were no longer of much use to his own side. In exchange, he could obtain a large number of much-needed crystal cores. Why not? Using cheap supplies, he could mobilize a large number of free manpower to collect crystal cores. This would undoubtedly provide tremendous convenience and assistance for the Blood Moon City's strengthening. Furthermore, the importance of the materials found on zombies couldn't be underestimated. In a world overrun by zombies, mastering zombie materials meant possessing powerful weapons and defensive equipment. Although Ling Yi was the only one currently able to craft zombie materials into weapons through the system, but remember, despair is the enlightenment stone that squeezes human ingenuity. It's believed that it won't be long before those awakened superpowers will discover that they can forge equipment using parts from zombies. As the pioneer of all this, Ling Yi's goal was to be the first to plunder these materials. However, every transaction has its price. Ling Yi knew full well that their exchange for crystal cores and zombie materials had come at a considerable cost. Some of their accumulated primary potions and discarded weapons and equipment had been largely consumed. But compared to the gains, these costs were undoubtedly worth it. The Blood Moon City had achieved the greatest benefit at the lowest cost. This was precisely Ling Yi's cleverness, and the reason for his satisfaction with the transaction. However, despite his satisfaction, Ling Yi also maintained a cautious attitude. He was well aware of the risks and challenges hidden behind this collaboration. First, the value of crystal cores and zombie materials would inevitably attract the covetousness of other forces. How to protect these resources and prevent them from being coveted was a question Ling Yi needed to consider. Second, cooperation and alliances with the forces in the Imperial capital were also areas where Ling Yi needed to handle with extreme caution. After all, Mu Tianxiong came this time representing number 1, the official level. With Ling Yi's current strength and influence, he could disregard any concerns, let alone fear any threats. Ling Yi knew that a rift with the Imperial capital would be detrimental to both himself and this plane. Reborn in this country, he had experienced the power of unity. Since peace was so precious, he had to find a way to resolve this crisis. Sooner or later, he would have to leave this plane, hoping to reach a consensus between the two sides and restore order to this world. Although both parties were satisfied with this transaction, conflicts and friction were inevitable in a long-term partnership. How to manage these conflicts and maintain a healthy cooperative relationship is a test for Ling Yi. Ling Yi also understands that the world of zombies is constantly changing. Today's partners may become tomorrow's enemies. How to maintain cooperation while guarding against potential threats is a question Ling Yi needs to ponder. Although he fears no one, what about the people around him? Therefore, reducing conflicts with the Imperial capital and helping them become stronger is imperative. Once Ling Yi leaves this plane of existence, the Imperial capital will be the only force left to oversee the overall situation. Overall, Ling Yi was satisfied with the cooperation with the Imperial capital. He acquired a large amount of crystal cores and zombie materials at a minimal cost. The Imperial capital's increased strength, thanks to the potions and equipment, also boosted their confidence, making it a win-win situation for everyone. In fact, not only Ling Yi, but even number 1 was pondering this issue. Both parties were aware of the risks and challenges inherent in this partnership. Thus, while satisfied, both sides were also more cautious. As the leader of a faction, only by effectively managing these risks and challenges can the long-term impact of this cooperation be truly realized. In the days ahead, Ling Yi will continue to maintain a cautious attitude, managing relationships with all partners and guarding against potential threats. At the same time, he will fully utilize the crystal cores and zombie materials in his possession, continuously improving his own capabilities to meet the various challenges that may arise in the future. For Ling Yi, this decision to cooperate with the imperial capital presents both an opportunity and a challenge. But he knows that this step must be taken, and he must seize this opportunity. Only by managing the underlying risks can one gain a foothold in the zombie world and pursue greater development. All of this hinges on how he perceives and handles the long-term impact of this partnership. Perhaps others haven't considered it the way Ling Yi has, viewing this partnership as a perfectly normal transaction. They don't realize that every step Ling Yi takes is a preparation for leaving this plane. If it weren't for the need to await the safe birth of his child, Ling Yi would have long since begun seclusion, constructing his own plane. After all, he can't wait to return to the Void World and reconcile with his enemies. The moment he returns to the Void World, he will sound the horn of revenge, letting those enemies see how powerful he is. The fall of the previous life must now be paid in blood. Wait and tremble. The Blood Moon Demon Lord has returned, and you will be trampled upon. Ling Yi roared inwardly. Chapter 600. However, as a father and husband, he knew he had a heavy responsibility and must ensure his child grew up in a safe environment. So, during the days of waiting, he accompanied his wife, while quietly accumulating the energy needed to build the plane world. Over the next year, Blood Moon City flourished, thanks to the concerted efforts of capable people like Ling Yi. Ling Yi, the hands-off boss, was content to be idle, occasionally dropping in to offer suggestions on the direction of development, which always added the finishing touch. The Blood Moon City leadership was filled with admiration for Ling Yi and expressed their gratitude. When they considered a problem difficult, Ling Yi could easily resolve it. How fortunate they were to have such a leader who could delegate power. Thanks to everyone's joint efforts, the prosperity of Blood Moon City was like the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating everyone's heart. As time passed, Ling Yi had recently been caught up in a state of intense excitement and nervousness. The reason was simple. All the pregnant women were about to give birth. The news wasn't sudden, but it caught him off guard, yet it also brought with it joy and anticipation. The household grew increasingly busy, with Ling Yi busy caring for his pregnant wives, while also preparing for his impending fatherhood. He began carefully selecting food and supplies for the pregnant women, fearing any mishaps. The hectic household chores brought him a sense of both tension and joy he had never experienced before. In his previous life, Ling Yi had been a single man childless. But in this life, suddenly having 8 children all at once made him feel a bit overwhelmed. After all, he had never experienced the feeling of being a father, yet he suddenly became the head of a large family. This drastic change would be difficult for anyone to adapt to. He began to think of the children surrounding him, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. However, raising 8 children was no easy task, especially in the apocalyptic world. He couldn't help but lament the immense responsibility. In his heart, Ling Yi was utterly determined to raise his children to success and create a bright future for them. As the due date approached, the tension wasn't just Ling Yi's. The atmosphere throughout Blood Moon City grew increasingly tense. After all, the birth of a baby had never been heard of since the apocalypse. This was the first time in apocalyptic history that a newborn had been born, and the successor to Blood Moon City was a cause for great anticipation. In the streets and alleys, between work, the survivors were buzzing with discussion about the impending arrival of these babies, and rumors were spreading. Ling Yi's closest companions were eagerly preparing to welcome the new master. Preparations entered a fever pitch, from clothing to toys, meticulously selecting everything. Ling Yi was the creator of Blood Moon City, and the patron saint of all. These soon-to-be-born babies were his successors, a fact everyone could not ignore. After all, their father was the mighty city lord Ling Yi. Their birth undoubtedly brought new hope to Blood Moon City. Everyone eagerly anticipated the changes these little ones would bring to the apocalypse. The entire Blood Moon City was filled with a festive atmosphere, as if foreseeing a bright future. In the bellies of Musiya and the others, babies seemed to be racing against each other, entering the labor phase one after another. Ling Yi rushed back and forth between home and the hospital like a busy soldier. Watching his wives' bellies swell, his worry and uneasiness grew stronger. This special family was filled with anticipation and joy. The whole family worked together to make the final preparations for the arrival of the newborn. Ling Yi, no longer anxious, accompanied the women through the final stages of their pregnancies, cautiously fearing any mishaps. Finally, at the moment the children were born, Ling Yi felt an overwhelming sense of joy. The first, the second, the third. The arrival of the children made the Blood Moon City even more lively. Ling Yi shared this joy with everyone, his heart filled with gratitude and happiness. The people of the entire Blood Moon City spontaneously organized a grand celebration. The gathering of survivors was filled with laughter and joy, a scene of unparalleled bustle. Ling Yi stood by the window, watching everyone cheer and leap for joy, feeling the power of this unity. The residents of Blood Moon City expressed their joy in various ways. Some sang and danced, some toasted, and some hugged their families, sharing this unforgettable moment. Life in the apocalypse had never been filled with such laughter and joy. Perhaps only here could one experience safety and comfort. Once filled with fear and anxiety, now here one could feel the warmth of home. People laughed and chatted, children chased and played, the place became a sea of joy. The Blood Moon City, like an oasis in the desert, stirs emotion and inspires everyone to cherish this hard-earned happiness. Gazing at this prosperous scene, Ling Yi couldn't help but recall a line of poetry. The years are peaceful, the times are prosperous. At this moment, the Blood Moon City embodies the beautiful sentiment of this phrase. Amidst this joyful atmosphere, Ling Yi quietly made a wish. May this happiness last forever, and may the prosperity of the Blood Moon City never fade. May everyone live a happy life in this beautiful era. Now, the challenges brought by the addition of several children are enormous. Ling Yi will bravely face all this, providing a warm home for his children as a competent father. He will learn how to allocate his energy and balance his care for each child. Although the future will be extremely tiring, he has never considered giving up. The former demon, in this life, truly desires a complete family because of the arrival of his children. Ling Yi feels a deep sense of responsibility, yet is also proud to have such a wonderful family. He firmly believed that as long as he was strong enough, he could overcome all difficulties. As night fell, Ling Yi looked at the sleeping faces of his daughters and children, his heart filled with gratitude. This unforgettable experience in the apocalypse had made him deeply appreciate the warmth and happiness of family. He knew that he would spend his entire life working hard for this family, and fighting for this love. In this challenging apocalypse, and in this joyful family, Ling Yi would write a heartwarming story with his love and perseverance. He exchanged stress and busyness for the happiness and smiles of his family. This unique experience made him the most wonderful father in his children's hearts. In the days to come, they will continue to move forward hand in hand, welcoming more beauty and joy together. And this special family will become an eternal harbor in their hearts. Chapter 601. However, the days of ease and comfort are always limited. After all, this is not a peaceful era, but a time of survival in the apocalypse. In this crisis-ridden plane, the pressure of survival is ever present. Survivors must constantly be vigilant of the treacherous environment around them, seeking a glimmer of hope. Although Ling Yi's own strength is immense, he need not worry about life's difficulties. But as the guardian of the Blood Moon City, he sometimes has to consider the people below him and those around him. One day, while he was entertaining a few children, an uninvited guest arrived. Ling Yi, how long has it been? Almost a year, right? Haven't you dealt with your immediate concerns yet? You've been procrastinating for too long. The stability of the space is in jeopardy. Your assistance is urgently needed. Please immediately address the issue with the S-City Space Channel. I will mobilize our forces to deal with threats to other channels. We must work closely together to ensure the peace of the space. Stop hesitating and act. From what I understand, the foreign lands have essentially fallen, with only a few survivors left. If those alien races gather, they surely invade our land with all their might. Pangu's voice was tinged with fatigue and impatience. It was clear he'd been incredibly busy recently. The foreign lands are almost completely overrun. How long has it been? Don't they have any enhancers or awakened psychics? Ling Yi asked in disbelief upon hearing this news. According to my people, the foreign lands are falling much faster than expected under the zombie attack. This may be due to a series of complex factors. After all, we have far more enhancers and psychics here. And thanks to your intervention and help, we averted crises numerous times. At the same time, we gained a sufficiently safe environment and time. Our strategic layout and tactical coordination have been continuously refined, further enhancing our overall combat effectiveness. On this basis, the various survivor factions have actively expanded and exchanged and cooperated with other enhancers and psychics, learning from each other's strengths and weaknesses and making common progress. Thanks to these efforts, we successfully withstood repeated external shocks and safeguarded the peace and prosperity of this land. However, abroad, the situation is fragmented, with various factions slaughtering and plundering each other for the few remaining resources. In the brutal struggle, smoke filled the air, and rivers of blood flowed. Countless ordinary survivors have been affected and plunged into dire straits. Foreign forces, like ferocious beasts, bared their fangs and claws, attempting to divide the population and resources. This has led to increasingly unstable situations among the various factions, leaving the people in dire straits and making unity impossible. The current situation is bleak. Once the foreign forces are completely eliminated, the vast hordes of corpses will be swarming for food. If they begin pouring into our territory, we will undoubtedly face unprecedented pressure. Therefore, our primary task now is to remain vigilant and closely guard against potential risks. Ling Yi's heart grew heavy as he listened to Pengu's description. He had never imagined that foreign forces would be so vulnerable. Facing the fate of humanity, instead of uniting all available forces to fight the external enemy, they have fallen into a quagmire of internal friction, exposing their internal contradictions and weaknesses. This short-sighted behavior undoubtedly accelerated their decline and demise. As Pengu had said, once the zombie army loses fresh food, it will invade the eastern continent like a swarm of locusts. Some might assume that these zombies would be powerless against the barrier of the ocean. However, the reality is far more complex than imagined. The zombie army does not rely solely on land for food sources. Its tentacles have long since extended into the ocean. Marine life will inevitably become a new target for the zombies' attacks, and the eastern continent faces an unprecedented crisis. Perhaps by the time people realize this, the zombies will have quietly established control of the ocean, putting the fate of the eastern continent in jeopardy. Once marine life is infected by the zombies, their army will have a bridge to cross the sea. Furthermore, Ling Yi has not forgotten those black-robed men. He refuses to believe that such a force does not exist outside the borders of the world. With the black-robed men's planning and command, it is only a matter of time before the Western zombie army invades the eastern continent. Ling Yi was constantly worried about the black robes' actions. They were like venomous snakes in the darkness, poised to strike at any moment. Although he had previously led the annihilation of a million-strong zombie army, and even killed the black robes' leader, that was only a fraction of the situation. To the rulers of those higher-level civilizations, the so-called leader was nothing more than an ant. The black robes' layout in this plane was like a vast web, permeating the entire world. They manipulated the zombie hordes everywhere, attempting to cultivate even more powerful, higher-level zombies. Thus, they slowly devoured the entire plane's inhabitants, until Pengu, the plane's master, was forced to surrender or perish. Ling Yi knew all of this, and had long since deciphered the underlying conspiracy. It was simply that the dynamics of the situation were too unpredictable, catching everyone off guard. Ling Yi could skillfully navigate this with his exceptional wisdom and composure. But those around him couldn't wait. Even with his guidance and help, achieving instant success would still be difficult. In this volatile apocalyptic battle, he consistently orchestrated his strategy, seizing every crucial moment. Even facing the numerous difficulties and pressures posed by the 9th-level civilization, he remained calm and composed. For he knew that victory would ultimately be his in this battle of revenge. Even if his current strength was only a fraction of what it once was, that was simply the result of blindly suppressing it. Once the time came for him to unleash his true nature, he would unleash it upon the entire void world. The feared Blood Moon Demon Lord could return at any moment. And Ling Yi's cautious approach was to cultivate those around him. He deeply understood that only by strengthening those around him could he survive in the war-torn void world, and avoid a repeat of the tragedy of destruction that befell his previous life. To this end, he worked tirelessly, devoting all his experience and skills to the Blood Evil members, allowing them to grow through battle. These loyal young men would be his most precious treasures in his future counterattack against the void world. Ling Yi meticulously nurtured them, hoping they would play a crucial role at a crucial moment. The current apocalypse presented an opportunity. The Blood Evil members were constantly improving their strength, preparing for his return to the void world. One day, under Ling Yi's command and leadership, they would wield their sharp weapons and easily defeat the enemies before them. At that moment, the void world would once again feel the fervor and fury of the Blood Evil Legion. Therefore, he must lead those around him towards greater strength before the flames of war spread. Chapter 602. Alas! I can't even spend more time with my family in peace. It seems that until we defeat the enemy, our so-called happy and fulfilling life will never be peaceful. Never mind, let's continue our journey and put all our plans into motion. Ling Yi concluded his conversation with Pengu and shook his head helplessly. In the quiet night, Ling Yi sat alone in the living room, his brow furrowed, a rare expression of conflicting emotions on his face. At this moment, two voices were arguing fiercely within him. One voice told him that now was the time when his children needed his company the most, a time to enjoy happiness. The other reminded him that he wanted his family to live in peace. Faced with the immense threat of apocalyptic zombies, the happy life he desired would never be realized unless he eliminated the enemy. After so long, Ling Yi had a deep sense of the enemy's cunning and rampant aggression. They constantly shifted strategies, attempting to erode this plane and enslave the lives of the survivors. Under the control of the black-robed figure, these zombies were a nightmare, plunging humanity into the brink of extinction. As a former hegemon, he understood one truth deeply. Only by completely destroying the enemy can one achieve the desired outcome. Only by transcending all living beings can one maintain eternal peace and stability on the plane. The tranquility of the night was suddenly shattered by a gentle knock on the door. It was Mu Xie, bringing him a midnight snack with her children. Seeing her concerned eyes, Ling Yi felt a warm feeling in his heart, yet at the same time, he felt a deep sense of guilt. In reality, the time this extended family had spent together was truly brief, and the time Ling Yi had truly spent with the girls was limited. Confirming his departure meant his family was bound to worry. Furthermore, once he left the Blood Moon City, he was destined to be unable to accompany them for a short time. What's wrong? You look so worried. Is something bothering you? Mu Xie, holding the child, gently sat down beside Ling Yi. Her eyes were filled with care and responsibility, appearing mature and steady, radiating the radiance of motherhood. She gazed at the child tenderly, her lips curled slightly, revealing her endless doting. In this heartwarming moment, Ling Yi and the child became her spiritual haven. The women knew the weight of Ling Yi's responsibility, and to allow him to freely exert himself, after some discussion, they decided to have Mu Xie speak with Ling Yi. Perhaps Ling Yi himself hadn't noticed the change in himself, but as his closest companions, how could they not notice? Faced with Mu Xie's question, Ling Yi simply smiled calmly, trying to change the subject. Look at what you're saying. With you and the children by my side, how could I possibly have any worries? The child's already asleep, just put him in bed. Holding him is so tiring. Mu Xie shook her head gently, her delicate fingers gently stroking the child's face. Don't change the subject. You sisters all know your temper. Didn't you tell us when you were leaving? Ling Yi blinked and stared at Mu Xie, unsure how to respond. Mu Xie sighed softly, then spoke solemnly. I'm here for your 6 children. You should give them names before you leave, right? As a father, you have the utmost helplessness to fight for your wife and children. As a mother, we have the utmost helplessness to take good care of your children and cannot fight alongside you. You sisters won't be angry with you for this, because everything you're doing now is for our family. While we're reluctant to let you go, we understand your difficulties. But just know that our support for you remains unchanged. Despite the difficult situation, we firmly believe that sisterhood can overcome all adversities. Rest assured, our trust and support will always be with you, through this difficult time, until the world is truly at peace. Mu Xie rested her head on Ling Yi's shoulder, unburdening herself of the sister's thoughts. Ling Yi was moved. He gently stroked Mu Xie's face, and glanced at his sleeping child. The clouds resemble clothes, the flowers resemble beauty. The spring breeze blows across the threshold, and the dew is fragrant. Cloud, clothes, beauty, spring, wind, dew, these 6 characters are used to name my 3 sons and 3 daughters. Ling Yi's eyes flickered with tenderness as he sighed. May their lives be as carefree as the spring breeze, light and carefree. Mu Xie smiled and nodded, her eyes brimming with endless anticipation as she softly replied. We sisters will accompany them as they grow, teaching them to uphold their original aspirations and become peerless masters like you. As they spoke, the two exchanged a smile, a warm atmosphere filling the room. At that moment, moonlight streamed in from the window, painting a beautiful picture for them. Ling Yi and Mu Xie shared the same vision regarding their children's growth. They must be nurtured with care. May they warm others like the spring breeze, drift freely like clouds, and become the brilliance of their times. Warm moments are always short-lived. After a night of tenderness between Mu Xie and Ling Yi, they prepared to depart the next day, and the Blood Demon Legion was urgently mobilized. The warriors mounted their mutant beasts and, following the city lord's lead, left the Blood Moon City. Ling Yi looked at the excited Blood Demon members behind him, brimming with confidence. Although the battles ahead would be endless and arduous, he also believed that with the bravery and fearlessness of the Blood Demon Legion, they would surely defeat the enemy and achieve their desired outcome. Before leaving, the women, carrying their children, came to the city wall to see Ling Yi and his companions off. Tears welled in their eyes. They were reluctant to leave, yet they knew their responsibility to protect the Blood Moon City made it impossible for them to stop. All they could do now was hug Ling Yi tightly, blending their deepest blessings and expectations into this parting embrace. Ling Yi hovered at the front of the team, his gaze as sharp as a knife. He shouted to the Blood Demon warriors. For the peace of the Blood Moon capital, for the smiles of our families. We must bravely march forth and annihilate those hideous zombies. Only by completely destroying all threats can our homeland regain its vitality. Only then can your children live carefree in the sunshine. Brothers, let us work together to defend our homeland to the death, for the sake of the next generation, for a better tomorrow. March. As Ling Yi finished his words, the atmosphere reached a climax. We will follow the city lord until death. The voices of the blood demons echoed throughout the sky. Our hearts are with you forever. The women responded in unison, their emotions boiling. City lord, please lead us to a glorious future. The survivors of the Blood Moon capital looked at Ling Yi with confidence. The atmosphere was enthusiastic, and everyone cheered loudly, wishing they could join Ling Yi on the march. Chapter 603. The brave warriors of the Blood Moon City set out on their journey, marching under the rising sun. Carrying the blessings and hopes of their homeland, they were about to plunge into battle without hesitation. With the warriors' departure, the peace of their homeland became even more precious. All the survivors prayed silently, longing for the hero's victorious return. And those warriors far from home also channeled their families' blessings and expectations into strength. They fought valiantly for their beloved homeland, for the means of procreation granted by the city lord, and for the unborn children, who were the next generation of the Blood Moon City. That day, Ling Yi's Blood Evil Legion had already approached the edge of S City. Ling Yi had invested heavily in this expedition. In addition to the over 3,000 Blood Evil Mutant Beast Legion, he had also assembled over 7,000 Blood Evil reserves. Not only did he have high-end combat power, but he also had personnel to handle the logistical work of the battle. After all, zombies are full of treasures. Ling Yi can forge all the collected materials into equipment. This will be of great benefit to the future development of the Blood Moon City. To put it another way, the unique organs found in the zombies he exterminated are enough for Ling Yi to forge a powerful army with special weapons. Furthermore, Ing Er can study the internal organs of various mutant zombies. Perhaps he can even uncover some valuable clues that will help strengthen the Blood Evil Mutant Beast army. Ling Yi's mind was filled with the mountains of zombie corpses, and his eyes gleamed with greed. While others were terrified by the sight of zombies, he alone saw them as an opportunity and a challenge. Whenever he encountered a swarm of zombies, his eyes would sparkle with excitement, as if the zombies before him were prey waiting to be slaughtered. And he was the hunter who feared no danger. Master, Ing San and I have already conducted reconnaissance, and it's exactly as Lun Yan described. The zombies in City S are very strange. They're unlike ordinary zombies. It feels a bit uncanny. Not only are they very intelligent, but they can also cooperate with each other, and their intelligence seems far superior to that of high-level mutant zombies. A dark shadow flashed by. It was Luo Chun, who had just returned from reconnaissance. City Lord, the strange zombies we exterminated last time in a city outside the Blood Moon City were likely from City S. Commander Ing and I speculate that these zombies may have undergone special mutations due to nuclear radiation. Lung Yan waited for Luo Chen's report before expressing her thoughts. Ling Yi didn't respond immediately, but instead looked up at the gray sky. The air, imperceptible to the naked eye, was filled with a thick, dark aura. It's not the radiation. Haven't you noticed anything unusual? A dark energy is enveloping the entire city. Behind this oppressive feeling lies a power that bewilders the mind. Ling Yi instantly understood the current situation in City S and spoke thoughtfully. So what should we do? Should we just let the dark energy wreak its havoc? The question was from Lan Xinhua, the only woman accompanying Ling Yi on this expedition. It wasn't that the others didn't want to come, but they had to protect their homes and children. Although Lan Xinhua was the last to join the family, she was the strongest of the women. And since she wasn't pregnant, she was naturally chosen to accompany Ling Yi. According to Ling Yi's plan, she disagreed, but she couldn't resist the women's insistence. Their reasons were surprisingly consistent. Ling Yi needed a woman by his side when he was away from home. Not only could she take care of his daily needs, but she could also keep him from stealing wildflowers, preventing him from adding to the family. So, with a mixture of laughter and tears, Ling Yi agreed to Lan Xinyua's company. Ling Yi smiled calmly at Lan Xinhua, his gaze firm. Of course we can't sit idly by. We must completely dispel this darkness and restore light to S City. The reason these mutated zombies appear here is because they absorb dark energy from another dimension. After hearing Ling Yi's words, everyone looked at each other in confusion. The appearance of these new terms sparked wild speculation, as if Ling Yi was about to open a whole new door for them. Another dimension, You mean aliens? Lin Yan asked uncertainly, her eyes wide. You could understand it this way. These guys are no pushovers. They caused the apocalypse, and came to our planet to cultivate zombies, and steal the resources they need. Their ultimate goal is to dominate the entire void world, and make every planet their own. All living species will be sacrificed to achieve their goal. Never underestimate the powerful ambitions of those alien civilizations. They are chilling. To achieve the goals of those in power, they will stop at nothing, using every possible means. In this endless void world, thrilling battles for life and death constantly unfold. Ling Yi pointed to the sky and slowly explained the unknown reason. After hearing Ling Yi's explanation, everyone's eyes widened in horror, their jaws nearly dropping. Suddenly, Mengshan screamed. Oh my god! What should we do then? Will we all end up falling prey to the aliens? Ling Yi raised an eyebrow and whispered soothingly. Don't worry. Now that I know the secret, there's a way to solve this problem. It's simply a matter of fighting back and eliminating all dangerous factors that threaten our safety. Although they are invaders sent by an advanced civilization, I must tell you a truth. Everyone standing here, if you strive to become stronger and reach the pinnacle of the 9th stage, I will lead you to a whole new realm, a secret that touches the very essence of life. Everyone looked at each other, their tension easing slightly, but they still held a lingering fear. Lan Xinyu stared at Ling Yi in astonishment, her face filled with disbelief, and muttered, That's impossible. Isn't the 9th stage the pinnacle? How could there be a higher realm? Ling Yi smiled faintly and explained patiently. Yes, in your subconscious, the 9th level is indeed the highest known realm. That's because this world is bound by the power of rules. But what I want to say is that the world is always full of unknowns and miracles. Who can guarantee that there aren't higher realms waiting for us to discover? After hearing Ling Yi's words, Lan Xinyu was still a little skeptical. But a hint of curiosity and anticipation flared in her heart, and she couldn't help but ask. So what exactly is this higher realm like? Ling Yi smiled, gazing at the glint in Lan Xinyu's eyes. Reaching that realm isn't just about improving your strength. It's also about spiritual sublimation and the beginning of the creation of life. Chapter 604. After hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought, their eyes revealing a yearning for that realm. Some clenched their fists, resolute in their pursuit. Some smiled, as if they had already felt a spiritual uplift. They began to quietly discuss how to improve their strength. The realm Ling Yi described was like an unknown realm filled with temptation, beckoning everyone to bravely move forward, fearless of hardship. Lan Xinyu's eyes were filled with curiosity and admiration. Ever since meeting Ling Yi, everything about him seemed shrouded in a world of mystery. At this moment, Lan Xinyu couldn't help but secretly observe Ling Yi, wondering, why does he always give people such a mysterious and charming feeling? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but ask, Ling Yi, how many more surprises do you have that I haven't thought of? Ling Yi smiled at Lan Xinyu and replied softly, Xinyu, some things are better left as a mystery. That way, we can keep our lives filled with anticipation. Lan Xinyu's face was filled with disdain at this perfunctory response. Her eyes widened as she continued to ask, Then can you tell me one thing? At least something that will make me feel you're unique? Ling Yi lowered his head, pondering for a moment, then smiled. Since you're asking so sincerely, I mercifully tell you that I'm actually an alien too. Lan Xinyu felt a sense of familiarity when she heard the first part, but she couldn't place it for a moment. But the latter part gave her the feeling of being perfunctory again. Humph. If you don't want to tell me, forget it. There's no need to lie to me like a child. Lan Xinyu pouted in anger and muttered softly. Humph. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. You're making me act like I'm being naive. Then, she turned and walked away, her back revealing a deep sense of unhappiness. I'm telling the truth, okay. Ling Yi could only sigh helplessly at this sight. After calming himself down, Ling Yi set his sights on City S again. Then he waved his hand and shouted an order. The Blood Evil Cavalry Regiment will lead the way. Reserves will be on hand to clear the battlefield at any moment. Target the city center. Move out. As the vanguard, the Blood Evil Cavalry Regiment shouldered the heavy responsibility of clearing the way. They would bravely charge forward, paving the way for all who followed. The Blood Evil members displayed superhuman courage and wisdom, fighting 1 against 100, even 1,000, and striking a fearsome dread upon the enemy. As the Blood Evil Cavalry Regiment swung their butcher knives, the reserves followed closely behind. This also marked the most crucial moment on the battlefield for them. Clearing the battlefield. Everyone must ensure that the remaining zombies on the battlefield were completely eliminated to prevent a resurgence of the enemy. After receiving the order, the Blood Evil Cavalry Regiment immediately divided into several small teams according to the predetermined route, advancing towards the city center from different directions. Yi, the leader of the Blood Evil Cavalry, repeatedly emphasized, everyone must fight swiftly and decisively in this battle. The nuclear detonation point in the city center is the enemy's stronghold. Our mission is to capture it as quickly as possible. The Blood Evil members all smiled strangely and bloodthirstily, for they believed that under the Blood Evil Cavalry Regiment's offensive, the enemy would have nowhere to escape. As the battle unfolded, the Blood Evil Cavalry, like razor-sharp knives, plunged into the mutant zombies' defenses from various directions. During the battle, they displayed terrifying prowess. Clad in iron armor and wielding powerful energy weapons, the Blood Evil members were unstoppable. The roars of their mutant beast mounts were deafening, and the cavalry raged across the battlefield like a destructive storm. The Blood Evil Cavalry's offensive terrified the already intelligent mutant zombies, who retreated in rapid succession, their defenses gradually collapsing. Without a single worry, the Blood Evil Cavalry was like a pack of wolves charging into a sheepfold. They slaughtered mercilessly and frantically, the mutant zombies screaming in agony, their wails echoing across the skies of S City. The brave knights brandished their butcher knives, their eyes gleaming with cruelty. The pitiful zombies had nowhere to escape, their fate like a candle flickering in the wind, poised to be snuffed out at any moment. As for when this brutal slaughter would end, and who would rescue the mutated zombies from their despair, perhaps only after they had paid with their own lives would they find out. On the battlefield near the city center, the mutated zombies were shattered by the Blood Evil Cavalry. The defenses they had once believed impregnable crumbled in an instant under the Blood Evil Cavalry's assault. The warriors' morale was high, they seemed to have foreseen the outcome. The ultimate victory of this battle belonged to the Blood Evil Legion. Ling Yi remained silent throughout the entire battle. Such a small situation didn't require his intervention. The Blood Evil Legion now has over 59th level warriors in active service. This strength is enough to sweep across the entire apocalypse, and is absolutely unmatched. Ling Yi gazed at the battlefield before him, sighing inwardly. If this team of 9th rank warriors had been assembled earlier, perhaps this plane would have had more survivors of the zombie ravages. As the leader of the Blood Demons, Yi, seeing the enemy army beginning to collapse, waved his sword and shouted orders. Brothers, 1 push, 2 pulls, 3 pulls, the city center is before us. We must seize this victory, and capture the enemy in one fell swoop. Charge! With the Blood Demon Cavalry's relentless attack, the decisive battle in the city center finally erupted. In this life-or-death struggle, the Blood Demon Cavalry defeated the surging zombie hordes with overwhelming superiority. Ling Yi stood before the piles of zombie corpses, his face expressionless, his eyes piercing. These zombies were once beings from another plane, now monsters of this world. They'd lost their lives for unknown reasons, only to be resurrected from the afterlife, becoming beings feared by the world. Ling Yi has always wondered, are these zombies truly at fault? They were once normal people, enjoying life with their families and friends. If it weren't for the manipulation of the higher-level civilizations behind them, the zombies could live freely in their own dimension. And perhaps the humans in this dimension would continue to live peacefully. However, a twist of fate caused the two dimensions of different civilizations to collide. This led to the current state. The zombies are irrational, only attacking the living. But this is merely instinct, not something the zombies themselves can control. To survive, the surviving humans are forced to search for shelter, relying on each other to fight the zombie invasion. The world has become cruel and ruthless, forcing people to make difficult choices to survive. The lingering humanity unites to resist the torment of fate, seeking a glimmer of hope. In this wasteland, the light and darkness of humanity intertwine, unfolding a story of joy and sorrow. But ultimately, whose fault is it? Chapter 605. Master, we eliminated the surrounding mutated zombies. The center of the nuclear explosion is not far ahead. Yi's words immediately interrupted Ling Yi's thoughts, causing his eyes to refocus on the battlefield. Ling Yi nodded, a hint of determination etched in his serious expression. Very good, command the troops to continue advancing. Our ultimate goal is to seize the spatial passageway at the center of the nuclear explosion. Upon hearing this, Yi immediately sprang into action, organizing the Blood Evil Cavalry Regiment for another charge. The Blood Evil Reserves, meanwhile, worked as quickly as possible to gather all possible materials and supplies. Just as they neared their destination, a strange vibration suddenly erupted from the direction of the nuclear explosion, as if something monumental was about to occur. With the appearance of this vibration, The atmosphere at the scene grew oppressive. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, involuntarily becoming alert. Everyone could feel the vibrations from the center of the nuclear explosion growing stronger, accompanied by a thick, dark aura that made everyone so nervous they dared not even breathe. Finally, everyone reached the edge of the nuclear explosion's epicenter, and the sight before them was breathtaking. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look! What's that?" Everyone followed his finger, and saw a strange vortex appear at the center of the explosion, seemingly swallowing everything in its grasp. Everyone stared in astonishment, their eyes widening, wondering how such a bizarre phenomenon could occur in the area of a nuclear explosion. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in the center of the vortex, instantly brightening everyone's vision. Then, a mysterious figure slowly emerged from the vortex, leaving everyone breathless with wonder. The figure grew clearer and clearer. It was a white-haired old man, clutching a bizarrely shaped axe. The old man looked solemnly around, as if searching for something. Just as everyone was in a state of confusion, his gaze fixed on Ling Yi. "You're finally here. I've been waiting so long." At this moment, Ling Yi too was gazing at the old man in front of him, bewildered. He was certain that this man was the ruler of this plane, Pangu. But upon seeing his face, Ling Yi felt a sense of absurdity. The old man he saw was simply too bizarre, his gaunt figure dragging a massive axe. In the rich tapestry of mythology, Pangu is undoubtedly a creator god of immense status and influence. He is hailed as the creator of the universe, the origin of the world. He represents the beautiful vision of the beginning of chaos, the growth of all things. Numerous descriptions of Pangu's appearance have been made since ancient times. His unique image not only embodies strength and wisdom, but also carries profound symbolic meaning. In numerous myths and legends, Pangu is depicted as tall, majestic, and brimming with power. His stature is like a towering mountain, majestic and imposing, as if all things in the world are under his control. His broad shoulders seem to support the entire world. His sturdy legs are like pillars rooted in the earth. These physical characteristics perfectly demonstrate Pangu's unparalleled strength and highlight his heroic and invincible image in the creation of the world. The mythical Pangu's facial features also hold unique symbolic meaning. His eyes are like the sun and moon, bright and deep, as if they can see into the essence of all things. His eyebrows, like a rainbow, stretch across the sky, representing good wishes and auspiciousness. His high nose symbolizes justice and majesty, inspiring a chill. His tightly pursed lips convey unwavering conviction and fearless courage. His entire facial features exude a solemn and peaceful expression, inspiring awe. Furthermore, Pangu's creation myth is closely linked to his unique appearance. According to legend, Pangu was born from chaos and, with his own strength, wielded a giant axe to create the world. His appearance perfectly embodies this great feat, representing strength, wisdom, courage, and faith. Behind his image lies the millennia-long cultural heritage of this people, conveying the core values of the national spirit. Of course, Pangu's appearance varies across different regions and cultural backgrounds. The southern versions of Pangu are often more majestic and powerful, emphasizing strength and wisdom. The northern versions of Pangu, on the other hand, appear more solemn and dignified, highlighting his majesty and justice. Furthermore, some folk art forms such as painting, sculpture, and opera have also ingeniously portrayed Pangu's appearance, making this mythical figure even more vivid and distinct in the world. However, the dissonance between myth and reality seems to indicate a flaw somewhere. Ling Yi stared at the old man in front of him, speechless for a long time. The atmosphere at the scene was eerie for a moment, as everyone's eyes shifted between Ling Yi and Pangu, but no one dared to speak. Pangu? This old man's image is a bit surprising. I didn't expect the mythical figure who created the world to be such a wrinkled old man. It took a long while for Ling Yi to utter this sentence, leaving Pangu with a look of embarrassment and helplessness. The others were shocked upon hearing this, wondering if there was something wrong with their ears. This unkempt old man before them was actually the mythical creator god, Pangu, but since Ling Yi had revealed his identity, it couldn't be false. Everyone looked at each other, swallowing their saliva. Oh my god, we're dealing with a god right now. A god actually looks like this. It's totally shocking. One person couldn't help but mutter in curiosity. Oh, you're courting death. You know you're a god, yet you still dare to gossip about me? Today's been an eye-opener. It's made me even more determined to follow the City Lord's footsteps. I never thought the City Lord of our Blood Moon City even knew the gods from mythology. Another person said excitedly, his face flushed. Yes, who knows if we encounter other gods again? I'm filled with endless anticipation. Everyone was speaking with deep emotion. No matter what, We must cherish this experience, so we can brag about it to others when we get back. Someone suddenly shouted from the crowd, drawing laughter. With Ling Yi's presence, the Blood Demon members were incredibly bold, completely oblivious to Pangu, who stood nearby with a sullen expression. He could only smile and wave his hand, addressing Ling Yi. You know, at my level, the body is just a shell, strength is the ultimate tool, isn't it? After saying this, Pangu waved his great axe, as if to prove he was truly a god. Others watching couldn't help but sigh in awe. This apocalypse is truly miraculous. Myths and legends can actually become reality. Chapter 606. Ling Yi didn't give Pangu any respect, simply sneering. It's a shame your lack of strength has led to the zombies running rampant in this plane. I seriously suspect there's something wrong with your understanding, otherwise, you wouldn't be stuck at level 1 civilization. Pangu noticed the corners of his mouth twitching. He felt truly irritated by being publicly mocked by Ling Yi. He muttered silently in his heart. After all, I'm the master of the planes that created the universe. Why am I being taken so seriously by this brat? He didn't show what he was thinking, and before he knew it, the twitch of his mouth turned into a wry smile. Alas! Don't mention this matter. I'm also extremely depressed. Who could have imagined that my low-level plane would be coveted by those powerful individuals? They do anything to compete for resources. Forget it. At this point, there's nothing I can do. I'm placing all my bets on you. I hope to get out of this predicament and restore peace to this plane. Pangu shrugged, unwillingly saying, Since we reached an agreement, I fulfill my promise. Take your men and provide support to the other channels immediately. Leave this to me. Ling Yi didn't waste time, directly stating the purpose of his visit. That's excellent, but I must warn you. The mutant zombies within the channels are far more powerful than those you encountered before. Be extremely cautious. Pangu, secretly delighted by Ling Yi's straightforward words, issued a warning. As time passed, he and his guards were already exhausted. After all, even the most powerful will tire. Even robots are no exception. The long hours of guarding and fighting left them exhausted and overwhelmed. But everyone stood firmly behind Pangu, their eyes gleaming with responsibility and commitment. They all gripped their weapons tightly, silently supporting the plane master. The members of the Blood Demon observation team watched the retreating figures with solemn expressions. This group, following Pangu, was incredibly powerful. The sheer aura of this team was undoubtedly a terrifying force. The leader was Pangu, the legendary god of creation, whose power was unfathomable. And the guards behind him were all top experts from various fields. Whether in martial arts, magic, or other fields, their cultivation was astonishing. This team was like a hurricane, destroying all obstacles wherever they went. The members of the Blood Demon clan exchanged bewilderment. Ever since the battle of the imperial capital, they had always considered themselves the most powerful of the elite. But now, Pangu and his group had truly demonstrated that there were always those who could surpass them. Everyone expressed their respect, and this also inspired them to continue their cultivation. Of course, this was only the reality of the ordinary Blood Demon clan members. For senior members, like Lung Yen and Gu Hao, the situation was completely different. Remember, this is the end of the world, a time of extreme resource scarcity. The presence of such a powerful team was equivalent to gaining another competitor. Their concerns about this team can be analyzed from the following perspectives. First, this team's strength far surpassed theirs. If a conflict arose, the Blood Moon City would likely face immense pressure. Second, this team's philosophies differed from those of the Blood Demon members. If the two sides were to clash, the Blood Moon City would face serious challenges to its morals and values. Finally, the emergence of this team could impact the Blood Demon members' standing and influence in the apocalypse. Facing this team, Ling Yan and the others were forced to reassess their positions and strategies. A head-on confrontation would likely have devastating consequences. This forced them into silence. They had assumed the Blood Demons would dominate the apocalypse, but they hadn't anticipated the existence of such a powerful team. Gu Hao, unable to suppress his doubts and unease, asked Ling Yi, City Lord, Pangu's forces are too powerful. Will they become our enemy? If we have a conflict with them later, it will be very troublesome. I wonder what your plans are? Brothers, please be prepared and take countermeasures in advance to avoid any setbacks. Faced with Gu Hao's blunt questioning, the others anxiously awaited City Lord Ling Yi's response. As the ruler of the apocalypse, Ling Yi must make a clear statement regarding this thorny situation. Gu Hao's question went straight to the heart of the matter. If Pangu's forces ultimately became their rivals, what would the impact and trouble be? He hoped Ling Yi would be prepared and formulate appropriate countermeasures for the upcoming complex situation. Ling Yi simply smiled calmly and slowly addressed Gu Hao's question. As a former blood demon venerable, he had dealt with countless powerful beings. Clearly, he had fully anticipated and planned for this shift in the situation. I understand everyone's concerns about the Pengu Force, but the reality is quite the opposite. To me, this isn't a crisis, but a rare opportunity. I believe that as long as we seize this opportunity, we will surely create our own unique value. After all, without challenges, how can we grow? As long as you persevere, you will find the strength to move forward in adversity. The Pengu Force's strength is undeniable. It's not an exaggeration to say they are the strongest in this plane. Perhaps in the past, they seemed like an unreachable ceiling. But now, we have reached new heights and opened up a vaster world. The arrival of the apocalypse has caused chaos in the rules of the plane. Those once distant, celestial dreams have now become a reality within reach. This transformation has created enhanced beings and awakened superpowers, which is undoubtedly impressive. Feeling relieved and proud. So, you need not belittle yourselves, let alone worry about Pengu's existence. The people under his command are constrained by the laws of this plane. They have already reached their peak, and it's difficult for them to achieve further advancement. However, this presents a tremendous opportunity for us. The invasion of higher-level civilizations has weakened the power of the laws. All we need to do is find some hidden loopholes, or break through the constraints of the plane's laws. Everyone can still go further, and achieve even greater success. Perhaps everyone here has the opportunity to become a being like Pengu. However, such a breakthrough is extremely difficult, requiring you to display extraordinary wisdom and courage. Of course, I will find ways to fully unleash your potential and make your lives extraordinary. Follow me, and firmly believe that even a butterfly flapping its wings can stir up a raging wave. Chapter 607. In front of all the blood demon members, Ling Yi's eyes shone brightly, his voice resonant and powerful. These inspiring words immediately ignited the fighting spirit and dreams deep within those present. They all felt Ling Yi's trust and expectations of them, and a surge of positive energy suddenly surged within them. Follow me, hold fast to this belief, and even a butterfly flapping its wings can stir up a raging wave. Ling Yi's vow was like a spring thunderclap, resonating with the hearts of everyone present. The eyes of every blood demon member shone brightly, their hearts filled with excitement. They felt as if a powerful energy surged within them, igniting an unprecedented fighting spirit and drive. That sounds so domineering. Ling Yi really has a point this time, but what he said does make sense. Even a tiny butterfly can stir up big waves if it sets its mind to it. Look at those young, naive people, their eyes are lit up, as if brimming with energy. Perhaps Ling Yi can truly help them create their own legendary lives. This man I'm attracted to is full of secrets. Perhaps he's already transcended the realm of myth, and no one can fathom the depths of his heart. Every time I'm with him, I feel an inexplicable sense of mystery. It's as if he's a god, far above, unattainable. However, this is precisely why I'm obsessed with him. I can't help but want to delve deeper, to discover more of his inner secrets. Although this behavior may be a little inappropriate, I can't help but feel my curiosity about him. Lan Xinyu's gaze remained fixed on Ling Yi, but her mind was already racing with thoughts. We will definitely follow the Lord City Lord's footsteps and strive for our ideal world. Someone suddenly shouted excitedly. Yes, we must prove with our actions that even a butterfly can stir up a mighty wave. Another person chimed in. The atmosphere in the room was boiling, and everyone nodded resolutely, as if they had already seen their extraordinary future. Ling Yi smiled slightly, his eyes scanning the surroundings. He could clearly sense the Blood Demon Legion's earnest desire and determination. He knew perfectly well that if he could unleash the deepest power within the Blood Demon members, this elite team would achieve unparalleled success. As long as they have the unwavering resolve to never give up, to resist fate, and persevere in their growth, they will surely create remarkable achievements that will captivate the world. Don't underestimate yourselves. Everyone holds infinite potential within them. If you are willing to discover it, you can achieve unparalleled glory. Ling Yi paused, his gaze becoming more intense and focused. His eyes seemed to see through the future, a deep glint gleaming in them. We must always remember that even the flutter of a butterfly's wings can trigger tremendous change. I hope this will become the motto of the Blood Demons, not just an empty slogan, but a conviction we must always uphold. When you feel powerless, remember this and regain your confidence. When you feel lost, remember this and steadfast your steps. When you face a powerful enemy, remember this and forge ahead courageously. Ling Yi's words were like a stream of fresh air, nourishing the parched hearts of everyone. They sensed the charisma of this leader, and a deep admiration and trust welled up in their hearts. They eagerly yearned to follow Ling Yi's lead and strive to realize the great ideals he described. City Lord, rest assured. We will use our own hands to create remarkable achievements that will captivate the world. We will traverse this devastated apocalypse with our own feet, leaving a lasting mark on the world. The Blood Demon members shouted excitedly. The entire scene erupted in excitement, their eyes blazing with fighting spirit, as if they had already seen their own glorious future. Ling Yi gazed at this group of high-spirited young people, feeling immensely gratified. Very well. I believe that as long as you persevere in your cultivation, you will achieve remarkable accomplishments that will captivate the world. And I will do my utmost to support and help you realize your dreams and achieve your extraordinary lives. Let us work together to create a tremendous wave in this era and become the most dazzling group of people in this world. Ling Yi's words were like a rousing spring thunder, instantly igniting the passion within everyone. Lung Yan's eyes flushed, and she was almost in tears with excitement. City Lord, your words have benefited us greatly. We brothers will surely advance further on the path of cultivation and live up to your expectations. Others also expressed their opinions, each one full of fighting spirit, eager to get started. Everyone chatted and debated, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. Looking at this group of high-spirited young people, Ling Yi felt a surge of immense pride and satisfaction. This was a feeling and experience he had never experienced in his previous life. The Blood Demon members were Ling Yi's tirelessly cultivated apocalyptic weapon, their only remaining fighting force upon his return to the Void. He could not afford to neglect them. It could be said that the current Blood Demon Legion was being trained by Ling Yi like his disciples, and their future prospects were infinitely bright. Ling Yi sincerely thanked fate for granting him the opportunity to witness this youthful scene firsthand. Master, something's not right. Something seems to be emerging from the spatial channel? Amidst the excitement, Luo Chen remained vigilant. He had been silently observing the spatial channel, shrouded in darkness. At this moment, his brow furrowed, his vigilance heightened, and a subtle sense of worry welled up within him. The aura emanating from within was truly too cold and eerie, completely surpassing any zombie he had ever encountered. Everyone calmed down upon hearing this, gripping their weapons tightly. They cautiously scanned the spatial channel, no one daring to speak loudly, fearing the possibility of alerting a powerful enemy. The atmosphere instantly grew tense and tense. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the impending unknown danger. Ling Yi, however, smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed. Don't worry. You soon see creatures from another dimension, the ancestors of the zombies. He spoke leisurely, a playful smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Hearing Ling Yi's calm and composed tone, everyone let go of their inner tension. Ling Yi leisurely raised his hand, signaling the Blood Demon Legion to remain calm. Everyone relax, he said slowly. Have faith in your current strength. You're more than capable of dealing with these cannon fodder. Everyone glanced at each other, and breathed a sigh of relief. They unconditionally believed Ling Yi's words. Chapter 608. As Ling Yi finished speaking, an unusual explosion suddenly erupted between heaven and earth. Then, a strange wave of energy erupted from the spatial channel, as if a giant monster were slowly opening its mouth. Swarms of pupa-like creatures could be seen surging from the cracks, rapidly spreading across the front of the spatial channel. These bizarre creatures swiftly emerged from their shells before everyone's eyes. Instantly, they transformed into a horrifying swarm of zombies. The sudden sight was terrifying. These seemingly ordinary creatures had instantly transformed into hideous zombies, with bloodshot eyes and twisted, deformed limbs. They exuded a strong stench of decay, and lunged at Ling Yi with bared fangs and claws, as if they had emerged directly from hell. This sickening smell lingered in the air, filling everyone's nostrils. The horrifying smell made the Blood Demon members feel breathless, as if they were trapped in endless fear. The mutated zombies moved with remarkable agility, as nimble as snakes, pouncing on their prey with lightning speed. It seemed as if in the blink of an eye, they could tear humans to shreds, leaving them in a bloody mess. Even more terrifying was the astonishing transformation these mutated zombies could undergo in an instant. Their features shifted in an instant, from their hideous, deformed forms to normal appearances in the blink of an eye. The twisting and deforming of their limbs seemed to embody boundless power. One moment they were zombies, the next they transformed into something resembling a human. This instantaneous transformation was chilling. The attack of these mutated zombies was also incredibly frenzied. They bared their fangs and claws, emitting bursts of roaring roars, as they prepared to launch a fierce attack towards Ling Yi. They seemed to have completely lost all rationality and humanity, only the most primitive desire to attack. This uncontrollable madness would make ordinary people feel helpless and despair. The entire Blood Demon Legion was on full alert, each one rubbing their hands, ready to strike. The warriors' eyes were fierce, their hands clenched with sharp blades. Awaiting the order, they were ready to fight the enemy to the death. A fierce battle was inevitable, and at this critical moment, Ling Yi's blood demon longsword roared with a dragon's roar and instantly soared into the sky. The blade flashed like lightning, cutting through the air and piercing the zombie army's path. Ling Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, and the sharp force of the blade carved a bottomless chasm between the two formations. The zombies tumbled into the abyss like a tide, the power of his blade terrifying. He then leaped up, his bloody blade wielding a long, dark blade slashing across the pitch-black night sky, transforming into a streak of light as he charged towards the zombie leader in the foreground. The blade slashed down like lightning, blood splattering, and the zombie leader collapsed. The surrounding zombies roared in anger, fearlessly gathering towards him. But Ling Yi simply smiled indifferently, clenching his bloody blade. With his formidable skills, he dispatched the incoming zombies one by one. Damn, the city lord is so sought after. We don't even have a chance to play, Gu Hao said with some regret. Strange, why is the city lord so proactive this time? He's never been so proactive before. Lung Yan frowned, pondering what to do next. Why don't we just charge forward with our entire army? Watching the show here won't yield anything new, so it's better to just kill zombies, Mengshan suggested from the side. Everyone stay put. The master will have his reasons for taking action. As Ying Yi's cold voice fell, everyone's heart sank, and they dared not speak again. However, the crowd didn't witness Ling Yi's slaughter. A dramatic scene unfolded across the ravine. The zombies, once so ferocious, suddenly stopped and stared at each other a few meters away. They had transformed into human-like forms, their facial expressions incredibly varied. This is so strange. These zombies are so docile, nothing like the ferocious ones we've seen before. Seeing them take on human form, with such bewildered expressions on their faces, it's hard to know how to react. Everyone in the Blood Demon clan was filled with curiosity at this scene. These mutated zombies aren't like the low-level, unconscious entities we encountered. They truly possess their own thoughts and consciousness, and their behavior is even more cunning and treacherous. We must never be careless in future battles, or defeat is inevitable. Ying Yi's words drew silent nods from those around him, taking this point to heart. There's a reason the zombies aren't moving. Look over there, Ling Yi. The zombie leader isn't dead. After hearing Lan Xinyu's warning, everyone's eyes turned to the center of the battlefield. As she had predicted, the zombie leader was now half kneeling before Ling Yi. His left hand clutched his right arm, where a deep cut, visible to the bone, gushed blood. The strike had been incredibly skillful. Even a fraction off the mark would have shattered his head. The zombie leader glared at Ling Yi, his eyes filled with pain and rage. Despite the severity of his wound, he forced himself to his feet, determined to fight back with all his might. Ling Yi smiled softly, his blood-curdling longsword dancing in a flurry of movements. Their gazes met in the air, the tense atmosphere chilling, as if foreshadowing a fierce battle. You're not part of this plane's guards, so why are you blocking my army? The zombie leader narrowed his eyes and questioned. Do you know why I won't kill you? However, Ling Yi didn't give him the answer he sought. Instead, his words were filled with coldness. The zombie leader's perplexed gaze swept over the young man before him, a hint of contempt creeping across his pale face. Humph. That's simply because you're weak. You mere ants? How dare you dream of stopping me from ruling this plane? The zombie leader sneered, slowly raising his arm, as if to swing his weapon, and begin slaughtering everything in sight. Ignorant and fearless, as befits the night zombies, strong-limbed but simple-minded. Despite their humble origins, the night zombies possess an inherently unfettered air. They are uninhibited and arrogant, yet possess an enviable natural freedom. They radiate a primal, wild charm, seemingly forever bound by the void. It is precisely this overly simple nature that allows them to easily cast aside all worldly concerns and face life in its purest form. It is precisely because of this that, despite their mediocrity and incompetence, they still live a carefree life, making one sigh that ignorance is also a form of supreme wisdom. Ling Yi's seemingly incomprehensible words stirred a torrent of emotions in the zombie leader's mind. Chapter 609. Ling Yi's startling words instantly etched themselves into the zombie leader's gloomy heart. These words seemed to touch upon some hidden, deep memory, awakening a long-buried complex within him. The zombie leader's eyes flickered, and he fell into deep thought. At that moment, the scene was utterly silent. Everyone stood there, mouths agape, watching the dramatic scene in amazement. After a long silence, the zombie leader slowly raised his head, a tenderness never before seen in his eyes. He muttered to himself. That was once a paradise, but now it no longer exists. Instantly, a trace of unconcealable pain crossed his ferocious face. The zombie leader sighed softly, his eyes filled with vicissitudes and loneliness. The happy times of the past are now only fleeting memories. That green field, that river, those beautiful days, all seemed to have vanished into thin air, gone forever. He lowered his head silently, lost in his own thoughts, as if reminiscing about the past. What's going on? The city lord's few words have caused such a rich expression in that zombie. Gu Hao stared at the zombie leader, murmured in disbelief. In fact, everyone was puzzled, as the zombie remained in a half-kneeling position. The sharp claws clenched helplessly, and the once lifeless eyes revealed a look of surprise and confusion. Ling Yi smiled faintly, and the words that came out of his mouth were like a breeze blowing through thorns, causing the ghostly monster to suddenly lose its mind. After an unknown amount of time, the zombie leader slowly rose, his eyes filled with an inscrutable complex of emotions. He examined the independent young man before him, his expression filled with disbelief and awe. After a long pause, he finally spoke, his voice low and hoarse. Your words truly resonate deeply with me. The history of our clan has long been lost in the torrent of time. It is truly remarkable to be able to learn such secrets. Could it be that you have a special connection? Or perhaps you have glimpsed all this through some unknown means? In any case, your insight is truly admirable. Even the ruler of this plane finds it difficult to glimpse the truth about our clan. You must possess an extraordinary identity. Ling Yi did not respond immediately. Instead, he sheathed his sword before speaking slowly. My identity is unimportant, and you are not qualified to question me. Even your zombie king once had to prostrate himself at my feet. To me, this spatial passage is merely a strategic location and a training ground. Hearing Ling Yi's words, the zombie leader's eyes widened and he roared angrily. How arrogant! How dare you defy the Lord Corpse King? Although you possess a powerful aura, I believe I am no match for you. But if you dare slander the Lord Corpse King again, I will not hesitate, even if it means my death. The zombie leader was now furious, his roar resounding throughout the entire area. His eyes were bloodshot, his entire body ablaze with flames, ready to pounce and rip apart this defiant young man. However, Ling Yi was undeterred by his demeanor. Instead, he responded with ease. To find someone as fearless as you among the Night Corpse clan is truly remarkable. Even in danger, he refused to succumb to the manipulation of others. Such fortitude is admirable. However, even with such a noble character, he ultimately cannot escape the shackles of bondage, and still serves the Lord of Darkness. His words revealed a calm and composed demeanor, without a trace of panic. Ling Yi's gaze was clear, his expression calm, and he ignored the zombie leader's questioning and anger. This calm demeanor undoubtedly gave off an air of composure and generosity, which involuntarily evoked a certain fondness. But Ling Yi's simple words revealed an overwhelming amount of information. How is this possible? How does he know about the Lord of Darkness's almighty 9th level Overlord? Is he also an Overlord within the void? The zombie leader gasped, gazing into Ling Yi's unfathomable eyes. No, he's not. He's bound by the power of the plane's rules. Even my strength is suppressed to the peak of this plane. There's no way he could break free from the power of the rules, or he would have been expelled from this plane long ago. The zombie leader slowly approached Ling Yi, his eyes filled with barely concealed wariness. He couldn't help but ponder. This person's identity was so enigmatic. What unknown secrets did he hide? Although he exuded an extraordinary aura, he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. For some reason, he had a feeling that this young man before him might have an unusual background. The zombie leader grew increasingly suspicious and curious about his background. Don't worry. Discovering my identity is simple. Just tell the zombie king a message, and he understand. Ling Yi laughed humiliatingly at the zombie leader's suspicious gaze. The zombie leader paused, narrowing his eyes, as he gazed at Ling Yi intently. He asked with deep interest. So what message would you like me to convey, sir? Do you truly know the Corpse King? Do you have some connection with him, or perhaps some hidden connection? Why don't you tell me in person, so I can get to the bottom of it? Ling Yi smiled faintly, and spoke softly. I suggest you visit the Corpse King in person. I'm sure he'd be able to help you solve this mystery. Just tell him that an old friend is very worried about his left palm. He wonders if it's recovered after all these years. This inexplicable statement made the zombie leader narrow his eyes, as if trying to decipher its meaning. Left palm? The Corpse King's hand is fine. Suddenly, the zombie leader's eyes snapped open, as if he had grasped something crucial. Left palm. Lord Corpse King's left hand has always been gloved. Could it be? The zombie leader's body involuntarily froze at this thought. After a long pause, as if making up his mind, he finally nodded and turned to depart. Before leaving, he turned back to Ling Yi and said, "I don't know what your ultimate goal is, and I know asking is pointless. However, after meeting Lord Corpse King, I believe the truth will surely come to light." Ling Yi simply nodded leisurely, and waved to the zombie leader, signaling him to return quickly. And just like that, under everyone's astonishment, the overwhelming horde of mutant zombies suddenly, with just a few words from Ling Yi, ceased. Everyone watched as the menacing aura instantly dissipated, retreating back into the spatial channel like a tide. Instantly, before everyone's eyes, the dark, murderous aura vanished. Everyone couldn't help but whisper to each other and talk about it, unable to believe what they had just seen. Chapter 610. Watching Ling Yi single-handedly engage the zombie horde, forcing the mutated zombie army to retreat with a single blow, everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. They simply couldn't understand why those bloodthirsty, ugly creatures had suddenly left. They also couldn't understand how Ling Yi had persuaded them to leave quietly. These questions lingered in everyone's minds, infuriating their curiosity. However, upon returning to the team, Ling Yi didn't explain what had happened. He simply ordered everyone to camp nearby and remain on standby. Then, the hastily departing zombie leader gave a command. He immediately led his army, galloping towards the center of his own plane. Although he was filled with endless doubts and confusion about Ling Yi's identity, his only duty now was to quickly deliver the news to the zombie king. The accompanying zombie army roared past, like a cold, black wind sweeping across. Countless shreds of decaying vegetation blew away in the wind, obscuring the sky and casting a gloomy, deathly aura over the entire world. In the air, the haunting chirping of mutant birds echoing like a series of eerie death knells. The zombie leader, his face sullen and his gaze blazing, focused his attention on driving his mutant beasts, not daring to lose a moment. Finally, they reached the center of their destination plane. Before them lay a desolate ruin, shattered walls and corpses strewn across the ground. Amid this desolate and shattered landscape, stood a towering black castle. The castle boasted towering spires and sinister battlements. A gloomy and terrifying aura washed over them, like a vast vessel of darkness, devouring all life around them. From afar, the zombie leader narrowed his eyes, as he surveyed the eerie castle, feeling a sense of peace. This castle was the aspiration of the night zombies, and it was also the residence of their king. The zombie leader took a deep breath, and gave a cold order. The army will rest where they are. I will go alone to meet the zombie king. The zombie leader's figure slowly faded into the darkness, heading towards the castle gates. The castle's interior was dark and eerie, permeated by a pervasive odor of decay. The walls of the corridors were dotted with countless eerie sculptures and murals. Some resembled human forms, while others were twisted and deformed, hideously ugly. From overhead, a series of sharp hisses echoed, suggesting some uncanny creature was lingering and watching. The zombie leader frowned, a chill running through his body. He wasn't worried about the layout here, and he knew exactly what he was watching. Ling Yi's words kept repeating in his mind, but he couldn't fathom the meaning behind them. The deeper he went into the castle, the more terrifying the scene inside became. A stench of decay and deathly silence permeated the air, as if this were a forbidden place of death. Suddenly, a majestic and gloomy voice rang out from the darkness. "Babula, aren't you leading your troops in battle on a lower plane? Is the battle over?" Hearing the voice, Babula slowly raised his head and gazed into the pitch-black void. He saw a pair of ghostly eyes staring back at him, like two wheels of netherworld fire. He took a deep breath and replied in a deep voice. "Respected Corpse King, this battle may be unpredictable, so I returned here temporarily to report on the progress. Because I encountered a strange individual in that lower plane. Not only does he know you, Corpse King, but he also knows of the existence behind us." As soon as he finished speaking, the castle fell into a dead silence. The zombie leader looked around in confusion, but could find no trace of the Corpse King. Suddenly, a pale, gaunt figure slowly emerged from the darkness. It was the castle's master, a cold and terrifying Corpse King. His eyes flashed like lightning, and he slowly asked, "Oh, so true. Tell me who this person is." The sinister voice, like a voice from the depths of hell, was terrifying. He slowly approached, and a gloomy aura enveloped the entire space, as if to devour us alive. For a moment, the entire castle was shrouded in an eerie atmosphere, as if something unexpected could happen at any moment. Babula quietly averted his gaze and lowered his head, beginning to recount his encounter with Ling Yi. As Babula spoke in a low voice, the silence within the castle grew eerily heavy, as if lurking some unforeseen crisis. He bowed his head deeply, a hint of hesitation and fear in his eyes. The scenes he had once experienced vividly now seemed to reappear in this gloomy castle, as he described them. Despite a mixture of emotions, he struggled to suppress his inner panic. He lowered his voice, and slowly recounted his nightmarish experiences. The blood-soaked scenes became more vivid and chilling as he recounted them. However, for the Corpse King, a man who had weathered countless vicissitudes of life and traversed countless seas of blood and corpses, this was but a drop in the ocean. He had seen far more bloody and horrifying scenes than this. He was accustomed to them, unmoved. He simply hummed a faint hymn, his eyes etched with a hint of indifference. "So, that person wants you to bring me a message. Tell me." Babura took a deep breath, her throat clenched as if something were stuck. She gazed tremblingly at the black glove, her heart pounding with anxiety. The Corpse King stared coldly at her, his gloomy gaze like an arrow piercing her heart, sending a wave of fear through her. As these words fell, the pitch-black castle instantly fell into an endless silence. It was as if time froze, and the entire space was enveloped in a chilling, murderous atmosphere. Beads of sweat formed on Babura's forehead, and she felt the pressure mounting within her, as the Corpse King's aura radiated outward. His limbs felt numb, and his heart pounded like a drum. He gritted his teeth, silently praying to escape this dangerous situation, and not be smitten by the Corpse King's palm. Could it be that he's not dead? Even with so many level 9 overlords working together to siege him, they couldn't kill him? The Corpse King's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had heard an unbelievable story. A cloud of gloom gathered between his brows, unable to conceal his inner shock. His right hand gently stroked his black-gloved left palm, its trembling visible. How could he possess such strength to survive the siege of so many level 9 overlords? Incredible questions kept swirling in his mind. This was simply unbelievable, leaving the Corpse King filled with bewilderment and confusion. Intense emotion surged within him, leaving him speechless. This subtle and obscure mystery was like a fog impenetrable. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the surging waves within him. Chapter 611. Thinking back to the past, the lingering blood demon Venerable had reappeared with awe at this very moment. The Corpse King's face paled, his pupils shrank, his muscles tensed, and his hands trembled slightly. He was filled with panic, staring at the zombie leader with disbelief, desperately hoping the news was false. The long-lost demonic figure had reappeared, and he shuddered as to whether the void world would be plunged into another bloodbath. The terrifying memories of the past washed over him like a tide, suffocating him. At this moment, even powerful as the Corpse King, a sense of fear welled up in his heart. Did he mention anything else? After a long pause, the Corpse King slowly asked, his voice trembling. Anything else? The zombie leader felt a wave of confusion upon hearing this. He could clearly sense the fear emanating from the Corpse King. In other words, the young man's identity was indeed highly suspicious, capable of striking a shudder through even the fearless zombie king. The zombie leader wondered what terrifying secret this seemingly ordinary young man he had met was hiding. What kind of power could possibly deter even the ever-so-arrogant zombie king from making any rash moves? This mystery baffled the zombie leader, and even more, it filled him with trepidation. Faced with the zombie king's questions, he could only force himself to calm down and carefully recall every word the young man had said. After a moment, the zombie leader's eyes suddenly lit up, and he blurted out, he said that the spatial passage is a strategic location and a training ground. The zombie king frowned upon hearing this, took a deep breath, and muttered in a low voice. A strategic location and a training ground? A flicker of thought flashed across the Corpse King's eyes. He nodded slightly, then paused for a moment before continuing. Does he want me to provide him with soldiers for training? Is that all? The zombie leader's pupils suddenly shrank upon hearing the Corpse King's words, and he looked at him in disbelief. However, the Corpse King ignored him, his hands behind his back, struggling internally. The Corpse King's fingers trembled unconsciously, his brow furrowed, his eyes vacant. The turmoil within him relentlessly assaulted him, leaving him distraught and nearly losing his mind. On the one hand, he had betrayed the once powerful blood demon Venerable and joined the Lord of Darkness, securing stability for the plane. On the other hand, deep within him lay a deep fear. Now that the blood demon Venerable wasn't truly dead, what choice should he, the betrayer, make? This plunged the Corpse King into immense pain and conflict. During the Void War, the blood demon Venerable was utterly annihilated by the combined forces of numerous 9th-level overlords. After the war, everyone presumed the blood demon Venerable dead, and his vassal forces were purged. As the blood demon Venerable's closest subordinate, the Corpse King secretly harbored a deep fear. To avoid following the blood demon Venerable's path of destruction, and to ensure the eternity of his own plane in the void, he secretly contacted the Dark Lord, pledging his allegiance in exchange for the right to survive. The Corpse King successfully gained the Dark Lord's trust, becoming a key general under his command. However, the facts now revealed that the blood demon Venerable was not truly dead. Therefore, upon learning that the blood demon Venerable was still alive, the Corpse King was filled with conflict. On the one hand, he feared that the blood demon Venerable would retaliate for his betrayal, while on the other, he hesitated whether to inform on the matter. At this moment, the Corpse King was constantly torn between loyalty and betrayal. He knew that no matter what choice he made, it would have irreversible consequences. If he reformed and returned to the blood demon Venerable, he would lose the Dark Lord's protection and risk being. But if he continued to conceal the truth and betrayed the current Dark Lord, the guilt within him would never be extinguished. This painful struggle was unbearable for the Corpse King. He had once idolized the blood demon Venerable, but now he had betrayed him, leaving him filled with regret and guilt. He often woke in the night, dreaming of the blood demon Venerable's disappointed gaze and reproachful voice. The Corpse King knew that this conflict and pain would only sink him deeper. He had to make a decision quickly. If he chose to continue concealing the truth, he would suffer inner torment. If he chose to confess, he would face even greater risks and dangers. But no matter which path he chose, he could never escape the burden of betrayal. The powerful image of the blood demon Venerable, the cunning and treacherous nature of the Lord of Darkness. The guilt of betrayal, like heavy shackles, bound the Corpse King tightly. Now he was terrified, struggling, helpless, and lost. The future was uncertain, and he had no idea what to do. But the Corpse King knew he had to make a choice. His only wish was to regain the blood demon Venerable's trust and return to his side. But now, he couldn't say whether he had the courage to take such a step. The shadow of betrayal and guilt would likely forever haunt him, a nightmare he couldn't shake. Just as the zombie leader was trembling with fear, the zombie king's voice finally rang out. "Have you mentioned this to anyone else?" At this question, the zombie leader's heart trembled. He was silent for a moment, his eyes flickering, as if weighing something. Under the zombie king's cold gaze, he answered honestly, "Your Majesty, I rushed back as soon as I received the news and haven't contacted anyone else." Getting the answer he wanted, the zombie king breathed a sigh of relief, then paused for a moment before saying, "This matter is between you and me. You must not let anyone else know, or I will kill you." Hearing these words, the zombie leader shuddered. Knowing this matter was a matter of life and death, he could only obey, not daring to raise any objection. The Corpse King's piercing gaze pierced him like a blade, sending a chill down his spine. "Rest assured, Lord Corpse King. I will keep this in mind, and will not reveal a single word." The zombie leader trembled timidly. "Very well. Since he wishes to use this passageway as a training ground, then grant him his wish. From now on, you will personally monitor this spatial passageway and send all the imprisoned criminals there. If these aren't enough to kill, then send infected individuals from other planes to fill the gap. My request is simple. Satisfy him to the utmost of your ability, you understand." After hearing the Corpse King's request, the zombie leader took a deep breath. He had never imagined that the Corpse King's decision would involve him sending out cannon fodder for the enemy to slaughter at will. After a long pause, the zombie leader took a deep breath and spoke calmly to the Corpse King. "Your orders will be carried out with all my might. Please rest assured, I will do my utmost and strive for the strength of the Corpse Clan." Chapter 612. On Ling Yi's side, everyone had already set up camp. Ing Yi summoned the Blood Evil Corps senior leaders to jointly formulate a thorough defense strategy. First, they conducted an in-depth analysis of the current situation. Based on the intelligence gained from the previous encounter with the mutated zombie corps and their formidable strength, they began planning. Therefore, the defense line must be solid and reliable, capable of withstanding the enemy's attack. Just as they were feverishly preparing, the zombie leader reappeared alone at the entrance of the spatial tunnel. When Ling Yi saw this, a smile crossed his lips. In fact, he had been gambling before, gambling on his prestige and bloodthirsty image in his previous life. Looking at the terrified zombie leader, who slowly approached, Ling Yi's lips curled slightly, an unreadable look flickering in his eyes. He knew his gamble had been right, and now the situation was finally clear. Ling Yi calmly surveyed his surroundings, as if ascertaining some secret that only he knew. After taking it all in, he slowly spoke, his voice calm yet resounding. "Since you returned alone, it means the zombie king has made his decision." The zombie leader remained bewildered. Who was this young man before him, and why did even his own king hold him in such awe? He gazed at the mysterious young man before him, feeling a sense of awe. Ling Yi's features were clear, his expression cool yet calm, as if he understood everything before him. The zombie leader couldn't help but wonder what secrets this seemingly extraordinary young man held. He subconsciously subdued his edge, appearing extremely cautious and respectful. At this moment, the air was stagnant, and the silence was faintly filled with an indescribable sense of oppression, causing the zombie leader to involuntarily retreat a little. As if mustering courage, he finally spoke cautiously. "Your Excellency, the Corpse King has given me full responsibility for this spatial passage. And, as you wish, he will provide troops for training." Ling Yi nodded in satisfaction, then spoke slowly, his voice deep and magnetic. "Very good. Go back and tell the Corpse King that I accept this favor. Tell him to wait patiently, the storm of the void is about to begin again. By then, he will still be the feared zombie king, and the Night Zombie clan's ideals will be realized." After saying this, Ling Yi waved his hand, signaling the other party to leave. Although the zombie leader was filled with confusion about Ling Yi's words, he subtly sensed a distinct emotional surge. This mysterious young man seemed no ordinary being. The wisdom and calmness in his words filled him with involuntary respect. Unfortunately, the zombie leader still struggled to grasp the true meaning behind Ling Yi's words. Perhaps the zombie king would understand, right? With a sense of unease, he bowed deeply to Ling Yi, turned, and left, his figure gradually disappearing into the shadows of the spatial tunnel. "Ling Yi, what exactly is going on? Why is this zombie leader being so respectful to you? It's so strange." Lan Xinyu slowly walked to Ling Yi's side, frowning as she gazed at the spatial tunnel, her heart thick with doubts. She had a vague feeling that things were not as they seemed, and she glanced sideways at Ling Yi, her deep eyes gleaming with suspicion and inquiry. It's actually nothing serious. This Night Corpse clan and I just have some connection. Although our factions are different now, I still remember the tacit understanding and trust we had back then. But now it seems they embarked on a completely different path from mine. This change makes me feel a surge of emotion. Time flies, and things are unpredictable. But fortunately, at least their Corpse King still recognizes me, otherwise there would have been a fight. Ling Yi only gave a brief explanation, because rebirth was too bizarre to talk about. Although Lan Xinyu was still filled with questions, she understood Ling Yi didn't want to explain too much, so she changed the subject. "So what do we do next? Should we stay here or move elsewhere?" Ling Yi turned to look at the crowd behind him. After a moment's hesitation, his eyes sharpened as he spoke slowly. "Now that the danger has been eliminated, let's make good use of this spatial passage. I decided to station a group of blood demon reserves here. This way, we can not only prevent danger before it happens, but also train a group of elite supernatural experts for my use." After saying this, he glanced around and shouted to the crowd behind him. "Mingchen, select a group of blood demon reserves to guard this area. If any mutant zombies emerge, kill them mercilessly, but do not attempt to destroy the spatial passage. You must make all arrangements properly and avoid any mistakes." Mingchen nodded slightly, a hint of caution flashing in his eyes. He knew the crucial importance of this mission and dared not afford to err. He immediately responded in a deep voice. "I will take full control of this matter and ensure it is foolproof. If any of those mutant zombies appear, I will destroy them here, leaving no survivors. As for the spatial passage, it will be carefully guarded, ensuring absolutely no mishaps. Please rest assured, City Lord, I will do my utmost and will not let you down." Such a resounding response undoubtedly conveyed Mingchen's resolve and courage. Ling Yi had originally imagined this journey would be fraught with danger, but unexpectedly, there was a turn of events. Fate seemed to be guiding him in his direction. Although the path ahead remained uncertain, a glimmer of hope had quietly dawned before daybreak. Although the origin of the apocalypse was orchestrated by the Lord of Darkness, the zombies' origins were not due to the Night Corpse clan. The connection between the Corpse King and Ling Yi was a secret unknown to others. The current situation had suddenly caused Ling Yi to lose sight of his original goal. His original plan was to control the spatial passage and continuously reap the invading enemies. This would serve as a training ground for his troops, and also as a means of collecting. A large number of crystal cores and supplies were obtained. However, the appearance and statement of the Corpse King completely disrupted Ling Yi's plans. He was forced to reconsider his plans and make a decision for his future journey. After realizing that the Night Corpse clan lay on the other side of the spatial channel, Ling Yi felt a significant sense of relief. The zombie crisis on this plane is basically over. As long as the existing zombie swarms are eliminated one by one, this plane can be saved. And with the Blood Evil Legion's current strength, without the Night Corpse clan's involvement, eliminating the local zombie swarms is only a matter of time. Ling Yi slowly raised his head to gaze at the sky, his narrowed eyes seeming to penetrate numerous obstacles. Looks like I can proceed with my next plan. Chapter 613. Ling Yi's gaze gradually grew deep and distant, like a silent pool, brimming with endless thoughts and emotions. He narrowed his eyes slightly, as if trying to penetrate everything before him, to glimpse the truth hidden beneath the surface. After a long moment, his gaze suddenly focused, and he slowly turned towards the Blood Evil Legion, as if preparing to make a crucial decision. Ling Yi, listen to my orders. From now on, I will not be operating with the Legion. You will be solely responsible for combat deployment. Your sole mission is to become stronger and eliminate the remaining zombies in this plane. Ling Yi finished his words and gazed into the sky. Through the misty clouds, the faint sound of war drums could be heard. Ling Yi stood before the Blood Evil Legion, gazing with awe at Ling Yi, who stood proudly before him. He clearly sensed an unprecedented determination and resolve. No matter how arduous and treacherous the road ahead, the Blood Evil Legion will march forward courageously. With our strength, we will surely remove the last remaining obstacles on this land, and bring long-lost peace and prosperity to this land. Ling Yi's gaze was piercing, his words resonant and powerful. Then, with a wave of his hand, he led the Blood Evil Legion to assemble. No one asked why Ling Yi didn't continue to lead them forward. Because they had only one thought in mind, unconditional obedience to the City Lord's orders. Although Ling Yi's footsteps had gradually faded, their loyalty to the City Lord remained undiminished. They wholeheartedly followed the City Lord's guidance, and even if they strayed from his presence, they would never lose their way. Ling Yi's orders were the compass of their lives, guiding them to victory. Lan Xinhua, who hadn't been named, naturally followed Ling Yi's side. She couldn't help but cast her gaze on Ling Yi, her lips moving for a long moment, but no sound emanated. If you want to ask, just ask. Why do we need to be so awkward? Since we're already being honest, why feign ambiguity? Why not let go of your reserve, speak freely, listen to each other, and share your heartfelt feelings? Ling Yi seemed to sense Lan Xinua's state and asked with a slight smile, tilting his head. Seeing this, Lan Xinhua also let go of her grudges. She felt an indescribable sense of peace and sweetness well up in her heart. This scene resonated deeply within her, filling her with trust and hope in the man before her. Lan Xinhua exhaled slowly, as if cleansed by this moment of beauty, regaining her peace and composure. I'm curious why you suddenly changed your strategy. Do you think the Blood Evil Legion is strong enough to handle a zombie-infested apocalypse? She narrowed her eyes slightly, staring at Ling Yi's expression, trying to glimpse his unfathomable thoughts. A smile played on her lips. Or do you have a more brilliant plan that can reverse this? Lan Xinua's voice was as melodious as a spring, tinged with anticipation. Ling Yi slowed his pace slightly and began to answer his questions. After determining the origin of the zombies, I'm confident about the situation ahead. As long as the Night Corpse clan doesn't interfere with this plane, the Blood Evil Legion's current strength is enough to deal with any zombie hordes, large or small. Under the constraints of the plane's rules, the 9th level is the pinnacle of strength. The Blood Demon Legion now boasts over 50 enhancers or awakened abilities. With them at the helm, the isolated zombie hordes are no match. Thus, the task of clearing out and eliminating the zombies is merely a matter of time. Hearing Ling Yi's words, Lan Xinhua couldn't help but nod. It's unclear whether any of the survivors have broken through to the 9th stage. Perhaps some gifted individuals have already made it, but their number is certainly few and far between. Thus, the Blood Evil Legion's immense strength truly possesses the capabilities to sweep across this plane. Lan Xinhua herself hadn't anticipated the meteoric rise in her power after being with Ling Yi. She's now just one step away from the 9th stage, and might even break through the bottleneck and reach the pinnacle of this plane overnight. All this is thanks to Ling Yi's meticulous guidance and assistance. Not only did he impart numerous cultivation tips, but he also provided her with immense support and resources at crucial moments, making her feel incredibly blessed. With Ling Yi by her side, Lan Xinhua was filled with anticipation and yearning for the future. It's wonderful to have you by my side. I don't have to worry about anything. I can completely relax in this cruel apocalypse and savor the present moment. Your company makes me feel particularly at ease and peaceful. Now that we made arrangements for the Blood Evil Legion, what are your next plans? Lan Xinhua naturally took Ling Yi's hand. The next step is simple. Find a place to begin breaking through your current realm. Ling Yi's eyes were resolute. He raised his chin slightly, thought for a moment, and then continued. We endured countless trials and tribulations along the way, but only by constantly surpassing ourselves can we forge a new chapter. The 9th stage isn't the end, but the key to truly entering the void world. As long as we are determined and down to earth, we can break free from our current constraints and ascend to greater heights. So, you too must cultivate diligently, striving to quickly reach the pinnacle of the 9th stage, and then explore the power beyond this plane. Then you will embark on the true path of cultivation, gaining insight into the mysteries of the universe and mastering the miraculous power that created the world. Then you will become the master of a world, controlling life and death, with everything at your fingertips. As Ling Yi finished speaking, Lan Xinyue's eyes sparkled. She excitedly grasped Ling Yi's hand, her eyes revealing deep yearning and admiration. Dominating the world, holding life and death in your grasp. What a marvelous vision that would be. If I follow your footsteps, I will surely achieve this unimaginable realm. Lan Xinyue excitedly and solemnly promised. Don't worry, no matter what I'm asked to do, I give it my all and will definitely reach the 9th stage. Looking at Lan Xinyue's confident expression, Ling Yi smiled slightly and reached out to scratch her delicate nose. That's a good idea. I just have something that requires your full attention. This matter is of urgency and of great importance. I need you to take responsibility for your work, leverage your professional expertise, and complete the task as quickly as possible. I believe that with your talent and diligence, you will be able to successfully complete this important mission. I wonder if you're willing to do it. Lan Xinyue blinked, momentarily stunned, but quickly replied. You say it, and I won't refuse. Chapter 614. Feeling Lan Xinyue's adorable, dazed expression, Ling Yi's eyes were filled with doting. He gently brushed the strands of hair from Lan Xinyue's forehead, gazing tenderly at her delicate face. Then Ling Yi pulled her into his arms, letting her bury her head in his chest. This tender gesture intensified the bond between them. Lan Xinyue felt an unprecedented sense of security and happiness in his embrace. She raised her head slightly and placed a gentle kiss on Ling Yi's lips. Smiling, Ling Yi lowered his head and whispered close to Lan Xinyue's ear. I want you to serve me well, okay? Hearing this, Lan Xinyue lowered her head to hide the blush on her cheeks and whispered softly. Ling Yi, you're just so horny. I'm truly impressed by you. I do my best to serve you. Her slightly trembling voice betrayed her inner shyness, yet it couldn't conceal her attachment to and love for Ling Yi. Lan Xinyue quietly raised her eyes, a slightly flustered glance at Ling Yi's gentle gaze. Then she unconsciously bit her lower lip, as if hesitating about how to respond to this sudden request. Ling Yi, however, grabbed her hand and spoke seductively. It starts here. Deep in a dense forest overgrown with tangled vines, sunlight filtered through the shade of the trees, dappling the ground. A slender figure traversed this tranquil green world. She was a unique sight in this dreamlike forest, its sole owner. In the bustling world of the apocalypse, she had lost everything. Aside from him, everything else was insignificant to her. But in this vine-wrapped paradise, she was her true self. She could drop all pretense, sweat profusely, and become one with nature. Yes, that figure was Fang Xiyu. Although she had accompanied Ling Yi back to the Blood Moon City, she felt somewhat out of place next to the woman by his side. So, after Ling Yi led his army off, she resolutely left the Blood Moon City alone, returning to this secret base that belonged only to him and Ling Yi. Fang Xiyu slowly approached the high waterfall, where cool water cascaded down, stirring up clouds of mist. She began by slowly stretching, taking deep breaths and calming her mind. Then she began a series of intense physical training, her challenging movements shimmering beneath the cascading sound. Her nimble form, shimmering in the mist, shone like a nimble mermaid gliding through the water. Despite the arduous movements and the dripping sweat under the waterfall's impact, Fang Xiyu's expression remained remarkably calm and serene, as if she had completely merged into this idyllic paradise. She was engaged in a wholehearted practice, not just physical training but also a spiritual pursuit. This was Ling Yi's teaching, and it would help her more joyfully break through the bottleneck of the 9th level. Immersed in the tranquility of nature, Fang Xiyu felt an unprecedented sense of peace and freedom. She seemed to hear the faint call of energy from deep within, an indescribable force beckoning her. She began to immerse herself in this practice, oblivious to the passage of time. Her breathing, movements, and the sound of the water, everything seemed to blend into one, forming a unique rhythm. She felt a complete harmony of body and mind, as if she were a part of nature. Here, she needed no pretense or conformity to others' expectations. She simply focused on her cultivation in the present moment. This feeling brought her a long-unseen sense of inner peace. In this ethereal state, Fang Xiyu began to ponder what she truly desired. In this apocalyptic world where strength reigns supreme, could she truly find a way of life that belonged to her? Inner confusion enveloped her once again, leaving her feeling helpless and anxious. She longed to completely break free from this bondage and find her true self. But she was unsure how to achieve this goal. This inner struggle tormented her. Just as Fong Ziyu frowned and lost herself in confusion, her consciousness returned to the dense vine-covered forest. She seemed to see Ling Yi, looking at her tenderly and smiling. Stay true to your heart, feel your source. In her hazy state, Fong Ziyu seemed to hear Ling Yi's voice. In that instant, she seemed to see a door slowly opening to a brand new future. She realized that, in this tranquil natural landscape, she had found her true self. In this fusion with nature, she could truly sense the true nature of life and experience the joy of a unity of body and mind. Fong Ziyu's eyelashes fluttered slightly, her heart filled with joy. She had finally found inner peace and a direction to move forward. From that moment on, she began to search within, to calmly reflect on her life values and aspirations. She let go of all external ties, and began to focus on inner cultivation. Gradually, she felt her inner burdens lighten, and her spirits improved. Like a butterfly about to emerge from its cocoon, Fong Ziyu was undergoing a transformation. No longer an ordinary woman wallowing in sorrow, she was a new woman, brimming with strength and confidence. She had finally found her own unique way of life, and began to pursue what she truly desired. The road ahead was still long, but she now had a clear vision, having gained the courage and wisdom to move forward. In this world shrouded in vines, she had found the path to her true self, and was striding towards a brighter, freer future. After a long moment, Fong Ziyu slowly opened her eyes, then closed and opened them again in disbelief, finally wiping them vigorously. This isn't an illusion. Ling Yi, is this really you? Fong Ziyu couldn't believe the scene before her, and doubts filled her heart. She stared at Ling Yi's face, carefully examining his unchanged features. Trembling, she couldn't help but reach out and gently touch his cheek, as if afraid she was imagining it all. After a long moment, she finally revealed a look of joy, tears welling in her eyes, as she whispered softly, "So you're really back." Unable to contain the surge of emotion within her, she embraced the man she longed for, her heart filled with deep relief and excitement. Beside her, Lan Xinhua curled her lips, her eyes still tinged with hostility, as she looked at Fong Ziyu. The scene of Ling Yi being stabbed through the chest with a sword in the imperial capital was still vivid in her mind, unforgettable. Sensing Lan Xinhua's implicit dissatisfaction, Fong Ziyu frowned and reluctantly left Ling Yi's embrace. She understood Lan Xinhua's reasoning. Recalling Ling Yi's injury, Fong Ziyu couldn't help but sigh. That scene still lingered in her mind, a pain she couldn't let go of. Chapter 615. Fong Ziyu stared intently into Lan Xinhua's eyes, vaguely sensing the resentment lingering within. Her heart was filled with guilt and pain, for she clearly remembered the bloody spray from that sword strike. Her hands trembled unconsciously, unable to calm the panic within her heart for a long time. The bright red blood drew a desolate arc in the air. It was so crimson, so glaring, as if it spoke of the fleeting withering of life. At that moment, she felt her heart pierced with a sharp pain, as if the tip of an icy knife had pierced her soul. Perhaps, this guilt would forever haunt her, a lingering nightmare. Under Lan Xinhua's gaze, Fong Ziyu reluctantly left Ling Yi's warm embrace. The gradual separation made her heart tremble slightly. Fong Ziyu simply didn't want to leave this embrace that made her feel so safe and happy. However, she also knew she had to face the reality before her. She also had to resolve Lan Xinhua's inner resentment and find inner liberation for herself. Recalling that scene, Fong Ziyu couldn't help but sigh. That day, when she saw Ling Yi injured and frowning but not fighting back, her heart felt like it had been pierced. She understood that scene was painful and traumatic for everyone, so she had never been able to let it go. This deep pain and guilt made it difficult for Fong Ziyu to calm down. Although she had been with Ling Yi for a long time, she would recall that scene over and over again, as if she could never erase it from her memory. Memories, like a lingering shadow, hung over her heart. During her earlier training, Fong Ziyu had grasped her true nature. Her current life goal was the man before her, Ling Yi. Thus, she needed to make a choice and a decision to protect and care for this man. So, Fong Ziyu mustered her courage and, under Ling Yi's astonished gaze, steadfastly approached Lan Xinhua and offered a sincere apology. "I'm deeply sorry. I know my actions at that time caused you, and everyone else immense pain. I was so selfish, focusing solely on my own feelings without considering yours. Please forgive me. I sincerely hope to regain your understanding." Lan Xinhua's eyes flickered with emotion as she heard Fong Ziyu's apology. Fong Ziyu's coldness and aloofness were obvious to all. But now, It was like a completely different person, leaving her somewhat bewildered. But she knew from her words that Fong Xiu was taking responsibility and seeking reconciliation out of a sincere heart. Lan Xinyu glanced at Ling Yi quietly, and seeing that he only smiled without saying anything, she couldn't help but smile a little too. She nodded slowly and gently held Fong Xiu's hand. I understand your situation wasn't easy. If it were me, I might have lost my mind too. However, I hope we can work together to resolve our pain and stay by Ling Yi's side. Hearing Lan Xinyu's words, Fong Xiu nodded gratefully. She knew that this process of forgetting might be long and arduous. But with mutual understanding and support, they would surely be able to overcome this difficult time. Ling Yi remained uninvolved in the conversation, trusting the two women to handle it properly. As he expected, the two women peacefully resolved their issues. By the way, why did you all of a sudden come here? Fong Xiu, having let go of her grudge, became noticeably more lively. Humph, you're so nervous asking me how I got here without first explaining why you're here? Could it be that my words aren't working anymore, and you've fallen on deaf ears? I repeatedly told you not to leave without permission, and to stay in Blood Moon City. Ling Yi feigned anger, raising an eyebrow and glaring at Fong Xiu. Don't you know how dangerous it is out there? This land has been overrun by zombies, and I don't want to see you get into any trouble. He paused, his tone softening as he expressed his concerns. I'm sorry, I was so willful. I promise to obey your orders from now on. Fong Xiu lowered her head, speaking softly with a hint of guilt. Her words were tinged with apology and determination, hoping to ease the worries of this caring man. Fong Xiu knew that in such a dangerous situation, someone's care and concern were invaluable. Alright, Xiu already knows she was wrong, so don't be so harsh. Although she was wrong to run away secretly, bygones are bygones. And everything is fine now, so there's no need to be so critical. I believe that as long as we communicate sincerely, we can find a suitable solution. After all, family bonds are the most precious. We should cherish each other and work together to maintain a good relationship. Lan Xinyu intervened, lightening the mood. Alas, I really can't do anything about you. You all keep giving me a headache. Alright, let's put it past the past. Next, I break through the power of rules here. You should also practice hard and strive to reach this realm as soon as possible. Ling Yi shook his head helplessly and stated the purpose of his visit. Ah! Are you planning to break through to the peak of the 9th stage and begin constructing your own plane? This is simply unimaginable for those of us who haven't even touched the 9th stage barrier. Lan Xinyu couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Fong Xiu was also filled with awe and curiosity, eager to immediately explore how the plane world was formed. Ling Yi looked up at the sky, a smile playing on his lips, and he felt secretly proud. Perhaps before, breaking through the power of the plane's rules would have required some effort. But after Pengda signed the bloody agreement, everything became incredibly easy. It was precisely for this reason that Ling Yi had gone to such lengths to deceive Pengdu and fall into his own trap. Otherwise, once he began constructing the plane, the power of Pengdu's rules would immediately repel Ling Yi. At the time, Ling Yi was truly taking a gamble, a move that carried enormous risk. If discovered, he would undoubtedly face Pengdu's unstoppable resistance, and the two sides would likely become enemies. After all, Pengdu was the creator of this plane, and wielded the absolute power of rules. No matter how powerful Ling Yi became, he would find it difficult to escape the constraints of this power, unless he emerged from his cocoon and became a master once again. If that were the case, Ling Yi himself could contend with Pengdu. But as for those around him, bound by Pengdu's power of rules, perhaps not a single one of them could escape. Such a result was something Ling Yi could not bear. Chapter 616. So, after Ling Yi tricked Pengdu into signing the bloody agreement, these potential crises ceased to exist. Even if Pengdu discovered this problem later, he would be helpless due to the constraints of the agreement. On the surface, this agreement was intended to jointly combat those higher-level civilizations. But in reality, it concealed many clauses that disadvantaged Pengdu. Through this agreement, Ling Yi successfully concealed the potential crisis and maximized his own interests. Faced with the constraints of the agreement, Pengdu would be unable to take effective action to resolve the problem. The agreement stipulated that Pengdu could not unilaterally terminate the agreement, otherwise he would face punishment according to the rules of the Void. This placed Pengdu in a dilemma. Unable to escape the constraints of the agreement, he could only swallow his bitter pills, unable to express his suffering. In short, Ling Yi tricked Pengdu into signing the bloody agreement. This concealed the potential crisis, while the constraints of the agreement made it impossible for Pengdu to escape. Thus, after confirming that the Night Corps clan was the force behind the zombie crisis, everything became simpler. Ling Yi no longer needed to worry about the situation in this plane. He could now begin his next plan with peace of mind, constructing his own plane. After informing Lan Xinyue and Fang Xiyu of the methods for his subsequent cultivation, Ling Yi immediately created an independent space behind the waterfall. He would be in seclusion for a period of time. With the memories of his past life, constructing a new plane would be a piece of cake. Ling Yi sat cross-legged in silence, not immediately attempting a breakthrough. Suddenly scenes popped up in his mind, memories of his past life. In a distant void world, he was once an unrivaled powerhouse, possessing strength that astonished all masters. His name, like a meteor streaking across the night sky, fleeting yet dazzling. His story, a legend passed down through generations, has also become the stuff of nightmares for countless. In his previous life, Ling Yi was born with extraordinary talent. His martial arts were strange and powerful, like the mighty Yangtze River, stretching endlessly. His martial arts were supreme, masterful, and each move imbued with immense power. He possessed a broad vision and exceptional wisdom, capable of perceiving human hearts and employing strategic tactics. He was incredibly courageous and fearless, never flinching from a powerful foe. However, his path to ever-increasing strength was also paved with thorns and traps. In his quest to dominate the entire void, despite possessing immense strength, he faced the siege of numerous level 9 powerhouses, but despite his fears and desperate resistance, despite Ling Yi's unyielding spirit, he ultimately suffered nothing. The siege took place on a dark and stormy night. In his previous life, his whereabouts had been exposed by accident, attracting the attention of numerous level 9 experts. Like wolves scenting blood, they pounced on him, intent on slaying him. Though surrounded, Ling Yi remained valiant and fearless. He wielded his long sword, its energy like a rainbow. Each strike pierced the sky, each imbued with boundless fury. He moved with lightning speed, dodging the enemy's attacks and counterattacking them, each strike exacting a bloody price. However, the besiegers were too powerful, united like a wolf pack. Although Ling Yi was valiant in his previous life, he gradually fell into a passive position. His sword, though sharp, couldn't penetrate the enemy's encirclement. His energy, though profound, couldn't withstand the enemy's relentless assault. His wisdom, though exceptional, couldn't break the enemy's siege. Ultimately, his previous life self was defeated in the siege. As he collapsed in a pool of blood, gazing at the darkness of the void, his heart was filled with endless regret and resentment. His eyes widened, as if questioning the void. Why, with such formidable strength, could he still not escape the torment of fate? Shaking his head, Ling Yi pulled his thoughts back, wondering what the point of reconstructing the plane of existence was. Even so powerful in his previous life, he still couldn't escape his fate of demise. Perhaps all this was a destined cycle, unchangeable, but Ling Yi refused to give up. Since the road ahead was uncertain, why not start anew now, and seek another possibility hidden in this empty world? He couldn't help but ponder the relationship between a person's power and destiny. Does fate determine a person's life trajectory, or can personal efforts and choices alter destiny's destiny? This is a profound and complex question, and perhaps no one can give a definitive answer. Destiny is not a fixed, unchangeable destiny, but the result of personal choices and efforts. Everyone has the potential to change their fate, but some prefer to give up the struggle and accept the fate that has been laid. However, in the struggle between external conditions and inner freedom, some choose to sink into the shackles of fate, giving up the hope for a better future. Others are bound by external circumstances, unable to truly realize their inner selves. Ling Yi frowned and whispered to himself. To truly control the trajectory of your life, you need inner resolve and courage. Don't be defeated by current difficulties. Instead, learn to examine yourself and be brave enough to make changes. At the same time, you must maintain an open mind, accept fate's arrangements, and respond with wisdom and courage. Only by cultivating both your inner and outer selves can you truly realize your self-worth and create a life of your own. The meaning of life isn't to completely escape the shackles of fate. It's to constantly surpass yourself and pursue loftier and even impossible goals. Even if fate presents severe tests, as long as you maintain a positive and enterprising attitude. By bravely facing challenges others dare not attempt, you will surely find an unconventional path forward. This is not only about personal inner and outer refinement, but also the beginning of transforming external factors. My destiny must not be static. It must be the result of my own choices and efforts, constantly shaping the outcomes I desire. Rather than following in the footsteps of my past, it's better to break through and then rebuild, taking a path no one else dares to explore. As the saying goes, heaven moves with vigor, the gentleman strives for self-improvement. As long as I constantly strive and innovate, I will surely break free from the constraints of fate. At that moment, Ling Yi's eyes gleamed with an unwavering determination. The failures of his previous life had taught him a profound lesson. To change one's destiny, one must be brave enough to break with convention and pursue innovation and change. Ambitious individuals are often constrained by past successes, hindering their hopes for the future. Only those who truly dare to break through can discern future trends, constantly seek innovation and change, and create new possibilities for self-transcendence. Thus, after regaining his memories, Ling Yi did not follow the same path as in his previous life. He constantly sought change, following his heart, and not letting his own cultivation technique sway his true nature. Chapter 6:17. If I continue to follow the same old routine, continuing the same path as in my past life, or blindly following in the footsteps of others, I will never be able to break free from mediocrity, and will likely end up repeating the same mistakes. On the contrary, only when I actively break free from the shackles of my fixed mindset and bravely explore new paths can I truly seek new opportunities for survival. As a great man once said, don't just follow the crowd, become the master of the waves. Only by daring to innovate can one create a new world in life. To change one's destiny, one must not only pay a price, but also maintain courage and determination to bravely step into the unknown. In traditional thinking, when faced with challenges and difficulties, many people choose to stop and retreat into the comfort of familiarity. But only those who dare to overcome fear and bravely explore the unknown can unlock new possibilities and achieve self-transcendence. As the saying goes, there is a God above your head. With careful observation, one will surely discover endless opportunities and possibilities in life. However, these opportunities are often hidden in places that are difficult to find, requiring active exploration and experimentation. What I must do now is to tread a path no one has ever trod. Only in this way can I truly control my own destiny and reshape the blueprint for a wonderful life. At this point, Ling Yi abandoned the idea of constructing a playing world. He fell silent, pondering his future path. Ling Yi took a deep breath and gazed at the distant horizon through the newly opened cave. He was once full of enthusiasm for creating another playing world, but at this moment, a sense of confusion welled up in his heart. Should he abandon his worries and settle for an ordinary life? Or should he reclaim his original ideals and bravely step into the unknown? A myriad of thoughts swirled in his mind, making it difficult for him to make a decision. In the void world, forces from various planes clashed endlessly. The battle for dimensional supremacy persisted, and tit-for-tat was a constant. But occasionally, some forces would join forces to combat even more powerful threats. The dimensional game cycled endlessly. Whoever could end the conflict would gain control of the entire void world. However, since the formation of the void world, this struggle had never ceased. Though countless powerful beings had fought bravely to end this vortex of conflict, none had succeeded. Repeated attempts only intensified the conflict, and the rules of the void grew ever more complex and intractable. Perhaps only by finding a breakthrough could this world be completely transformed. Who will truly grasp the secrets of the void, master the path to the end, and become the true master of the myriad planes? This remains to be discovered by future generations. The void. The planes. Only with the void can the planes exist. The void contains endless possibilities, nurturing all things in the world. The planes are the embodiment of the void, the crystallization of endless creation. Each plane is unique, harboring its own rules and secrets. However, these planes are closely linked to the rules of the void, maintaining the harmony of the universe. Only through the interdependence of the void and the planes can the universe function sustainably and continuously. The planes carry the life of all things, and the void imbues them with order and rhythm. The two intertwine and merge, forming the foundation of the universe, unfolding the mysteries of eternity. Therefore, all things originate from this and ultimately return to this, in an endless cycle, lasting forever. Ling Yi's perspective began to elevate. No longer fixated on whether to construct a plane, he began to ponder the meaning of the void's existence. Ling Yi closed his eyes, gradually immersing himself in the meaning of the void's existence, his thoughts deepening. He believed that the concept of planes was merely a way for living things to understand the structure of the universe. What was truly important was to understand the underlying principles behind all things. Ling Yi gradually realized that so-called entities were merely tiny specks of light within the void, and only by penetrating the void could one reach the true nature of things. This thought gradually brought him peace of mind, and his understanding of the void deepened. With this enlightenment, afterward, Ling Yi no longer focused on the superficial appearances of things, but instead focused on exploring the essence behind them. Everything originates from nothingness, and only by taking nothingness as a starting point can one truly discern the true nature of all things. At this moment, his heart was at peace, and he gained a deeper understanding and knowledge of the workings of the entire universe. He began to realize that the void is the root of all things are born from nothingness, and will slowly return to nothingness. With this understanding, Ling Yi's heart became increasingly calm and composed, and he also gained a new perspective on his future. The void always transcends the planes. Though the planes are ever-changing, only the void remains eternal and unchanging. The void is boundless, and is the foundation of all planes and all things. It contains endless power and mysteries, transcending all else. Only by deeply studying the mysteries of the void can one truly grasp the essence of all things in the world. This is the void, its indelible status and power. The void's very appearance is a mystery, deeply puzzling. This incredible existence seems beyond all comprehension, leaving one feeling lost. Its origin, essence, and the complex mysteries it holds have become targets of exploration for those who control the higher planes. Everyone is curious. What does this void truly represent? Does it have some hidden meaning, waiting to be discovered and answered by countless beings? By the way, the void doesn't appear for no reason. It is. Could it be, like the plane world, actually be conjured by some powerful being? The thought ignited Ling Yi's excitement, as if he had discovered a new continent. This was indeed a question worth pondering. Perhaps the void isn't simply empty, but rather harbors a power beyond the mundane. Just as the plane world is constructed by its controller, the void might also originate from an elusive source. However, to explore its origins would require deeper insight and various supporting evidence. Rather than allowing myself to be trapped in a cycle of reincarnation, it's better to destroy and then rebuild. Since I can construct the plane world, why can't I also conjure up a new void world? The dreamlike void will be my new vision. With my own hands, I will construct a brand new world order, using my spiritual power to shape a new origin for the universe. Only through constant creation and reshaping can we truly break free from the constraints of this void and usher in a brand new future. Ling Yi's eyes grew brighter, his excitement growing. He took a deep breath, the excitement in his heart blazing like a raging fire. At this moment, he resolved to seize this rare idea with unprecedented resolve and courage. Then, he would fight with all his might in this vast void, creating a new void with himself at its core. Chapter 6:18. The construction of a void universe is a realm never before explored. It is a brand new attempt to explore the unknown and usher in a new era. This metaphorical concept may have been fantasized about by advanced civilizations, but it has certainly never been attempted. Creating a completely new universe from scratch is undoubtedly an extremely challenging concept. However, Ling Yi now believes that as long as he fully unleashes his creativity and imagination, he is confident that he can achieve breakthrough progress on this arduous and impossible path. Ling Yi's concept of creating a new void universe stems from his questioning and transcending the current real universe. Just like the void world we currently in, who can guarantee that other voids do not exist? There are countless planes of existence. How can those who have not set foot in the planes understand their mysteries? And within those unknown planes of existence, there must be infinite possibilities. Creating a completely new cosmic system from nothingness undoubtedly requires groundbreaking ideas and a strong tolerance for failure. From a physics perspective, the origin and evolution of the universe still hold many unresolved mysteries. Cutting-edge scientific ideas like the Big Bang Theory, string theory, and the multiverse theory have opened a door to the imaginary universe for humanity. It seems that if only the fundamental laws governing spacetime, matter, and energy could be discovered, it would be possible to construct a completely new cosmic system from scratch. Of course, this requires overcoming the limitations of the current reality of the void, breaking through the boundaries of cognition, and developing a brand new mode of thinking. Ling Yi was completely immersed in exploring new frontiers, his mind overflowing with a variety of ideas. If anyone knew what he was thinking now, they'd definitely think he was crazy. Constructing a void universe begins with establishing its basic structure. I need to determine the scale, boundaries, and material composition of this new universe. I even need to design its basic units, such as galaxies, stars, and planets. With the basic framework of the universe established, the next step is to lay out its rich details. We need to design a variety of planetary shapes for this void, giving them their own topographical features and resource distribution. At the same time, we need to foster diverse life forms, making the universe vibrant and full of life. No, my thinking is too limited. I forgot about the numerous plane controllers. They are complete worlds. If we could simply incorporate these controllers into our own void, wouldn't we save a lot of details, if this were truly possible? This void will surely become a truly imaginative and captivating new universe. Of course, I also need to design and arrange the evolutionary laws of the void itself, paving a path for this universe to develop gradually and orderly. Once a large number of plane controllers have integrated into it, the void universe will be infused with life force, endowed with fundamental physical laws and evolutionary rules. This will involve a completely new definition and control of gravity, spacetime, matter, and energy. I will seek to transcend the limitations of current physics and create an unprecedented set of natural laws to maintain the operation of the void universe and allow those dimensional worlds to continue to develop and evolve. Ling Yi continuously simulated in his mind how to create a feasible solution. This was undoubtedly an extremely complex and arduous undertaking, requiring all of Ling Yi's wisdom and strength. He must break free from existing stereotypes and employ innovative thinking to forge a completely new path for cosmic construction. Only in this way could he ultimately create a vibrant, autonomously evolving void universe. Two other issues also troubled Ling Yi: time and space, the two cornerstones of the void universe. Ling Yi needed to design a complete space-time architecture for this new universe, imbuing it with unique rules governing the passage of time and spatial structure. In the dimension of time, I can try to break through the flow of time in the real universe and create a completely new concept of time. For example, I could design a cyclical, multi-branching, or even linear time structure, giving the void universe a time structure different from our own. As for the spatial dimension, I can transcend the limitations of three-dimensional space and construct a higher dimensional spatial structure. This would give the void universe entirely new geometric forms and topological properties, allowing it to transcend our familiar concept of space. Also, I could manipulate the curvature of spacetime in the void universe, creating unimaginable spatial properties such as folded space and tunneling spacetime. In this way, I could eventually connect the worlds of those who control the various planes. The thought of it is thrilling, traveling from a mythological plane to a fairy tale plane, and then to a magical plane. Put yourself in their shoes, and imagine exploring unknown mysteries in different planes. It would surely be thrilling. Yes, that's exactly how it works, through the meticulous design of the void universe's time and space mechanisms. I can construct a completely new world, completely different from the real universe. This unique space-time structure will surely endow this void universe with unique evolutionary laws and magical properties. Thinking of this, Ling Yi's brows suddenly furrowed, feeling as if he overlooked something. What exactly did I miss? Damn! I almost forgot. I was so focused on building the void world that I neglected to create my own plane world. Although I exist in the form of the void, not everyone around me is a controller. They need a plane world to survive. They can't just float in the void. After figuring this out, Ling Yi once again returned to the stage of constructing planes within the void universe. Alas! I can't even be lazy. After building the foundation of the void universe, I still have to shape the plane life forms within it. Thankfully, this doesn't require me to use my imagination to design all sorts of bizarre and colorful life forms. I encountered countless planes in my previous life. I can easily choose a few I like and replicate them. These life forms could be organic, carbon-based, or completely unfamiliar non-carbon-based forms. I can endow them with unimaginable physiological characteristics, even allowing them to freely travel, interact, and reproduce within the void universe. At the same time, I also design unique intelligence and spiritual worlds for these life forms, imbuing them with a rich and diverse inner life. My void is mine, and I'm in charge. Ling Yi couldn't help but applaud at the thought, then muttered to himself. Through continuous optimization and improvement, I can eventually create a vibrant void universe. Here, various bizarre life forms will interdependently and compete with each other, forming an extremely complex ecosystem. This is not only a simulation of life in the real universe, but also a major advancement beyond the existing void. Chapter 619. After constant deduction and reflection, Ling Yi began his grand innovation of constructing a void world. However, after repeated research and attempts, he remained trapped outside this door, seemingly unable to achieve his goal. Finally, after countless failures, Ling Yi found a breakthrough. He used his own life energy as a vehicle to create a void world isolated from reality. The void is the carrier of all things are born from it. It is neither formless nor intangible, yet neither is it completely empty. The void contains endless possibilities, within which all things quietly gestate, ready to emerge at any moment. Thus, the void can be considered the source and origin of all things in nature. Without destruction, there is no construction. From nothing to something, things change, and the world shifts. Change is the only constant. Only through vicissitudes can one reach great heights. Through layers of transformation can one truly achieve the essence. Time flies, and only through perseverance can one forge lasting glory. Although this vision was fraught with unknown dangers, Ling Yi resolutely embarked on this path of no return. He first underwent a series of physical and mental adjustments, striving to maintain optimal condition for the upcoming experiments. At the same time, he continuously refined his plan for constructing the void world, attempting to minimize experimental risks. Through repeated argumentation and calculations, Ling Yi gradually developed a grand and complete blueprint. Just as he was eager to begin construction, a daunting reality confronted him. In the event of failure, how could he ensure his own safety? After all, many people were waiting for him. He couldn't risk everything on his life for wealth and glory. Ling Yi couldn't help but take a deep breath, a complex mix of emotions swirling within him. He knew he couldn't act rashly at this moment, and had to proceed with caution. If we fail, we must prepare for the worst. If we don't prepare, we might truly be lost forever. If we do, we might even be reborn. Ling Yi pondered, deciding to leave a way out for himself. Saving his own life was paramount. It's better to be prepared for the worst than the worst. If something happened to Ling Yi, the lives of those around him would be in jeopardy. So Ling Yi entered his own brain. The blood-red figure within his brain was the source of Ling Yi's life force. He gazed at Ling Yi with a complex gaze, and shook his head heavily. You've chosen a path of no return. This path will be fraught with danger and obstacles. Are you prepared for the perils? Even if you succeed by chance, the price will be heavy. I urge you to think twice before acting. Don't be deceived by superficial glitz and glamour. The way of heaven is to reduce excess and replenish deficiency. Only by proceeding cautiously can you avoid danger. Any attempt to control power that does not belong to you will inevitably lead to eternal ruin. Only by remaining humble and at peace with the flow of nature can you navigate with ease and achieve invincibility. Humility and caution are the keys to success. Embrace this, and you will gain. Avoid it, and you will lose. Advance step by step, carefully planning each step. Only in this way can you live up to expectations and achieve success. However, these words did not shake Ling Yi's rock-solid resolve. He responded with a calm smile. Humility is important, but sometimes courage and determination are also needed. Opportunity always favors those who dare to take the first step. If I continue to proceed step by step, I'm afraid I miss many precious opportunities. If I continue on the path of my previous life, perhaps the outcome will be the same. Since I can already foresee the future, how can I not make changes? Ling Yi paused, his gaze resolute as he continued. The fact that the void can appear before the world proves it can be created. So, I'm not the first to attempt this. I can say I'm following a path trodden by my predecessors. Therefore, I made up my mind to make a single, decisive move and achieve a step no one else dares to take. Ling Yi's mind was now crystal clear. He believed that as long as he persisted, he would achieve a breakthrough on this arduous path. Although this path might be difficult and bumpy, as long as he successfully blazed a new trail, he would no longer fear any higher-level civilizations, and could rest assured protecting those around him. Alas! Since you're so persistent, I don't know how to persuade you. But I still hope you can calmly consider this issue seriously. Perhaps we can discuss this from a different perspective and jointly explore a better solution. I truly don't want to be trapped in that endless wait again. Do you know the pain of sinking so deeply? The blood-red figure's voice was filled with a sense of endless vicissitudes. He slowly exhaled, his eyes narrowed slightly, as if recalling something unspeakable from the past. The vicissitudes of life reflected in his eyes, revealing the heavy imprint of the vicissitudes of life. His voice also deepened, as if trying to conceal the trauma and pain within. Hee. Why are you so pessimistic? If you don't succeed, you die? I understand your concerns. But I believe that as long as you persist and don't give up, you will always find your own way out. As the saying goes, love perseveres across thousands of mountains and rivers. From a height one can see thousands of miles. Even if you can't see a future right now, as long as you calm down and settle down, you will surely find new opportunities. Life is like rowing against the current. If you don't move forward, you will fall behind. Only by constantly moving forward can you reap unexpected surprises. This time, I must give it a try. Ling Yi was determined to try, and he hadn't expected this step to be enough. Since he decided to do it, how could he give up halfway? Although a hint of worry lingered in his calm, resolute eyes, he remained confident. I will detach you from your true form. If I truly fail, at least we can still meet again. After saying this, Ling Yi's eyes flashed coldly, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, a trace of pain crossing his face. And before him, A drop of blood, trailing a blood-red glow, floated in the air. Ling Yi took a few deep breaths, then waved his hand at the source of his life force, banishing it aside. Success or failure depends on this one move. If I don't take this step, I drag you down sooner or later. If I fail, at least you can still live safely, right? Ling Yi closed his eyes, and familiar faces surfaced in his mind. He recalled the past, the joyful moments he spent with the girls. Those details, like vivid images, lingered in his memory for a long time, along with his newly born flesh and blood. Ling Yi sighed softly, his heart filled with emotion. He gritted his teeth and shouted in his heart. There is no possibility of failure. I will definitely succeed in constructing my own void. In the ethereal void, I will rely on my willpower and creativity, brick by brick, to build my own world. There will be endless possibilities there, allowing me to fully realize my dreams. Chapter 620. After clearing his mind of all distractions, Ling Yi embarked on a long and arduous experiment. He tried various plans he had devised, some requiring enormous amounts of energy, others causing severe physical damage. But no matter how he experimented, ideals were always ideals. In practice, he would always encounter obstacles and difficulties, making it impossible to achieve the perfect result Ling Yi desired. Just when Ling Yi was on the verge of despair, an idea struck him. He decided to risk his life and use his own life energy as support. Within the existing void, he would construct an independent space, from nothingness to self-media. This idea seemed simple, but its implementation was extremely complex and dangerous. Ling Yi needed to precisely control the flow of his own life energy, while simultaneously constructing a space completely isolated from reality within the void. During the process, he constantly encountered unexpected difficulties, sometimes nearly losing his life. But he never gave up, repeatedly adjusting his plan and persevering, striving to overcome the obstacles on his path. Finally, during a crucial experiment, Ling Yi found a breakthrough. He discovered that the life energy condensed in the void could be controlled. However, this process was extremely difficult. The flow of life energy was like a frenzied beast. If it lost control, it could instantly consume Ling Yi's entire life force. In numerous near-death experiments, Ling Yi nearly exploded. Each time, he teetered on the brink of life and death, barely holding on through sheer force of will. Just when Ling Yi felt he could no longer hold on, he finally found the key during an extreme construction. If he could control the flow and concentration of life energy, he could establish an independent and stable space within the void. This successful direction filled Ling Yi with ecstasy. After repeated experiments, he gradually mastered the technique. A small world slowly emerged from the visible void. The process was extremely difficult, and Ling Yi paid a huge price. Forcibly overdrawing his life force, his shiny black hair turned snow-white in the blink of an eye. He even came close to death during this process, but he ultimately succeeded. Under Ling Yi's meticulous care, the new void world gradually stabilized. This world, separated from reality, operated under its own rules and laws. Ling Yi could move freely within it, exploring the unknown, and satisfying his inner curiosity and thirst for knowledge. At the same time, the existence of the new void world also had subtle effects on the real world. Ling Yi discovered that he could in turn influence the real world through the void world, such as manipulating the flow of energy and regulating the climate. Despite its limited effects, this interdimensional influence still excited Ling Yi. He began to wonder if he could use the new void world to devour the existing planes, or even eventually consume the entire real void. Like the black hole in the existing void, this ambition seemed a bit too profound. Ling Yi realized that this endless desire for devouring might ultimately make him the very object of devouring. However, without great strength, it was impossible to survive in this existing void, so what was there to worry about? Having experienced this in his previous life, he now has absolute confidence in maintaining his true heart. This unwavering belief is like a solid fortress, capable of withstanding numerous temptations and inquiries from the outside world. Black hole. Yes, could that black hole be the entrance to another void? Ling Yi paused his study of the new void world and immersed himself in thought. Black holes, one of the most enigmatic entities in the universe, have always captivated humanity's intense curiosity and desire for exploration. What cosmic secrets does this massive gravitational monster hide? Could it truly connect to parallel universes in other dimensions? What discoveries and dangers will emerge from exploring the depths of a black hole? What controversies exist within the scientific community regarding the theoretical construction of black holes? These myriad questions have undoubtedly fueled humanity's intense interest in and passion for exploring the unknown. Ever since Einstein's theory of relativity predicted the existence of black holes, scientists have been deeply fascinated by these mysterious celestial bodies. In fact, a black hole is more than just an astronomical concept. It is more like a gateway to the mysteries of the universe. The precise physical laws and space-time structures inherent within black holes have long been a focus of scientific inquiry. We know that black holes are celestial bodies with extremely strong gravitational pulls. Any matter or radiation that enters their sphere of influence cannot escape. This means that if humans were ever able to delve deep into a black hole, they might be able to glimpse the mysteries of the universe's creation, or even discover mysterious objects existing in a parallel universe. There are a variety of hypotheses about the formation process of black holes. Some scientists believe that when a star reaches the end of its lifespan, violent gravitational collapse causes its mass to be compressed into an extremely dense state, forming a black hole. This highly compressed matter generates a gravitational field so strong that even light cannot escape. However, current technology makes it impossible to directly observe the internal structure of a black hole. Only by observing the surrounding matter and radiation have scientists begun to outline the basic features of a black hole. Inside a black hole, there may be a strange singularity, where the structure of spacetime and the laws of physics may be extremely distorted and deformed. This singularity may be a portal to unknown realms, such as parallel universes or other dimensions. Once matter enters a black hole, it is torn apart by the extreme gravitational field. There, the concepts of time and space may become meaningless. This extreme distortion of the laws of physics may reveal the secrets of the origin of the universe. Thinking of this, Ling Yi shook his head helplessly. Unfortunately, truly exploring the interior of a black hole is undoubtedly an extremely dangerous undertaking. Any matter entering the vicinity of a black hole will be torn into atomic particles and compressed to the density of the universe. Even a ninth-level plane overlord wouldn't dare attempt it, as they would inevitably be annihilated once they enter a black hole. Furthermore, the space-time structure within a black hole would most likely render life within this void impossible, and even distort existing concepts of time. As Ling Yi pieced together the known information bit by bit, he increasingly felt that black holes were the entrance to another void world. This is a remarkable discovery. I can completely emulate the principles of black holes to perfect my own void. Chapter 621. As long as I can find a way to harness the movement of tiny particles in the void, I can create my own gravitational field. This way, my own energy can be infinitely amplified, even absorbing endless power. Once I master this power, I can manipulate my own void world, slowly eroding the existing void's plane world. I can then pull the planes into my own void, binding them with my void rules, and even controlling their masters. This method is far superior to conquering planes one by one in my previous life. Furthermore, incorporating existing planes into my own void saves me the trouble of constantly constructing various planes. Ling Yi's eyes grew brighter as he muttered to himself, and his mood grew incredibly excited. Ling Yi felt the passion in his heart, like a raging fire, and at this moment, he had forgotten the difficulties he would face. His gaze grew increasingly focused, as if he was trying to penetrate the essence of things through his eyes. An indescribable sense of excitement instantly filled his chest, making him eager to take action. He opened his lips slightly, as if about to pour out his thoughts, but unfortunately, he was alone. After suppressing his excitement, Ling Yi began to put his thoughts into action. As Ling Yi continued to experiment, the new void world slowly began to change. This was first reflected in the overall color tone of the void world. The originally pure and peaceful void world was now shrouded in a thick blood-red hue, imbued with an eerie and solemn aura. Gradually, this blood-red aura began to gather and condense, forming a massive blood-red vortex in the center of the void world. This blood-red vortex resembled a vast devouring maw, continuously devouring the surrounding void matter, emanating a violent and mysterious aura. As the enormous blood-red vortex spun faster and faster, it seemed to engulf the entire existing void world. From an observer's perspective, the blood-red vortex resembled an impenetrable vortex. At its center, a brilliant light shone, surrounded by rapidly swirling blood-red air currents. The visual impact of this high-speed rotation was breathtaking. One could not help but hold their breath as they gazed upon this terrifying transformation. Unbeknownst to Ling Yi, the commotion he had caused had already alerted all forces within the existing void. In that plane of mechanical world, a gigantic mechanical head suddenly raised its head, its eyes filled with confusion. This is the power of the void. But why does it feel so familiar? With that, 2 rays of light shot from his enormous eyes, piercing the void and heading towards the source of the transformation. However, before the Machine King could fully grasp the situation, the 2 beams of light were ruthlessly torn apart and devoured by the blood-red vortex. Witnessing the terrifying power of the blood-red vortex, the Machine King felt a chill in his heart. It was a scene of horror unlike anything he had ever experienced, a scene that filled him with shudders. He quickly averted his gaze, a surge of unprecedented frustration rising within him. This scene undoubtedly indicated that some unknown force was quietly controlling the course of this void. It's as terrifying as that black hole. How is this possible? What on earth has happened? The Machine King remained silent for a long time, secretly resolving to uncover the truth as quickly as possible, or else he would be unable to sleep or eat. In another plane of existence, a dark shadow also observed the blood-red vortex. Such violent void energy. Could it be that a new void world has been split apart? How is that even possible? That black hole remains unresolved, and now a blood-red vortex has appeared. Is this entire void facing a crisis? The Lord of Darkness was filled with doubts, but he had no clue. What was even more disturbing was that the blood-red vortex continued to expand. Its scope grew larger, and the speed at which it devoured void matter grew faster and faster. It seemed as if the entire void world was about to be swallowed by this violent vortex. This unstoppable momentum was chilling, and one could not tell where this void world would lead. Even more astonishing was the fact that right next to the blood-red vortex lay a blue plane of existence. But no matter how the blood-red vortex devoured its surroundings, that blue plane remained unmoved. What kind of power is this? It's so powerful I feel powerless to resist. Why didn't it devour me? What's going on? Pongu was commanding the battle, when he suddenly saw the sky filled with an endless blood-red hue. Gazing at this sudden and bizarre phenomenon, he couldn't help but feel a surge of unease. All factions were terrified, employing every possible means to investigate the anomaly. After carefully examining the blood-red vortex, they discovered a terrifying result. The movement of this newly emerged blood-red vortex was strikingly similar to that of real black holes in the void universe. Black holes, after all, are among the most mysterious celestial bodies in the void universe. It possesses an extremely powerful gravitational pull, capable of engulfing all surrounding matter. This blood-red vortex exhibits similar characteristics. It is continuously devouring the surrounding void matter at a speed visible to the naked eye, rapidly converging towards its center. Even more disturbing is the light emanating from the center of this blood-red vortex, which bears a striking resemblance to the structure of a black hole. This leads one to speculate that a vast void force may exist at the heart of the blood-red vortex. Like the singularity of a black hole, it is capable of completely devouring all matter. This unimaginably powerful gravitational pull seems to be consuming the entire void world. As this blood-red vortex expands, even more bizarre phenomena emerge within the existing void world. The previously tranquil void begins to distort with numerous spacetime cracks and vortices, as if the very fabric of the void world is violently vibrating. Some of these spacetime cracks are bottomless, emitting an eerie light that makes one wonder if the void world is collapsing. In other areas, strange flows of matter appeared, as if the void contained an endless supply of energy. As this energy flowed, it created a powerful suction force, capable of drawing even surrounding matter into it. All factions were perplexed and bewildered, unable to explain the nature of these bizarre phenomena. This uncontrollable force was steadily eroding the order of the void world, a terrifying prospect. All factions were helpless, and could only watch helplessly as everything collapsed. At this moment, they urgently needed to find the key to deciphering this strange phenomenon, or the entire void universe would be plunged into an unprecedented crisis. Chapter 622. As all parties were grappling with their own turmoil, Ling Yi, the creator of this blood-red void world, was naturally closely observing this series of disturbing changes. The current situation had already transcended Ling Yi's control, beginning to evolve and change autonomously. That blood-red vortex seemed to be the interior of the new void world. Some mysterious and powerful force was rising, gradually eroding all vitality within the existing void universe. Even Ling Yi seemed reduced to a helpless bystander, praying that the existing void universe would not completely collapse. And now, the new void world was at a critical turning point. That eerie blood-red vortex continued to expand, frantically devouring the matter within its range. The fundamental reason was that Ling Yi's own energy was no longer sufficient to sustain its growth and maintenance. Once this energy was depleted, a series of mass collapses and spatial distortions would be triggered. So, the void world began to save itself, having to do everything in its power to contain this disaster, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. At the same time, numerous unprecedented and bizarre phenomena appeared within the void world. Ling Yi uneasily wondered where the void world he had constructed would end up. Will it be destruction, or rebirth? He watched the void world constantly collapsing and then reforming before him, feeling a mixture of emotions. Perhaps this is the trajectory of life. Seeking truth amidst uncertainty, seeking rebirth amidst destruction. Even Ling Yi, the creator, could not fully control the future of the void world at this moment. This void world, once supposed to be peaceful and orderly, was now being dominated by an uncontrollable force. It seemed as if it was heading towards a completely new, unpredictable fate. Whether Ling Yi could regain control of this void world, or ultimately watch helplessly as it was utterly destroyed, remained uncertain. As the blood-red vortex continued to evolve, its internal structure slowly stabilized, and the turbulent scene finally calmed down. The crimson vortex gradually condensed into a solid mass, a terrifying dark red. This strange mass exuded a sinister aura, as if imbued with an unfathomable power. At this moment, several wisps of ethereal blood-red light slowly rose from it, seemingly stretching towards the sky. This change undoubtedly made Ling Yi even more vigilant. What secrets did this new void world hide? At the same time, the void world, which had previously calmed, began to violently fluctuate again. A powerful surge of void energy began to sweep over, as if something was being stimulated and awakened. Ling Yi's heart sank, and he vaguely sensed that this change was not ordinary. This likely meant that this new void world concealed even more unimaginable dangers. He had to proceed with caution to avoid any unforeseen consequences. Faced with this sudden and drastic change, Ling Yi dared not afford to be careless. He immediately went on alert, constantly vigilant to the movements of the blood-red light. In the blink of an eye, those few wisps of light transformed into surging waves of energy that continuously expanded and enveloped Ling Yi. Ling Yi nervously observed all this, trying to find a good strategy. At this moment, he vaguely sensed something rapidly approaching his true form. Ling Yi immediately used his remaining energy to attempt to build a defensive barrier. But the force was too ferocious, as if it threatened to devour him whole. This set off alarm bells in Ling Yi's heart. He knew he had to somehow block this overwhelming energy, or the consequences would be unpredictable. Just as Ling Yi concentrated on resisting the force, several rays of blood-red light suddenly shot out from the center of the void, hurtling straight towards his body. Ling Yi was startled, unable to react at all. Those rays of blood-red light pierced through him like sharp swords. Ling Yi felt excruciating pain all over his body, as if it were tearing his flesh apart. He gritted his teeth and persevered, striving to maintain his defensive barrier while constantly channeling energy to counterattack. However, the force was too overwhelming, and he felt his defenses gradually crumbling. Ling Yi was filled with anxiety. He had to find a way to stop this force, or he would be doomed. At that crucial moment, an idea struck him. He gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble, attempting to burn his life force to meet the onslaught. Ling Yi channeled most of his life force into energy, simultaneously mobilizing the energy accumulated within the void world, forming an unprecedentedly powerful force field. The blood-red rays of light violently collided with the force field, only to be completely blocked. This gave Ling Yi a sigh of relief, but he then discovered that this power was gradually merging into his own body. He felt a strange and powerful energy annihilating his flesh, replacing it with a completely new form of existence. Watching his body undergo such earth-shattering changes, Ling Yi felt a complex mix of emotions. He was filled with both surprise and unease, yet he also vaguely sensed the boundless possibilities inherent in this fusion. What exactly did this mean? For a moment, he was lost in confusion and anxiety. As Ling Yi's body continued to transform, a new power began to surge within him. He felt his perception of the new void world grow insanely sharp, capable of glimpsing all the secrets it held in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the energy surging within him reached an unprecedented level of strength. This was a power beyond words, transcending all cognition. As Ling Yi continued to merge with the void world, he finally glimpsed the true nature of this new dimension. It turned out that this new void world was not simply space, but an entity possessing its own consciousness. It harbored powerful and mysterious forces, and was striving to perfect itself through various means. Ling Yi realized that he had not only created a new void, but had also elevated his strength to a level unmatched by anyone else. This filled him with an unprecedented sense of power and confidence, as if possessing this void could bring all existing things to heel. He began to contemplate the infinite possibilities of the future, his thoughts racing, as he pondered how to construct a new order within the void. Ling Yi firmly believed that by harnessing his immense power, he could master this new realm and create a boundless future. He firmly believed that with his own talent and determination, he could rely on this void to rise to its pinnacle. Though the road ahead would be bumpy, with unwavering resolve, he would forge ahead and create his own glory. Now, he was determined to succeed, And with 100-fold courage and resolve, he would explore this new world of boundless imagination. Chapter 623. Watching the void world gradually returning to normal, Ling Yi felt something was missing. What exactly feels off? His consciousness wandered through the void, his brow furrowed involuntarily. Suddenly, Ling Yi's eyes lit up, and he finally realized that the new void world lacked vitality. A void without planes is incomplete. Only when various magical planes coexist together will this void world, belonging to Ling Yi, become more vibrant and colorful. Ling Yi realized this and began to consider how to connect the different planes and bring new vitality to this void world. He wanted to ultimately transform this void into a magical and beautiful place. With this conviction in mind, Ling Yi began to formulate a detailed plan, eager to plunge into it. However, his original body had already transformed into the void, so if he wanted to construct a plane world, he had to find other ways. Thus, the power of the clone opened up new possibilities for Ling Yi. Indeed, Ling Yi intended to use his clones to carve out new spaces within the void, constructing entirely new planes of existence. With his current strength, the power of any one of his clones was enough to surpass that of the plane's controller. For anyone seeking to construct a plane of existence, the power of these clones was sufficient. After Ling Yi launched a clone into the ethereal void, that clone immediately focused its consciousness and, under the unimpeded laws of the void, slowly shaped a brand new dimension. This dimension was not illusory, but possessed a solid material structure, fully capable of accommodating the existence of life. Under Ling Yi's careful command, the clone gradually established the plane in his mind. In this new world, he shaped mountains, rivers, and land, nurturing all living things. After a long period of effort, a brand new world teeming with vitality slowly took shape within the void. The azure planet floated alone and serenely within the vast void. The dark crimson sky seemed like an eternal curtain, framing its pure and flawless appearance. For some reason, it slowly rotated with a steady rhythm, as if heralding the rise of a new era. This tranquility seemed to conceal a hint of yearning mystery. The plane Ling Yi constructed this time was not the blood-stained world of his previous life. He created it entirely based on the current plane, incorporating his own vision. He did this out of consideration for the feelings of those around him. He didn't want them to feel uprooted. Creating a plane world is like forging a new world in the void, a lengthy process. This process requires not only sufficient energy from his clone to power the plane's construction, but also Ling Yi's wisdom and imagination. First, Ling Yi must require his clone to condense a vast amount of consciousness elements, gradually shaping tangible material forms from the ethereal void. Mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas, even the stars, sun, and moon, all take shape one by one under construction. This will require long periods of focus and dedication, like a slowly unfolding creation. At the same time, Ling Yi must also infuse this new world with the power of life. Using his clone's abilities, he will create upon this land all the creatures of the known azure planets, excluding humans, of course. These creatures, some advanced and intelligent, others simple animals, together constitute the rich ecology of this plane. In addition, Ling Yi has designed unique rules and order for this world. As his base, he will establish a more equitable and just system here. Let all creatures thrive freely, help each other, and work together to create a better future. Over time, this new plane, shaped by Ling Yi, gradually blossoms, taking on a unique and bizarre appearance. It is distinct from the real world, yet neither ethereal nor illusory, like a strange plane somewhere in between. This strange plane, like a fictional world independent of time and space, captivates the imagination. Under Ling Yi's meticulous craftsmanship, this world becomes increasingly rich and diverse, filled with unprecedented fantastical elements. Everything operates in an orderly manner, like a mysterious hidden dimension parallel to the real world. What's elusive is that this dimension subtly resonates with reality, evoking an indescribable mystery and yearning. One day, Lan Xinyu squatted before a waterfall, a bewildered look on her face. She idly tossed a small stone in her hand, watching the splashing water. Lan Xinyu sighed, staring blankly at the cascading waterfall before her. The surging water seemed to mock her inner confusion and troubles. She tugged at the hem of her clothes, feeling helpless and anxious, unsure how to face the next step. The boisterous laughter of the past had now faded into silence, leaving her alone and lost in the desolation. Even the beautiful scenery before her couldn't soothe her restless heart. Why, missing him again? At this moment, Fang Xiyu brushed her hair from her temples and gently sat down beside Lan Xinyu. Lan Xinyu nodded slightly, her lips parted as she spoke slowly. Yes, it's been 3 years since we last met, and I can't help but think of him. In this apocalypse, he's the only person I care about. I can't help but think of the wonderful times we spent together. Fong Xiyu reached out and patted Lan Xinyue's shoulder, soothing her. Time flies, but those beautiful memories will never be forgotten. A temporary separation is also for a better tomorrow, isn't it? Lan Xinyue sighed softly, her eyes softening. Perhaps. I don't have many extravagant expectations. I just hope he can get out of seclusion safely. Without him, I can't even sleep well. The two smiled at each other, each holding an unspoken emotion in their hearts. Fong Xiyu turned her head to look at the sealed cave entrance, her heart filled with longing. She sighed deeply inwardly. This was once their place of companionship. She recalled the good times they had spent there, and a trace of sadness welled up in her heart. Although the cave entrance was now closed, her longing for him never faded. The terrifying aura that occasionally emanated from him at that time was a constant reminder of Ling Yi's presence. Though the two women's hearts were filled with longing, they dared not disturb him privately, and could only silently endure the pain of longing. After all, everything Ling Yi did now was to ensure their survival in the apocalypse. Though this wait was extremely arduous, the two women remained steadfast in their faith. They believed that the day they saw Ling Yi again would be the day the king returned. He had always been proud and unruly. With his dedicated training now, he would surely rise to the pinnacle of his power. Once he had overcome his obstacles, he would surely reach the pinnacle once again, demonstrating his unparalleled strength. By then, we will be able to dominate the apocalypse, turn the tide, and save this broken world. Chapter 624. One day, Lan Xinyue and Fong Xiyu stared in astonishment at the white-haired man before them. He was Ling Yi, who had disappeared for years. The two women exchanged incredulous glances, their hearts filled with unease and confusion. Ling Yi's features were already etched with age, and his eyes shone with an unfathomable light, as if they had seen centuries. The two women suddenly regained their composure, finally shaking off their shock. Lan Xinyue's eyes welled with tears as she softly asked, "What have you been through all these years? How did you become like this?" Fong Xiyu hesitated, her eyes filled with confusion and concern. Seeing the two women's state, Ling Yi was filled with questions. Although he had spent considerable time, he hadn't caused them this much grief. The three of them remained silent for a long time. Fong Xiyu slowly stepped forward, her trembling hand caressing Ling Yi's cheek, her voice tinged with pain. "You know, we've been waiting silently, but we never imagined you appear before us like this. Seeing you like this, we're deeply saddened." Fong Xiyu nodded involuntarily, tears welling in her eyes. Ling Yi was bewildered, filled with doubts about the two women's situation. Feeling Fong Xiyu's delicate hands caressing his face, he seemed to understand something. Ling Yi casually pulled a mirror from his system backpack. As he gazed into the mirror, his heart skipped a beat. The reflection revealed an elderly man with white hair, sagging skin, and wrinkles, completely different from the man he remembered. Ling Yi leaned closer to the mirror in disbelief, carefully examining the figure in it. The more he looked, the more he realized it was himself. It was then that he remembered the reason he had created the void. He had burned the very essence of his life, causing his body to age. A smile curved his lips. Although to others, the price seemed too high, but only he knew in his heart that the sacrifice was worth it. He was now truly immortal, transcending the constraints of the plane and becoming a completely new being. Even those who claimed to control the plane could no longer control his fate. Ling Yi was no longer bound by anyone or anything in this void, having truly achieved self-immortality. From now on, he would write his own legend in this void with a new attitude. And the blood-red void he had created, though it seemed small and insignificant now, but in reality, like a cancer cell, seemingly tiny, it had already infiltrated the existing void. It spread like a fine web, silently devouring the existing void to strengthen itself. One day, this devouring power will inevitably expand to an uncontrollable level. When that happens, this void will likely be doomed to destruction, completely devoured. Even in this state, you can still smile. Looking at Ling Yi's smiling face, Lan Xinyue could no longer hold back her tears. Ling Yi embraced her with a touch of heartache, but his heart was deeply moved. The two women before him had such genuine feelings for him. His face now looked like that of a decrepit old man, but the two women's expressions were of pity, not disgust. The only feeling he felt at that moment was a surge of warmth in his heart, the love from the two most important people around him. With such a confidant by his side, what more could one ask for? Okay, crying will only make you look ugly. Look up and see, I'm fine. Ling Yi gently patted Lan Xinyue's back, soothing her softly. Hearing Ling Yi's gentle words, Lan Xinyue's tears gradually subsided. She gently wiped the tears from her eyes, feeling his concern and thoughtfulness. But I really feel bad for you now," Lan Xinyue whispered, raising her head slightly. Behind her, Fang Xiyu had already covered her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Ah!" Hearing Fang Xiyu's startled movement behind her, Lan Xinyue involuntarily turned her head. He looked at Fang Xiyu, her eyes wide open, in confusion, clearly deeply shocked by the scene before her. Lan Xinyue frowned slightly, and spoke in confusion. "What's wrong with you, Xiyu? You look like you've seen a ghost?" Fang Xiyu hesitated for a moment, finally coming to her senses and speaking. This is truly unbelievable. I can't believe my eyes." She paused, then added softly, "Look at Ling Yi." When Lan Xinyue looked up in confusion and saw Ling Yi's appearance, she was stunned. Ling Yi no longer looked old, he had regained his youthful and heroic spirit. A subtle smile flickered in his eyes, as if a secret was brewing. "Oh my god, what the hell is going on? Was I just seeing things?" Lan Xinyue covered her mouth, feeling dizzy. She stared at the man in disbelief, her surprise evident in her words. As Ling Yi recounted his situation, the two women's emotions spiraled like a roller coaster, unable to recover. How could they have imagined that Ling Yi had experienced so many changes in just a few years? "Well, now I have achieved what I desired. I will be fearless in this void. I will understand the mysteries and philosophies of life, and I will be able to reach the very essence of life. With my clear and insightful eyes, transcending the material world, I will perceive the deeper mysteries of all things. Our beautiful life is now absolutely guaranteed. From now on, we no longer need to worry about any crisis." After hearing Ling Yi's words, Lan Xinyue and Fang Xiyu were still confused, but they felt a subtle hint of meaning in his words. Ling Yi had always been cautious, but now that he had the audacity to express himself so confidently, he must have gained a new understanding and insight. The two exchanged glances, anticipating what groundbreaking move Ling Yi would make next. At that moment, Ling Yi's gaze flickered, an elusive smile playing on his lips, heightening their curiosity about what secrets and abilities he possessed. A brief absence is like a reunion. After years of not seeing each other, the three didn't immediately leave this secluded paradise. They exchanged a smile, as if time had flown back, transporting them back to those carefree days. Time flies, but people remain unchanged. They remain as familiar and close as when they first met. This long-awaited reunion intensified their preciousness, and they decided to savor this rare moment together. Chapter 625. Ling Yi's disappearance for several years filled everyone with deep worry. It also attracted widespread attention from all the major powers in the apocalypse. The sudden disappearance of this young, promising, and unfathomably powerful Lord of Blood Moon City left everyone who knew him deeply troubled. His disappearance undoubtedly brought a heavy blow and endless worry to his family and friends. Ling Yi's close female friends were particularly distressed. They constantly monitored various clues, hoping to find Ling Yi's whereabouts. Although they had contacted Lan Xinyue through the system and learned that Ling Yi was in seclusion, their sleepless nights were filled with worry. After all, in the apocalypse, such a long-term seclusion was unheard of. Given this rare situation, the women couldn't help but worry about Ling Yi's safety. Perhaps he was trapped somewhere, or perhaps encountered an unforeseen danger. These doubts haunted them like shadows, constantly lingering in their minds, making them feel even more tormented. Everyone desperately wanted to know Ling Yi's whereabouts, but there was no way to find out. "I can't wait any longer like this. It's too painful. I must go find him," Mu Xia said firmly, looking at the children playing on the grass. At this moment, Xia Mobing took a deep breath, as if she had also made up her mind. She raised her head, looked at Mu Xia with an extremely firm gaze, and said, "Well, if we delay any longer, I'm afraid I won't be able to find him. We must set out immediately to find the person who haunts us." The other women nodded, their eyes gleaming with determination. Indeed, watching the children grow up, only to see their father again, is incredibly painful for me. We must act quickly. Only by finding him can we find peace. Lu Zi stood up first, seemingly ready to depart. Xia Mobing tightly grasped Mu Xia's hand. The two looked into each other's eyes, each witnessing a resolute resolve. "Why, you're ignoring my words again." Just then, a faint voice rang out, surprising everyone present. "Ling Yi. Husband. Brother-in-law." Various voices echoed one after another. With these calls, the space before them trembled, and three familiar figures gradually emerged. Amidst the women's delighted and expectant eyes, Ling Yi and the other two slowly approached the group. At that moment, everyone present felt a surge of emotion, as if time had flown back, rekindling long-lost family affection and love. They embraced each other tightly, tears welling in their eyes, unable to conceal their inner excitement and emotion. Ling Yi's heart was filled with mixed emotions, the joy and longing of a long-awaited reunion flooding his heart like a tide. It had been ages since they had been so close, and now, finally able to see each other, they couldn't help but cherish this hard-earned time even more. Ling Yi gently stroked each woman's cheek, his eyes filled with deep love, as if he wanted to sear this moment into his memory, never to forget it. Not mentioning the heartwarming moments of Ling Yi and his family, let's just say that upon learning of Ling Yi's return, everyone in the Blood Moon City was in an uproar. Their god had returned. Every corner of the Blood Moon City was ablaze with activity, as if a fire had been set ablaze. The survivors shared the joyful news with one another, their delight overflowing with words. The return of the Lord of Blood Moon City undoubtedly brought new hope and opportunity to this land. The people eagerly prepared to welcome Ling Yi, eager to witness the brilliance of this great god once again. The city was filled with an unprecedented atmosphere of jubilation, and everyone was intoxicated. However, no one knew that Ling Yi was not actually in Blood Moon City at this moment. He had taken his family to the plane he had just created. Oh my god, this place is exactly the same as before the apocalypse. How did you do it? Xia Mobing stood in a square, the very place where she had first met Ling Yi. Everyone stared in amazement at what they saw before them. It was truly incredible. That's right, I created this plane based on the scenes in my memory. That way, you won't feel too unfamiliar here, Ling Yi explained with a smile. The women were now in a state of disarray. They had long known the secret of the plane world. But when they witnessed this scene unfolding before their own eyes, they were instantly overwhelmed by an indescribable shock. At this moment, they all felt as if their strength had been drained away, standing there bewildered, unable to believe what they had witnessed. Though they knew this extraordinary sight must conceal hidden mysteries, they couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement and anticipation. Brother-in-law, this is truly amazing. Do we all have the chance to create our own dimension? Xia Maoyang asked, shaking Ling Yi's arm with a look of delight. Ling Yi smiled faintly and answered affirmatively. Although everyone has the potential to create their own dimension, they must also possess sufficient wisdom and courage to support it. This is the essence and meaning of pushing one's strength beyond its limits. Only by constantly developing oneself and pursuing higher realms can one encounter unexplainable secrets. The apocalypse is a melting pot of survival of the fittest. In this wasteland, only the strongest can stand alone. The weak will be ruthlessly eliminated by the cruel laws of nature, and only the fittest can continue their bloodline. This desolate land is like a testing ground for life, testing the courage and wisdom of every survivor. Only those who have endured the harsh baptism of fire are worthy of composing a triumphant song in this apocalypse, filled with life and death. The women stared intently at Ling Yi, nodding their heads, their eyes gleaming with anticipation and yearning for the future. To them, the apocalypse had been an unmitigated disaster. Before meeting Ling Yi, they simply lacked the courage to survive. However, the once hopeless future was no longer uncertain with Ling Yi's appearance. He not only gave them the courage to survive, but also pointed them to a brand new path. With Ling Yi's guidance, they were no longer lost, but instead strode proudly into a new chapter. While the survivors were still shivering in the ruins, Ling Yi had already led them to the end of the world. When the survivors finally gained some strength, Ling Yi had already planned an even more powerful path for the women. Just as this scene unfolded, Ling Yi, a pioneer of the apocalypse, had already created his own dimension. While it was unknown how difficult this process would be, Ling Yi had already succeeded. Chapter 626. Blood Moon City was built from the ground up to protect against zombie harassment and threats. Despite increasingly sophisticated defenses, Ling Yi's understanding of the forces behind them has inevitably given rise to concerns. With the involvement of the Mechanical King and the Dark Lord, the situation in this plane will become increasingly dire. Ling Yi fears that if his identity is exposed one day, those powerful beings will not sit idly by and wait for death. They might personally take action, completely occupying or destroying this place. Bloody Moon City will then be reduced to ruins, and everyone's life will be in jeopardy. Faced with an increasingly pressing survival crisis, Ling Yi is forced to make a decision. After all, he has many people to protect. So, at this critical moment, as the ruler of Blood Moon City and the patron saint of the remaining survivors, Ling Yi finally makes up his mind and decides to find a safer place for those around him. He knows that once the Void War begins, he will not be able to take care of everyone. Therefore, the most important thing now is to prepare for a relocation as soon as possible. Everyone is drawn to their homeland, So after much deliberation, Ling Yi finally decided to relocate all the survivors of Blood Moon City to his own dimension. This world is hidden deep within the blood-colored void. Ling Yi knows its location, and no one else would be able to find it, even if they entered the new void. The climate there is pleasant, the resources are abundant, and it perfectly reflects the pre-apocalyptic world. It would definitely provide an ideal new home for the survivors of Blood Moon City. To gain the support of the women, Ling Yi convened a special meeting. He first explained in detail the dire situation facing Blood Moon City, and analyzed the necessity of relocation. We, the residents of Blood Moon City, now live under constant threat. Although most zombies no longer pose a threat to our safety, we remain vulnerable to attacks from creatures from other planes of the void. Even with our best efforts, their strength continues to grow, and we may eventually be unable to resist. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. To protect the lives of all of us, I believe it is time to move to a new home. This is our future home. To ensure your continued strength, I will incorporate the power of the rules of the apocalypse. It will not affect your cultivation at all, and the energy will even be purer and richer. After listening to Ling Yi's analysis, the women agreed. They all recognized that the current situation was truly grim. Blood Moon City was no longer sustainable, and the only option was to relocate as soon as possible. Besides, as long as they could be with Ling Yi, no matter where they went, it didn't matter. Thus, the women unanimously supported Ling Yi's relocation plan. With their support, Ling Yi convened the relevant departments and immediately began developing a relocation plan. They also meticulously arranged various supporting measures, including food, water, accommodation, and medical supplies, to ensure the safety of the Blood Moon City residents after their relocation. Furthermore, they developed a contingency plan for any unforeseen circumstances. After meticulous preparation, a high-quality relocation plan was finally finalized. Ling Yi was deeply satisfied and eager to put it into action. Once the relocation plan was finalized, Ling Yi immediately began organizing all Blood Moon City personnel for deployment. He first mobilized everyone to prepare themselves mentally and physically. He then dispatched a large number of personnel to gather useful facilities and equipment from this plane. Although Ling Yi could create worlds in life, these creations could not be transformed. Afterwards, Ling Yi assembled sufficient manpower and supplies, and moved them to the new plane in batches and in an orderly manner. Thankfully, the entire relocation process went smoothly without any major incidents. This was due not only to the meticulous planning, but also to the high level of cooperation and mutual support among the survivors. Thanks to everyone's combined efforts, the Blood Moon City successfully completed its migration. After a difficult and tortuous process of gathering supplies, the survivors of the Blood Moon City finally arrived in their new plane. Setting foot on this new land, everyone was deeply inspired. The air here was fresh, the environment was beautiful, even more breathtaking than their previous planets. It was the ideal home they had always dreamed of. Ling Yi led everyone in a thorough inspection of the resources and conditions of their new home and made careful plans for future development. Everyone worked together, quickly coordinating the settlement process. Here, the survivors of Blood Moon City began a brand new life. No longer harassed by zombies, they could farm, engage in business, study, and live a healthy and happy life. After experiencing the sudden apocalyptic crisis, everyone cherished this hard-earned new home even more and threw themselves into its construction. Ling Yi observed the scene before him with a satisfied smile. Everyone, filled with a deep attachment to this new home, passionately contributed their efforts, jointly writing a new chapter for this land. Ling Yi believed that with unity, this place would eventually become a vibrant place, making his life-threatening efforts to build a new void worthwhile. The women and their children happily prepared their future living quarters, and began to look forward to their new lives. They discussed their future plans, fearing to miss any details. The children's cheerful laughter surrounded them, also filled with anticipation and excitement for their new surroundings. However, one person seemed a little distracted. She kept glancing up at Ling Yi, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. A hint of trepidation and confusion lingered in her eyes, as if she wanted to tell him something but was afraid to upset him. After a long pause, she finally made up her mind and cautiously asked, "Ling Yi, I have something I really want to tell you." Mu Xia mustered her courage and slowly raised her head, her eyes filled with hesitation and anticipation. Ling Yi seemed to have thought of something, but he simply smiled, patiently waiting and quietly observing her. A tense atmosphere hung in the air, as if unspoken words were waiting to be released between them. Mu Xia took a deep breath, mustering the courage to speak again. I want. The words reached her lips, but she couldn't finish. She nervously tugged at the hem of her clothes, not daring to look Ling Yi in the eye. Ling Yi considerately extended his hand and placed it on the back of hers as an encouragement. Between you and me, there's nothing to worry about. Just say whatever you want to say. After that, he waited patiently, waiting for Mu Xia to form her words and express her innermost thoughts without reservation. Chapter 627. Just then, the quirky Xia Mobing approached. She gazed at Xia with an understanding expression and spoke softly. I know you've been troubled by this matter. As your good sister, I'm of course willing to fully support you, no matter what you decide. Your family's happiness is the wish of all of us sisters. And I'm sure Ling Yi would agree. Honey, do you want to give it a try? Mu Xia nodded gratefully, her eyes gleaming with warmth. Then, her gaze fell on Ling Yi's resolute face, filled with anticipation. That's it? I thought it was a big deal. As long as they agree, it's all right with me. Ling Yi smiled faintly, his brows filled with calmness and composure. That's great. Thank you, Ling Yi. What about the others? Mu Xia spoke excitedly, but was interrupted by Ling Yi. I can accept your family, but I cannot accept anyone else for now. Mu Xia's face froze, her expression somewhat unnatural, her eyes filled with confusion. The other women were equally bewildered, their faces filled with bewilderment. They stared at each other, each puzzling within themselves. Seeing the tears welling in Mu Xia's eyes, Ling Yi's heart trembled. He hurriedly reached out to wipe the tears from her cheek and whispered a soothing word. Alas, you've always been kind-hearted. Despite experiencing the baptism of the apocalypse, your inner resolve remains undimmed. It's not that I don't want to take everyone away, but I simply can't. You've seen over the past few years that even with only 1 in 100 humans left, they still fight each other. Ling Yi couldn't bear to see the women's sorrowful expressions, so he could only explain. We all know that human society throughout history has been a carnival of constant derailment. Conflicts between different ethnic groups, tribes, classes, and interest groups have never ceased. The dark side of human nature, such as greed, jealousy, hatred, and violence, constantly threatens human well-being. What is the root cause of this unrest? The anxiety of survival and the struggle for profit are key factors that cause imbalance in human nature. Humans are inherently selfish creatures. To obtain more resources, they will fight against others, the earth, and even the heavens. When the needs of individuals or groups are not met, anxiety and hostility arise. Once this confrontational mentality is aroused, it can easily lead to extremes, resulting in violent conflict. Another important factor is, this lies in the limitations of human cognition. We tend to view our own group as good and other groups as evil adversaries. This distinction between good and evil prevents humans from objectively examining the essence of problems, trapping them in a self-centered mindset. As for the root cause of human unrest, it lies in the accumulated consequences of a long historical evolution. From tribal society to modern civilization, the evolution of contradictions in human society can be summarized into 3 main stages. Initially, resource scarcity and the pressure of survival led to frequent wars between tribes. Powerful tribes expanded their territory and acquired more resources by conquering weaker ones. This law of the jungle, driven by violence, became the most primitive form of contradiction in human society. During the agricultural civilization era, ownership of productive resources, such as land and slaves, became a new focal point of conflict. The ruling class's control of resources and exploitation of the fruits of labor led to the intensification of class contradictions. Simple and violent revolution once again became the primary means for the exploited masses to express their demands. With the advent of industrial civilization, factors of production, such as capital and technology, became new targets of contention. The conflict of interests between capitalists and workers intensified, and class confrontation escalated. The nature of war also shifted from territorial disputes to ideological confrontations. The development of history is merely a recurring manifestation of human weaknesses across different eras. War, revolution, and confrontation have become commonplace means for human society to mitigate conflict. To this day, even in the face of the imminent threat of death, humanity has not escaped this cycle. The root cause of humanity's slide into violence lies in our inherent intertwined nature of good and evil. On the one hand, humans possess positive qualities such as compassion, a sense of justice, and altruism, which enable them to empathize with others and uphold fairness and justice. On the other hand, we are also dominated by darker sides like envy, greed, and selfishness, which may lead us to resort to illicit means to pursue personal gain. This intertwined mix of good and evil in human nature is often amplified by the desire for power. Power not only satisfies the desire for self-aggrandizement, but also strengthens one's position and expands control over resources. To gain power, those in power often resort to unscrupulous means, disregarding ethics and morality, ultimately leading to the danger of self-destruction. When the evil in human nature triumphs over the good, and the desire for power dominates everything, violent conflict is inevitable. This vicious cycle of power struggles relentlessly harms the progress of human civilization. The dark side of human nature and the inflated desire for power are the primary culprits behind war. Thus, endless war is the ultimate result of the depravity of human nature. For thousands of years, human society has perpetually engaged in a tragic cycle of war and peace. Good-hearted and upright people are constantly dragged into the vortex by a brutal and murderous minority. Innocent lives are lost in the smoke of war, and the fruits of civilization are reduced to ashes. As in this zombie crisis, those present have personally experienced the cruelty of war, and witnessed firsthand how hard peace is to achieve. Every time war rages, the cries of the victims echo like a piercing echo, lingering in the depths of memory. Rebuilding peace requires even more arduous effort, and the long and winding road is always fraught with countless difficulties and obstacles. This recurring tragedy inevitably leaves one feeling despair and helplessness. Why is the good in human nature always overshadowed by evil? Why does the dawn of peace always fade away amidst bloodshed? This question has always troubled me, and it's why I disagree. After hearing Ling Yi's words, everyone fell silent. For a moment, a heavy atmosphere filled the room. Everyone pondered this profound question, trying to find the answer. However, even if more people came, it would be difficult to unravel the mystery. For thousands of years, humanity has only continued forward, embracing the true meaning of peace through blood and tears, demonstrating the true meaning of peace through concrete actions. Although the bloodshed will eventually fade and the dawn will reappear, the process is incredibly long. Perhaps humanity can be resilient and remain constant in the face of change. Perhaps only by clinging to hope amidst darkness can we usher in the arrival of light. Sadly, when will this day come true? When will the haze dissipate and prosperity bloom again? These questions remain uncertain. Chapter 628. You're afraid that after accepting everyone, our new home will once again descend into conflict and lose its peace. I understand your concerns, but I believe that as long as we respect and tolerate each other, we can jointly create an ideal home of harmony and inclusion. We should maintain an open and tolerant attitude, resolve conflicts, build consensus, and jointly build a new world of stability and order. Ling Yi's words gradually broke Mu Xia's resolve, but she still tried to change Ling Yi's mind. Hearing such idealistic words, Ling Yi could only shake his head helplessly and continue. If we truly want to break free from the endless cycle of war and peace, the key lies in resolving the intertwined contradictions between good and evil in human nature. This requires us to rationally recognize the limitations of human nature and emotionally restrain negative impulses. On the rational level, we must objectively recognize human weaknesses and break free from the constraints of self-centeredness and hatred. Through learning and reflection, we must strive to prioritize our own desires and interests over those of others and the collective. This requires a long process of cognitive reshaping, but it is the key to achieving peace. On the emotional level, we must cultivate positive qualities such as empathy, tolerance, and altruism. Practicing from the perspective of others, forgiving the mistakes of our enemies, and considering others requires strict control of our emotions. Only when reason guides our emotions can our good nature prevail. Restraining the dark side of human nature and inspiring its good side, the combined force of reason and emotion, is the key to achieving lasting peace. This will require long-term, unremitting efforts from everyone, but it will ultimately bring hope to humanity. Throughout human history, we must acknowledge that the path to peace is difficult and tortuous. Violent conflict stems from human weaknesses. To eradicate this problem, we must fundamentally transform human nature. This requires not only tremendous personal self-cultivation, but also the collective efforts of all. The women listened intently, their expressions focused and their eyes gentle. From time to time, they nodded in agreement and whispered softly, as if deeply captivated by Ling Yi's words. Ling Yi's words, imbued with life philosophy and witty remarks, made people ponder. Brother-in-law, so you're saying that if too many people enter our new home, they bring negative emotions and bad habits with them? Xiao Maoyang nibbled on her finger as she asked the question in her heart. That's why we must carefully select the residents of this new world, ensuring they possess strong moral integrity and positive values. After all, this brand new home should be a paradise full of hope. Let us temporarily escape the bustling and noisy world, and find a place of spiritual tranquility and self-cultivation. Only in this way can this pure land truly become the ideal home we desire. As it stands now, there are absolutely no problems for the residents of Blood Moon City, for we are one. However, once we incorporate other factions into our group, disagreements and disputes are inevitable. Different interests and values are likely to escalate internal conflicts, and even jeopardize the cohesion and unity of the entire group. Ling Yi explained with great solemnity, ensuring the women understood his inner thoughts. Mu Xia clearly understood the key point, but after all, her closest relatives were here. Xia, rest assured. As long as I'm here, I will never abandon this plane. If possible, I will find a way to incorporate this plane into the void, so that it can be protected by me. Although this plane still faces a great crisis and requires our joint efforts to maintain it, I will do my utmost, using my power and influence to do everything in my power to save it. I will intervene directly, through combat and other means, to maximize the safety and peace of this plane. As long as I'm here, this place will never fall. I will protect this land as always. Mu Xia felt a surge of joy at Ling Yi's resolute words. A relieved smile spread across her face as she spoke softly. I see your determination, and it makes me very happy. However, the road to our ideal is still long, and we need mutual support and progress together. Let us walk this difficult path together, and realize our vision. After saying this, she extended her hand, eager to clasp her fingers with Ling Yi's, and begin a new chapter together. While Ling Yi and the others were planning their future, they were unaware that their original plane was already in turmoil. What? Everyone in Blood Moon City has disappeared? Number 1 abruptly stood up, his pupils constricted, his face terrified. He took a deep breath and spoke tremblingly. How is this possible? How could everyone in Blood Moon City suddenly disappear? Could some catastrophic event have occurred? Have you thoroughly investigated the situation? We can't let this be shrouded in further mystery. Leader, it's absolutely true. Our men nearly turned Blood Moon City upside down. We haven't found any trace of anyone. It's as if they vanished into thin air. Han Wu also replied with a bewildered look on his face. Such a sudden change was clearly unacceptable. How is this possible? Ling Yi disappeared for years, and shortly after returning, everyone vanished. It's truly bizarre. Hearing this news, Number 1 felt a mixture of emotions. Ling Yi's disappearance was already heartbreaking, and now that he had finally returned, everyone associated with him had mysteriously vanished as well. This was even more unbelievable. What a bizarre incident. It was chilling. Number 1 couldn't help but wonder if Ling Yi was secretly manipulating everything. Leader, not everyone has disappeared. The Blood Moon City's combat troops are still in City S, defending against the alien creatures within the space corridor. Despite the difficult battle, they vowed to defend that land to the death, bravely fighting the enemy and doing their utmost to prevent the spread of the alien creatures. If it weren't for their continued support, the consequences would be unimaginable if those creatures invaded our land. Mu Tianxiong echoed this. Although Ling Yi's attitude toward him wasn't particularly friendly, he was his grandson-in-law after all, and his actions were truly for the future of humanity, so he sincerely admired him. Given this situation, Ling Yi's disappearance shouldn't be dangerous. If faced with a crisis, the Blood Evil Legion wouldn't remain idle, and would surely respond promptly. How, then, did Ling Yi manage to make everyone in Blood Moon City vanish overnight? It's truly puzzling. Number 1 muttered softly, as he paced back and forth. Chapter 629. Even on the other side, Pangu wielded his mighty axe in a bloody battle. His raging power was like a raging storm, each blow shattering the earth, and tearing the night corpses before him into shreds. These alien dark creatures possessed a powerful regenerative ability. Even if their bodies were shattered, as long as there was a shred of life, they would quickly recover and launch a new, frantic attack on Pangu. The battle intensified, the two sides becoming evenly matched. Although Pangu was formidable, his subordinates were among the best. But the night corpses were numerous, and skilled in group cooperation. They continuously released a chilling corpse aura, attempting to suppress Pangu's divine power. Pangu raised his axe high, and the whirlwind-like axe blades slashed at the night corpses one after another. But the night corpses immediately poured out from the spatial channel again, frantically attacking Pangu. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle, sparks flying, sticky blood flowing into streams, and the earth trembled. Gradually, Pangu's forces began to fail. Though they managed to defeat the enemies one by one, more and more night corpses surged towards them from all directions, seemingly endless. Although Pangu was the leader of a group, he could still feel the divine power draining from his body, and he fell into a desperate situation. These cold creatures seemed to be able to absorb his life force, causing his divine power to gradually weaken. Just on the brink of collapse, Pangu suddenly felt an unfamiliar power surge from within. It was a primal, wild force, like the vastness and boundlessness of the universe at its dawn. This force, like a flood bursting through a dam, instantly enveloped Pangu. He felt his divine power reach an unprecedented peak, as if even the very void trembled. Pangu seized this moment, wielding his great axe once more, and began to sweep across everything before him. The night corpses around him were instantly chopped to dust, and many dark creatures screamed as they vanished under his onslaught. Like an enraged beast, Pangu furiously swept through the night corpses. Each of his blows was devastating, as if even the very void trembled. Finally, with a final, explosive blow, Pangu completely annihilated all the invading night corpses, trapping these sinister creatures within the spatial corridor. However, this earth-shattering battle had also exhausted the vast majority of Pangu's divine power. Though he had ultimately triumphed, he himself had suffered heavy damage, languishing in a weakened state. Pangu panted, surveying the devastated battlefield, his heart filled with loss and bewilderment. The guards around him were also covered in wounds, clearly devastated by the recent battle. Although their uniforms were tattered and their faces were covered in scrapes and dried blood, they remained vigilant, ready for the next attack. Under such difficult circumstances, they still spared no effort to protect their master's safety, fully demonstrating their unparalleled loyalty. This undoubtedly inspired awe and admiration for their unyielding determination. Pangu looked upon the plane he had built, now eroded and shattered. He had once been the most powerful being in heaven and earth, but now he could barely maintain his own life. Pangu swung his blood-stained axe and slowly rose to his feet. He didn't know where to go next, nor did he understand the meaning of his life. As he looked up at the sky, a bright red outline caught his eye, a tantalizing connection. That bright red outline, like a blood moon, seemed like an unsolved mystery, arousing his curiosity. Pangu narrowed his eyes, examining the sky, but the red gradually faded, vanishing into nothingness. Though he didn't understand why, an indescribable emotion welled up within him, as if he had witnessed a microcosm of life. Why did I sense Ling Yi's presence within that blood moon? What's going on? Pangu frowned and lowered his head, pondering for a long time before finally speaking. This blood moon seems to harbor Ling Yi's aura. It seems things are not as they appear. I must investigate carefully to uncover the truth. Pangu's brow furrowed, his gaze stern, clearly perplexed and wary of this unusual phenomenon. The main issue was the strange power that had aided him earlier, as if connected to his soul. This endless flow of power flowed involuntarily from its source, like an innate instinct. He struggled to explain the source of this power, but he knew it was no ordinary being, much less a powerful energy he could control. This power seemed to harbor a deeper connection, tying him tightly to an unknown being. He vaguely felt that this power might have come from another void, beyond his comprehension. Could it be that Ling Yi has reached an unattainable realm? Pangu pondered for a long moment, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Ling Yi's cultivation has already surpassed that of ordinary men. He can comprehend the mysteries of the void, and even perceive the origins of all things. Hasn't he been missing for years? He must have gained some understanding, touched upon the essence of void energy. I wonder if his breakthrough will cause a stir, shocking the entire void world. Standing on a battlefield strewn with corpses, Pangu gazed into the distance, gazing up at the blazing sun. The brevity of life, the ruthlessness of death, and the invasion of foreign races all filled him with profound emotion. He silently gazed at the indigenous people who had shed their blood on this land, a wave of sadness and compassion welling up within him. However, this was only a small episode in the long river of history. As the ruler of this plane, he would continue to witness many more ups and downs. Pangu took a deep breath, his heart resolute, and he became even more convinced of Ling Yi's statement. To find peace in the void, one must possess the corresponding strength to protect it. In the distant western lands, a cavalry of mutant beasts advanced at top speed through the ruins. The mutant beast cavalry's footsteps thundered through the ruins. A wild glint gleamed in their eyes, as if they were marching towards some unknown destination. A faint hoarse roar echoed from the horizon ahead, chilling the senses. This special cavalry unit was none other than the blood-evil mutant beast legion, sent by Ling Yi to sweep away the zombies. They fought their way from the east to the west, leaving a trail of corpses wherever large numbers of zombies gathered. They swept through the hordes with unstoppable force, leaving not only rivers of blood in their wake, but also numerous strongholds in the area, becoming the most reliable support for the surviving civilians. Thanks to their long-distance raid, the West, which had been ravaged by zombies, gradually recovered its vitality, and the surviving people were finally able to regain the hope that had been plundered. Chapter 630. Just as the army was marching rapidly, the leading black-robed figure suddenly raised an arm and gestured for them to stop. The black-robed figure stood still, scanning the surroundings as if sensing something unusual. The mutant beast army immediately halted their pace, quietly awaiting his next command. A moment later, the black-robed figure, Yi, slowly turned around and spoke solemnly. The city lord has ordered us to complete our current tasks as quickly as possible and await further instructions. As soon as Yi finished speaking, everyone's expression froze. The city lord's order undoubtedly signaled something major was about to happen. However, no one expressed fear or doubt. Instead, they were eager to try, their faces brimming with excitement. At the same time, Ling Yi's mind rang with an extremely urgent message from System Carl. Master, this is terrible. The Mechanical King has learned of your possession of the system. This means my existence is about to be exposed, and all our plans could be thwarted. I believe we must act immediately and formulate a new contingency plan. Otherwise, we will be in an irretrievable situation. We must proceed with caution to avoid attracting further attention from the Mechanical King. System Carl's voice was filled with anxiety as he quickly explained the severity of the current situation to Ling Yi and expressed his hope for a swift response. Oh! How did your identity suddenly become exposed? What exactly happened? Ling Yi showed no sign of panic, only a hint of curiosity. Well, since leaving Master, I've been searching for the locations of other systems and even devoured several. However, not long ago, I discovered that the host of a system turned out to be someone you know. So, I didn't attack immediately, but instead quietly followed for a while. During this time, I gathered a lot of useful information. She actually transmitted all of her master's information to the Mechanical Star. Perhaps at this very moment, the Mechanical King has already begun to focus his attention on this plane, which is quite disadvantageous for us. Carl's hurried voice perfectly conveyed his immense fear. After all, the Mechanical Star is a level 9 civilization, and the Mechanical King is a peak overlord. It's understandable that he couldn't help but panic. It's someone I know. Interesting. Tell me, who is this person? Ling Yi smiled slightly and spoke leisurely. His expression was calm, like a still pool of water. There was no trace of panic, but rather a hint of thoughtful composure. Mu Ranqing. Carl didn't hesitate and directly announced. Name. She? Hearing this name, Ling Yi was momentarily stunned. A complex expression flashed across his eyes, and he frowned slightly. The name did surprise him. It could be said that this woman, who had joined the Blood Moon City midway, was incredibly strong-willed and stubborn. She overcame all odds, leading a group of women to survive the apocalypse alone, unfazed by any hardship. With her exceptional wisdom and courage, she quickly established herself in this treacherous environment. She even managed to hold her own against a major local force, remaining undefeated. This was truly admirable. Although Ling Yi had flirted with her during that time, Mu Ranqing remained chaste, and did not throw herself into his arms. She always maintained a measured and reserved demeanor, not easily swayed by Ling Yi's sweet talk. However, Ling Yi's actions inevitably stirred within her. Though reluctant to confess her feelings, a subtle attraction to him lingered deep within her. Given the number of women surrounding Ling Yi, she weighed the pros and cons. Ultimately, she chose to remain cautiously silent, unwilling to disrupt this rare peace. But secretly, she vowed to become stronger, to surpass all the women around Ling Yi, and then to be with him openly. This was also the reason why, after Ling Yi's expedition, she left the Blood Moon City alone. Unfortunately, fate played a trick on her. While seeking power, she stumbled upon a system from the Mechanical Star. With the system's assistance, she understood the reason behind Ling Yi's immense strength. Thus, Mu Ranqing, like a man possessed, used the system to enhance her strength, hoping to return to Ling Yi's side soon. She actually transmitted all my information back to the Mechanical Star? This means that Mu Ranqing's power must have surpassed the system's limits. She has been completely controlled by the system, becoming a puppet of the Mechanical King. Her thoughts and actions are completely beyond her control. At this moment, Ling Yi felt a mixture of emotions. Although he and Mu Ranqing were not close, their interactions during the march had accumulated many memories. Now that he heard that she had become a puppet, Ling Yi couldn't help but feel grief for her plight. Master's guess was correct. She has indeed been completely controlled. That's why she transmitted your information back to the Mechanical Star without reservation. Unfortunately, by the time I discovered it, it was too late to stop it. I had originally planned to kill her directly, and then devour the system within her. But when I thought of her relationship with the Master, I hesitated. Carl unloaded his thoughts, emphasizing that he was doing it all for the master's sake. Alas, fate is such a cruel trick. I never expected this. So, does she still have her own consciousness? Ling Yi sighed deeply, then asked uncertainly. The situation may not be optimistic. Although I don't know the specific cause, I'm afraid she's suffering immensely. Perhaps she still has some lingering consciousness, hoping for help. However, the source power, already eroded by the system, cannot be stripped away. She can only helplessly accept her fate and become a puppet of the mechanical king. Carl shook his head gently, completely extinguishing Ling Yi's hopes for a miracle. Is there no way out? Ling Yi pressed on, somewhat unwillingly. A helpless expression crossed Carl's face. He sighed deeply and said gravely, Master, I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do about this matter. He knew Ling Yi must be disappointed and frustrated, but that was the truth. No matter how much Ling Yi hoped, some things couldn't be changed. Master, should I bring her back, or just... Carl, seeing Ling Yi's silence, couldn't help but ask. Ling Yi, of course, understood Carl's point. Either bring her back, but not the familiar one. Or, kill her and devour her, avoiding unnecessary worry and sorrow. Everyone has their own destiny. Since reality can't be changed, let it take its course. It's up to you. Ling Yi raised his head and sighed, leaving the decision to Carl. Chapter 631. For a Mu Ranqing who has lost her consciousness, seeing her or not is meaningless. Even if Ling Yi could strip the system from her, it wouldn't change her fate. A body reduced to a mere shell, it was no longer the one Ling Yi once knew. Rather than the embarrassment of meeting, it would be better to simply not see her. This was Ling Yi's decision. We are currently facing a dire situation. The mechanical king has learned of our master's news, and he will undoubtedly take action to hunt us down. Therefore, we must be fully prepared to deal with any potential crisis. Carl expressed his concerns, hoping Ling Yi would prepare early. Your concerns are well-founded. We must be wary of the mechanical king sending his minions to spy on us. They will likely employ covert tactics, attempting to deploy more systems to obtain information about us, or even launch a direct attack. Therefore, we must remain vigilant and strengthen patrols and surveillance. Except for the Blood Demon Legion remaining in this plane, I will have the rest of them remain in the new plane and not set foot here again. We will eventually have to face these old friends. It's only a matter of time. Carl, eliminate the Mu system, and then I send you to the new void plane. Use your mechanical strengths to help me improve the technological capabilities of this plane. Ling Yi had already made a plan and gave Carl the order. After completing this, he stared intently at the azure planet through the blood-red void. Since we can no longer conceal this, the only option is battle. The shame of our past lives can only be washed away by piercing the enemy's chest with the long sword in my hand. Ling Yi muttered quietly, his eyes narrowed. At this moment, on the mechanical star, the mechanical king's enormous eyes suddenly opened. Suddenly, a powerful electromagnetic energy burst forth from his body, resounding in all directions. It was as if the planes of space changed color, the earth trembled. As his gaze cast its gaze, a towering mechanical empire slowly began to move. The powerful mechanical king roared, awakening from his long slumber. It's him! He's not dead yet. How is this possible? A deep electronic sound echoed endlessly in the depths of the void, sending chills down one's spine. The universe seemed to warp time and space, and an unprecedented aura swept over, chilling one to the bone. The mechanical king was utterly panicked. He had never expected it. He had already blasted the blood demon Venerable to shreds, yet he had unexpectedly been reborn. He couldn't help but regret his previous underestimation, allowing this terrifying being to escape. Prepare for war. Prepare for war. We must begin preparations immediately, or the consequences will be unimaginable. The Machine King's eyes pierced as he gazed at the azure planet in the distance, a grand plan brewing within his mind. He secretly calculated that he must quickly assemble elite troops and prepare for battle, not allowing the blood demon Venerable even the slightest chance of escape. Although the situation was somewhat disconcerting, as long as he meticulously prepared everything, he would surely annihilate that terrifying being. If we can destroy him once, we can certainly do it a second time. The Machine King declared fiercely, the sound of electronic friction resonating in the void. On another gloomy planet, a massive black face, completely twisted into a single mass, appeared. Anyone witnessing this spectacle would undoubtedly shudder. Though distorted, the giant face still exuded a terrifying aura, intimidating. Amidst this distance, deep roars echoed, like the sounds of hell, chilling the soul. What kind of terrifying existence this planet harbored was beyond comprehension. The blood demon Venerable is still alive. It's simply unbelievable. The Lord of Darkness pondered countless questions. How had the blood demon Venerable escaped? Had he been hiding all these years? Would he return and threaten the void once again? It seems this matter must be thoroughly investigated as soon as possible, or the consequences will be disastrous, the Lord of Darkness muttered darkly. Faced with such incredible news, the leaders of the entire void were uneasy. They cautiously exchanged information, trying to uncover the root cause. This sudden change undoubtedly caused a huge stir within the void. All factions were on high alert, fearing they would be drawn into the conflict again. Everyone offered their own opinions and speculations, attempting to dispel the fog and search for traces of the truth. Meanwhile, the Night Corps clan's Corpse King was immediately questioned by the Lord of Darkness. Sir, this information is extremely important. If the blood demon Venerable is indeed still alive, it will likely unleash a bloody storm on the void. We must ascertain the truth as quickly as possible and take action. Currently, the Night Corps clan is still locked in a battle with the forces controlling this plane, and has not yet been able to break through the passageway. However, I will immediately send personnel to secretly investigate. I only hope we can find clues soon, to prevent the blood demon Venerable from taking advantage and causing even greater harm. After the Corpse King had finished deceiving the Dark Lord, his brows involuntarily furrowed. He had a vague sense of foreboding, a feeling that he had been suspected. The Corpse King pondered for a long time, then asked cautiously again, Sir, I wonder if your original promise still stands? As soon as he finished speaking, the Dark Lord's expression became strange, a sinister smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He spoke slowly. Rest assured, I will definitely keep my promise. As long as you work diligently for me, I will never treat you unfairly. The Corpse King's heart sank upon hearing this, a vague feeling that he was caught in a dilemma. Your first priority now is to find the blood demon Venerable. The Lord of Darkness issued another order to the Corpse King. Rest assured, sir. I will arrange it immediately. After conversing with the Lord of Darkness, the Corpse King paced back and forth in the dark castle. His steps were heavy, and his heart was filled with worry. How could he not know the Lord of Darkness's intentions? He simply wanted him to lead the charge. To say he was going to find the blood demon Venerable was more like asking him to be cannon fodder and die. The Corpse King knew he had to act quickly, but he was hesitant due to numerous concerns. Just as he was struggling, a brilliant idea suddenly occurred to him, and his eyes lit up. It seems it's time to meet with the Master. We have to face him sooner or later, and now is the time. The Corpse King's eyes shone with a radiant light, a majestic aura. He extended his arms, and a deep, solemn voice echoed throughout the hall. All commanders, listen. Assemble immediately and follow me into battle. As soon as he finished speaking, the hall erupted in response, and the soldiers knelt, swearing their allegiance to the death. The Corpse King nodded with satisfaction and strode forward, his mighty footsteps seemingly shaking the earth. Chapter 632. That day, the Blood Demon Reserve arrived at the entrance of the space tunnel as usual, preparing for another day of battle. Strangely, however, they waited all morning. The space tunnel was completely silent, not even a ripple of activity, leaving everyone baffled and perplexed. Over the past few years, the daily battles with the Night Corps clan had formed a tacit understanding. At the appointed time, they would fight, and at the appointed time, everyone would go home to sleep. It had become a habit. Until noon, the space tunnel remained completely silent, with not a single movement. Everyone looked at each other, bewildered. Such a situation was rare and unsettling. Everyone began to wonder if something unexpected had occurred. As everyone was discussing this, a sudden flash of light appeared. A familiar figure appeared before everyone, causing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Huh? Finally, they're here. I thought something had happened. Mengshan let out a long breath and smiled as he greeted the figure. My old friend, Commander Babula, did you oversleep today? Babula didn't respond to Mengshan's joking question as usual. His expression was serious, his brows slightly furrowed, clearly weighed down by a heavy burden. After a long pause, he glanced around before speaking slowly, his tone grave. Minister Meng, can you contact Lord Ling now? My king has something important to report. Babula's deep eyes reflected his inner anxiety and caution. This was unavoidable, as Lingyi was in his own void world. The Corpse King's consciousness simply couldn't break through the void's defenses, so it couldn't contact Lingyi. Mengshan could sense a hint of unease in him, realizing that Babula truly had something important to discuss. Well, I don't know if I can reach him, I can only give it a try. Could you please share the specific details of the matter with our city lord? In response to Mengshan's inquiry, Babula decisively shook her head. I'm sorry, I'm not entirely sure. My king simply asked you to convey a message to Lord Ling. The higher-ups have noted Lord Ling's presence, and my king needs to meet him as soon as possible. Mengtian frowned slightly, clearly confused by Babula's words. But when he saw Babula's eager eyes, he understood the urgency of the situation. So, Mengtian quickly relayed the message to Ling Yi via the system's communication system. Almost immediately after the message was transmitted, the sky suddenly twisted, and Ling Yi's figure slowly emerged. He stood in the air, like a soaring golden eagle, overlooking the earth. Ling Yi's gaze was sharp, as if he saw through everything at a glance. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished. By the time everyone reacted, Ling Yi had already appeared before Babula. Babula, how are you? What's the matter that calls you to me so urgently? Ling Yi smiled faintly, looking at the stunned zombie leader. Respected sir, my king has important matters to report to you. Babula, realizing what was happening, quickly knelt on one knee and bowed respectfully. Oh, where's the zombie king now? Ling Yi asked, nodding slightly. My king is in the space channel. I pass on the message and let you know. Babula agreed and hurriedly stood up to return to the space channel. No need to send messages back and forth. I can find him myself. Ling Yi patted Babula's shoulder and slowly walked towards the space channel. City Lord. Sir. Mengtian and Babula spoke almost simultaneously. The former worried about a trap within the space channel, fearing Ling Yi would encounter unforeseen danger. The latter was terrified. You must know that the space channel was connected to this plane. But under the power of the plane's rules, those with strength exceeding that of the plane would be severely suppressed, likely causing injury or even death. Watching Ling Yi's figure slowly approach the space channel, Babula's heart leaped into her throat. However, until Ling Yi disappeared, nothing unexpected happened. Not even a ripple rose at the connection point of the space channel. This is incredible. Babura could sense the powerful energy fluctuations emanating from Ling Yi, far exceeding even that of the Corpse King. But the power of the plane's rules had no effect at all, as if it didn't even exist. This completely overturned Babura's understanding. A flash of white light flashed, and Ling Yi appeared within the spatial tunnel. The surroundings were a vast expanse of white, a seemingly endless void stretching as far as the eye could see. A thick fog spread across the sky, obscuring the sun, leaving only a gloomy veil. On the ground, dense swarms of zombies could be seen everywhere. They trudged along, emitting blood-curdling roars. Some zombies were mutilated, yet they continued to mechanically follow the army. Their slow yet steady steps swept forward like a tidal wave, stirring fear and unease. This vast space was completely dominated by zombies. Directly in front of the ruins, several columns of zombies were arrayed in perfect order. Without any unnecessary movement, they stood like statues, perfectly unified and orderly. Each zombie maintained a standard pace and posture, their movements coordinated as if under some invisible command. This zombie army was like a highly oiled war machine, every component precisely coordinated. This unsettling neatness and order undoubtedly demonstrated the zombie horde's terrifying organization and discipline. Faced with such a terrifying array, no enemy would easily defeat them. At the forefront of the column, a towering zombie stood tall. He was the king of the night zombies, his appearance infuriating. His murky, dim eyes seemed to harbor endless hatred and despair. The elongated, twisted face exuded a sickening stench of decay. His tall, powerful body, taut muscles, and covered with hideous scars, resembled a walking corpse. The chilling aura emanating from him seemed to penetrate deep into one's bones. The air around him seemed to freeze suddenly, creating a terrifying feeling of suffocation. His deep, hoarse roar was reminiscent of the roars of hell. Ling Yi slowly approached the Corpse King, a smile on his lips, his eyes gleaming with a sharp glint. His fingers gently stroked the hilt of his sword, as if he were calculating how to strike a fatal blow. The moment Ling Yi appeared, the Corpse King's eyes trembled, his lips moving subtly. He seemed to be on the verge of speaking, hesitant, experiencing a fierce inner struggle. Leilig, what are you doing here with an army of zombies? Ling Yi's voice was calm. Chapter 633. Hearing Ling Yi's questioning tone, the Corpse King suddenly felt uneasy, a faint sense of panic welling up in his heart. He gave up wondering how Ling Yi had arrived here safely, and instead knelt on one knee in deep fear. The Corpse King stared up at Ling Yi, his voice trembling as he unloaded his worries. He begged him to understand his situation, and not make a wrong decision impulsively. The Corpse King's expression couldn't conceal his inner nervousness, fearing that a single mistake would cause Ling Yi's displeasure. He cautiously awaited Ling Yi's next move, deeply concerned that his words might offend. As he waited, the Corpse King's heart was filled with anxiety and uncertainty. Get up. Given the circumstances back then, it's only natural for you to make such a choice. Ling Yi remained silent for a long time, then replied lightly. The Corpse King was overjoyed. It was simply the sound of nature. He suddenly felt as if bathed in sunshine, his mood suddenly brightening. Thank you, Demon Lord, for sparing my life. I will pray day and night, and serve you faithfully. I will dedicate my entire life to you, hoping to die for you. I swear to do so until my death. If I can help you in the future, I will do my utmost to live up to your expectations. The Corpse King bowed respectfully to Ling Yi, his heart filled with immense excitement. Although he was known as the Corpse King within the void, a renowned being, but before a great god like Ling Yi, he could only bow down to him. This was a willing, heartfelt gesture. The Corpse King sincerely revered this demon lord of extraordinary power, and he held his wisdom and majesty in profound awe. Despite the difference in status, he was willing to follow wholeheartedly, prioritizing the devout loyalty of a subject, and steadfastly serving this master. Though time has flown by, the Corpse King still vividly recalls those bloody times. The young man before him single-handedly stirred a great storm in the void. With his extraordinary wisdom and fighting prowess, he once became the nightmare of the entire void. In that time, wherever the blood demon venerable went, the people either bowed down in submission or turned into a bloody mist, floating in the boundless void. Under the blood demon venerable's intimidation, the various planes dared not offer the slightest resistance, and could only allow him to run rampant. Even those who always prided themselves on their powerful higher-level plane controllers could only retreat in fear, not daring to challenge him in the slightest. The blood demon venerable's rule was unshakable, as if the entire void belonged to him. Although the final outcome was annihilation, the blood demon venerable had assembled the void's strongest masters to launch a siege, restoring peace to the void world. The Corpse King gazed at Ling Yi, who had once again stood before him, his heart filled with shock. The fact that Ling Yi could appear here without fear of the power of the plane's rule showed that his strength had reached a new height. The Corpse King understood deeply that the young man before him was no longer the young and violent demon venerable. He had now subdued his former fury, his frightening expression gone. Instead, he possessed a calm and composed demeanor. His eyes seemed to hold a hidden wisdom, a calmness that allowed him to face the turbulent world with equanimity. Tempered by the passage of time, he had become more composed and steady, as if he had grasped the true meaning of life. Only by completely devoting himself to Ling Yi's will could he secure a place in the void. Demon Lord, I have just received orders from the Lord of Darkness to find you at all costs. The news of your survival may have leaked. Therefore, I have assembled my elite warriors and stand ready to respond to your orders. Please give your orders, and I will lead the charge, swearing to follow you to the death. The Corpse King spoke earnestly, as if ready to lead his troops into battle at the mere command of Ling Yi. You are kind. I am aware of this matter. There is no need to start a war just yet. We should give them some time to prepare, otherwise defeating them one by one will be too much trouble. Ling Yi gestured for the Corpse King to stand, speaking nonchalantly. If we give them enough time to form a large coalition, it will be very disadvantageous to us. Hearing Ling Yi's words, the Corpse King momentarily panicked. He could never have imagined Ling Yi's ambition was so vast, even wanting to wipe out everyone in one fell swoop. Had he forgotten the embarrassment he felt when he was besieged? In the Corpse King's view, the best option at the moment was to take advantage of the enemy's confusion and defeat them one by one. Opportunities are fleeting, and only by understanding the importance of timing can one strike quickly, before the enemy fully grasps the situation and seize the initiative. This way, not only can one quickly dismantle the enemy's lines, but also avoid losses on one's own side. Lalage, do you think I'm the kind of arrogant person who thinks I can do everything? You know my past best. Making the same mistake once is enough. Although I'm a bit conceited, I've been constantly reflecting on myself over the years, wondering how I can redeem myself. Now, I possess strength they dare not even imagine. To put it bluntly, if I so desire, I can pull down those who consider themselves so high and mighty from their pedestals with a flick of my hand. Ling Yi's words were filled with dominance, his voice deep and raspy, impossible to ignore. He stood tall, his gaze blazing, and every word he spoke exuded an inviolable power. The Corpse King involuntarily held his breath, carefully listening to his every word. This overwhelming aura undoubtedly demonstrated his absolute status and authority here. Looking at the Corpse King's confused and stunned expression, Ling Yi simply smiled faintly. Lalage, are you ready to go to the new void? Ling Yi's incoherent words startled the Corpse King, who asked subconsciously. New void. What is that? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt the entire plane tremble, shaking violently like an earthquake. In all directions, a rumbling sound echoed, and the world seemed to be collapsing. An unsettling atmosphere enveloped the Corpse King, causing his breath to quicken, a sense of foreboding welling up within him. What force had caused this sudden change? He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, searching for an answer. Earthquakes were unheard of in this plane. As time passed, the tremors gradually faded, and tranquility returned to the world. However, when the Corpse King inadvertently looked up, his eyes suddenly widened, staring at the sky in disbelief. The Corpse King was startled to see a brilliant crack appear in the once star-studded pitch-black sky, from which a dazzling blood-red light streamed down. This light evoked an indescribable pressure, as if a powerful void energy were descending from the crack. Chapter 634. The Corpse King involuntarily took a step back, an unspeakable panic rising within him. The blood-red light seemed like a rift in the universe, connecting to an unknown beyond, sending shivers down his spine. He looked at Ling Yi with horror, his finger trembling as he pointed at the blood moon in the sky. The slowly rising crimson moon, like a giant eye gazing down upon the earth, was terrifying. What's going on? Why has the sky and the earth changed color in the blink of an eye? Looking at the Corpse King's fearful expression, Ling Yi simply smiled. Under the Corpse King's puzzled gaze, Ling Yi slightly raised his right hand and waved it, as if to shoo away an annoying fly. However, even this seemingly ordinary gesture caused the Corpse King's eyes to widen. The once blood-red sky seemed to have opened a passageway to the unknown. At the end of that passageway, the Corpse King witnessed an incredible scene. Why does it feel so familiar? Like the Void Universe? You guessed right, it's the original Void World. Ling Yi replied with a faint smile. What? Then where are we now? The Corpse King felt his mind was a bit stuck. The plane you're in is my Void World, a brand new void. Ling Yi's voice was steady and majestic, as if filled with incredible power. This is my Void Realm, an independent universe, where everything is under my control. And you are the first controller to migrate into this plane. The Corpse King, momentarily surprised by what he saw, was now deeply shocked by Ling Yi's explanation. His eyes widened, his gaze glazed over, his mouth hanging open, unable to believe he had encountered such an unexpected situation. As if all power had suddenly vanished, the Corpse King felt utterly bewildered and disoriented, his entire being swamped with indescribable shock. His entire body trembled, his breathing quickened, his heart pounding like a drum, unable to believe he was actually in another void. Though Ling Yi's words were spoken lightly, the Corpse King knew full well that this was an utterly impossible wish. A new void world? That was the stuff of fantasy. Even with immense power and resources, creating a universe from scratch was an unimaginably arduous task. The Corpse King couldn't help but feel horrified by this bizarre outcome. How many powerful beings had studied the formation of the void, to no avail. But the reality was staring him in the face, and the Corpse King looked at Ling Yi with a complex and admiring gaze. He knew the young man before him must have endured countless hardships and struggles. Otherwise, how could he blaze a trail never trodden before, forge a unique path, and pursue the pinnacle of supreme power? Despite the bumpy road ahead, he possessed a resilient will and an indomitable spirit, enabling him to forge a new chapter. It was at this moment that the Corpse King recalled the recent changes in the void. The sudden appearance of the blood-red black hole had, in fact, been Ling Yi's creation of a new void world. You must know that the sudden appearance of this blood-red black hole had shaken all the plane controllers, who all believed a catastrophe had befallen the void. The appearance of this blood-red black hole undoubtedly disrupted the rules and order of the planes. Ling Yi's newly created void world was undoubtedly a source of great fear for those high-ranking controllers. From now on, the balance of power in the universe will be unpredictably shaken, forcing the rulers of all planes to be on high alert. The original black hole was, after all, very far away and posed no threat to anyone. But the appearance of this blood-red black hole was truly abrupt. It seemed to appear out of thin air, like a colossal nightmare descending upon everyone. Even more worryingly, its location was incredibly sensitive. It seemed poised to devour the surrounding planes at any moment. The turmoil that would unfold in the future filled all controllers with anxiety. Demon Lord, is the 9th-level peak civilization merely a stepping stone to a higher realm? Is the new void an uncharted territory concealing endless mysteries? The Corpse King swallowed hard and asked the question in his heart. You are correct. If you wish to grasp the true meaning within, you must reach a higher realm of civilization. Creating the void is the true path to mastering the supreme power of the universe. And to glimpse this mysterious territory will undoubtedly require immense cost and effort. I believe that one day, you will be able to overcome numerous obstacles and grasp its profound meaning. Lingy patted the Corpse King's shoulder, his voice filled with encouragement and support. Leylig, with your unyielding will and resilience, one day you will master this power and create your own era of glory. No matter how difficult the road, as long as you persist, you will ride the wind and waves and overcome all difficulties. The Corpse King nodded silently, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. However, after a moment, he shook his head helplessly and said self-deprecatingly, "With my abilities, this day will probably never come. Those almighty beings are still stuck at the peak of the 9th level, unable to advance an inch. As for me, I only have one thought now, and that is to follow the Demon Lord's footsteps with utter loyalty. I will do my utmost to obey the Demon Lord's orders and follow your guidance on the path of the void. No matter what hardships or obstacles I face, I will move forward without hesitation, vowing to create an even more glorious future for the Demon Lord. This loyalty will surely be my sole driving force, and the foundation of my ultimate glory." Lingy observed the Corpse King's reaction, and was filled with relief at his renewed pledge of allegiance. However, in the distant starry skies, the Lord of Darkness was in a state of shock and doubt. "What did you say? The Night Corpse clan disappeared?" He couldn't believe that in the blink of an eye, the Night Corpse clan had vanished without a trace. How could this powerful race, which once roamed the void, simply vanish into thin air? The Lord of Darkness frowned, filled with doubts. Even if they were attacked, there would be some debris left behind. How could there be no clues at all? "Master, the Night Corpse clan's plane vanished without a trace. I have sent people to investigate, but nothing has been found. Furthermore, our connection with the Corpse King was severed in that instant." After hearing his subordinate's report, the Lord of Darkness wandered uneasily within the palace. Could it be that some unknown force in the universe is secretly manipulating everything? This question, like an unfathomable puzzle, filled the Lord of Darkness with endless confusion and fear. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of power could silently cause a plane to vanish. Or perhaps all this stemmed from a more complex conspiracy. Chapter 635. As the Lord of Darkness grew restless, Pangu, struggling against the night corpses, also fell into endless confusion. He knew this protracted battle must be persevered, but he struggled to find an effective way to defeat the enemy. However, in the blink of an eye, the spatial passageway that had once continuously churned out zombies suddenly vanished into thin air, visible to the naked eye. Pangu and the guards looked around, seeing only the vast earth and the gloomy sky. The spatial passageway that had once instilled such despair had vanished. Yes, it had vanished without a single sign. Baffled, everyone looked at each other, momentarily at a loss. Pangu took a deep breath and bravely took a firm step. He stood at the original spatial passageway, his eyes filled with confusion. Unfortunately, no matter how he scanned his surroundings, no one came forward to offer an explanation. He could clearly sense the disappearance of several other spatial passageways as well. After shaking his head vigorously, Pangu stopped dwelling on the confusing situation and shouted a command. "Everyone listen! The collapse of the spatial channel is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We can finally free ourselves to restore peace to the world. The primary target for all units now is the remaining zombie groups in the plane. We must quickly eliminate these zombies and restore order and peace to the world. Only by completely eliminating these threats can we truly enjoy a moment of peace. Once the dust settles, we can begin rebuilding this devastated world and bringing it back to life." As Pangu adjusted his strategy, Mingshan and several other leaders of the Blood Demon Reserve were thrown into panic. "Where's the passage? Why did this happen? How did it suddenly disappear?" Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, their hearts filled with doubt and panic. The disappearance of the spatial passage undoubtedly disrupted their original plan of action. They were at a loss and desperate to find the cause. In fact, the disappearance of the spatial passage was not a big deal. For Mingshan and the others, it was just the loss of a training ground. The fundamental reason for their concern was Ling Yi. Their spiritual leader, the Lord of Blood Moon City, was still within the passage. Is this an enemy conspiracy? Or was the Lord's prediction wrong? Does the Night Corpse clan have bad intentions? Are they trying to trick the Lord into entering the passage? The panicked voices of the crowd only fueled their suspicions. After a moment, one person spoke first. "I think there must be something fishy going on. Otherwise, why would the Night Corpses appear without warning to invite the Lord? Could it be that they had a premeditated plan and were looking to take advantage of this opportunity to harm the Lord?" Another young man spoke in panic. "Could it be that these Night Corpses were orchestrated to lure the City Lord into a trap? If so, hasn't the City Lord already fallen into the enemy's trap?" Alarm bells suddenly rang in everyone's hearts, and they couldn't help but whisper and discuss. Ming-Shen, the supreme commander on the scene, also had a serious expression on his face, clearly pondering the reasons behind this. He frowned in thought, determined to find a solution quickly. If anything happened to the city lord, he would be in great danger. Thinking of this, he shook his head frantically, the consequences unimaginable. Suddenly, Ming-Shen turned abruptly, staring intently at Babula and shouting, "Capture this guy." Babura looked at Ming-Shen in astonishment. Ming-Shen's face was now filled with fury, his eyes blazing with rage. His hands were clenched into fists, and a powerful sense of oppression emanated from his entire body. Seeing everyone stunned, Ming-Shen barked another stern command. "Quick, capture this Night Corps leader. He must be hiding something. I'm going to pry him open. The city lord's safety depends on this. Act now." Hearing this, the blood demon reserves beside him sprang into action, pouncing on Babura like wolves. "Minister Ming, this is unfair. You can't treat me like this. I'm innocent. I never done anything to harm you, yet I'm being treated so unfairly. You should treat me fairly, and give me a chance to explain, rather than making hasty judgments. I'm willing to be frank with you, and implore you to listen to my defense. The Night Corps clan has never violated our agreement." Even after being completely trussed up by the ferocious blood demon reserves, Babula remained bewildered and lost. He had no idea why the spatial passage had vanished out of thin air. Babula struggled desperately, only to find himself bound and unable to move. He looked up at the blood demon reserves in despair, wondering to himself, "Is this my end?" At that moment, he noticed a strange change. The scenery behind Ming-Shen and the others began to blur, as if veiled by a thin veil. The next moment, everything before him suddenly vanished, replaced by an unfamiliar, blood-red space. Babula was surprised to find that he seemed to see the mysterious space-time passage again. Space. The space passage has appeared again. Babula's eyes widened, a surge of unconcealable excitement welling up in his heart. Although the space passage before him seemed a little strange, at least he could escape his anger for the time being. Ming-Shen and his companions turned their heads in confusion, gazing towards the passage. They saw a blinding red light slowly expanding, as if time and space were distorting. With a roar, the red light suddenly erupted, enveloping the entire area. The light surged like a tidal wave, sweeping over them in an instant. Ming-Shen and his companions couldn't help but hold their breath, their eyes blinded, as if they were floating in the void. The interweaving of light and shadow made it impossible to discern their direction. They had no idea where they were, and could only wait for this terrifying scene to end. "Babula, why are you tied up?" Hearing this voice, Babula felt the urge to cry, and he shouted hurriedly, "Corpse King, save me! They think we murdered that lord and want to use me as a target." As the Corpse King appeared, Ming-Shen and the others felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The Corpse King's face was ashen, his eyes blazing with a murderous aura that seemed to devour everything. Ming-Shen and the others felt a chill run cold, alarm bells blazing in their hearts. This Corpse King was incredibly powerful. Could something have happened to the city lord? They gathered their strength, carefully observing the Corpse King's every move, fearing a sudden attack. Just then, the terrifying Corpse King let out a chilling laugh. Ming-Shen and the others shuddered, secretly bracing themselves for a brutal battle. Even if they were defeated, they refused to surrender. Chapter 636. "What are you doing? Untie them. We're all family." Just as Ming-Shen and the others were in a state of confusion, a familiar voice rang out from behind the Corpse King. "City Lord." It's the City Lord's voice. "Great, the City Lord is fine. Quick, 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 untie the ropes from Commander Ba. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." Hearing the City Lord was safe, everyone was overjoyed and breathed a sigh of relief. They hurriedly untied the ropes and apologized to Babula. "We're so rude. Please forgive us. This is all a misunderstanding. We were simply worried about the City Lord's safety. We meant no harm." Babula shook her head and gave a helpless smile, expressing understanding and forgiveness. "City Lord, what exactly is going on? Where are we now?" Ming-Shen asked, surveying his surroundings. Ling Yi smiled faintly and gave a brief explanation that made everyone's eyes light up. "Are we in a passageway to another universe? That's incredible. And this new universe was created by the City Lord. City Lord, can we just move? Once we enter this new universe, will we be safe?" Unlike the others' curiosity and surprise, Ming-Shen asked a crucial question. Ling Yi pondered for a moment, then, sensing Ming-Shen's concern, he slowly spoke. While entering a new universe might offer temporary relief from danger, it doesn't guarantee permanent, absolute safety. You must understand that the new universe I created and the existing universe are two separate entities. The laws and mechanisms of the new universe differ significantly from those of the existing one, and even present unknown risks and threats. I must ensure the stability and sustainability of the new universe and prevent major friction between universes. To put it simply, if the new universe is to be independent of the existing one, the key lies in establishing its own rules and order, endowing it with unique controllability and development momentum. Only in this way can the new universe coexist with the existing one, without its rules hindering its proper development. At the same time, we must enhance our ability to control the new universe, ensuring its long-term stable operation and preventing external interference. Only by doing so can the new universe truly break free from its constraints and stand on its own. However, the existing universe still contains numerous leading civilizations. If those leading civilizations truly begin to invade our new universe, it would undoubtedly trigger an unprecedented war. At that time, civilizations across the interstellar space would be drawn in, and new and old civilizations would engage in a fierce cosmic battle. While the ultimate outcome is unpredictable, one thing is certain: this war will undoubtedly alter the entire landscape of the universe. Therefore, if we cannot guarantee the safety of the new universe, we must continue to fight within the existing one. This is the only way to truly protect ourselves and all the beings within it. This requires us to expend immense effort and wisdom to maintain and improve it. Our top priority now is to ensure the continued improvement of the new universe, and to prevent those ambitious individuals from discovering and sabotaging it. Steady and cautious, only by keeping our feet firmly on the ground can we achieve success. Step by step, gradually advancing, starting from the foundation and accumulating solid foundations, we will surely reap rich rewards. Wait for the right moment, seize opportunities, advance steadily, and don't give up easily. You will surely achieve your goals. Mengshen nodded, half understanding, a glint of understanding flashing in his eyes. He pondered for a long moment, then spoke slowly. The City Lord is right. As subordinates, we simply follow orders and do our best to complete our mission. The superiors formulate the strategies, and the subordinates must fulfill their duties. Although we lack the talent to lead the charge, we can do our best and diligently complete the orders. As long as we follow the City Lord's guidance, we will be able to manage things effectively and bring prosperity to our homeland. Mengshen looked up at Ling Yi, a hint of determination in his eyes. Ling Yi couldn't help but smile at Mengshen's seriousness. Well, if that's the case, then quickly prepare to rendezvous with the Blood Evil Legion. Time is of the essence. We must complete our mission to eliminate the remaining zombies before the unknown enemy arrives. Mengshen nodded gravely, saluted Ling Yi, then exited the spatial tunnel and departed with the Blood Demon Reserve. Gazing at the departing team, the Corpse King looked at Ling Yi in confusion and asked, "Demon Lord, why don't you also include this plane in the new void? You know, if war breaks out, this plane will definitely bear the brunt of the attack." Ling Yi pondered for a long time, his tone revealing deep consideration. "Your concerns are not unfounded, but this plane, while weak, is the focal point for all forces. All forces seek to obtain the resources they desire here, and the struggle for dominance is inevitable. Advanced civilizations are mobilizing, attempting to expand their spheres of influence through strength and strategy. This battle for resources is imminent, and it remains to be seen who will emerge victorious. Each party is secretly plotting, planning their own advantageous strategies, attempting to gain the upper hand in this struggle. Although this plane is weak, that very fact has made it a focal point of contention. Furthermore, my information has been leaked, and those individuals have already determined that I am here. If this plane is rashly incorporated into the new void, it could lead to uncontrollable consequences. They might become desperate and form another coalition to march towards the new void. Such an outcome would be disadvantageous to us, so it's better to hold onto this place for the time being. On the one hand, it would make all parties cautious, increasing the tension of the confrontation. This dynamic balance not only maintains the existing order, but also leaves room for change in the new void. Careful yet decisive decisions continue to drive events forward, forcing all parties to face new choices. At the same time, this situation also implies certain unpredictable possibilities, making them hesitant to act rashly. On the other hand, holding on to this place also gives them ample time to mobilize their forces. Rather than scouring the universe in search of enemies, it's better to wait for them to come to us. This will not only save a great deal of manpower, but also allow us to concentrate our forces for a surprise attack. What I want is to wipe out their main force in one fell swoop. Then clear away any obstacles, and pave the way for our subsequent operations. This will not only allow us to seize the initiative, but also minimize our own losses. Hearing Ling Yi's ambitious goal, the Corpse King's eyes trembled involuntarily. Although he was already a mere undead, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for this great cause. After a moment, he took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. Such a great ideal! I am willing to serve and die for you. Ling Yi smiled faintly, and patted the Corpse King's shoulder with a hint of appreciation. Chapter 637. Ling Yi looked up, gazing through the blood-red void at the dark universe. He stood on the desolate land of the Night Corpse clan, feeling the coolness of the whistling wind against his skin. Across the vast universe, stars twinkled, tiny glimmers of light, yet they seemed to tell him endless stories. At this moment, Ling Yi felt a sense of vicissitudes and heaviness. He had experienced countless hardships and dangers, endured countless sufferings and setbacks. In this overwhelming blood-red void, he seemed to see a reflection of his own troubled life. The lows, despair, and confusion of life all found echoes in this crimson void. But at this moment, Ling Yi's eyes were more resolute than ever. He was no longer the defeated and helpless man of the past. After a long period of groping and struggling, he finally found the courage and determination to rally himself. He took a deep breath, as if to take in the entirety of the vast universe. The pitch-black universe resembled the deepest confusion and distress within him. It was bottomless, vast, and filled with the unknown and mystery. But at this moment, Ling Yi no longer feared this dark space. On the contrary, he felt an inexplicable power calling him from within. An unprecedented confidence surged like a tide, a surge of faith. This unprecedented power made him feel omnipotent, as if the original empty world was once again trembling beneath his feet. He couldn't wait to use this miraculous power, and see what kind of wonderful life it could create. Ling Yi turned around, his gaze fixed on the void he had constructed with his life. After a long pause, he couldn't help but sigh. This time, he was fully prepared. Past failures had taught him the importance of caution, and the refusal to make the same mistake again. He gazed out at the star-studded universe in the distance, a new plan forming in his mind. This time, he was determined to succeed. Though the road ahead would be bumpy, he was ready for anything. He knew that a new story had just begun, and a new war was about to begin. In a dilapidated city in the west, the lingering humans let out their final, desperate howls. Hordes of zombies broke through their last line of defense, transforming the entire base into a terrifying undead land. The rotting corpses roamed the base, emitting eerie roars, constantly searching for living humans and expanding their sphere of influence. Faced with such a dire situation, the Enhancers and Awakeners, originally responsible for maintaining the base, their strength seemed stretched thin, unable to stop the zombies' rampage. Faced with an endless horde of corpses, the surviving humans could only hide and weep silently. They were powerless, having persevered for years, watching their companions fall one by one, and now it was finally their turn. Despair washed over them, and they could no longer control the fear within them. Yet, the faint flame of hope in their humanity still burned, allowing them to cling to a final hope. Just then, they suddenly heard a distant, earth-shaking sound. Like an earthquake, the shattered buildings and stones fell, and the road beneath their feet shook. On the distant horizon, plumes of black smoke rose. The cries of killing echoed deafeningly. Everyone felt a surge of fear and looked around, eager to see what was happening. At that moment, a group of mutant beasts could be seen approaching rapidly. Atop these ferocious beasts sat humans, weapons in hand, their expressions impassive. Humans. They're humans. Yes, they are. Oh. My God. Who are they, and how did they do it? The survivors in hiding held their breath, awaiting what would happen next. Were they here to save the impending city, or were they another force in the zombie world? Were these mysterious visitors friends or foes? And what was their ultimate goal? The braver survivors cautiously poked their heads out, hoping to glimpse their actions. Time ticked by, and the air was thick with tension and anticipation. They held their breath, cautiously awaiting the impending outcome. All teams, attack freely. Kill! At the command of leader Ing Yi, thousands of armored blood demon members, bearing the blood moon emblem, rode their mutant beasts and charged en masse. Equipped with a variety of deadly weapons, they were ready to engage the zombies in a one-sided, crushing defeat. To the eyes of the local survivors, the Blood Demon Legion appeared randomly in the streets and alleys, engaging in brutal hand-to-hand combat with the zombies. The warriors were each nimble and fierce in their movements. Some of the commanders wielded steel swords to hack at the enemy, some used spears to pierce zombies one by one, and still others charged fiercely with broadswords. Looking forward, I saw ordinary warriors wielding blood-red swords, a vast sea of blood stretching out before my eyes. These sharp weapons gleamed coldly in the sunlight, conveying the threat of endless slaughter and death. This was followed by a chilling murderous aura, enough to make even the bravest warrior shudder. This bloody scene brought a wave of desolation to my heart, and I secretly felt fortunate not to be there. Though numerous, the zombies could only let out shrill howls before falling under the assault of these elite warriors. The entire battle scene was a scene of hellish horror, with severed limbs and blood everywhere. The Blood Demon Legion fought bravely, refusing to yield. Some decapitated zombies with a single blow, others smashed their rotting bodies with their swords, and some even casually threw grenades, sending a horde of zombies flying. The battle raged for several hours, but ultimately, the Blood Demon Legion, leveraging its exceptional combat prowess, secured a complete victory. The survivors who had hidden were all stunned, utterly unable to believe what they were witnessing. The battlefield was now littered with the corpses of zombies, splattered with blood. A few soldiers occasionally fell wounded, but their lives were not in danger. The vast majority remained brave figures standing on the battlefield. Though the smoke and blood filled the air, these brave warriors, who bravely stepped forward, remained unwavering and unyielding. They were like blazing flames, illuminating the gloomy battlefield and inspiring the survivors to continue. With their swords in hand, they conveyed a message to the survivors: as long as you dare to resist and fight. Though the road ahead is arduous and treacherous, with unity, we can overcome all difficulties. The dawn of victory is upon us, and humanity will forever reign supreme in this world. Chapter 638. Thanks to the heroic fighting of the Blood Evil Legion, the zombies were finally completely wiped out throughout the city. Those areas once occupied by the zombies, though dilapidated, had finally returned to their former peace and tranquility. Survivors emerged from their hiding places, marveling at the city's transformation. Laughter and joy filled the air, as people hugged and high-fived each other, expressing their admiration for these heroic warriors. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that these formidable, armored warriors were the savior. Amid this peaceful scene, Ng, the Blood Evil Legion's commander, led his warriors, quietly walking among the crowd. Their armor was stained with blood, and they looked a little exhausted, but their faces shone with solemn pride. These tough men, who had been fighting in the flames of war, now felt a long-lost sense of peace and tranquility, and their hearts were filled with ripples. Amidst the cheers of the city's survivors, the Blood Evil Legion solemnly marched toward the next city. Foreigners along the way waved flowers and hands, chanting words like heroes and benefactors, passionately expressing their admiration and gratitude for the unit. Many young people took the initiative to approach the Blood Evil members, hoping to join this legendary team. Facing the burning gazes, the Blood Evil Legion's commander, Ng, addressed Gu Hao with a few instructions. Gu Hao nodded repeatedly, a knowing smile playing on his face. Gu Hao, having separated from the group, delivered an inspiring speech to the crowd. We come from the Eastern Blood Moon City, and the Blood Demon Legion is our military designation. Our city lord, Ling Yi, has issued orders to search and rescue survivors scattered across the globe. Our hope is to create a harmonious and healthy living environment for these survivors. As long as the zombie threat persists, we will never lay down our arms until they are completely eradicated and peace and prosperity are restored. Of course, if you wish to join the Blood Moon City team, that's fine too. Just wait quietly here. Our logistics team is on the way, and will guide you. As Gu Hao finished speaking, the entire room fell silent, a complete silence. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. For a moment, Gu Hao wondered if they hadn't understood him. At that moment, a tall, blonde, blue-eyed beauty stepped out from the crowd. She gracefully bowed to Gu Hao and spoke. Dear Eastern warriors, my name is Alice Will. First, on behalf of all the survivors here, I want to express my gratitude to you. If it weren't for your godlike presence, everyone today might have become the zombies' lunch. We will always remember your heroic act of stepping forward and sacrificing your lives. Your timely arrival not only saved lives, but also ignited the flame of hope within us. We will definitely repay your kindness. Also, I apologize. I believe no one here speaks an Eastern language. I've been fortunate enough to visit your country. Could I translate for you? Gu Hao nodded reluctantly, listening to the somewhat awkward Eastern language, but he smiled wryly inwardly. Well, I'm a clown after all I said, only one person understands. Seeing Gu Hao nod in agreement, Alice gave him a charming smile and began translating for the crowd. As the fluid foreign language rang out, the survivors, their expressions awe-inspiring, their blood boiling, shouted out in unison. Hearing the inspiring foreign shouts, more and more survivors grew excited, their blood boiling. They raised their fists high, unleashing a deafening roar that seemed to shatter the very sky. Amidst the ruins, the Blood Evil Legion's appearance rekindled their courage, determined to join this powerful Eastern team and write a new chapter. For a moment, this wasteland was filled with vibrant vitality and hope, a symbol of the most resilient strength in human nature. That evening, a grand celebration banquet was held atop the ruins of the city. All the warriors of the Blood Evil Legion gathered together, accompanied by both foreigners and locals. Everyone laughed and chatted, sharing stories of their heroic deeds in battle. Some raised their glasses to express their respect for the Blood Demon members, while others recalled the fierce battles, almost feeling the adrenaline rush. The revelry continued until midnight, when the survivors left in small groups. Yi, the commander, watched the crowd disperse before solemnly announcing to all members, "The Blood Demon Legion has received a new mission to advance to another city to continue its campaign against the zombies there. The city lord has urged us to expedite our advance, as a major battle is imminent. The road ahead is arduous, but our army will be as fierce as wolves and tigers, storming the enemy's lair. With the city lord's far-sighted guidance, we will surely crush the zombie infestation and bring peace to this devastated plain. As long as we work together, we will forge a path to victory despite the obstacles." Yi's impassioned words were like a warm current, stirring everyone's hearts. This devastated land is the stage for the Blood Demon members to display their talents. They firmly believe that through joint efforts, they can rebuild this world and bring it back to life. Though they are in danger, facing the threat of becoming zombie food at any moment, no one loses their fighting spirit or courage. With Yi's presence and guidance, the Blood Demon members persevere in their belief, confident that they can overcome all obstacles and create a new world. Alice hadn't left, she naturally heard Yi's words. When she saw the determined eyes of those young warriors, each expressing their determination to fight to the end for this lofty ideal, the city lord named Yi was completely. Her curiosity was piqued. She couldn't help but wonder, and she felt a deep admiration for the courage and determination of these brave warriors. She secretly suspected that the city lord, Yi, must also be a fierce and valiant man, powerful and ambitious. Alice couldn't help but feel an indescribable yearning and admiration for Yi. She secretly resolved to find out the truth and follow the team to the Blood Moon City to learn the true face of the city lord. After the Blood Demon members concluded their meeting, Alice immediately sought out Gu Hao. "Dear warrior Gu Hao, I'd like to join your team. I hope you agree. Don't worry, I won't cause any trouble. I'm now a 5th level water-based psychic and can join the battle." Chapter 639. Gu Hao shook his head slightly, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. "Miss Alice, I understand your determination, but this is a dangerous path. Have you carefully considered the consequences? I hope you will think twice before making any decisions. After all, life is unpredictable, and a momentary impulse could lead to irreversible consequences for your life. It would be much safer to carefully consider the pros and cons, and wait patiently for our logistics team." Feeling Alice's somewhat resentful gaze, Gu Hao paused, a hint of pity and concern in his eyes. "Our Legion's mission is arduous, and we could be at war with the zombie hordes at any moment. This path is difficult and treacherous. While I welcome your joining, I also do not wish to see you harmed. So I'm sorry, I cannot grant your request." Alice listened patiently to Gu Hao's words, but a sense of displeasure remained. She angrily retorted, "You're looking down on me because I'm a woman, aren't you? I killed many zombies, and I'm not afraid of fighting." Gu Hao had clearly underestimated this seemingly gentle and charming woman. Despite her petite stature, Alice possessed a fierce inner strength. She grew up in the family estate and was trained in various self-defense techniques. After the apocalypse, she remained unfazed in the face of zombie attacks, repeatedly charging to the front lines and successfully slaying countless zombies with her agility and decisive attacks. These experiences had cultivated in her a relentless character, and she would never allow a man to underestimate her fighting prowess. Moreover, her current strength was already at the 5th level. Although Gu Hao and his group seemed formidable, she thought they were only slightly stronger than herself. "Miss Alice, I don't mean to look down on you. I'm simply concerned for you, and don't want you to risk injury." Gu Hao waved his hand, and quickly explained. "Although you're already a 5th level psychic expert, there are many mutated zombies beyond the 5th level among the corpse swarms outside. The strength of these mutated creatures is truly formidable, and some are extremely powerful. If you want to survive effortlessly in this apocalyptic ruin, you probably need to further improve your strength and combat skills. Facing the powerful threats outside, you must respond with caution. Only through continuous training and vigilance can you gain a foothold in this uncharted land." "Who do you take me for?" I'm not some delicate little girl. Alice snorted, seemingly unconvinced. I received special training since childhood, so I'm not necessarily any less experienced in fighting zombies than you are. You look down on me just because I'm a woman, right? Is gender equality a language you male chauvinists can't understand? Gu Hao scratched his head helplessly, speechless and at a loss for words, when faced with such an unreasonable foreign woman. Seeing this, Alice smiled triumphantly, her arrogance flaring even more. Don't look down on women. You know, if I hadn't led these survivors, they would have been wiped out long ago. I'm not the burden you think I am. On the contrary, I'm the savior of these desperate survivors. Tell me, I have the strength and the leadership. Without these fundamental qualities, how can I lead this base with such ease? Being a qualified leader requires not only a strong will and extensive experience, but also exceptional decision-making and superb organizational and coordination skills. Only with these qualities can one plan effectively, and lead the team to success. Tell me, how am I inferior to you? Why can't I join you? Gu Hao was speechless. He had never imagined that this elegant and refined foreign girl would possess such astonishing fighting prowess and strong character. While he could objectively recognize Alice's bravery, as a traditional Eastern man, he still couldn't fully accept the idea of a woman taking a dominant position in battle. It's not that I think there's anything wrong with your abilities, it's just... Gu Hao gritted his teeth, trying to dissuade Alice from her thoughts. While your abilities are certainly commendable, that's not a valid reason for you to join the team. If we hadn't arrived in time, you and your base would have been lost to the sea of zombies. Gu Hao's words stung, deeply piercing Alice's fragile nerves. She tried to be strong, but she couldn't control her emotions. Alice's eyes filled with tears as she looked at Gu Hao with a pitiful look, tears streaming down her pale cheeks. She murmured with trembling lips. I lost everything. My family, my friends, even my life could be in jeopardy at any moment. This zombie apocalypse has completely destroyed all my hopes. Countless times, I wanted to end it all, to be free from this torment. But every time I see the eyes of those around me longing for life, I fight to hold on. Alice knelt on the ground in despair, wailing and sobbing heartbreakingly. Gu Hao felt as if the entire world had abandoned her, yet she had to endure this cruel reality. Gu Hao took a deep breath to calm himself, and spoke as tactfully as possible. I'm sorry, Alice, I didn't mean to bring this up. I know you have great abilities, but our team has its own rules and disciplines. We must consider the overall interests of the team, not individual will. I hope you understand that in times of crisis like this, unity and cooperation are more important than individual bravery. However, I believe that if you are willing to join the logistics department and accept our training and requirements, you will definitely have the opportunity to join the frontline combat units in the future. Alice raised her tearful eyes, her mind already in turmoil. She sighed softly, a flicker of pain and resentment in her eyes. Despite all the hardships she had endured, she had never given up hope and clung to life. She clutched the corner of her clothes tightly, her eyes fixed on Gu Hao with a determined look. This look shook Gu Hao's heart, and he understood her inner resolve. He couldn't help but ask, "You still refuse to give up? You really want to join our team?" Alice took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. At this moment, she had made up her mind, she would never back down again. Gu Hao shook his head helplessly, truly unsure how to persuade her. A stubborn woman couldn't be changed by any words. Just as Gu Hao was at a loss for words, a cold, emotionless voice suddenly rang out. Humph! You worthless woman, with your meager tricks, you think you can join my team? Chapter 640. Ing Yi, who had been silent the entire time, snorted coldly, gazing at Alice standing before him with disdain. Alice was startled for a moment, then her eyes sharpened as she met Ing Yi's gaze from beneath his black robe, and spoke without flinching. Although I'm a woman, my strength is no less than yours. Since I requested to join today, I'm determined to prove myself. Don't underestimate me, let alone look down on me. Women are not the target of discrimination by men. Alice's eyes were firm, not in the least bit intimidated by Ing Yi's aggressive stance. Hearing these words, Ing Yi's heart sank, and he flew into a rage. I never discriminated against women. It's just that your mediocre skills are simply unworthy of my team. Get out of the way. Don't cause trouble here. The two exchanged sharp words, and the situation became tense, seemingly poised for a fight. Gu Hao, standing nearby, he quickly intervened, trying to ease the impasse. Ing Yi simply glanced at Gu Hao, and left without a word. Hurry up and regroup, we still have to go to the next city. Lum Yen patted Ming Shen's shoulder, sighed, and left. Looking at that bewildered look, how could he not understand that this kid had set his sights on Alice? Humph! You actually look down on me, Gu Hao? Do you think so too? Alice muttered, then turned to Gu Hao. Gu Hao was silent for a moment, a hint of sympathy and apology in his eyes. I'm sorry, Alice. The commander didn't mean to look down on you. It's just, the gap in strength between us is simply too great, and I don't know how to express it to you better. I recognize your ability and courage, but in the apocalypse, it's far from enough. But I believe that if you can join the Blood Moon City, you one day be able to fight alongside us. Alice's expression darkened, her eyes filled with incredible anger. She wished she could tear the uneasy man in her apart. Does he even know how to speak? How dare he be so arrogant, making himself appear worthless? The rage within her surged through her, causing Alice to tremble uncontrollably. It was clear that Gu Hao wasn't one for sweet talk. He was always candid and outspoken, his words revealing an undeniable calmness and composure. He wasn't good at obscure, roundabout ways, nor did he favor flowery rhetoric to disguise his true meaning. This trait, perhaps a common military trait, made him seem a bit stiff in certain situations, but it also distinguished him, making him a trustworthy figure. Just as Alice was about to burst her rage, Gu Hao's final words petrified her. Actually, the weakest member of our legion is at the early 9th level, so I'm sorry, but I have a mission. See you later. Watching Gu Hao scurry away, Alice's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Hearing the Blood Evil Legion's immense strength, she was filled with shock and immense fear. She gazed in amazement at the Blood Evil warriors ready for battle, countless questions racing through her mind. Just how powerful is this legion? What impact will they have on this continent? Are they the saviors? Alice swallowed unconsciously, eager to learn more about the Blood Evil Legion. This further solidified her desire to join the Blood Moon City. She secretly resolved to personally meet the so-called City Lord Ling Yi and uncover the truth, even if it meant taking risks. Only through personal experience could one truly understand the true nature of this mysterious organization. Alice eagerly began to plot how to join the Blood Moon City, eagerly anticipating the impending arrival of the Blood Evil Reserve. The setting sun stretched the Blood Evil Legion's ranks far and wide. The dark red light cast upon the mutant beasts and the frantic soldiers, making them appear particularly menacing. Ingi gazed into the distant darkness, his eyes deep and cold. He knew that the difficult journey had only just begun, and that the team was about to face even more brutal battles. However, Ingi also knew in his heart that the Blood Evil Legion would inevitably dye the entire Void red, and would never let Ling Yi face those terrifying beings alone. As they advanced, Ling Yan piloted the mutant beast, slowly approaching the distraught Gu Hao. Haozi, are you feeling amorous? Faced with Lun Yan's teasing, Gu Hao remained silent, a rare occurrence, without uttering a word. Seeing Gu Hao's head bowed, his expression dazed, Lin Yan also subsided her mocking tone and asked with concern. Are you truly moved this time? You look so lost? After a moment's silence, Gu Hao looked up at Lin Yan, a trace of sadness and confusion in his eyes. Perhaps, but after all, it's the end of the world, and I'm afraid she and I will never see each other again. Gu Hao sighed softly, his eyes slightly reddened. Lin Yan remained silent, only reaching out to pat his shoulder in comfort. The two continued on their way. For a moment, aside from the heavy footsteps of the mutant beasts, a faint melancholy permeated the marching column. As more and more areas were included in the Blood Demon Legion sweep, the name of the Blood Moon City resounded throughout the apocalypse. After securing control of a region, the Blood Demon Legion would dispatch a large number of Blood Demon reserves to continue the extermination campaign in nearby zombie-infested areas. They would first send out reconnaissance teams to comprehensively assess the local zombie density and the number of survivors. The Blood Demon reserves would then launch a large-scale sweep, employing tactics such as precision strikes and encirclement raids to rapidly dismantle the zombie groups. After eliminating the zombie threat, the Blood Demon Legion would immediately deploy its reserve forces to quickly restore social order. They would provide the local survivors with much-needed supplies such as food and medical care, and offer the necessary protection in exchange for their loyalty and support. Through this methodical expansion, the Blood Demon Legion quickly conquered vast swathes of zombie-dominated territory, expanding its sphere of influence. They were reshaping the landscape of this apocalyptic world with unprecedented momentum. Along the Blood Demon Legion's march, a new social order was gradually established. This new order is entirely under the absolute leadership of the Blood Demon Legion, with their will as the supreme principle. In this new order, the Blood Demon Legion plays the role of supreme ruler. Not only do they command comprehensive military power, but they also maintain social stability through effective administration. The Blood Demon military maintains tight control over various regions, ensuring that the daily lives of survivors are not disturbed by zombies. At the same time, they will also select and recruit survivors into the Blood Demon Reserve Force based on their own strengths. Chapter 641. While the Blood Evil Legion swept across the world with gusto, Ling Yi remained out of sight. He carefully concealed his whereabouts, constantly vigilant of the movements of those top civilizations. Since learning his identity had been exposed, Ling Yi clearly realized that he could become a target of his mortal enemies at any moment. As a demonic being once possessed of immense power, Ling Yi naturally became a target of annihilation for many factions. However, in this life, Ling Yi did not choose to confront those civilizations head-on. Instead, he began to conceal his presence and quietly plotted his response. He understood that a direct confrontation with those top civilizations would undoubtedly inflict losses on himself, while harming the enemy by 1,000. Therefore, he decided to adopt a more covert and cautious approach to deal with the impending threat. To win the impending war, relying solely on his own strength was far from enough. Although Ling Yi possessed his own void world, and was not afraid of any top overlord, his enemies would not fight him alone. Beings like the Machine King and the Dark Lord, rulers of the void, command countless planes. To completely defeat these enemies, it would be impossible to do so alone. Thus, Ling Yi needed more time to plan and prepare, to ensure he could survive this desperate situation and ultimately triumph. Thus, he chose to temporarily hide his whereabouts, secretly accumulating strength and fully preparing for the coming storm. At the same time, Ling Yi secretly commanded the Blood Evil Legion, waging thrilling battles across the globe. They swept in like a raging storm, unstoppable. Neither the powerful surviving humans nor the insignificant survivor bases could escape the Blood Demon Legion's conquest. Of course, they didn't force the survivors into submission by force, but rather earned their reputation by slaying zombies with their swords. In the eyes of the survivors, the Blood Demon Legion's combat prowess was terrifying. They possessed absolute strength, abhorrent combat skills, and boundless fighting power. No matter what enemy they encountered, they could annihilate it with lightning speed. In the eyes of the survivors, the apocalypse was merely a stage to be conquered, and the Blood Demon Legion was the dazzling star on that stage. The Blood Demon Legion's appearance brought joy and laughter to the entire world. Originally, the survivors feared that their homes and lives could be destroyed by the zombies at any moment. However, wherever the Blood Demon Legion went, the zombies suddenly vanished with a devastating force. The initial fear instantly dissipated, and everyone couldn't help but cheer for this unexpected turn of events. The survivors gathered around the Blood Evil Legion, expressing their heartfelt gratitude to these heroic warriors. Of course, behind all this, Ling Yi had already begun his own preparations, initiating a series of layouts and preparations. Not only had he devoted himself to cultivation, improving his combat effectiveness, but he had also begun using clones to infiltrate the planes of the void. In a world where strength reigned supreme, only with strong backing could he truly withstand the attacks of those top civilizations. At the same time, Ling Yi also began a series of intelligence-gathering operations. The clones he dispatched were constantly gathering information on the movements and strength of the top civilizations. Only with sufficient intelligence could he formulate a more comprehensive response strategy. Ling Yi understood that the impending war would not be won overnight. He needed patience and determination, completing his plan step by step. Only in this way could he unleash his full strength at the critical moment, and ultimately avenge the humiliation of his previous life. During Ling Yi's hiding time, however, one person was frantic. After the spatial channel vanished, Panga finally breathed a sigh of relief. As he ordered his guards to clear out the remaining zombies, he discovered that the Blood Evil Legion had already nearly conquered the entire apocalypse. His men were suddenly free, with nothing to do. Just as Panga was secretly delighted, marveling at Ling Yi's swift actions and fruitful results, he discovered that everyone in the Blood Moon City had vanished. He personally went to the Blood Moon City's headquarters and checked, but there was no one there, as if they had vanished into thin air. When he contacted Ling Yi through his consciousness, he discovered another terrifying fact. As the controller of this plane, he couldn't even detect Ling Yi's presence. This made Panga feel a little uneasy. How could I have been so careless as to forget about such a special being? What could have caused such an oversight? How could I not sense Ling Yi's presence? Could he have left this plane? Panga felt he had to uncover the truth as soon as possible to avoid further danger. Panga would have been depressed if he hadn't known the Blood Evil Legion was still rampant in the apocalypse. Where on earth is he hiding? Why can't I sense those vanished people at all? It's like he's gone to another dimension. Panga gazed at the deserted Blood Moon City, his heart filled with confusion. Unable to understand the reason, he could only leave in secret. Although the threat from the spatial tunnel had been eliminated, the entire plane's mess still needed to be cleaned up. The remaining zombies were effectively wiped out by the Blood Evil Legion. But the ruins and broken walls scattered across the land signaled the enormous task of reconstruction facing human society. City buildings, transportation facilities, factories, farmland, and pastures were severely damaged, leaving them in ruins. The survivors' lives were already in jeopardy. Strong measures must be taken to accelerate recovery and reconstruction, both for the continuation of life and for the advancement of civilization. This unprecedented catastrophe has brought immense trauma to the entire human world. Pangu must lead and act swiftly to fully repair the damage, restore order, and rebuild a beautiful home. Successfully completing such a massive world reconstruction project undoubtedly requires an arduous effort. In particular, there is a shortage of human resources. Numerous individuals perished in the apocalypse, and many professionals were destroyed. Reconstruction urgently requires a large number of skilled workers and elite professionals from various fields, but effectively allocating these resources presents a significant challenge. How can we consolidate and develop the world? How can we ensure the ultimate success of the reconstruction effort, restoring vitality and prosperity to this traumatized land? This is undoubtedly a complex and arduous undertaking, posing unprecedented challenges, which for a time caused Pangu to fall silent. Chapter 642. With planes destroyed and zombies rampant, this vast land gradually recovered from the chaos. Under Pangu's guidance, the earth upon which humanity depended for survival quickly regained its vibrant appearance. Mountains and rivers reshaped themselves, lush forests spread across the land, and those animals that had not been affected by the disaster reappeared. Pangu carefully arranged everything and dispatched his guards. He restored order and harmony to this world, creating the best habitat for the impending apocalypse. As everything gradually stabilized, Pangu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that only by keeping his world functioning well could he prepare for the greater challenges to come. He cast his gaze across the void, his eyes filled with melancholy. Those advanced civilizations would never give up their invasion so easily. Ling-Yi, where on earth have you been? Even everyone connected to you has vanished without a trace. Have you created your own dimension? Why was Pangu so moved? It turned out to be when he began to reorganize the dimension. Ling Yi's power suddenly and inexplicably vanished from the world, without even a ripple. No matter how hard Pangu tried to sense them, he could not detect their whereabouts, as if they had never appeared. Pangu pondered for a long time, a vague suspicion forming in his mind. He had a vague feeling that this was no ordinary disappearance. There must be something hidden behind it. Pangu decided to temporarily put aside his work and investigate the matter thoroughly. In his subconscious, he suspected that Ling Yi's disappearance might be connected to some deeper power. Pangu is the ruler of this plane, a world governed by its own laws. If Ling Yi attempted to break through the Ninth Order barrier and create his own plane, it would inevitably clash with Pangu's laws, triggering a series of celestial phenomena, often referred to as tribulations. But Pangu remained unaware of Ling Yi's disappearance, nor of the disappearances of those around him. In reality, the cause of all this lay in Ling Yi's blood agreement. Pangu had already fallen into Ling Yi's trap. To put it bluntly, this plane became Ling Yi's subordinate plane upon signing the blood agreement. So no matter what Ling Yi planned to do in this plane, Pangu would be powerless to stop him, even if he knew. Unlike Pangu, who was perplexed in another void, Ling Yi was plotting his own plan. He possessed the extraordinary power of creation, allowing him to effortlessly manipulate the void and create countless wondrous worlds at his will. Beneath his calm exterior, Ling Yi has devoted his time to his closest companions over the past few years, the women he trusts with his life and his soul. Whether they are beautiful mothers, wise older sisters, or innocent young ladies, each one is cherished by Ling Yi. He has devoted his heart and soul, channeling the power of the void to help them break through the ninth level barrier and embark on their creative journey. Within his own blood-red void, unique and captivating planes of existence slowly emerged. Each of these planes has its own unique character, ranging from enigmatic magical realms to magnificent celestial wonderlands. Under Ling Yi's guidance, these women have demonstrated remarkable creativity and imagination, giving full play to their ideals and visions. They created either beautiful and charming fairies or majestic and righteous heroes. Each plane of existence seemed to be a reflection of their innermost being. Ling Yi admired the creative process, offering advice and guidance from time to time. He delighted in witnessing his closest women gradually transform each new plane into a unique world, imbued with their own charm and grace. Under Ling Yi's guidance, these women grew more confident and in control, becoming the most dazzling beings in this void. Watching the new planes appear one after another, Ling Yi nodded with satisfaction, for he had a grander vision in mind. In his mind, these planes of existence would one day collide and merge, bringing about earth-shaking changes to the entire void. He looked forward to that moment, when he would lead his women and together they would usher in a new and brighter era. Ling Yi silently watched the women's excitement as they began to independently create their own planes of existence. They were either inspired by their own aspirations or shaped according to their strengths and hobbies. Different ideas and states of mind created vastly different planes and worlds. For example, the beautiful Mu Xia created a heavenly, fairyland plane within the void. There, verdant mountains and valleys, gurgling streams, colorful cranes soared through the sky, and a pristine, jade-white palace towered atop the mountain. She created a group of beautiful fairies, their graceful dances and melodious songs. Every corner was filled with magic and fantasy, fully demonstrating her yearning for beauty. Meanwhile, the playful and endearing Xia Mobing established a wondrous magical kingdom within the void. There stood towering magical towers, floating castles, and lakes and streams brimming with magical energy. She created a group of valiant and skilled magic warriors, and clever and cunning magicians, ever ready to tackle any challenge posed by the void. Every detail was imbued with magic and imagination, showcasing the wisdom and power of this plane. Another, the gentle Lan Xinhua, created a tranquil and peaceful paradise within the void. Surrounded by mountains, birdsong and fragrant flowers, it was dotted with cozy and leisurely farmhouses. She created a group of hardworking and kind villagers, who lived a leisurely and peaceful life, helping each other, and filled with the warmth of everyday life. Every detail exuded tranquility and warmth, reflecting her innermost and most beautiful aspirations. Each woman's plane of existence is unique, yet each subtly reveals the creator's most sincere feelings and ideals. They unleash their creativity and imagination within the void, gradually shaping unique and enchanting worlds. Ling Yi witnessed this process time and again, his heart filled with joy and pride. These planes exist within his own void, protected by his own power. As long as the void endures, he and the women around him will live forever. Although these planes each possess their own unique rules and powers, they will eventually be incorporated into the greater system of the bloody void. As long as Ling Yi's void itself remains intact, these planes will continue to exist, intertwined and interdependent. As controllers, these women are the key to the continuation of these planes. They not only possess the power to maintain the order of the planes, but also bear the heavy responsibility of connecting them. As long as they are healthy, these planes will function smoothly and peacefully. Chapter 643. However, behind all this lies a deeper cosmic mystery. As the creator of a new void, Ling Yi undoubtedly wields supreme power over it. But what are his goals and motivations? Where will this blood-red void lead? As Pangu reshapes his own plane of existence, he is undoubtedly paving the way for a grander blueprint. He restores order, settles the survivors of humanity, and prepares for the greater threat to come. And Ling Yi, guiding the women around him on their journey of creation, is undoubtedly paving the way for the arrival of a new era. Both seem to be plotting something greater, seemingly oblivious to everything else. As for their goals, do they share a common ultimate goal? This ultimate mystery inspires both yearning and the fear of the unknown. Humanity and the inhabitants of countless other planes are undoubtedly deeply entangled within it, unable to extricate themselves. They may be mere pawns in the hands of various creators, yet they have unwittingly been swept into this vast vortex of fate. Ling Yi and the women around him are constantly stirring up changes in the new void. And the controllers of the various planes of the old void are also eager to make their move. They sense the rise of a new power, one that threatens to shatter this age-old void. These ancient beings are beginning to stir, sensing something major is about to happen. They, too, are secretly plotting something, attempting to regain control of the entire void realm. This impending revolution is bound to unleash a tremendous wave, turbulent throughout the void world. Various signs indicate that a brand new era is quietly brewing. What kind of drastic changes will this void age bring to everyone? What will be the fate of the plane controllers and other living beings? Of course, the answers are unknown, and no one can predict them until the very last moment. On a sunny afternoon, System Carl suddenly reported disturbing news to Ling Yi. A large number of system spheres from the mechanical stars have broken through Pangu's plane and implanted themselves into the bodies of the survivors. This means that the mechanical king has finally lost control, and is ready to launch an all-out attack. System Carl said to Ling Yi with a serious face. Master, we must act quickly, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. The mechanical king has already begun to act. Their goal is to use the system to control the survivors, and thus completely dominate this world. Ling Yi pondered for a moment, then sneered. It seems he's finally losing his patience, and wants to win by sheer numbers, controlling the survivors to implement his plan. But you're wrong about one thing. The Mechanical King doesn't seek to rule this plane of existence. The sole purpose of his massive invasion of system spheres is to locate me. Following the zombie apocalypse, human society has once again plunged into an unprecedented crisis. As Ling Yi suspected, the Mechanical King has indeed dispatched a large advance force, frantically infiltrating every corner of the surviving human population. These mechanical sphere system invaders have implanted themselves into the minds of the survivors en masse. They manipulated countless innocent survivors through the medium of a mission. The ultimate goal is to locate Ling Yi himself and formulate a plan to eliminate him. The survivors lingering in the ruins thought they had escaped the disaster and could rebuild their homes. However, the robot invaders clearly had not relinquished their control over human society. Like an all-pervasive shadow, they silently infiltrated human life, becoming omnipresent. The survivors controlled by these robot spheres possess powerful perception and swift movement. They could accurately locate the presence of living organisms, quickly approach their targets, and gather intelligence. The robot spheres were also highly intelligent, luring their implanted subjects with tasks, silently completing them. In this way, a large number of humans controlled by robot spheres, invisibly to the naked eye, infiltrated every corner of human society. These implanted subjects appeared to be engaged in mundane activities, such as foraging for food, gathering supplies, and even caring for others. But in reality, within their minds, hidden robot spheres constantly urged humans to complete their tasks. Unwittingly, the survivors were forced to become pawns of the Robot King, serving them without compensation. Even more terrifying was that these robotic invaders were completely different from the system Carl Ling Yi had originally acquired. The current robotic invaders existed solely for warfare, and they could even manipulate the emotions and behavior of survivors through their implanted brain cores. The irony was that the reason behind such a grand display was precisely to locate Ling Yi. The Mechanical King was clearly deeply wary of Ling Yi, fearing that he might, through his inhuman wisdom and courage, ultimately escape his scheme once again. Thus, he relentlessly mobilized a large number of robotic invaders in a silent and frantic pursuit of Ling Yi. Among those controlled by these mechanical spheres were many high-ranking members of ordinary humanity. They hid among the crowds, constantly seeking information about Ling Yi. A large number of survivors had unwittingly become pawns of the invaders. The cohesion and unity of human society had also rapidly collapsed under the infiltration of the mechanical invaders. The survivors grew suspicious and repelled each other, disrupting the previously restored social order. This situation undoubtedly drove Pangu into a frenzy once again, and he almost wished to destroy existing civilization and create a new. After secret observation and investigation, Pangu had a firm grasp on a conclusion. The source of all the unrest pointed to a single name: Ling Yi. Sir, this is the intelligence we gathered. Everything points to Ling Yi. It seems as if an invisible hand is manipulating everything behind the scenes, intent on locating Ling Yi. A member of the garrison handed Pangu a thick file of information. Looking at the names of the individuals listed, Pangu's expression shifted. He sighed heavily, his gaze involuntarily focused on certain names. Memories flooded back like a tide, causing Pangu to frown slightly. After a moment, he closed the document in his hands, his eyes hardening, his voice filled with anger. Is this list accurate? Our people are involved? Pangu gripped the edge of the table so tightly that his knuckles turned white. This is the defense team I worked so hard to build, and how could a traitor appear? Taking a deep breath, Pangu's tone grew increasingly angry. At all costs, we must uncover the truth. We will not tolerate any traitors. I want to know the motives of the people hiding behind them. And why are you looking for Ling Yi? Chapter 644. In the blood-red void, Ling Yi also asked the same question. Carl, have any of our men been invaded by the mechanical spheres? Carl was silent for a moment, his brow furrowed slightly, clearly worried by the question. As far as I know, there's no sign of mechanical sphere invasion among our ranks yet. This is especially true of the members of the Blood Demon Legion. Their loyalty to you is utterly fervent, leaving no room for exploitation. The mechanical sphere's invasions only target those with weak willpower and easy control. However, I believe it's necessary to maintain high vigilance and guard against enemy attacks at all times. Those members who join the Blood Demon Reserve later require particular attention. If they are invaded and controlled by the enemy during battle, they will inevitably become their puppets, bringing unimaginable disaster. We must identify and contain these hidden dangers, ensuring the strength and stability of our formation, so that we can achieve victory in this inevitable and tough battle. Hearing Carl's analysis, Ling Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, his fingers tapping unconsciously. This was undoubtedly a sign of his deep contemplation, his mind racing with puzzling clues and conjectures. After a long moment of deep, brow furrowed in thought, Ling Yi finally spoke slowly, his voice hoarse and deep. You will screen all our personnel and round up those with weak willpower and low loyalty. I need a definitive list, and then I send these individuals back to that dimension. Carl nodded heavily, understanding. Ling Yi's purpose, though somewhat unkind, was to completely abandon those uncertainties. He chose a resolute and decisive approach, focusing on a more controllable and stable personnel development strategy. As a leader, faced with the uncertainties ahead, only decisive choices can ensure the steady progress of his career. While some may find this alienating, Ling Yi is not wrong to consider the bigger picture. Only in this way can one truly seize the initiative and achieve his goals. But Carl suddenly thought of a problem, and felt the need to remind him. Master, if we implement the plan according to your method, it will indeed ensure the security of our personnel. But aren't you overlooking one issue? If some of those eliminated are controlled, then everything you have will be controlled by the king of machinery, which is extremely disadvantageous. Ling Yi replied with a calm smile and a wave of his hand. Hee, it doesn't matter. These people only know that I brought them to a brand new world, but have no idea it's just a plane within my void. Let this news get out. I'm sure the Mechanical King and the others will go crazy when they learn I rebuilt a plane of existence, but can't find its exact location. At this point, a satisfied smile curled up Ling Yi's lips. These arrogant, self-righteous high-level controllers only see the surface, completely unaware that this is all part of their elaborate behind-the-scenes conspiracy. Next, all Ling Yi has to do is wait patiently, waiting for those who think they're so high and mighty to take the bait and fall into his carefully woven trap. By then, they'd be stunned and helpless, and it will be too late. Just as Carl was about to leave, Ling Yi spoke again. By the way, Carl, I relocated your plane to the new void. I increased the energy supply to your plane using the power of rules. How's your strength now? Hearing this question, Carl showed a rare excitement. He smiled faintly, a hint of arrogance between his brows. Thank you, Master, for your care. After the plane migration and the energy boost, my strength has indeed improved significantly. Not only can I freely control the power of the source, but even the rules themselves are gradually becoming ingrained within my will. I believe it won't be long before I can fully reach a realm that was previously unattainable for me, and can better serve you. After saying this, Carl bowed deeply, his expression revealing an unconcealed joy and respect. Ling Yi quietly observed Carl's figure, the corners of his lips curling slightly, as if he had anticipated this scene. That's great. Even a small mosquito is still meat. Now that the Machine King has made his move, it's time for you to get moving. Aren't those mechanical balls great food? Shouldn't you be doing something? Hearing Ling Yi's words, Carl was stunned at first, then understood what he meant. I will definitely live up to my master's expectations, and prepare a delicious snack for myself. Carl chuckled and slowly disappeared from Ling Yi's sight. Although Ling Yi's suggestion was only a simple one, it filled the Machine King with doubts. In the days that followed, the invading mechanical balls would suddenly and inexplicably vanish. The Machine King couldn't even find a single clue as to how they disappeared. This strange phenomenon caused the Machine King to be deeply puzzled. He suspected there must be something fishy going on. Who or what was behind this, and how had they destroyed the mechanical spheres he had dispatched? The Machine King believed that a mysterious force hidden in the shadows was manipulating the situation. Whatever the truth, the sudden disappearance of these mechanical spheres undoubtedly brought him new troubles and worries. We still haven't found any useful information, yet we already suffered heavy losses. What exactly is the reason? Should we examine this matter from another perspective and reassess our current strategy? In response to the Machine King's question, the advanced mechanical entities on either side looked at each other in bewilderment, unresponsive. They had no idea how to respond, and they were all apprehensive, fearing that a careless remark would anger the awe-inspiring monarch before them. A bunch of useless bastards. You can't even complete the most basic tasks. You're a complete mess. You fools are a complete waste of my time and energy. Seeing you incompetent fellows, I wish I could retrain you all and rebuild a new, capable team. The Machine King roared angrily, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction and contempt for his men. He brandished his mighty iron arms like a beast poised for a sudden attack. His men retreated in fear, awaiting his decision. The king's wrath burned like a blazing fire, terrifying everyone. You must capture him alive. Never let him escape again. This time, we must firmly control him and cut off his path to resurrection. Otherwise, even if the entire plane were destroyed, I'm afraid it would be difficult to prevent his escape. I want to capture him alive and personally slaughter him, leaving him no chance of survival. Chapter 645. The Machine King's voice, deafening like thunder, delivered his final command. Trembling with fear, his subordinates followed his orders, vowing to complete this arduous mission. Ever since the Void disaster, the Machine King has been known for his sternness. His command commands swift response, and all planes stand in awe. Over time, the Machine King's reputation spread far and wide, commanding awe throughout the Void. However, time passed, events changed, and while the Machine King's majesty remained undiminished, he could no longer muster the earth-shattering wrath of his former self. One must understand that, aside from a few top-tier beings of his caliber, no one or anything in the Void could ever provoke his wrath. But the Blood Demon Venerable's reappearance sent this almighty Overlord into a frenzy once again. In the Machine King's narrowed eyes, strange symbols and lights flickered. Deep in his mind, the terrifying and brutal Blood Demon Venerable stared at him with contempt. Such an evil being dared to challenge him. It was a blatant violation of divine order. If I can kill you once, I can kill you 1,000 times. The King of Machinery roared inwardly. With a wave of his hand, a nearby star fell, and the Void changed color. The King of Machinery was bathed in a surge of energy, as if ready to personally slay the one who had defied his authority. One day, the clear sky suddenly became overcast, and a massive army of machines appeared above the azure planet. These mechanical armors of unknown origin surged towards the plane's barrier like a tide, emitting a low rumble. Their equipment was incredibly advanced, and their energy weapons gleamed in the sky, a terrifying sight. The entire plane seemed completely surrounded by this armored army, fraught with peril. However, this uninvited mecha army did not immediately launch an attack, merely hovering in the air, seemingly awaiting orders. In this critical moment, Pangu, who was repairing the plane, was extremely anxious. He had never imagined danger would strike so quickly. The zombie apocalypse had barely subsided, only to be confronted by these iron lumps. Gazing upon these steel monsters from afar, he couldn't help but shudder, wondering where they came from and what their purpose was. However, regardless of who the enemy was, Pangu was already prepared to fight, his eyes gleaming with determination. He took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the great axe of creation. Facing a formidable foe, he had no choice but to fight to the death. But to Pangu's horror, as the saying goes, misfortunes never come singly. Before he could formulate a plan for dealing with these iron lumps, a piece of news from his subordinates nearly made him faint. The subsequent bad news snowballed, leaving him bewildered. As one difficult situation after another presented itself, Pangu felt a sense of despair, a sense of powerlessness. Lord Pangu, I discovered several sudden spatial passages, and a large number of zombies are pouring out of them. A garrison member reported anxiously. What? This is impossible. Didn't Ling Yi subdue the Night Corps clan? Pangu's eyes widened in disbelief. Lord Pangu, I discovered a spatial passage, and a large number of mutant creatures are pouring out of it. Lord Pangu, I discovered a spatial passage, and many unknown creatures are appearing in it. Lord Pangu. Lord Pangu. Faced with the increasing number of reporters, Pangu stumbled and slumped into his chair. He took a deep breath, feeling a dull heaviness in his chest. For a moment, his gaze became distant and lost, as if he had sunk into a bottomless abyss. After a long moment, he slowly raised his head, fatigue and hesitation evident between his brows. Why has it come to this? Everything I created with my life is now about to be lost. The most precious things in life have crumbled overnight. I simply cannot accept it. How can I move forward? How can I preserve this plane? Where can I find the courage and hope I lost? Pangu sighed, his heart shrouded in a heavy haze. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh and shouted, Ling Yi! Yes, it's him. Only he can help me now. At this moment, Pangu felt as if he had grasped at a last straw. With this thought in mind, Pangu hurriedly requested help from Ling Yi through the blood agreement, his trembling voice filled with pleading. Ling Yi, where are you? Why don't you show up? I'm already in dire straits, and only you can help me escape now. This matter is of grave importance. Please come and lend a hand, or I will be doomed. Time is running out, and invaders from advanced civilizations are everywhere. Please come as soon as possible. After delivering the message, Pangu seemed to have exhausted his last bit of strength. Although he remained uneasy, he waited expectantly for Ling Yi's response. Because he knew that only Ling Yi could save him from this critical moment. After all, their alliance was bound by the Void Agreement. This was Pangu's last hope. Once the agreement was signed, both parties must abide by it to maintain peace and order within the Void. However, who could predict how the future would unfold, Peng couldn't help but worry whether this agreement would be enough to convince Ling Yi to risk everything in his aid. The crisis he faced could lead to the collapse of the plane at any moment. Faced with the simultaneous attack of so many advanced civilizations, Ling Yi might risk the backlash of the Void Agreement rather than offer his assistance. Compared to his own life, the Void Agreement was, after all, a hollow promise. Dejected, Peng Yi gave a wry smile and glanced around at the kneeling defenders. He sighed deeply, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Defeat seemed inevitable, a crushing defeat imminent, yet Peng Yi's heart refused to give up hope. Gaze upon his steadfastly loyal subordinates, he solemnly declared, "We are about to face an unprecedented crisis, perhaps one from which there will be no return. In this perilous situation, there is no escape. We must face reality and confront the challenge head-on. At this moment, we must forge a resolute resolve and unleash our inner strength. Though the road ahead is arduous and treacherous, as long as we unite and work together, we will not seek to escape danger, but to inflict a heavy price on the enemy. Let us strengthen our convictions, shoulder our responsibilities, and, amidst adversity, write a legend of our own final moments." Peng Yi, gazing at the determined gazes around him, breathed a sigh of relief, then continued, "In this battle, we must fight tooth and nail, risking our lives to survive. For if we give up the fight, it will mean the demise of us all, and of this plane as well." Chapter 646. As time passed, the situation grew increasingly dire. Following the Mecha army, various unknown races seemed to emerge. One after another, unknown space tunnels appeared in every corner of the Earth, as if countless portals to unknown worlds had quietly opened. At first, the survivors had only a vague understanding of this, but as these tunnels grew in number, size, and frequency, all the surviving humans finally realized a shocking truth. They seemed not to be the only intelligent life in the universe. And where did these mysterious space tunnels lead to, and what kind of creatures would emerge from them? The surviving human society was almost stunned. Scientists frantically studied the properties of these tunnels, attempting to uncover the patterns and causes of their formation. It was not until Peng Yi revealed his identity and came forward to explain that all humans realized they had been targeted by alien creatures. From then on, more and more alien creatures began to appear in human sight. Some looked remarkably human, but possessed various peculiar features, such as blue skin and tentacles on their foreheads. Some were completely alien, assuming bizarre forms. Some resembled insects, some reptiles, some fish, and some even surpassed human conceivability. The level of civilization among these alien creatures varied widely. Some existed in tribal societies resembling those of ancient humans, while others possessed highly advanced technology, capable of manipulating a variety of miraculous energies and devices. Some, known as burners, breathed blazing flames. Some were called telepaths, capable of manipulating various things through their mental powers. Others were called time and space masters, capable of manipulating time and space. These alien races astonished humanity, leaving them filled with immense fear of their power and unknown civilization. But Peng Yi felt a small sense of relief that these alien races seemed to have complex and subtle relationships with one another. Some were hostile to one another, some cooperated, and still others remained neutral. Some, while hostile to humanity, also showed kindness and curiosity. In short, the appearance of these alien creatures completely overturned humanity's understanding of the universe. Following the apocalyptic catastrophe, human society once again fell into confusion and panic. When the surviving humans first encountered these alien creatures, both sides were wary and hostile. After all, the sudden appearance of these powerful and mysterious creatures was like a threat descending from the sky, and humans naturally viewed them as potential enemies. However, something also occurred that deeply puzzled everyone. These strange races did not launch a devastating attack on humanity. Yet, their arrival still creates a sense of unease. Not only have they established themselves here, they seem to be planning to stay long-term. Humanity cannot help but wonder what exactly led these unfamiliar races to settle here? Or do they have other hidden agendas? In short, this unprecedented situation undoubtedly presents human society with numerous unknowns and challenges. Under Peng Yi's integration, all survivors from the plains were gathered in the imperial capital. There were survivors from every nation, and perhaps before the apocalypse, their nations were still fighting each other. But after the apocalypse, there were no longer any so-called nations. Peng Yi, searching for and gathering survivors, finally managed to gather a population of over 3 million. But it appears that many of them were elderly, young, sick, and disabled, and only a little over 1 million could actually be mobilized for the war. Nevertheless, with Peng Yi's tireless support of crystal core cultivation technology, This last remaining human force was rapidly growing, ready to fight a decisive battle with the invading enemy. After the catastrophe of the apocalypse, only 1 in 100 humans remained. The number of survivors was undoubtedly a disheartening figure, given the vast and powerful enemy they faced. But Pangu remained undeterred, nor did he give up his doomed resistance. He began to thoroughly organize and train this limited army. First, they carefully examined each combatant's physical condition, age, and specialties, categorizing and deploying them accordingly. Young and strong warriors were assigned to the front lines, shouldering the primary combat missions. The frail or elderly were placed in the rear, providing auxiliary support. At the same time, Pangu also placed great emphasis on the training and drills of its combatants. They organized large-scale combat drills, allowing the soldiers to repeatedly practice various tactics on simulated battlefields, honing their coordination skills. They also invited a few surviving military experts to provide theoretical guidance and share practical combat experience with the soldiers. Through repeated training, this last remaining force of humanity gradually coalesced, and its combat effectiveness continued to improve. While conducting the population census and assessing combat power, Pangu received a great gift from Ling Yi. Crystal core purification technology. After the apocalypse, it became widely known that crystal cores are miraculous microscopic energy bodies. They not only provide abundant energy for zombies, but also grant humans extraordinary abilities. Originally, humans' attempts to utilize crystal cores to enhance their strength were time-consuming and laborious. However, after Ling Yi presented the crystal core purification technology, humanity finally found a shortcut. With simple manipulation, the infinite power contained within crystal cores could be fully extracted. This technology greatly improved the utilization rate of crystal cores and enabled Pangu to cultivate a large number of powerful enhancers and psychics in a short period of time. With the support of this groundbreaking technology, the strength of the human survivors achieved a qualitative leap. After intensive and well-organized preparations, the overall strength and combat capabilities of the human survivors were greatly enhanced. Pangu and his army also gained some confidence and determination for the upcoming battle. They believed that with unity, they would ultimately defeat the evil enemy and save humanity from a new future. However, while humans frantically prepared for war, the alien races showed no sign of nervousness. It seemed they weren't coming to fight or even to conquer this plane. However, the entire alien coalition was like a flock of headless flies, wandering aimlessly across the land, observing this unfamiliar world with curiosity. Even to the surprise of the humans, some alien warriors engaged in sporadic clashes with their own alliance forces. But more often, they simply maintained a cautious and vigilant attitude, seemingly observing humans, perhaps searching for something. This unusual behavior aroused Pangu's high alert, wondering what these alien races were up to. Chapter 647. In Pangu's eyes, the aliens' behavior was too mysterious and unpredictable, making it impossible to accurately determine their intentions. This undoubtedly increased Pangu's anxiety, fearing that a miscalculation could lead both sides directly into a decisive battle. What exactly did these aliens want? Did they have any special intentions or goals? Pangu urgently needed to clarify this, and to this end, Pangu ordered a reconnaissance team to penetrate deep into the alien territory, to find clues from the aliens' words and actions, and understand their true intentions. At the same time, humans also strengthened their military deployments in the border areas of the imperial capital to prepare for possible emergencies. After investigation and analysis, it was initially determined that these aliens did not intend to directly attack humans. They were more likely testing and observing humans, attempting to understand their social structure and military strength. However, the reconnaissance team also brought back a very important piece of news. These alien coalition forces were indeed seeking someone, but due to the language barrier, they could not determine who this person was. Although Pangu was puzzled, who could they be seeking that would require such a large-scale commotion? His first reaction was actually to think of Ling Yi, wondering if he was looking for him. However, we can't completely rule out the possibility that the aliens have more hidden motives. After all, their culture and way of thinking differ greatly from humans, making them difficult to measure and predict by human standards. Some of their actions may stem from considerations and motivations beyond human comprehension. Therefore, Pangu ordered humans to remain highly vigilant and constantly monitor the aliens' every move. To cope with this uncertain situation, the Human Alliance, led by Pangu, is formulating a series of countermeasures. First, they are strengthening military deployments in border areas to ensure a rapid response and containment in the event of an emergency. At the same time, they are increasing intelligence gathering on alien activities, striving to understand their true intentions. Furthermore, They are actively seeking dialogue and communication with the aliens, hoping to ease tensions between the two sides through communication. In short, this delicate relationship between humans and aliens presents Pangu with a complex situation. On the one hand, they need to guard against potential threats. On the other hand, they must strive to maintain a fragile and fleeting peace. Time, of all things, is time. As long as there is enough time for humanity to grow, Pangu can forge an even more powerful human army. Somewhere in the universe, a group of leaders of advanced civilizations, led by the King of Machinery, are discussing a grand plan. Though they appear calm on the surface, they secretly manipulate the interstellar landscape, constantly plotting to dominate weaker races. These advanced life forms, believing themselves to be above all else, vainly attempt to control the entire universe. But they are unaware that the gears of fate are quietly turning, and an unprecedented catastrophe is brewing. Everyone, this time we're dealing with a first-order plane. Do you feel overwhelmed? The Machine King's voice was the first to utter. The numerous controllers looked at each other, unsure how to respond. The Lord of Darkness should be the one with the most say here. Why don't you introduce us to everyone? The Machine King said grimly, turning his head. Facing this mocking gaze, the Lord of Darkness snorted coldly. Humph, I just want to tell you one thing. Although this is a low-level plane, a mere ant in our eyes, but behind it lies a man who terrifies everyone here. The Blood Demon Venerable, who once slew you like rats. At this, everyone present couldn't help but shudder. After all, the Blood Demon Venerable's terrifying name was known to everyone. The Lord of Darkness paused before continuing. I'm sure everyone is familiar with the Blood Demon Venerable's reputation. Perhaps many of you here have been brutally beaten by him. At this, some people's faces turned dissatisfied, clearly unwilling to hear about their own shameful pasts. Get to the point. The King of Machinery knocked on the table impatiently, slightly annoyed at the Lord of Darkness's sarcastic remarks. TSK. The Lord of Darkness, clearly not buying the King of Machinery's accusation, casually scratched his ear and continued. We all once thought that the Blood Demon Venerable was dead, forever. So much so that our great alliance leader, taking advantage of this supreme honor, accepted countless vassal forces from the Blood Demon Venerable. Our great alliance leader once announced to the entire void that the Blood Demon Venerable had finally been destroyed, and would never again threaten this universe. I remember this news, like a gentle breeze sweeping across the chaotic void, dispelling the lingering shadows and fears in everyone's hearts. At that moment, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, finally feeling able to put aside the burden of history and build a peaceful and prosperous future. Who would have thought that we'd be told now that the Blood Demon Venerable is still alive? I seriously doubt this is merely a lie carefully woven by the Alliance leader. For years, the Blood Demon Venerable has been lurking in the shadows, preparing his own path. Until today, he once again stands before all planes, announcing his presence and perhaps beginning his plan of revenge. This undoubtedly shocks me, and it should shock everyone here as well. I simply cannot believe we've been kept in the dark all this time. So, I suspect our Alliance leader has long known that the Blood Demon Venerable is not truly dead. To strengthen his own power, he deliberately concealed the truth, making the entire void believe that the Blood Demon Venerable is dead. This way, he could exploit the Alliance's might and entice those who once served under the Blood Demon Venerable into loyalty, greatly increasing his own combat power. Such an act is undoubtedly based on lies, and is shameful, treating us all as fools. Behind power, there are always hidden secrets. The Alliance leader ostensibly upholds a peaceful and just image, but in reality, he pursues his own selfish interests at all costs. We are all mere puppets, manipulated at will. Everyone was shocked and horrified upon hearing this. Some cried out in disbelief, unable to believe what they were hearing. Some turned pale, and cried out in despair. Still, others whispered, unable to conceal their inner worry and panic. For a moment, the Alliance meeting hall was filled with tension and panic. Everyone struggled to digest this unexpected news, and glanced cautiously at the ruler seated on the throne. The towering figure exuded an undeniable majesty, making no one dare to speak rashly. After a long moment, the mechanical king slowly spoke, each word imbued with profound power, shocking everyone. Chapter 648. I am the master of machinery, controlling the life force of all things. I have gathered you all to find a way to save the void. He pondered for a moment, then a look of determination and anger crossed his features. Back then, the Blood Demon Venerable was annihilated before everyone's very eyes. I still remember that thrilling battle, undoubtedly the most shocking since the emergence of the void. Despite the Blood Demon Venerable's formidable strength, he ultimately met his demise due to the combined efforts of all present. The Blood Demon Venerable's fall is a fact witnessed by all. How could I possibly lie, Lord of Darkness, although I have some grudges against you? Your malicious slander truly chills my heart. You routinely bully the weak and repeatedly oppress the inhabitants of the universe. For those disgusting crystal cores, you have destroyed countless planes. You are the source of evil, deceiving all with lies, and conspiring to deceive the world. I didn't want to argue with you, but I didn't expect you to turn the tables and frame me. How despicable. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Seeing the King of Machinery and the Lord of Darkness bickering with each other, the others looked at each other in bewilderment, not daring to even think of intervening. Intimidated by the might of the two powerful men, the onlookers could only keep silent and bow their heads, believing that out of sight, out of mind. The Lord of Darkness waved his hand at the King of Machinery, speaking with a look of contempt. Ha ha ha. I really didn't expect you to be so shameless. Oh, I forgot you have no shame at all. Your face, cast from a foreign alloy, and even that cold, iron-like expression are all artificial. Those false smiles and shouts are but masks beneath the skies. Do you think no one can see through your inner ugliness and arrogance? I will now completely peel off your vain mask and expose it to everyone. Hearing the Dark Lord's provocation, a hint of coldness suddenly appeared between the mechanical king's brows. He raised his palm slightly, and a star-like light arose, sweeping over like a celestial force. The entire venue was instantly enveloped by this overwhelming power, as if entering a whole new dimension. For a moment, everyone was shocked and held their breath. However, one person remained unfazed, the Dark Lord, who glared at the mechanical king. In truth, the two were equally powerful, neither able to defeat the other. The Dark Lord sneered and walked straight towards the mechanical king. The king cast a disdainful glance. Do you think you can suppress me with such insignificant power? As soon as he finished speaking, a dark energy burst forth from his body, directly absorbing all the pressure. Both men emanated a powerful aura, as if a devastating battle could erupt at any moment. However, neither struck first, for they simply lacked the confidence to defeat the other. As the two sides stalemated, the Dark Lord, that mouth that the Machine King loathed, began his incessant chatter again. Look everyone, look everyone. This is our beloved leader of the Alliance, resorting to force at the slightest disagreement. It's truly chilling. It seems the Void's greatest sorrow is the Machine King's dictatorial rule. He always relies on his immense military might to brutally suppress all dissent, bringing the entire Void under his control. Under his rule, every plane has lost its most fundamental freedoms, becoming nothing more than pawns in his hands. The actions of every controller, the thoughts of every plane creature, are subject to his surveillance and manipulation. All who oppose him will be deprived of the ability to think and resist, reduced to mere machines, acting according to his will. This absurd situation is undoubtedly built on lies, and is shameful. The Machine King treats us all as fools and puppets, deceiving and manipulating us at will. He preaches justice while pursuing personal gain. He advocates for peace while constantly inciting war. He deprives everyone of their freedom while claiming to protect them. This hypocrisy and cruelty are sickening and shameful. Wake up, everyone! We can no longer be deceived by the hypocritical masks of the Alliance leaders. We must expose their true colors, and let everyone in the Void see their ugly nature. The Void desires peace and freedom, and must oppose all injustice. The Machine King's reckless behavior must no longer be tolerated. He is a machine, devoid of any human heart. All he has is cold steel, and this is what is most terrifying. Cold-blooded? Sorry, there's no blood, only energy. In pursuit of his own interests, he is willing to sacrifice everything, even us, the controllers who once fought alongside him. He has become so obsessed with power that he has lost even the most basic compassion and sense of justice. His sole goal is to consolidate his dominance and exploit our plane. Reckless of consequences, resorting to every possible means. We must urge the Machine Lord to reflect on his actions and recognize his mistakes. He must understand that true justice and peace are not built on lies and violence, but on compassion and a sense of justice. Only when he truly understands this can he forge a fairer and more harmonious Void. Everyone present here has a responsibility to be vigilant against the dark side of the Void and oppose all injustice. We must unite and resist these unfair schemes. Only in this way can we truly build a fair and just society where all planes can enjoy freedom and happiness. Faced with the Dark Lord's incessant smear campaign, the Machine Lord was completely enraged. You filthy wretch, spewing filth and blood. When did I ever do as you say? Don't confuse the public and disrupt the order of the entire Alliance. The Lord of Darkness snorted coldly and asked in return. You keep saying that the Blood Demon Venerable is still alive, but where is he? Who has actually seen him? You're mobilizing the Alliance forces with such fanfare to a desolate, low-level plane. We've been searching for so long. Have you found any trace of the Blood Demon Venerable? No, nothing. Aside from those natives, there's no such thing as the Blood Demon Venerable you mentioned. All of this is just a veil of your own will, a cover-up for your despicable actions. The Machine King's eyes narrowed, aching to abandon all reservations and engage the Dark Lord head-on. He sighed heavily, staring intently at the Dark Lord before him, his heart filled with conflict. Reason kept telling him he couldn't lose his composure now. But how could he defuse this vicious battle and avoid a bloody conflict? The Machine King clenched his fists, yet within him a vague resolve formed. He gathered himself, suppressed all his anger, and spoke slowly. Even though we are irreconcilable, and you hold strong opinions about me, I still hope to sit down with you and peacefully discuss the current crisis. Chapter 649. The Machine King's sudden retreat filled the Lord of Darkness with confusion. He truly couldn't understand why this always powerful and arrogant opponent had suddenly revealed a vulnerable side. Was this just a temporary weakness, or did it indicate a deeper problem? The Lord of Darkness looked at the Machine King's icy face with suspicion, but could see no hidden agenda. Indeed, he knew that a complete breakup with the Machine King would be more trouble than it was worth. If a fight broke out between the two, it would undoubtedly result in mutual destruction. The Lord of Darkness pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding to suppress his frustration for the time being. He knew full well that maintaining a good relationship with the Machine King was beneficial to both sides. Today's incident was merely an attempt to annoy the Machine King and, incidentally, to lose some of his support among the controllers. Although there had always been a rift between them, any rash action at this moment would only plunge both sides into an endless vortex of conflict. So, he took a deep breath and snorted in a nonchalant manner. "Humph, I settle this with you later. I want to see what kind of sweet talk you have in store." The Machine King glanced at him coldly, his eyes filled with unconcealed anger and impatience. "Do you think you can stay so arrogant forever? Sooner or later, I will make you pay for your actions." The Machine King roared inwardly. After the two powerful men took their seats, the tense atmosphere in the conference room instantly eased. Everyone exchanged cautious glances, awaiting the next development. Everyone held their breath, silently waiting for this important meeting to continue. This time, fearing the Dark Lord would cause trouble again, the Mechanical King spoke first. "The news of the Blood Demon Venerable's survival has been confirmed, and I can't help but harbor doubts. He's clearly fallen, but how did he escape that fate? Has he mastered another astonishing technique? He must have some hidden secret that allowed him to survive death. The reason I surrounded that low-level plane with such fanfare is to prevent disaster from striking again. At this moment, caution and careful response are the best strategies." The Dark Lord raised his question first. "That low-level plane is my hunting ground. Even with all the spies there, we didn't spot the Blood Demon Venerable. I wonder how you learned this information, or do you have a hidden secret in that plane? Or perhaps, have you been spying on me?" As the Dark Lord raised his question, silence fell again. Everyone's face changed in fear. It had just quieted down, and now it's starting again. If the Mechanical King's mouth could twitch, it would certainly be twitching non-stop. The Dark Lord knew exactly what he was doing. It was an unspoken rule. He saw through it but didn't speak it out. But the Dark Lord clearly wanted to disgust him, insisting on exposing these unspeakable things for everyone to see. For the sake of his ultimate goal, the Machine King patiently explained, swallowing his anger. "None of this is the point. The most important thing is the fact that the Blood Demon Venerable is still alive. You have to know that even that battle didn't completely kill him. What does this mean? It means that the Blood Demon Venerable must hold the secret to rebirth. If we fail to crack the secret, the consequences are unimaginable. The Blood Demon Venerable will be invincible. This means we will never be able to completely destroy him. Even if we defeat him time and time again, he will inevitably return, undoing all our efforts. Therefore, we must find a way to crack his rebirth technique to completely annihilate this evil being. Only by mastering this secret can we ensure he can never again harm our void. Thus, I urge everyone here to set aside trivial matters. Just as we fought the Blood Demon Venerable together, we must now unite, resolve our differences, set aside our own selfish interests, and focus on the noble goal of bringing the Blood Demon Venerable to justice." The Machine King's evasive words caused everyone present to ignore the Dark King's question. They all trembled at this moment, completely frightened by the Machine King's words. Though filled with confusion and panic, they refrained from action, instead quietly awaiting the Machine King's next words. For the first time, the Dark Lord did not leap out to refute him, but waited with a solemn expression. The Machine King remained silent for a long time, as if weighing something, before finally speaking. There's no need to panic. I already made arrangements, and the coalition is the key to this. Since the Blood Demon Venerable holds the secret of rebirth, killing him won't work. My plan is to do everything in our power to locate his true form, capture him alive, and imprison him. This way, we can not only learn the secret of rebirth from him, but also find a way to kill him. This is why I sent so many races to that plane. Their goal is to find the Blood Demon's hiding place by any means possible. Everyone was stunned by what he said, but it seemed the Machine King wasn't just making up stories, it was actually true. If that's the case, why not just destroy that low-level plane? If the Blood Demon is truly hiding there, we can definitely force him out. A hint of cruelty flashed in the Dark Lord's eyes, as if wiping out a plane was a simple matter of flipping his hand. I considered this method. Destroying a plane is easy, but how can we guarantee the Blood Demon's reappearance? He can be reborn. If he escapes again, finding him will be even more difficult. The Machine King shook his head, rejecting the plan outright. TSK. That's so troublesome. This won't work, that won't work. You know, finding someone in a plane is incredibly time-consuming. The Lord of Darkness scoffed. We have no other options, but this most primitive and laborious method to find him. The King of Machines sighed helplessly. Since the Blood Demon Venerable is in that plane, he must have followers. If we capture all the creatures in that plane, can we force him to reveal himself? A plane controller suggested. What a ridiculous suggestion. Have you forgotten the true nature of the Blood Demon Venerable? He has a single goal in mind, willing to ignore everything to achieve his ambition. He slaughtered all without hesitation, recklessly pursuing his goals. The Blood Demon Venerable has a blind eye to life and death, and is utterly cruel, terrifying the void. He uses his immense power to act recklessly, causing the devastation of countless lives, the wailing of countless souls, and the reduction of countless planes to dust. How can you threaten such a person? Whose life would he care about? Chapter 650. Well, everyone present fell silent for a moment. The Blood Demon Venerable's infamy was a being whose name shook the void, enough to make everyone tremble. It was common knowledge that he knew nothing of compassion and sympathy, completely disregarding life. His sole goal was the pursuit of supreme power to fulfill his mad ambition. To achieve his goal, he would pay no mind to the cost, even if it meant slaughtering countless lives with his own hands. Think back to the time when he had wreaked havoc across the void countless times. He ravaged plane after plane with overwhelming force, causing countless lives to perish and turn to dust. Where he went, lives were ravaged and souls wailed, like a walking killing machine. Even the most powerful beings were but insignificant ants before him, at his mercy. The Blood Demon Venerable's ambition was boundless, blazing like a blazing fire, and mad as a storm. He longed to conquer the entire void, rule over all things, and become the supreme being. To achieve this goal, he spared no expense, unhesitatingly crushing any force that stood in his way. The power he wielded was even more appalling. He could easily rip open space, devour all things, and command all manner of terrifying forces, as if he were the master of the void. Every strike he made was a devastating blow, shaking the heavens and shattering the very fabric of existence. Even the most powerful beings were nothing but prey before him, unable to escape. The Blood Demon Venerable was completely indifferent to life and death. In his eyes, life was merely a tool and a sacrifice to achieve his goals. He cared nothing about slaughtering thousands of lives. As long as it advanced his plan, any sacrifice was worth it. His cruelty was unparalleled. He had personally torn powerful beings apart, leaving them to die slowly in agony. He would tear living beings to pieces, watching them struggle in despair. To him, life was nothing more than a plaything, a tool to be manipulated at will. Those innocent beings, who should have lived in peace and happiness, tragically fell victim to his mad ambition. In their despair, they hated the void and cursed this cruel fate. But their cries were but the faint sounds of ants before the Blood Demon Venerable, quickly extinguished in the void. The Blood Demon Venerable's rampage was due to his unrivaled power. Even the most powerful beings in the void were powerless ants before him. Therefore, he acted recklessly, with no regard for anyone's life or death. No force could stop his advance. Those who claimed to be supreme were nothing but insignificant clowns before him. At first, they might have been able to fend off his attacks. But they could not truly stop his rampage, let alone defeat him completely. The Blood Demon Venerable was like a raging beast. Once enraged, no one could stop his murderous might. Just like those seated there, they were all witnesses of that day. But everyone knew in their hearts that they were merely flattering themselves. During the Great War of that year, the entire Void had assembled countless elite forces to jointly confront the Blood Demon Venerable. This epic battle lasted a full 5 years, exhausting both sides in a relentless frenzy. Although the final outcome was victory, with the Blood Demon Venerable's defeat, this outcome was not perfect. The battle's prolonged duration inflicted heavy losses on all factions. The Void's top fighters suffered heavy casualties, unable to maintain their rule, leading to widespread internal conflict. Amidst this, the various factions began to engage in relentless infighting. They vie for the power and resources left by the Blood Demon Venerable, attempting to rebuild their own power. A chaotic power vacuum emerged within the Void. Advanced civilizations clashed with one another, each attempting to seize supreme control of the Void. As a result, the coalition, which should have been victorious, was instead mired in internal conflict. They lost control of the Void, and their once glorious victories vanished in a flash. The controllers couldn't help but sigh, wondering if the war hadn't dragged on so long, perhaps the situation wouldn't have deteriorated to this point. Everyone gradually understood the Blood Demon Venerable's defeat. Though his reign had ended, the shadow he left lingered. The devastation wrought during his reign was simply too immense. The scars he left behind could be seen throughout the Void. Countless planets were destroyed, lives were ravaged, and civilians were displaced. Even after his defeat, these wounds lingered, instilling a constant sense of fear in everyone. Furthermore, the Blood Demon Venerable's loyal followers were not completely annihilated. During his reign, these people had already taken root and grown throughout the Void, forming their own forces. Even with their master gone, these demons continued to operate in secret, attempting to regain their former glory. They were always on the lookout for an opportunity to make a comeback. This forced all factions to be constantly vigilant, expending vast resources to address this potential threat. Furthermore, the Blood Demon Venerable's power and methods had left a deep impression. The ancient spells he possessed had spread widely across the continent, becoming a means for some evil forces to pursue power. Even though his rule was lost, these terrifying powers still existed, threatening to be abused at any moment. This kept the controllers in constant fear, fearing the return of these dark forces. Thus, the surviving controllers of the advanced civilizations knew that this was not a true victory. Though they had survived, the price they had paid was immense. Countless elite combatants had been depleted, and their status and strength had been greatly reduced. Faced with this reality, the various factions no longer dared to claim victory. So, as it stands now, everyone can only cautiously maintain the status quo and attempt to repair the damage done to their own forces. They no longer possess the arrogance of the past, but are now cautious, fearing another large-scale war. They see themselves as victorious, but in reality, they are the losers. Because war after war has depleted their most precious resources. Now, the brutal battles of those days have become history. But when they discuss those past events over dinner and tea, they often exude an aura of complete victory. They recount how the Allied forces bravely resisted and ultimately eliminated the evil ruler. But in reality, anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is just a glamorized version of events.